Chapter 1. I am the punishment stick. I find myself ensnared within the confines of the hidden palace, beseeching for salvation. And I have 33 sisters. Punishment. Who dares to call a punishment stick? In the detention courtyard, the supervising eunuch surveyed the row of young eunuchs before him, clutching a roster. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped. Presumptuous! How dare you laugh when I am maintaining decorum? Seize him and take him aside for a proper lesson. Immediately, a young eunuch of about 14 or 15 was dragged away by two others, and soon, his cries of distress echoed through the air. Who else dares to laugh? The supervising eunuch glared at the assembled young eunuchs, who all bowed their heads in silence. Ha ha! A punishment stick? Someone actually calls it that, ha ha. I simply cannot contain myself. After nodding in satisfaction, the supervising eunuch burst into an uproarious laugh, collapsing onto the ground, clutching his belly. His laughter was so uncontrollable that he raised his right hand above his head, gesturing, "You all need not hold back, I permit you to laugh for a while." In an instant, the courtyard erupted with varying degrees of laughter, save for two individuals, the young eunuch who was being punished and another handsome youth at the end of the line, who remained stoic, his expression tense. The supervising eunuch, noticing this anomaly, rose to wipe the tears of laughter from his eyes. Even the executioners cannot help but laugh. Why do you remain so unresponsive? Eunuchs entering the palace were selected for their physical attributes, and none were fools, thus piquing the supervising eunuch's curiosity. However, he overlooked one critical detail in response to your inquiry. I am indeed the punishment stick. Though the youth maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, internally, a tempest of frustration brewed. This was not a mere case of time travel. Well, one must bow their head when under the eaves. I can only endure for now. Perhaps the entertainment options are so scarce that the humor is indeed profoundly lacking. I am called punishment stick, a name bestowed by my parents. Is it not absurd? Perhaps this name is so uniquely singular that it has transported me into the body of a young eunuch who bears the same name. The original owner of this body is 16 years old, having recently entered the palace. After recovering, today marks his first day in this detention courtyard awaiting assignment. Upon my arrival, I contemplated ending my existence, but upon realizing that I still possess the very stick, I dismissed that thought. The original owner had evidently perished from fright in a cleansing chamber, and I have since occupied this vessel. As for why I was not cleansed, I remain perplexed. I can only interpret it as a peculiar benefit of being a time traveler. Some questions are best left unanswered. Why dwell on so many trivialities? Since I am here, I shall strive to live well, even though half a month has passed without the emergence of any extraordinary abilities or synthesized electronic voices. I often wonder if my identity as a false eunuch is, in fact, the extraordinary ability. For now, I must simply endure. Enough laughter. I merely wish to use this incident to impart a lesson. From now on, as you serve in the palace, keep your heads bowed and your tails tucked. The supervising eunuch's face hardened once more, and silence enveloped the courtyard, with heads bowed even lower. Today, fortune smiles upon you. The hidden palace is in need of a medicinal eunuch. As he spoke, the steward eunuch surveyed the other eunuchs once more, finally fixing his gaze upon Xing Bang. That I hold the deepest impression of you, and it seems fortune smiles upon you. It is you who shall accompany me. As a traveler from another realm, Xing Bang possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the sinister quarters of the Yayo Hall. This establishment primarily dealt with textiles and dyes, and it also housed women of the court afflicted by illness, as well as guilty consorts. Is this your reward for my laughter at the mention of my name? Xing Bang pondered internally. The shadowy confines of the Yayo Hall were hardly suitable for a true eunuch. He questioned the steward's intentions. The steward offered no further elaboration, nor did he inquire whether Xing Bang was willing to comply. Instead, he spoke in a rather effeminate tone. The rest of you shall remain here in the monitoring courtyard to perform menial tasks. Stay sharp and be astute. You never know when a consort from another palace may require assistance. I might just recommend you for such duties. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. The young eunuchs responded in unison, though it was uncertain how many truly grasped the steward's words. Regardless, Xing Bang comprehended the underlying message. Those who were savvy and capable would have the opportunity to rise above their station. However, such matters no longer concerned him, for he intended to retreat to the Yayo Hall to cultivate his own interests. All right, Xing Bang, Remain here. The rest of you, get to work. And you there, be sure not to kill him, leave him with enough breath to clean the latrines later. With that, the steward issued his commands. All the young eunuchs departed to toil under the elder's supervision, leaving Xing Bang standing alone. The one who had been beaten lay silent, having succumbed to unconsciousness, prompting a thought to surface in Xing Bang's mind. I do not slay, Bo Rin, you may not be the most audacious one, yet your fate is the most tragic. But who could be blamed for this? Without further ado, a pallid, middle-aged eunuch approached Wu. Dear brother, have you come to personally collect him? The middle-aged eunuch nodded, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Xing Bang. Is it just him? Indeed, brother Wu. This lad may appear somewhat frail, yet he possesses a keen intellect and a steady demeanor. The most crucial factor is the middle-aged eunuch seemed to anticipate the steward's ensuing words, interrupting with a wave of his hand. Very well, he shall do. This lad is rather pleasant to behold. Xing Bang sensed an oddity in their exchange, yet he recognized that there was no turning back. He could only proceed with determination. Come, follow me. The middle-aged eunuch wasted no time, leading Xing Bang away from the monitoring courtyard. The destination is the Yale Hall. You should already be aware of its nature. We serve in the scandalous chambers, that I am the medical supervisor responsible for tending to the court women and consorts, and you shall serve as my assistant. The work is relatively light. Your duties will mainly involve preparing medicine and running errands. As they walked, the middle-aged eunuch spoke leisurely to Xing Bang, trailing behind. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I shall diligently follow your lead and perform my duties well. Xing Bang fought to suppress the overwhelming stench that assailed his senses, a nauseating blend of herbal medicine and urine. It was truly unbearable. However, before confronting the situation, one must acclimate to the peculiar ambience, at the very least, ensuring no hint of disdain is revealed when facing the elderly eunuch. You truly are clever. Oh, by the way, what is your name? In response, my lord, I am called Xing Bang. Upon uttering this, Xing Bang anticipated a chuckle from the rather peculiar old eunuch, yet silence ensued. Well, my surname is Wu, so you may address me as Wu Gonggong from now on. Furthermore, my given name is Wu Jing. Be sure to remember it, should anyone inquire. Wu Jing? Xing Bang was taken aback. The name was indeed strange, yet fitting, as a eunuch should not be named Wu Jing. Xing Bang. Haha, you appear rather slender, yet your name is quite robust. I hope your life. Wu Gonggong coughed, seemingly out of nowhere. Chapter 2. Serving in the Yale court. Xing Bang wore a perplexed expression, initially believing he had encountered someone with a high sense of humor, only to realize he was merely a beat behind Wu Gonggong. While I may be somewhat slender, I am a child of poverty, capable of enduring hardship and possessing a fair amount of strength. Should you require my assistance in any capacity, please do not hesitate to ask. Adaptability is key. Regardless of the circumstances, it is prudent to maintain a smooth demeanor. Wu Gonggong, perhaps somewhat pleased, indulged Xing Bang with elaborate explanations along the way. Our department is directly affiliated with the Yale court, overseen by the Xiaofu. As for the duties of the Xiaofu, such as selecting consorts for the emperor, there are numerous responsibilities, which cannot be succinctly expressed, and knowing them is of little consequence to you. In essence, this vast area is intricate, housing less favored consorts, female attendants, and ordinary palace maids, creating a veritable melange of individuals. Understanding this is sufficient. Navigating this place offers many opportunities, yet harbors significant dangers. Ascend in status. One must first learn the art of self-preservation. In summary, refrain from making mistakes, and when faced with punishment, stand at attention. Goodness, this is harsher than a koan. Acknowledging one's errors is imperative. There is no opportunity for missteps here. Standing at attention during punishment is straightforward. The oppressed must remain silent while donning a smile. Alas, oh, benevolent guiding spirit, I have called upon you countless times. Do you not perceive my plight? Wielding a mere stick in the Yale court, 100 more pounds might render me unable to cope at any moment. Oh dear me. After what felt like another half hour, as they seemed to be nearing the palace exit, they had yet to arrive at the designated area. Xing Bang's feet ached, and he timidly inquired, Wu Gonggong, is this place not excessively distant? Regrettably, he realized his folly. The designated area was meant for wronged women or guilty consorts, and being cast away to a remote location was undoubtedly intentional. For instance, the cold palace is situated adjacent to the emperor's sleeping quarters, a placement laden with significance, for it signifies severe illness. Wu Gonggong turned his gaze and, showing no displeasure, merely curled his lip. "We are close. We have only traveled a short distance. You just claim to be able to endure hardship and possess strength." Xing Bang felt somewhat embarrassed, yet his mind was quick to pivot, offering a sheepish smile. "My lord, I have only recently undergone a cleansing. My body is still somewhat weak." Wu Gonggong said nothing further and quickened his pace, compelling Xing Bang to hasten his steps in pursuit. The scene was quite disheartening. The individual appeared pale and frail, resembling someone in poor health, yet surprisingly nimble in their movements. Perhaps it was simply a reflection of my own frailty. After a quarter of an hour, we finally arrived at the secluded establishment, nestled right against the palace walls. The courtyard was spacious, adorned with an array of colorful fabrics, and numerous women were diligently at work. I must admit, the buildings here were in a state of disrepair. Whether or not they leaked was uncertain. As I approached, I stole a few glances at the women clad in faded coarse garments, their hair slightly disheveled, and their features not easily discernible, though their figures were notably robust. "Little boy, keep up and move quickly." I hastened my pace, internally cursing under my breath. Had I unconsciously swallowed out of nervousness? It seemed as if my ears were far too acute. How swiftly I had been assigned a stage name. Why not call me Little Criminal instead? Even if they chose to call me Boy, it would be more accurate to refer to me as Big Boy. I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but I kept my thoughts to myself, choosing instead to remain observant and compliant. Not long after, I followed Master Wu to a secluded courtyard, where a wooden plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed with the words, "Office of the Violent Room." I surmised it was the official's place of business. Upon entering, I noticed several rooms, which appeared considerably better maintained than those in the vicinity. Master Wu led me directly into one of the open rooms. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a person reclining on a bed, attended by two women, one kneading their back while the other massaged their legs. I cursed silently. Master Wu had arranged this encounter, and I kept my head bowed, as instructed. "Little boy, this is our esteemed Master Su, the chief of our violent room. Do not delay in paying your respects." I respectfully performed a bow, finally lifting my gaze to behold the figure on the bed, who was undoubtedly a eunuch. I was taken aback. This Master Su appeared younger than Master Wu, though his age was hard to ascertain due to the heavy makeup he wore, which sent chills down my spine. In modern vernacular, he resembled a flamboyant and eccentric individual. Master Wu continued, "My lord, this is my newly appointed alchemical eunuch." Master Su showed no sign of movement, simply uttering, "Very well, take him downstairs." With that, Master Wu escorted me back out, seemingly a matter of routine. "Little boy, Master Su is the highest authority in our violent room. Everything here is dictated by him. I do not mean to frighten you, but if you offend him, your life will be in jeopardy." "Yes, Master Wu, I will remember this keenly." Surely, I understood the implications. He was akin to a local monarch, reigning supreme. Before long, we arrived at a location labeled Medical Bureau. This area was significantly larger than the violent room, yet lacked even a proper wall, surrounded instead by a simple fence. The courtyard was filled with various medicinal herbs, and the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted through the air. There was also a modest vegetable garden, boasting an array of produce including cabbages, cucumbers, and eggplants. The premises housed only 3 dilapidated rooms, aptly reflecting the term shabby abode. Eunuch Wu led Xing Bang to a modest single room on the left, presumably the pharmacy, where a young eunuch was diligently fanning the flames to brew medicine. "Eunuch Wu, you have returned," the young eunuch exclaimed, immediately rising with utmost reverence, then lowering his head to stand in place. Xing Bang felt a pang of sympathy. This fellow was so humble that he seemed less than a grandson. Eunuch Wu glanced at Xing Bang and gestured towards the young eunuch. "Little Bang, why don't you familiarize yourself with your surroundings alongside Little Niu?" Xing Bang nodded in acknowledgement, and Eunuch Wu turned to exit into another room adjacent to the left. Little Niu remained silent, crouching to continue fanning the fire. Xing Bang also crouched down, observing that Little Niu appeared quite young. "Little Niu, henceforth we shall work together. I have only recently entered the palace, and I will rely on your assistance in the future. Little Neo cast a sidelong glance at Xing Bang and softly inquired, "You are called Little Bang?" "Indeed, my name is Xing Bang. You may call me that. In private, we can refer to each other as brothers moving forward." Noticing Little Neo's honest and earnest demeanor, Xing Bang sought to establish a rapport, hoping to glean some useful information from the senior. After exchanging a few words, Little Neo seemed to lower his guard, nodding in agreement and revealing that his given name was Lu Neo. He appeared far more robust than Xing Bang, exuding a strong and sturdy aura. "Brother Neo, how long have you been here? Apart from eunuch Wu, are we the only two in this place?" Seizing the opportunity, Xing Bang initiated a conversation, reasoning that familiarizing himself with the environment was a prudent endeavor. Little Neo furrowed his brow slightly and handed over the fan. "You, take a turn fanning for a while." Chapter 3. The delivery of medicine number 17. Xing Bang took the fan and began to wave it, already aware of the task at hand, which involved preparing medicine for the eunuch. Before long, a frail woman approached, her gait unsteady. As she drew closer, she caught sight of the two men, and instinctively, she offered a timid bow, greeting them with a soft, "I pay my respects to the two esteemed eunuchs." After her salutation, she covered her mouth with a handkerchief and began to cough. Though her demeanor was dignified, her pallor was sallow and worn, revealing a severe ailment. She appeared to be in her 30s. The young man, with an expression void of empathy, recalled the eunuch's earlier words, "With such an illness, taking medicine is utterly futile. Why have you returned?" Upon hearing this, the woman trembled and sank to her knees, pleading, "Esteemed eunuch, I beseech you to assist me in alleviating my suffering. I am truly at a loss." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, her lips moving silently. The young man displayed no compassion, indifferent to her plight, allowing her to kneel without offering any support. Everything was dictated by eunuch Wu. He had no power to aid her. Turning his gaze toward the boiling cauldron, he noted that the medicine was ready and suggested, "Let us deliver it shortly after we report to eunuch Wu." The woman, with a face full of despair, choked back her tears, lamenting, "I have diligently served in the palace for 20 years, yet you stand by and watch me perish, utterly helpless. I advise you to leave at once. Otherwise, you may incur eunuch Wu's wrath, and you certainly do not want to provoke him," the young man replied, unaffected by her distress. He strode away, with Xing Bang, though somewhat moved, feeling powerless, following suit. After gently knocking twice, they were granted entry. This elderly eunuch had no maidservants attending to him, sitting cross-legged upon his bed. Xing Bang discerned immediately that he possessed martial prowess. One does not need to have witnessed a pig run to know what it looks like. "Eunuch Wu, the medicine for number 17 is ready. I shall deliver it now," Xing Bang announced, without opening his eyes or uttering a word. Eunuch Wu simply waved his hand in acknowledgement. How peculiar. Does one not even announce their intention to relieve themselves? Xing Bang felt a wave of frustration wash over him, realizing that fully acclimating to such a life would require time. Upon exiting, they found the palace woman still kneeling on the steps, her cough persisting. Reflecting on the harsh reality of the palace, Xing Bang mused, "In the inner sanctum, being of no use is tantamount to a crime." The young man prepared the medicine in its container, and together they stepped outside. "Brother Neo, we are tasked with delivering number 17. I suspect there are numerous recipients. Can we manage this with only the two of us?" "That is not our concern. We shall follow eunuch Wu's orders. He will direct us to whom we should deliver," he replied. Xing Bang perceived the young man as something of an automaton, with rules ingrained in his very being, performing tasks without question or hesitation. It seemed he would have to navigate this new environment at his own pace, for it was only his first day. However, through the insights gained from that woman, he realized that perhaps a mere handful of individuals were required, similar to that palace maid, who was not an isolated case. Those who cried out in desperation on their knees likely had no access to medicine, let alone the fortunate circumstance of waiting for someone to deliver it. "Where do we reside?" "In the room adjacent to Lord Wu's." Indeed, this could be spoken of with unwavering confidence. Little Neo was quite forthright. Before long, the two arrived at an elongated alley flanked by a series of dilapidated houses, each marked with a number. In truth, this was a women's prison. Regardless of one's previous noble status, here they were merely referred to by their assigned numbers. However, as Xing Bang pondered, the fact that number 17 still received medicine suggested that there might be some privilege at play. Upon entering room 17, they found the exterior to be as shabby as the interior, which was in utter disarray, with drafts swirling about, unable to dispel the pervasive stench of mildew. Approaching the bedside, little Neo poured the medicine into a broken bowl and called out, "Number 17, stop pretending to be dead. It's time to drink your medicine." Xing Bang was somewhat taken aback. The seemingly simple little Neo had transformed into a domineering figure in this setting. On the bed lay a woman with long hair cascading over her face, obscuring her features. She was adorned in a resplendent, low-cut palace gown, her skin exceptionally fair, indicating her extraordinary background. The attire appeared relatively clean and new. Perhaps she was a concubine who had recently fallen from grace. Xing Bang paid close attention to detail, quickly assessing the woman from head to toe. She exhibited no response, though her chest subtly rose and fell, confirming her continued vitality. Beside the medicine bowl was a bowl of thin porridge and a small, cornbread-like food item, yet it was evident that the woman had not touched them. Seeing her unmoving, little Neo raised his voice, instructing, "Xing Bang, lift her up. She must consume both food and medicine." Xing Bang hesitated momentarily, but little Neo pressed on, "Hurry up. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, and with a chill setting in, if we don't force something into her, she will likely perish today." Just as Xing Bang contemplated the remnants of humanity within him, little Neo added, "Lord Wu has commanded that she must not die in these 3 days after her arrival. If anything befalls her, our lives are forfeit." As suspected, she had indeed only just arrived. Quite stubbornly, she had chosen to commence a hunger strike upon entering. With no further delay, Xing Bang wrapped his arms around the woman's waist, preparing to assist her in sitting up. At that moment, the woman stirred, weakly raising her delicate fist to strike Xing Bang, feebly uttering, "Don't touch me. Go away." Ignoring her protests, he lifted her effortlessly. Though she attempted to free herself from his embrace, her frail body yielding to exhaustion. Despite her disheveled appearance, a faint fragrance lingered about her. Just as Xing Bang was about to serve the porridge from the table, little Neo suddenly clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore. Seeing this food makes me feel ill. Little Bang, I must step out for a moment. This is in your hands now. Ensure she consumes everything," he instructed before darting out. The woman paused to catch her breath, attempting once more to struggle free. "You have become so feeble. Do not squander your strength any longer. If you wish for me to release you, promptly consume your food and medicine obediently. I refuse to eat. That thin gruel is tainted with saliva." The woman paused, ceasing her struggles, perhaps swayed by the gentleness in Xing Bang's words. Although he found her response somewhat repulsive, he felt no surprise in a place like this. One is accustomed to enduring various humiliations. "Now, drink your medicine. It will at least replenish some of your lost fluids." Xing Bang lifted the medicine bowl to her lips, only for her to turn her head away defiantly. "Do you think the medicine is unclean? Rest assured, I guarantee there is not a trace of filth within." The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing at Xing Bang for a few moments before hesitating, then gradually parting her lips. Just as Xing Bang prepared to administer the medicine, a jolt of realization struck him. "Madame Fanghua, who can truly understand my heart?" Chapter 4, Lady Fanghua. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a tome inscribed with the golden characters Feng Hua Baojian materialized vividly in Xing Bang's mind. As if it were right before his eyes, the ancient book opened on its own, revealing a striking beauty adorned in imperial attire on the first page, alongside which a series of words appeared. Beauty, Lady Fanghua. Age, 27. Identity, Mother of the Crown Prince. Charm, 95, Max 100, Friendliness. Progress, 1 reward, 1 experience point hour. The interface lingered on the first page, not turning further. Xing Bang was ecstatic. His golden opportunity had finally arrived. Without a doubt, the woman before him was Lady Fanghua. Her identity utterly astonishing, Mother of the Crown Prince. As he pondered her presence in this place, Lady Fanghua's trembling voice drew Xing Bang back to reality. "I am utterly weak. Could you please feed me?" "Certainly, but your hair is somewhat in the way. Allow me to tidy it for you," Xing Bang replied. Upon realizing the woman's esteemed identity, he felt a sudden wave of nervousness and hesitated to proceed. With a gentle hum, she permitted him to sweep aside the locks that fell across her face. Now, her exquisite features were fully visible. Despite cracked lips and a pallid complexion, her enchanting beauty remained undeniable. Truly, she was a captivating maiden with a charm score of 95. Frankly, Xing Bang was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a breathtaking woman. However, he quickly gathered himself. This was not the time for distractions. He cautiously raised the bowl, but after a mere sip, Lady Fanghua began to cough. "Do not rush. Take a moment to acclimate. It may still be hot. Before long, he successfully administered the entire bowl of medicine to her. Now, please allow me to lie down, Lady Fanghua sighed, eager to escape Xing Bang's embrace. Yet, he did not release her, speaking with genuine concern. You have gone 3 days without food or water. Merely taking medicine will not suffice. You may skip the porridge. I shall discreetly dispose of it later, but you must consume this steamed bun. I will assist you with that. Lady Fanghua regarded Xing Bang with a furrowed brow. Why do you go to such lengths for me? I merely see your plight, he replied, lacking a more eloquent justification. To express his sentiment of cherishing beauty would likely provoke laughter from Lady Fanghua. What would a eunuch know of such things? You must have just entered the palace, correct? Indeed. Today marks my first day on duty. Lady Fanghua blinked her lovely eyes. No wonder. Do you realize that not all who are imprisoned here are guilty or wicked? Yet those who serve here are not virtuous? Even the good must learn to act like villains. To put it simply, your kindness towards me may ultimately harm yourself. You will understand this soon enough. Regardless, I must thank you and wish you well in the future. Please, let me go. Here, I am merely surviving. And living is more arduous than death. Xing Bang can fully comprehend. Madame Fanghua is clearly in a state worse than death. Who could endure such a blow? Especially the exalted mother of the crown prince? I may not understand much, but I do know this. A miserable life is better than a fortunate death. As long as one lives, there is hope. If one can endure through the hardships, perhaps one day fortune may favor them. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent for you to eat something. We shall see what tomorrow brings, and leave the rest to fate. Why dwell on it? Xing Bang does not wish to see his companion suffer any mishap. After all, such an extraordinary individual should not simply fade away into oblivion. How heart-wrenching that would be. I never expected you, young eunuch, to possess such persuasive eloquence and a certain flair for expression. If it weren't for... never mind. Discussing that serves no purpose. Madame Fanghua seems to have absorbed my words. She too is beset by concerns, unwilling to simply perish. Please, hand me that steamed bun. Xing Bang felt a surge of delight. Truly, I am a genius. Madame Fanghua regained some strength and insisted on feeding herself. Taking small bites despite the evident difficulty in swallowing, yet her resilience prevailed as she managed to gulp it down. At that moment, the treasure of elegance shimmered with renewed energy. Favorability progress. 5. Gain. 5 experience points hour. What is your name? My given name is Xing Bang, though here they call me Little Bangzy. Madame Fanghua frowned slightly, unsure whether the bun was too hard or if she found the name too rugged. She cleared her throat a few times. This name. It's quite good. I shall remember it. With that, she resumed her slow, deliberate nibbling of the bun. After consuming a third of it, she could eat no more, and Xing Bang gently laid her back on the bed. Once reclined, Madame Fanghua suddenly recalled something. Without concealing it from Xing Bang, she reached forth and retrieved a translucent jade pendant from her bosom. It is indeed permissible to gaze upon it. What malice could a eunuch harbor? Little Bangzy, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. I no longer possess much, but this trinket I have carried for years. I shall bestow upon you. It may, in a critical moment, save your life. This must surely be a cherished possession of yours. I cannot take what belongs to another. Furthermore, this was merely a small effort on my part, not deserving of gratitude. Ultimately, we are all pitiable souls, and I am not in a much better position than you. I will assist you wherever I can. In truth, seeing you reminds me of my sister back home. She has always been exceptionally fond of me. Now that I am in the palace, I may never see her again. With a heavy heart, Xing Bang sighed, reminiscing not of an actress, but of his neighborly elder sister from his past life. Madame Fanghua's expression mirrored his sorrow, her impulse to weep evident. As she too harbored someone dear in her heart. I miss my young son dearly. Alas, how about this? You may consider me your sister from now on. Upon hearing the initial words, Xing Bang's heart raced with anticipation, expecting her to say something else. He nodded in agreement as Madame Fanghua extended the jade pendant further towards him. All right, quickly put it away. Consider it a token of our meeting from your elder sister. It would be unfortunate if that little eunuch were to catch sight of it. Ignoring the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Xing Bang hastily accepted the jade pendant from Madame Fanghua, feeling its lingering warmth in his palm. Chapter 5, The Treasure of Elegance. Xing Bang's thoughts were entirely instinctive. He could not display them before Lady Fanghua. However, as he tucked the jade pendant into his bosom, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a delightful fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. This delivery of medicine was not only fragrant, but also activated his latent abilities. In a word, it was exhilarating. At that moment, Xiao Niuzai returned, glancing at the empty medicine bowl and the thin porridge bowl, as well as the half-eaten steamed bun, with a hint of surprise directed towards Xing Bang. "All right, let us return," he said as they stepped outside, not having walked far. Xiao Niuzai remarked nonchalantly, "Little Bang, you are quite impressive. Consuming the bun and medicine is not overly difficult, but the fact that she managed to swallow that bowl of thin porridge is no small feat." The medicine had indeed been ingested, yet Lady Fanghua had not consumed the porridge. Instead, she had discreetly poured it into the bedding. Lady Fanghua, well-versed in palace matters, was more astute than Xing Bang had anticipated. She understood that if someone discovered the food had been discarded, it would result in punishment. She was also aware that Xiao Niuzai would never dare to lift the covers to investigate. By evening, it would simply be fed to the mice. Soon, the two returned to the medical quarters. To their surprise, the maid was still kneeling there, evidently devoid of any sympathy from Master Wu. As Xing Bang's consciousness entered the treasure of elegance, he discovered that this maid had not been recorded like Lady Fanghua. Only basic information was available, with all other details marked as unsatisfactory. Clearly, not just any woman could be included in the treasure of elegance. Since he could access this woman's information, Xing Bang focused on Xiao Niuzai, and indeed, the details emerged, just an ordinary person. It turned out that the treasure of elegance possessed a probing function. With time to spare, he decided to delve deeper into its workings. As the name suggests, the treasure of elegance exclusively catalogued women. As long as Xing Bang had even a fleeting encounter with a woman, those meeting the criteria of charm would be automatically recorded. The benefits derived were entirely contingent on the level of friendliness. As this increased, the earnings per hour would also rise, effective immediately. Martial realms, body refinement, solidification, comprehension of profoundness, channeling, transcendence, divine departure, true immortal, golden immortal. Each realm comprises 9 minor stages. Master of elegance, Xing Bang strength, none, 0-100, technique, none experience points, 5. The experience from Lady Fanghua had already begun to yield returns. He needed to devise ways to catalog more beauties to rapidly elevate his strength. Only with formidable power could he secure his position. For now, he must remain cautious and prudent. At that moment, Master Wu opened the door, first surveying Xing Bang and Xiao Niuzai before fixing his gaze on the maid. "Cease your kneeling and return at once," he commanded. The maid hurriedly prostrated. "Master, I implore you to show mercy and grant this humble servant some medicine." "Did you not hear my words? Depart at once." Master Wu's demeanor remained unyielding, his anger intensifying. The maid trembled slightly, replying, "If you do not acquiesce, I shall remain here in supplication." Wu Gonggong let out a cold snort, his expression dripping with disdain as he remarked, "You insolent wretch. You do not even deserve to kneel here. I shall utter my final warning. Leave at once, or you shall face dire consequences." The woman trembled in fear, yet remained motionless, her head buried in the ground, silent. Seeking death, Wu Gonggong bellowed, striking down upon the woman's crown with a swift motion. She collapsed to the ground, not even uttering a cry of pain, her life extinguished in an instant. Xing Bang inhaled sharply. Indeed, Wu Gonggong possessed formidable martial prowess, having dispatched a life with but a single blow, a display of sheer might. Name: Wu Jing. Age: 50. Status: medical supervisor of the violent chamber. Strength: 8th level of enlightenment. Good heavens, Wu Gonggong's strength is quite formidable, indeed frightening. I have yet to even step foot upon the path of martial arts. Xiao Niuzai, take the body and dispose of it, then come to my chamber. Wu Gonggong commanded before turning to retreat into his quarters. Here, it seemed, human life was as cheap as paper, and murder was committed without so much as a basic explanation. Xing Bang came to a profound realization. Only by growing stronger could one ensure survival. Furthermore, one must attain a level of power beyond the reach of others to truly enjoy enduring peace. Yes, Gonggong, Xiao Niuzai replied succinctly, clearly not a novice in such grim tasks. Whether facing death himself or witnessing another's demise, this was evidently the way of life here. Xiao Niuzai, displaying remarkable strength, lifted the body without requesting assistance, carrying it upon his shoulder. Without inquiring about the method of disposal, he simply followed along. One might imagine it would be cast into a well, or... Soon, Xiao Niuzai approached a coffin-shaped iron structure in the corner of the courtyard. Eyeing a nearby pile of firewood, he gathered some twigs and hay to toss inside. It became evident they intended to incinerate the body. Xing Bang joined in, adding considerable kindling and hay to the pyre, with the calm demeanor of an executioner. Xiaonozi tossed the woman into the flames and then took a nearby jar to pour its contents over her. The scent resembled kerosene. Good heavens. This was akin to a makeshift crematorium. Once the accelerant was thrown in, the fire roared to life. Very well, this will take some time to burn. Let us first pay our respects to Wu Gonggong and return later to finish this, Xiaonozi said as he walked ahead. How shall we manage it? Xing Bang inquired. To which Xiaonozi gestured towards the vegetable patch. Do you now understand why the crops flourish so robustly? Damn it, how ruthless and twisted. They even use ashes as fertilizer. Upon reaching Wu Gonggong's chamber, this time he was not seated cross-legged upon the bed, but rather reclining in a grand armchair. Leisurely sipping tea. Have you consumed the meals and medicine for the 17th? He inquired. In response, Xing Bang stated, at that time, I was troubled with an upset stomach. So it was Xiao Bangzi who prepared it alone. Xing Bang felt somewhat perplexed. Why had Xiao Bangzi answered so candidly? Did this not merit some form of commendation? Xiaonozi, you possess merely the strength for menial tasks, while Xiao Bangzi has managed to successfully complete the task on his very first attempt. To serve before Gonggong is indeed the greatest fortune for you, Xiaonozi. Master Wu took a sip of tea and regarded Xing Bang, saying, Little Bang. Since you are capable of handling this task, you shall henceforth be responsible for delivering the medicine. Xing Bang felt a peculiar sensation. As if this young fellow were reluctant to undertake the delivery. Was there some hidden implication behind this? Nevertheless, there was no escaping the duty. He could only acquiesce. Akin to a young horse crossing a river. Indeed, I shall do my utmost to alleviate Master Wu's concerns, he pledged. Master Wu nodded in affirmation and continued. You must ensure that the woman from room 17 does not perish. This is a specific instruction from Lord Seth. Should she die, your life will be forfeit as well. Understand? Understood, Xing Bang replied outwardly, though internally he harbored 100 grievances. Damn it, always trying to intimidate me with your airs. Just wait until I gain strength. That day is not far off. Chapter 6, Stepping into Martial Arts Subsequently. Grandfather Wu ceased his intimidation and merely instructed Xing Bang to gradually learn the ways of survival in this place. During his leisure time, he was to assist Xiaonozi with various tasks, while his primary duty remained in caring for Madame Fanghua. He particularly emphasized that she must not come to any harm. Following this, he accompanied Xiaonozi to the vegetable garden to water the plants and apply the ash fertilizer. To ascend to the next level, one needed 100 experience points. Based on current gains, this would take approximately 9 more hours. No longer an ordinary person. Xing Bang had truly embarked upon the path of martial arts. Engaging in labor, he found himself daydreaming with excitement. Observing Xiaonozi work energetically, he, on the other hand, panted heavily, drenched in sweat. Xing Bang couldn't help but feel speechless. The original owner of this body was, indeed, rather feeble. With such a physique, endurance was a challenge. Nevertheless, he was quite content with this foundation. At 16, he still had at least 4 more years to grow. Fortunately, he could gradually enhance his strength, and in the future, he would undoubtedly become a formidable man. After an hour, Xing Bang returned to his quarters, finally able to rest. The communal sleeping area offered little solace, only protected him from drafts and leaks. The odor within the room was overwhelmingly unpleasant. Enduring, he resolved to establish a firm foothold. Exhausted, he disregarded the harsh conditions and collapsed onto the pungent bedding, closing his eyes to recuperate. Time slipped away, and eventually, he was roused from his stupor by a surge of mental energy. To his surprise, Madame Fanghua's favorability had risen to 20. The notes from the Fenghua treasure tome indicated that her doubts had been dispelled, and she was assured of the Feng Master's genuine intentions to assist her. Xing Bang pondered this. Survival in such an environment necessitated constant vigilance, lest one succumb to despair. After several hours of tranquility, her concerns had evidently been alleviated. Beauty, Madame Fanghua. Age, 27. Identity, Mother of the Crown Prince. Charm, 95. Max value 100. Friendliness. Progress, 20 gains, 20 experience points hour. The joy of lying down was profound, and he eagerly anticipated the days of romance and adventure. With sleep eluding him, he was filled with excitement. In just over 2 hours, he would be able to level up. After a lengthy period of restless tossing and turning, his experience points finally accumulated to 100. Without hesitation, he allocated all his points to enhance his strength, as he currently lacked any martial arts techniques. Prioritizing the elevation of his realm was paramount. With a resounding duong, the display transitioned from none, 0-100, to body refinement level 1, 0-200. Instantaneously, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being. A surge of power coursing through him like never before. He had finally bid farewell to weakness and stepped into the realm of martial arts. Rising to his feet, he felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy, but he reminded himself to remain discreet. A new beginning, a fresh journey. As long as he possessed the Fenghua treasure tome, it was only a matter of time before he could act with reckless abandon. Certainly, one must explore every avenue to attract enchanting beauties, ensuring they are all captivated and submissive. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Xing Bang found the thought exhilarating, pulling the blanket closer around him. Rise and shine, little Bangzi, came the call. The following day, still lost in delightful dreams, Xing Bang was awakened by Xiao Nyozi, the sky still cloaked in darkness, likely around 5 in the morning. Truly, he had a tendency to sleep later than a dog and rise earlier than a rooster. Such is the life of the palace eunuchs. Accustomed to the luxury of slumber, Xing Bang found himself a little reluctant to leave his bed. However, stepping into the martial realm had sharpened his clarity of mind, invigorating him with vitality. Xiao Nyozi had already donned his attire and ventured out. By the time Xing Bang emerged, the lights in Wu Gonggong's quarters had already flickered to life. Xiao Nyozi had brought in a basin of water and tended to his grooming rituals. He was indeed devotedly acting as Wu Gonggong's loyal attendant. Yet, one could not look down upon him. Such was the survival tactic of the humble and meek. If given a choice, who would willingly bow down and serve as a mere servant? Everyone aspires to rise above their station. Good morning, master. I pay my respects, Xiao Nyozi effusively declared after completing his servile tasks. Xing Bang, understanding the unspoken rules, stood by attentively. Xiao Nyozi, you have served me well for some time now, displaying diligence and obedience. I am quite pleased with you. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal, I shall not treat you poorly. Furthermore, I shall impart some martial knowledge to you in the future, Wu Gonggong remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nyozi promptly knelt, exclaiming, Thank you for your kindness, master. You are like a rebirth for me. I shall honor you as my father. Wu Gonggong chuckled sharply. Good, your sincerity is commendable. From today onward, I shall officially acknowledge you as my godson. Your godson bows before you, Xiao Nyozi responded, his voice thick with emotion, and he bowed 3 times with fervor. Really? Is this a jest so early in the morning? Xing Bang mused inwardly. Perhaps it was due to his heightened perception after entering the martial path. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Wu Gonggong was a crafty manipulator, perhaps with ulterior motives in his flattering words. In his previous life, such was the common trope in dramas, no one would support the useless. After Xiao Nyozi rose, he meticulously continued to groom Wu Gonggong's hair, while Xing Bang deftly poured out the used washing water from the basin. Xing Bang was fortunate enough to practice martial arts while lying comfortably. Thus, he paid little heed to Wu Gonggong's flattering words. Yet, given the vast disparity in their strengths, he knew he must appear diligent and attentive. As long as he made no mistakes, there would be no imminent danger. This was a judgment he was capable of making. Little Bangzi, you too must strive to perform your duties diligently, Wu Gonggong said earnestly as Xing Bang set down the basin. Rest assured, master, I shall remain by your side. Ever devoted, Xing Bang replied, eager to say what was pleasing. For now, his priority was to maintain a demeanor of calm and caution. After tidying up the orders, the young lad picked up the dirty clothes that the steward Wu had changed out of and greeted him before stepping outside. Remarkably, even the leak-proof diapers were being washed. This diligent young fellow truly does not hold back in his endeavors. Off you go, my boy, do take some notes. With that, Wu waved his hand, signaling Xing to go about his business. Learn from whom? You expect me to wash your diapers? Dream on. Nonetheless, appearances must be maintained. While the young lad busied himself with laundry, Xing helped carry water, which was now an effortless task with his current strength. As dawn broke, a voice called out, Young steward, could you please fetch me 2 cucumbers? Xing, who was weeding the cabbage in the garden, suddenly heard a melodious and clear sound. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of a young maiden, instantly illuminating his surroundings. What a charming and enchanting woman she was. Chapter 7. The second experienced baby. As their gazes locked, Xing Bang felt his pupils involuntarily dilate, accompanied by a surge of electric currents in his mind. Handsome, the second experienced baby has arrived. Undoubtedly, there was no need for further inspection. You pick, choose the largest ones. A glance at the rows of cucumbers revealed their exceptional growth. The vines were laden with cucumbers, many of which had matured and remained unpicked. The young girl lowered her head slightly, rummaging through her garments. She produced a silver ingot. With a hint of shyness, she softly uttered, "This humble servant does not dare. I implore you to assist me in picking 2. This 5 taels of silver is to honor Lord Wu. I am grateful for your assistance." "What? I have to pay for 2 cucumbers?" Xing Bang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to proceed. Should he accept or decline? "Please, wait a moment. I am new here." He greeted her and hurriedly exited, the door to Lord Wu's quarters firmly shut, and he was unaware of what transpired inside. Xiaonyo was busy organizing the medicine cabinet in the pharmacy. It would be best to consult Xiaonyo. He was now a godson and spoke with newfound confidence. However, the young man momentarily forgot a timeless adage: one must not lose composure in times of success. The girl observed the rapidly retreating Xing Bang, her brow slightly furrowed. Mother said to give money upon encountering a young eunuch. This rather handsome young eunuch seemed a bit peculiar. "Are you foolish, little Bang? Aside from Lord Xiaofu, who would dare partake of the vegetables in this garden without recompense? Let me tell you, those unrefined women who desire them should not even dream of a cucumber without offering a tael. If they are ignorant, do not hesitate to slap them." Xiaonyo boasted with bravado. Yet, true prowess lies in the ability to maintain that confidence until the end. Xiaonyo had indeed absorbed Lord Wu's true teachings, despite his seemingly honest demeanor. "Thank you, Lord Niu, I now know what to do." Xing Bang refrained from saying much more, affording him the courtesy to revel in his confidence. Xiaonyo, surnamed Liu, took pride in being called Lord Niu, wearing a self-satisfied expression. He was unconcerned, believing no one would dare to challenge the silver mint for honoring the deceased. Returning to the vegetable patch, Xing Bang selected 2 long, robust cucumbers and presented them to the girl. "Miss, you really only need 2 taels. The rest can be saved for next time. Do you have any loose silver? Or should I pick 3 more?" The girl raised her eyes to meet his, softly replying, "There is no need. My mother instructed that for 2 cucumbers, 5 taels are required. Please accept this. My servant must take her leave." With that, she extended the silver forward once more. What more could Xing Bang say? He could only comply with her mother's wishes. He accepted the silver, and the girl took the cucumbers into her hands. She then slightly bowed and turned to depart. Truly, she adhered to propriety, exchanging payment for goods with grace. Beauty, Li Xiaowan age, 14 gender, female charm, 85, capable of growth, affection progress, 20 earnings, 20 experience points hour. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, realizing that a naive young girl is easily deceived. By merely softening his tone, the affection level soared to 20. Yet, it is understandable. In such a harsh environment, his kindness towards her must be astonishing. Xing Bang reviewed Li Xiaowan's profile and discovered that she is the daughter of a former prime minister, whose family was annihilated due to his involvement in a conspiracy against the throne, leaving only mother and daughter to serve in this secluded courtyard. Many noble families have found themselves in similar predicaments, as the emperor occasionally visits this place seeking romantic escapades. Thus, it is no surprise that this courtyard conceals numerous enchanting beauties. In all the world, none can rival the allure of this secluded abode in Xing Bang's eyes. Once one attains a certain level of strength, this courtyard transforms into a veritable paradise on earth. With Madame Fanghua and Li Xiaowan, he could earn 40 experience points in just an hour. To advance from the first to the second level of body refinement requires 200 experience points. Having already accumulated 120 at night, he only needed 80 more. In other words, after 2 more hours, Xing Bang would ascend to the second level of body refinement. How delightful! At this moment, he regarded this dilapidated courtyard as more splendid than the Golden Hall. A person in joyous circumstances feels invigorated. With a spring in his step, Xing Bang hurried to the apothecary, handing over 5 taels of silver to the young assistant. He continued to bask in his superiority, allowing all good fortune to be lavished upon him. He could simply exist harmlessly. The young assistant nodded in satisfaction, adopting a demeanor of a minor master, as if to say, "You certainly know how to play your cards right." However, even with 1,000-fold courage, he would not dare withhold the 5 taels. Instead, he would joyfully deliver it to his sly father. That was not for Xing Bang to worry about. His sole focus was on his own growth. Subsequently, there was nothing of great import. The skies cleared and the sun gently ascended. As he assisted the young assistant with various tasks, from sifting through medicinal herbs to fetching water and serving tea, he barely felt fatigued, and before he knew it, 2 hours had swiftly passed. It was time for the gratifying harvest. Xing Bang joyously allocated all 200 experience points to enhance his strength. The familiar sound of notification accompanied the soothing sensation within his body as his strength surged to the second level of body refinement. Wind Master, Xing Bang Strength, second level of body refinement, 0-300, Technique, none experience. 2. The Wind and Elegance Treasure Mirror Calculation System is indeed benevolent as time flows. It accurately adds to the rewards. Advancing to the third level of body refinement requires 300 experience points, achievable within a day. If others were to learn that he could attain in his dreams what takes them a year or longer to achieve, how they would envy him. He chuckled. Although he currently lacks a technique, he felt no anxiety. Internal cultivation strengthens him, rendering physical blows ineffective. What can they do? It is merely a matter of time. As he craves both milk and bread. Old Master Nyo, you are quite impressive. You even possess medical knowledge? In the pharmacy. Xiao Nyozi rummaged through the medicine cabinet, grasping handfuls and pinching bits here and there. These remedies were intended for Madame Fanghua, to be brewed and delivered to her. What do I know? Isn't there a directory written for this? A remedy doesn't guarantee life. A bit here and there will suffice. If it happens to be fatal, so be it. Xing Bang wore a sullen expression, dismayed by the ignorance displayed, occasionally sniffing as if to lend an air of seriousness. How dare he flaunt superiority before me? As instructed by Wu Gonggong, Madame Fanghua must not encounter any issues. Yet you, with audacity, proclaim that should she perish, it would be her own fault. As if the responsibility now rests upon my shoulders, leaving you entirely detached. My dear beauty, should anything go awry, I shall flay you alive. Xing Bang, now attentive, noticed the label indicating the remedy for wind and cold. Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine typically does no harm. This time, Xiao Nyozi refrained from meddling and allowed Xing Bang to brew the medicine alone while he busied himself preparing food for that eunuch godfather. Xing Bang diligently simmered the concoction, his heart delighted to serve the beauty. Room 17. Madame Fanghua remained curled up in bed, her cough echoing softly. Only with a sound heart can one attain health. Her frail constitution, compounded by this half-hearted broth, would hardly lead to swift recovery. Nonetheless, there were signs of improvement. Madame Fanghua's complexion had noticeably brightened. She appeared increasingly enchanting and vibrant. Yet, there seemed to be a touch of discomfort as her body swayed slightly. Xing Bang approached, unable to suppress a frown. Chapter 8. The unusual behavior of Lady Fanghua. Lady Fanghua was oblivious to the entrance of Xing Bang, for her eyes were narrowed, and her collar was half opened. How could Xing Bang not be astonished? Yet, he quickly dismissed that fleeting thought. Oh, dear God, forgive my impure thoughts. She is merely scratching an itch, and there are other areas to attend to. It is entirely understandable, given the conditions here, where bathing is not an option. Not to mention the presence of fleas and bedbugs. Fear not, my lady. I shall soon gather my strength to resolve these unpleasant matters for you. A swell of compassion arose within Xing Bang, for she was akin to his cherished experience, deserving of care. He cleared his throat softly, and Lady Fanghua gradually opened her eyes, surprisingly unstartled, and she did not even bother to adjust her attire. Such calmness. He had intended to turn away gentlemanly, but it seemed he had overthought it. After all, what was there for a eunuch to shy away from? Furthermore, who was Lady Fanghua? She was accustomed to the presence of eunuchs daily, and in this secluded courtyard, it was either women or eunuchs that surrounded her. The noble demeanor of the lady was evident. There was no need for embarrassment or evasion. Very well, I shall graciously accept this reward. You have arrived, Lady Fanghua remarked, her authoritative expression softening considerably upon recognizing Xing Bang. Clearly, she could not entirely relinquish her dignity just yet, as her noble bearing involuntarily revealed itself. Xing Bang poured the steaming medicine into a bowl and regarded Lady Fanghua with a look of genuine concern. Sister, are you feeling unwell? Lady Fanghua's expression bore a hint of annoyance. This wretched place is hardly fit for human habitation. I truly do not know how much longer I can endure. With that, a sorrowful sigh escaped her lips. Sister, I see that you seem particularly itchy on your back and cannot reach it. Lady Fanghua responded with a soft hum. And before Xing Bang could speak further, she directly requested, since you are here, do assist me in scratching that spot. It feels as though something is there. The itch was indeed unbearable. Given his willingness to ask, Xing Bang would not hold back, especially since the elder sister did not treat him as a stranger. Although Lady Fanghua had not bathed in several days, there was no unpleasant odor about her. She simply lacked the fragrance she once had. Further up. Yes, right there. Apply a bit more pressure. Lady Fanghua released a long sigh of relief, feeling the exquisite sensation of the itch finally alleviated. Naturally, she was quite pleased. All right, that will suffice. You have worked hard. With her discomfort eased, Lady Fanghua signaled Xing Bang to cease his actions. Sister, please do not hesitate in the future, whenever you feel itchy. Goodness, why does this feel so awkward? You cannot possibly remain by my side at all times. Nevertheless, I am truly grateful to you, dear brother, for your thoughtfulness. Madame Fenghua's tone was imbued with helplessness and desolation. The path ahead could only be faced alone, with the looming possibility of collapse at any moment. Even the most resilient and proud woman, when brought to such depths, would find herself weeping bitterly, living in constant fear, accompanied by a heavier sense of unwillingness and helplessness, makes the place known as Yuting a source of terror. Those with even a hint of fragility would rather meet their end than endure the suffering and humiliation it brings. Sister, you must persevere with strength. I will exhaust every effort to improve your current circumstances, and in the future, I will strive to ascend. Once I attain a certain status, I will not allow you to endure such indignities any longer. Xing Bang understood her current state of mind. It was true that she harbored concerns and was unwilling to perish, yet there would come a day when even her spirit might be crushed. The best remedy was to offer comfort and encouragement, allowing her to nurture hope within. Madame Fanghua gazed at Xing Bang, her eyes filled with gratitude and emotion. Although she found it hard to believe that a mere young eunuch possessed any significant power, his words resonated as precious wisdom in her heart, bringing an inexplicable sweetness. In such circumstances, you still do not disdain me. Ah, dear brother, remember my words, take care of yourself, and never act impulsively, regardless of the situation. I believe in you. We have a long road ahead. Xing Bang's mind stirred with thoughts of the Fenghua Baojian, evidently indicating a rise in his rapport with Madame Fanghua. The two now resembled a pair of suffering siblings, leaning on and supporting one another, naturally infused with deeper emotional hues. Rest assured, sister, I will safeguard myself diligently. I have taken on the responsibility of caring for you and will exercise utmost caution. Moreover, please believe that I will undoubtedly prove myself capable. As Madame Fanghua observed the resolute expression on Xing Bang's face, an inexplicable tremor coursed through her heart. The confidence reflected in the depths of this handsome youth's eyes inspired an unaccountable trust. Perhaps he truly is exceptionally capable. Is it fate that he bears the name Xing Bang? In that moment, an even greater sense of faith blossomed within her. Fear not, dear brother. In light of your words, I shall not disappoint you. I will live with fortitude, quickly lower my pride, and adapt to everything here. Once I recover, I shall resume my duties. This may indeed be a form of rebirth. Xing Bang chose not to speak further, lifting the medicine bowl and settling beside the bed. Sister, please drink the medicine while it is warm. Only by nurturing your health can you face new challenges. Madame Fanghua declined Xing Bang's assistance, resolutely sitting up on her own. She accepted the bowl and began to drink slowly. It would take several days for her cold to heal, and during this short time, she resolved to enhance her strength and seek ways to avoid engaging in strenuous labor. As Xing Bang contemplated, he instinctively regarded Madame Fanghua as his true charge, a protective instinct surging forth from within him. What sort of man allows his beloved to suffer and toil? If that is the case, it would be better to inflict a wound upon oneself than to endure such humiliation. One may employ ruthless tactics against foes and be merciless towards detestable women. However, when it comes to one's own beloved, one must embody both strength and tenderness. Dear brother, as I inhale your essence and scent, I cannot shake the feeling of. Madame Fanghua, after consuming her medicine, did not recline as she did the previous day. Instead, she and Xing Bang sat closely side by side. Sister, do I possess any peculiarities? It is not as if I were truly a eunuch. The unspoken attraction between men and women is inevitable, especially given our proximity. Yet, Xing Bang remained unfazed, as this inexplicable sensation was beneficial for fostering camaraderie. Madame Fanghua took several breaths, her delicate brows furrowing. It is plausible to assert that a eunuch lacks the odor of urine. However, the scent emanating from you is devoid of any discomfort, and rather, it is quite pleasant. Indeed, a ripple of emotion surged within, further enhancing their bond. The eunuchs accompanying Madame Fanghua could naturally manage any unpleasant odors and could mask them with cosmetics. Yet, in comparison to the robust vitality exuding from Xing Bang, it would undoubtedly seem odd. Xing Bang smiled lightly, Since it is agreeable, why not, dear sister? Chapter 9. Why has Li Xiaowan's affection decreased? Since it is so fragrant, why not indulge a little longer to see if it brings a refreshing effect? Lady Fenghua felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Observing his sincere smile, she wondered why she felt as if she were being tantalized. You are truly peculiar. Xing Bang chuckled. Perhaps it was because the elder sister found him endearing. In truth, he wished to be candid, but in such an environment, it would be akin to courting disaster. It was better to wait for a more opportune moment, especially considering that this was a secret of earth-shattering significance. Lady Fenghua, however, would never contemplate such matters. Her subconscious was simply aware that something was amiss. Upon hearing Xing Bang's words, she felt considerably more at ease. Perhaps she had indeed begun to harbor some affection for this younger brother. Dear brother, why do you not inquire why I have come to this place? Are you not the least bit curious? To be honest, I have not given it much thought. If I had not known beforehand, I would certainly be curious. Lady Fenghua was unaware of his true feelings. His response was so straightforward, his expression so unblemished. In an instant, she perceived Xing Bang as all the more innocent and charming, believing even more firmly that he genuinely regarded her as family, sincerely wishing to do her good. Having spent many years in the depths of the palace, accustomed to the deceit and treachery, and being in a position of utter vulnerability, she found Xing Bang's actions particularly commendable. In truth, it was not a secret. The well-informed eunuch was aware of her identity, but he had chosen to remain silent. Which you did not know. I shall not conceal it from you any longer. In fact, I am a concubine in the imperial harem, and my son, who is but 8 years old, has been proclaimed the crown prince by his majesty. Were it not for this status, those sycophantic servants would never deign to bring you to deliver medicine to me, nor would they dare to let me perish so easily. Although they are aware that I am essentially confined, they are hesitant to cut off all avenues, still leaving a glimmer of hope. Xing Bang feigned ignorance. Sister, you possess such a remarkable background, but if that is the case, why would they dare to spit in your food? Lady Fenghua smiled sweetly. Silly brother. You may not have been informed yet, but this is a rule of the Yayo Pavilion. Regardless of one's noble status, here one is merely subjected to degradation. The act of spitting is intended to trample upon your dignity. Fortunately, you aided me. Otherwise, I would have had to consume that bowl of spittle-laden rice without any respite. Xing Bang comprehended this rationale, but continued to maintain his facade of curiosity. Sister, I do not understand. You are so radiant and the mother of the crown prince. You should be favored by his majesty. How could you have fallen to such depths? Lady Fenghua's mood evidently brightened, and she showed no signs of discomfort discussing this topic, instead smiling gently. Brother, your words are truly sweet. Your compliments make me feel quite at ease. Your words strike at the heart of the matter. My sister can indeed be regarded as His Majesty's most favored consort. My young son, astute and clever, was elevated to the position of crown prince under the pressure of the court, particularly considering the emperor's limited progeny. At this juncture, Madame Fenghua's face radiated the glow of a devoted mother, perhaps reflecting on the crown prince, revealing an even greater allure. Xing Bang feigned indifference. But such assertions were mere fabrications. The emperor, in his advancing years, has seen his health decline, yet my sister remains in the bloom of youth. While the crown prince is still innocent and naive, the emperor fears that after his passing, alas, my sister has committed no grave transgressions. It is the heartlessness of royalty that reigns supreme. Sister, I confess I do not fully comprehend your words, yet I remain undeterred. One day, I believe I shall rescue you. The initial part of Xing Bang's statement was a deliberate pretense of ignorance, yet the latter part was sincere. No one shall take away my exquisite woman, not even the emperor himself. My dear brother, you need not delve too deeply. It serves no purpose. The reason I share this with you is to impart a crucial lesson. Regardless of circumstance, never place your trust too readily in anyone. Maintain your composure and cultivate your own judgment, for a single misstep may lead to irreparable consequences. Xing Bang sensed that Madame Fenghua had genuinely opened her heart to him, without harboring any suspicion. Otherwise, she would not have shared such sentiments, especially in a perilous environment where denouncing the emperor's heartlessness would be an audacious act. Yet, he recognized an impediment in their camaraderie. They had reached a threshold. It was not that their friendship could not grow, but rather that it had reached its zenith within its current bounds, necessitating a transcendence into a different realm of emotion to break through. After a brief exchange, Madame Fenghua urged Xing Bang to depart, fearing that lingering too long might attract unwanted attention. Thus, He said little more, grasping the medicine jar as he took his leave. Watching him retreat, Madame Fanghua suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. What is this? Why has Li Xiaowan's affinity suddenly diminished by 10 points, leaving only a pittance of hourly gain? On his way, Xing Bang sensed a shift, incredulously realizing that Li Xiaowan's favor had indeed waned. He understood that fluctuations in such sentiments were not uncommon, as they often mirrored the other's emotions. However, their last encounter had ended without further meetings. So why had her regard for him plummeted unexpectedly? The Fanghua Baojian offered no explanation for this decline. Xing Bang could only surmise that the young lady's emotions had shifted dramatically. In truth, it was not that Li Xiaowan's feelings were capricious, rather. Upon returning home and recounting the events to her enchanting mother, she had received well-intentioned counsel that left her feeling somewhat conflicted. It was not that she no longer deemed Xing Bang worthy. Rather, her esteem had diminished to a mere acquaintance. Xing Bang did not dwell on it for long. After all, a reward of at least 10 points was a welcome gift. The favorability of Madame Fanghua had astonishingly reached 60, serving as a substantial compensation. Now, Xing Bang could earn 70 experience points in a single hour. This meant that in just over 3 hours, he would accumulate enough to reach 300 points and elevate himself to the 3rd level of body refinement. Although Xing Bang felt a surge of joy within, his mind was preoccupied with the predicament concerning Madame Fanghua. The old emperor, by casting her into the secluded courtyard at this juncture, clearly sensed that his time was drawing near. This could merely be a transitional phase, and her execution might soon follow. Therefore, while striving to enhance his own cultivation, he also had to devise a plan to alter Madame Fanghua's dire situation. Time was of the essence. The blade could fall at any moment. There was also the possibility that the old emperor had already orchestrated everything, leaving Madame Fanghua to share in his demise. Xing Bang pondered these thoughts deeply. In any case, he could not stand idly by and witness such a remarkable beauty perish in vain. Chapter 10. The Jade Pavilion. Could it be the concubine? 5 days later, Xing Bang was alone in the courtyard, drying medicinal herbs, while Xiao Nyozi was busy washing clothes for his godfather, eunuch Wu. During this period, the medical office was unusually quiet, with no patients coming to collect medicine. Eunuch Wu spent his days hiding in his room, engaged in unknown activities. Aside from the repetitive chores with Xiao Nyozi, Xing Bang delivered medicine to Madame Fanghua daily. After 4 consecutive days, he was instructed to cease visits. Yet her health had largely improved. On the 5th day, there was no longer a reason to visit Madame Fanghua, leaving Xing Bang to wonder if she had indeed meant for him to engage in laborious tasks. With nothing to do, eunuch Wu forbade Xing Bang and Xiao Nyozi from venturing outside, confining them to their modest territory. Boredom was nearly overwhelming for Xing Bang. The only source of joy was the continuous guidance he received from Madame Fanghua and Li Xiaowan. Over the span of 5 days, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of body refinement, 1000. He needed just 1000 more experience points to break through to the next major realm, solidification. This meant he merely had to endure another day in peace. At that moment, eunuch Su arrived, flanked by 2 young attendants, one of whom fanned himself occasionally, though the weather was far from hot. However, there was little that could be done. After all, he was the highest-ranking official in the palace, a veritable local emperor. Upon spotting him, Xing Bang did not hesitate to rush forward to pay his respects. Little Xing Bang greets eunuch Su. As he bowed, basic information about eunuch Su flashed through his mind. Name, Su Guang. Age, 35. Title, eunuch of the palace. Strength, 1st level of solidification. Goodness. He was indeed a formidable eunuch, possessing more strength than Xing Bang, albeit only by 1 minor realm, yet he towered over him in terms of major realms. In a direct confrontation, Xing Bang stood no chance, especially lacking any martial arts or skills. Su Guang cast a disdainful glance at Xing Bang, likely not even remembering him. Where's your eunuch Wu? In response, eunuch, he is in his room. Would you like to? Before Xing Bang could finish, he heard Su Guang exclaim in surprise, You? Raise your head. Xing Bang was bewildered. Was this man not right in the head? Su Guang studied his face closely, having only caught a glimpse of him before. Indeed, you possess a handsome countenance. Good, you shall do. Xing Bang felt a chill run down his spine at Su Guang's painted visage, finding it utterly repulsive. The implications of his words sent a jolt through him. Goodness, what does this perverse man intend? Should he harbor any ill intentions, I shall fight back fiercely. Very well, I shall not seek eunuch Wu. Instead, I shall take you with me, Su Guang declared. Xing Bang's heart sank. He had no interest in a duel to the death. Wait, Eunuch Su. Might I first inform Eunuch Wu? What greeting shall be exchanged? Here, I hold the authority. There is no need for further discourse. Quickly, follow me. Xing Bang initially contemplated a delaying tactic, hoping to glean some insights from Master Wu, so that he might possess some foreknowledge and preparation. If all else failed, he would embrace a desperate gambit. However, upon uttering these thoughts, Su Guang erupted in anger, declaring that here, he was the law, with no recourse to legalities. What could be done but to comply? Su Guang strode forward, genuinely incredulous at the notion of dissent within his own domain. During their journey, Xing Bang suppressed his urge to inquire about their destination, reasoning that it would likely prove futile and would only result in a reprimand. They ventured farther and farther. Having already exited the violent chamber, the silence stretched between them, each step taken in quietude, leaving Xing Bang to ponder the purpose of their excursion. Nevertheless, he felt a modicum of relief. If Su Guang harbored any peculiar intentions, it seemed unlikely they would traverse such a distance. Xing Bang's concerns were not mere fabrications of his imagination. The existence of eunuchs introduced numerous uncertainties. Take Su Gonggong, for instance, who had so feminized himself. One could only speculate whether such distortions of identity might lead to unexpected proclivities. In such a case, whom could one turn to for recourse? Upon arriving at a pavilion inscribed with the words Jade Green Pavilion, they paused. The structure was undoubtedly superior to the previous chamber. Perhaps lacking the grandeur of the palatial residences in the rear palace, yet it possessed a respectable charm with its green tiles and blue bricks. Xing Bang had learned from Master Wu that many neglected concubines and female officials resided in this vicinity. With 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, there were not nearly enough grand chambers for all. Only the favored consorts of high rank enjoyed such luxuries. Many candidates selected during the imperial examinations, lacking royal favor, would leverage their family connections to secure positions as minor officials, while those of lesser means often found themselves relegated to menial tasks within the palace. It was evident that the hierarchy favored the masters over the servants. With so many tasks to be accomplished, who would undertake them? The fate of the useless handmaidens was grim, as exemplified by the unfortunate demise of one burned by a bull. Uncertain of the motives behind their visit to the Jade Green Pavilion, Xing Bang nonetheless reasoned that it must pertain to respectable women. Though unclear about the specifics of their engagement, his apprehensions had largely dissipated. The two young eunuchs remained stationed at the entrance while Su Guang ushered Xing Bang inside. The space was modest, and within a few steps, they entered the main chamber. It resembled a suite, with the front area designated for receiving guests and the inner sanctum presumably serving as a sleeping quarter. Very well, Master Gonggong, please wait here. I shall escort him to meet my esteemed master. As if their arrival had been anticipated, a maid promptly approached them upon entry. Master? Such a title was not typically ascribed to common folk. Could it be a consort? Instinctively, Xing Bang sensed that this matter likely did not portend danger. He then followed the maid further inside. Master, the individual led by Master Su has arrived. Xing Bang did not dare to raise his head, merely casting a fleeting glance at the woman reclining gracefully on the soft couch. Lift your head, came a gentle and melodious voice, prompting him to comply. Their eyes met, and a ripple of recognition stirred within his mind, reminiscent of the enchanting tales from the Treasure of Elegance. Xing Bang, not lacking in perception, immediately discerned that the woman before him was indeed of remarkable beauty, fit to be immortalized. Her skin was like alabaster, her features exquisitely refined, and her long eyelashes fluttered alluringly, evoking a sense of irresistible charm. The woman scrutinized him with a discerning gaze, and an inexplicable sense of matchmaking lingered in the air. It dawned on her that, perhaps, Eunuch Su had sent someone to assess her before his arrival, but they must not have been deemed suitable. Consequently, he had thought of her, a mere acquaintance, and had come to examine her more closely. This reasoning seemed sound. After a considerable pause, the woman finally averted her gaze, rising slowly. You, come with me. Chapter 11. The young lady Wan Yin and Xing Bang responded with a nod. What malice could possibly arise from a charming mistress and an adorable maid? He approached another room not far away. Before he could step inside, he heard the sound of water pouring. A bathroom? It seemed there was some intrigue here. Wait here for a moment. The maid instructed Xing Bang as she followed her mistress into the room. Before long, a rather ordinary-looking eunuch emerged, carrying a wooden bucket, and closed the door behind him. With nothing much to do, Xing Bang's thoughts wandered into the Fenghua Baojian. Beauty, Wan Yin and age, 18 status, young lady charm, 90 friendliness progress, 5 earnings, 5 experience points hour. Indeed, she was a legitimate consort, though her rank was rather low. In the Da Yao dynasty, the hierarchy of consorts is as follows: Empress, Lady, Beauty, Good Lady, 8th Son, 7th Son, Senior Lady, Young Lady. The status of Lady Fanghua is just below that of the Empress, while Wang Yanran's position is only slightly above that of a female official, which explains her residence here. Nevertheless, her appearance was refreshingly pleasant, falling just 5 points short of the alluring charm of Lady Fanghua. It was quite an achievement for Wang Yanran to attain this status. Far too many talented maidens enter the palace only to spend their lives as mere maids or performing menial tasks. Suddenly, Xing Bang pondered a question. Could the old emperor be too aged to be of use? Even the celestial beings were ineffective. He chuckled softly. Earning a 5% friendliness rating after just one encounter indicated that he was pleasing to the eye. Handsome eunuchs were indeed favored in the harem. Not long after, the maid Lienu emerged. She was not without her own charm, though she still fell short of the standards set by Fanghua Baojian. You may enter now. But don't be clumsy, she advised. Xing Bang nodded and stepped inside, as Lienu shut the door behind him. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a snow-white back. The bathing chamber was devoid of others, leaving him as the sole attendant for this noble consort's bath. This consort was rather intriguing, seeking a handsome eunuch for her bathing service. Perhaps there would be more to follow. There was nothing wrong with a man appreciating beauty. Women were no different. If given a choice, which consort would not prefer an attractive eunuch to attend to her? However, it was customary for proper consorts to have maidservants assist them in bathing, which made Wang Yanran's preference quite remarkable. I did not sleep well last night. My neck and back are a bit sore. Just as Xing Bang contemplated what to do, Wang Yanran spoke up, not wanting to appear unresponsive. He swallowed hard and approached her without hesitation. This was not the time for feigning ignorance. He would simply do as instructed. Wasn't it just a massage? As soon as his hands touched Wang Yanran's back, she trembled slightly, as if electrified. Quite sensitive, it seemed. Xing Bang focused intently, pressing carefully, while inwardly reciting the Diamond Sutra. Do not cause a disturbance. Please do not cause a disturbance. What is your name? She inquired. Wang Yanran exhaled gracefully, releasing a gentle sigh. The young one, known as Xia Bangzi, felt a peculiar sensation, akin to being stung by an ant, upon hearing Wang Yanran's melodious voice. It was utterly bewildering how she produced such a sound, leaving one to wonder what thoughts danced in her mind. Little girl, could you perhaps remain calm? He mused. I am, after all, a bona fide eunuch. How long have you been in the palace? She inquired, to which he replied, responding to your highness. It has been just over half a month. Despite the earlier embarrassment, Wang Yanran still exuded a hint of the regal demeanor of a consort. You are quite the clever little eunuch, she remarked, her laughter ringing like a delicate chime. Her delight was undoubtedly a result of Xia Bangzi's astute compliment. Given her stature, she could hardly be regarded as a true empress, and thus Xia Bangzi's sweet words were surely a source of her joy. The camaraderie blossomed. Affinity progress. 10. Gain. 10 experience points hour. Xia Bangzi smiled knowingly. Women, it seemed, were not as complex as they appeared. As long as one could bring them joy and satisfaction, they would readily comply with any request. Work diligently, and success shall surely follow, Wang Yanran unexpectedly declared. Thank you for your guidance, your highness. Xia Bangzi shall endeavor to perform well. An instinctive sense told him her words held deeper meaning, suggesting layers beneath the surface. Given the right circumstances, who would neglect their duties? Xia Bangzi was resolute in his commitment to seize every opportunity that came his way. You possess not only wit but also a commendable massage technique, she praised. Thank you for your kind words, your highness, he replied, though inwardly he thought, what technique? He merely pressed gently and randomly. After all, what technique was needed for an intergender massage? As long as the recipient was satisfied, even a few gentle squeezes could bring comfort. For a fleeting moment, Xia Bangzi felt that perhaps greater fortunes awaited him in the future. After a quarter of an hour, Wang Yanran requested him to stop, displaying unexpected consideration by suggesting she take a break. She then summoned Lienu to assist her in changing attire, without explicitly asking Xia Bangzi to wait outside. As Lienu helped Wang Yanran change, Xia Bangzi stood to the side, careful not to overstep his bounds. He adhered to the basic decorum expected of a eunuch, keeping his gaze lowered and avoiding anything inappropriate. Yet, he yearned to lift his gaze. A moment later, Wang Yanran's voice broke through his turmoil. Oh, you little eunuch, what is there to be shy about? As he continued to wrestle with his modesty, she added, Your Highness's esteemed presence is not to be disrespected. Wang Yinran chuckled. You clever little eunuch, there is no need for such restraint. You have my permission to look up. This was an invitation she had granted him. Xia Bangzi cautiously raised his head, meeting Wang Yinran's gaze while Yin'er wiped her back. Good heavens! What was this woman intending? Xia Bangzi felt a rush of blood to his cheeks. Why was she rewarding him in such a manner? At a glance, there are at least 36. I must not think. I must remain calm, lest I lose control entirely. Is it beautiful? Even Xing Bang finds it hard to restrain himself, his eyes gleaming with envy. Yet, Wang Yinran appears completely unfazed, wearing a joyful expression. My lady, something seems amiss with you. Indeed, you are captivating. Your grace is undoubtedly enchanting. Xing Bang muses that since you are willing to be observed and seem so pleased, what is there to fear? Complimenting you might even serve to flatter himself. Wang Yinran smiles like a blooming peach blossom. Intriguing, quite intriguing. You, a mere eunuch, possess a modicum of knowledge and can articulate such elegant and fitting idioms. Xing Bang feigns surprise. My lady, you flatter me. I have merely studied in a private school for a few days. Wang Yinran gazes at Xing Bang, raising her delicate brows. Splendid, very splendid, just as I also have a fondness for literary pursuits. You shall accompany me to the palace chamber. Do you understand? Chapter 12. I'll make you my ghostly servant even in death. Fond of poetry and literary pursuits? Xing Bang felt a flutter of excitement, an almost overwhelming sense of being honored. Was this happiness descending upon him too suddenly? Soon, Xing Bang followed Wang Yin into the adjacent bedchamber. Strictly speaking, it was quite a palace bedchamber, more of a modest sleeping quarters, far less grand than the main palace. After Yin'er served them tea and withdrew, they were left alone, a man and a woman in seclusion. Yet, where were the scholarly tools for calligraphy and painting in this bedchamber? There wasn't even a brush or inkstone in sight. Wang Yinran walked straight toward the bed. Naturally, Xing Bang wasn't foolish enough to remain standing and followed. This consort wishes to rest for a while. You shall attend to easing my fatigue, she commanded. As you wish, your highness. Without hesitation, Xing Bang complied. As a professional eunuch, hesitation was not an option when the mistress made a request. Wang Yinran reclined gracefully on the bed. This consort feels somewhat lightheaded. Begin with. Her delicate eyes slowly closed. Good heavens! Was this not too cruel a test for a false eunuch? Xing Bang clicked his tongue inwardly, but had no choice but to proceed with the task. The moment his fingers touched her temples, her breath became as fragrant as orchids, each exhale carrying an intoxicating sweetness. How could any man, flesh and blood, withstand such temptation? And for how long? Xing Bang had little confidence in his own restraint. Little Bangzi, Wang Yinran suddenly opened her eyes and fixed her gaze upon him. Would you serve as this consort as personal attendant? Of course, this consort does not mean for you to remain by my side at all times. You may continue your duties in the Yiyu courtyard. Only when this consort is weary shall I summon you for conversation. Do you understand? After a brief pause, Wang Yin elaborated. Finally, Xing Bang grasped her true intention. She was simply bored. How utterly perfect. In essence, was this not a clandestine lover? Yet, such affairs were hardly rare in the imperial harem. With 3,000 beauties vying for the emperor's favor, neglected consorts often sought solace in the company of favored eunuchs. These eunuchs, known as bedchamber attendants, were an open secret within the palace walls. Your Highness honors this humble servant. Little Bangzi shall obey your arrangements. Xing Bang accepted without hesitation. To refuse such a windfall would be sheer foolishness. You seem to understand well enough. This consort need not elaborate further. You are clever. Splendid. He understood perfectly. Giggle. Little Bangzi. This consort was not mistaken about you. You truly are a bit of a rogue. Delight danced in Wang Yin and S eyes before she closed them once more. Settling into repose. Time passed indeterminately until a sharp gasp shattered the silence. Wang Yin and S expression was one of utter shock, her lips trembling. This consort must be dreaming. Little Bangzi, you. How can this be? Your Highness, you are not dreaming. All of this is indeed reality. Given the circumstances, there is no longer any need for Xing Bang to conceal the truth. He is not impulsive or reckless, rather. His actions are the result of careful consideration. Your Highness, you surely do not wish for this matter to become public knowledge, do you? Once Xing Bang entertained such thoughts, what could possibly instill fear within him? Regardless of the situation, even if he were a true eunuch, Wang Yin would never dare to act so brazenly, especially if the emperor were to find out. Moreover, since he is not a eunuch, her trepidation only deepens. for the consequences of such a revelation could lead to her execution and the downfall of her entire clan. Thus, Xing Bang now feels utterly fearless. My dear, you cannot hold me accountable. The blame lies solely with those who provoked me first. Wan Yinran, momentarily stunned, found herself struggling to comprehend the shocking revelation, which shattered her previous understanding. This handsome young eunuch. Oh, no, a false eunuch. Could not possibly be a demon or a monster, could he? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, causing her to instinctively attempt to push him away. Your Highness, given that the situation has escalated to this point, what is there to fear? As long as we keep this matter between us, we can coexist peacefully. Furthermore, in the days to come, you are certain to find joy. Xing Bang did not forcefully pull Wan Yinran closer. This was merely the beginning. He intended to allow her to gather her thoughts. Knowing that she would eventually comply with his wishes, could she really escape? At his words, Wan Yin trembled slightly, her delicate teeth grazing her lip as she regarded Xing Bang with an expression filled with uncertainty. Clearly, his words resonated deeply with her, and she understood the implications far better than he did. Wan Yinran had always harbored feelings for Xing Bang, and while the revelation of his true identity had indeed shocked and frightened her, there lingered an unexpected thrill beneath the surface. The anguish she felt was known only to her. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in this predicament. My dear, from this moment onward, our fates will be intertwined. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Ultimately, Wan Yinran resolved to accept this reality. Xing Bang smiled gently, reassuring her, Fear not, Your Highness. I would never allow you to come to harm. We are destined to soar together. In that instant, Xing Bang shed his previously timid demeanor. Wan Yinran could easily perceive this transformation and felt his confidence radiate, amplifying the magnetic allure he exuded. Alas, let it be so. Though Wan Yinran's heart had begun to accept the unfolding events, and she felt a flicker of anticipation, the enormity of the situation still instilled a vague sense of unease within her. I assure you, we shall encounter no difficulties. Soon you will realize that this decision is entirely correct. With a mischievous grin, Xing Bang pulled Wan Yinran into his embrace, for this was not a time for propriety. How much longer could they endure this torment? Wan Yinran let out a soft gasp but did not resist further. As a seasoned navigator of such waters, Xing Bang found Wan Yinran, inexperienced as she was, to be no match for him, especially since this was a culmination of countless dreams she had longed for. Wait, little stick, my life and the fate of my entire family. You cannot betray me. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not spare you, Wan Yinran proclaimed, biting down slightly on Xing Bang's back, evidently issuing her final warning, a last line of defense. Xing Bang grinned mischievously, acknowledging the truth in her words. Should she become a ghost, she would still belong to him. Chapter 13, 10 consecutive draws. Brother Bang, it is time to change the address from now on. You shall be called Brother Bang. All right, I understand now, Brother Bang. Wan Yinran nestled in Xing Bang's embrace, her face flushed and delicate, her beauty radiating vibrantly. Brother Bang, you are truly remarkable. From now on, I shall belong to you, and in this lifetime, you shall never rid yourself of me. Xing Bang smiled, his face filled with pride. Then you must take good care of me. Otherwise, I shall spank you. Wan Yinran gently murmured in agreement, resting her cheek against Xing Bang's chest, her beautiful eyes peacefully closed. She was indeed exhausted, feeling utterly drained. Yet, she did not rest for long before opening her eyes again. Brother Bang, I truly cannot bear to see you go. As Xing Bang donned his clothing, he reassured her, Do not worry. One day I will ensure that you are by my side, every day. It was evident that Xing Bang was about to depart. After all, he was not a eunuch by Wan Yinran's side, and could not linger here for long. Her position was not high. The only reason Su Guang paid so much attention to her was due to monetary considerations. Although Wan Yinran's father was not a particularly high-ranking official, he was not lacking in wealth. Even those concubines who had heired could lead a much more comfortable life as long as their families provided the necessary funds to facilitate connections. As for individuals like Li Xiaowan, the daughter of a condemned minister, though her family had fallen from grace, her father was still a chancellor. It goes without saying that she had some old friends and many former students and subordinates who would surely assist her clandestinely, at least ensuring they had enough silver to manage their affairs. Under Wan Yinran's reluctant gaze, Xing Bang departed, and then Xiao Lian escorted him out. Su Guang, having received a substantial sum of silver, naturally dared not slacken his vigilance, standing guard outside like a watchful dog alongside two young eunuchs. Although such matters were not uncommon in the palace, they remained rather discreet, and Su Guang certainly wished to avoid any unnecessary complications should anything go awry. He would not escape unscathed. Thus, this was also why Wang Yin and had no worries about him. They were all in the same boat, so to speak. Without further ado, Su Guang led Xing Bang away. After all, it was not unusual for 1 or 2 hours to pass. Along the way, observing Su Guang strutting with an air of superiority, Xing Bang secretly devised a plan. His short-term objective was to find a way to eliminate Su Guang and take his place. While the official position was not significant, it could provide numerous conveniences. A consort of Wang Yinran's stature would occasionally need to seek his assistance, illustrating just how desirable this position was. First, he would set a modest goal, then gradually pursue it. Xing Bang soon returned to the pharmacy, where old Master Wu, aware that he had been taken by Su Guang, did not utter a word of complaint. In this regard, it was a fortunate circumstance. Although Su Guang had not explicitly instructed anything, he likely assumed that a newly appointed eunuch would dare not speak out of turn, at the very least ensuring he would not create difficulties for himself, and at times might even turn a blind eye. Xing Bang thought to himself that when his strength was sufficient to overpower old Master Wu, he would no longer need to regard him with caution. As leisure time settled in, Xing Bang hastily entered the Fenghua Baojian. Beauty, 1 Yinran age, 18 identity, young ambassador charm, 90 friendliness progress, 90 earnings, 90 experience points hour. Indeed, the most rapid means of enhancing friendliness remained evident. The reason for not reaching 100 was easily understood. Given their current circumstances, Wang Yinran's concerns were quite reasonable. Achieving a score of 90 was no small feat. And the final stretch required one's own prowess to alleviate her worries entirely. Madame Fanghua scored 60 points, Li Xiaowen 10 points, and Wang Yinran 90 points. Thus, in a single hour, a remarkable gain of 160 points was realized. At that moment, Xing Bang noticed a golden halo appearing at the bottom of Wang Yinran's page, inscribed with the phrase 10 consecutive draws. Xing Bang was instantly exhilarated. It turned out that reaching a certain level of friendliness rewarded one with a 10-draw opportunity. However, relying solely on a gentlemanly friendship would never suffice for such a reward. 10 consecutive draws. Ding dong. Acquired martial art Yunhe Jiutian Ding dong. Earned 500 experience points. Ding dong. Gained 1,000 experience points. Ding dong. Received a jar of Fu Yin Jia concentrate. Ding dong. Obtained martial art Jin Gang Fu Mo Quan. As Xing Bang listened to the series of delightful notification chimes, his heart soared with joy at the bountiful rewards, including martial arts. Yet, regarding the jar of Fu Yin Jia, there was something, albeit it was indeed a valuable item. He smiled. Yunhe Jiutian, unpracticed 0500. This is a martial technique of agility. Cultivating it to the 9th layer achieves perfection, allowing one to move without a trace. Jin Gang Fu Mo Quan. Unpracticed 1000. This is a lethal palm technique. Reaching perfection allows one to kill from a distance without being seen. A remarkable agility technique paired with a powerful set of fist techniques could be deemed a golden partnership. The rest comprised solely of experience points, totaling a substantial 12,000 points. Yunhe Jiutian, 1st layer, 1000. Jin Gang Fu Mo Quan, 3rd layer, 4000. Xing Bang expended 6,500 experience points to practice Yunhe Jiutian and elevated Jin Gang Fu Mo Quan to the 3rd layer. He immediately felt a significant lightness in his body. Estimating he could leap 3 zhang high, this agility technique would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Stealthily demonstrating Jin Gang Fu Mo Quan, he effortlessly shattered a stone. For now, being able to easily scale a wall sufficed. Subsequently, Xing Bang allocated the remaining experience entirely to his strength, advancing from the 9th layer of body refinement, 1000, to the 3rd layer of solidification, 4000. Breaking through to a major realm indeed felt different. He sensed a profound transformation within himself. With a clearer mind and a distinct flow of true energy within his dantian, Xing Bang let out a long sigh of relief. As numerous foul impurities seeped from his body, to rapidly enhance his strength, he realized he must swiftly cultivate new clients. Alas, the odor was unbearable. Perhaps he should wash himself. Foster father, I have some questions that I am unsure whether to voice or not. Xing Bang held a basin, preparing to step outside to fetch water for his ablutions. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard the voice of the young bull, which was remarkably clear to his now keen senses. At that moment, the young bull was attending to the bathing of Lord Wu. Instead of stepping out, Xing Bang leaned in, eager to catch any disparaging remarks made about him by those two scoundrels. Once again, the voice reached his ears, and Lord Wu spoke. Do not beat around the bush. Speak your mind. Yes, foster father. This little rascal has only just arrived a few days ago. I wonder why the esteemed gentleman sought him out. Moreover, he returned without providing any explanation to you, which I find rather suspicious. Some matters are best left unknown. In this imperial harem, being overly clever can lead one to a perilous fate. Humph, that little rascal is merely chapter 14, a secret meeting with Madame Fongwa in essence. If you heed my words diligently, your adoptive father will ensure that you rise to prominence one day. Suddenly, eunuch Wu shifted his tone, refraining from continuing his previous statement. Xing Bang inwardly cursed. It was frustrating that the old eunuch had chosen this moment to fall silent. Nevertheless, he could glean from the tone that it was unlikely to be anything favorable, and he felt certain that he would eventually fall victim to this old schemer. Such was the nature of the imperial harem. One misstep could lead to an unforeseen demise. Old schemers, no matter what plots you devise. The one who will ultimately prevail is undoubtedly I, Xing Depao, he muttered to himself, inadvertently revealing his moniker. By the way, adoptive father. That Su Guang truly shows no respect for you, whisking away the little stick without so much as a word. I am genuinely incensed on your behalf. Came Xiaonozi's voice once more. Eunuch Wu snorted dismissively. I have never regarded him highly. He is merely a buffoon. I shall see how long he can prance about. Indeed, your years in the palace have exposed you to countless tempests. Opposing you is tantamount to courting disaster. Wu's shrill laughter echoed, evidently amused by Xiaonozi's flattery. You are indeed a clever lad. Very well, I shall head to the inner palace shortly. You should accompany me to broaden your horizons and understand who our true masters are. Thank you, adoptive father. I assure you, I will not bring shame upon you. All right. That's enough. Go fetch my new robe. Upon hearing this, Xing Bang ceased to eavesdrop, casually placing the basin aside before stepping out. Their conversation had revealed much. It was clear that the relationship between Eunuch Wu and Su Guang was far from the calm it appeared. Furthermore, Wu's tone suggested that the figure backing him was likely a prominent consort within the palace, perhaps of considerable rank. Let them engage in their covert struggle while I discreetly enhance my own strength, seizing opportunities as they arise, Xing Bang mused, nonchalantly sifting through herbs in the courtyard. He estimated that Wu and Xiaonozi would be in the inner palace for at least a couple of hours. Perfect. This was an opportune moment to sneak a glance at Madame Fongwa. With the aid of the cloud crane nine skies, I could venture out in broad daylight without fear of detection. The thought lifted his spirits, stirring within him a thrill akin to that of a flower thief. Before long, Wu and Xiaonozi emerged one after the other. Wu had taken great care in his grooming, appearing as if he were preparing for a festival, indicating that he was to meet someone of significant stature. Little stick, I must make a trip to the inner palace, see to it that the pharmacy is well guarded. Yes, eunuch, you need not worry, Xing Bang replied, and with that, Wu hastily departed with Xiaonozi. Once they were out of sight, Xing Bang quickly washed himself. Realizing that he could not afford to be odorous for an impending rendezvous, feeling refreshed, he hurried to room 17, where Madame Fongwa resided. To my astonishment, the door was locked. Upon arriving, Xing Bang noticed that there was no one guarding the surroundings, yet the door was secured with an iron chain and a lock. Given his current abilities, breaking the chain should pose no challenge. However, such an act would undoubtedly alert others. The sole window had been boarded up, and breaking it would surely attract attention, causing great trouble for Madame Fongwa. As Xing Bang pondered how to gain entry, he suddenly recalled the large hole in the roof, which he had previously deemed a harsh condition. Now, it proved useful, allowing him to leap inside from above. Without hesitation, he sprang onto the roof. Peering down, he confirmed Madame Fonghua's presence inside and jumped down directly. A startled gasp escaped her lips. Xiao Bangzi? You Madame Fongwa instinctively glanced at the roof, her expression one of disbelief. Do not worry, everything will be fine, Xing Bang quickly reassured her, dispelling her concerns. She sighed in relief, hastily tidying her disheveled hair, her demeanor still fraught with tension. What brings you here? Gazing at her, Xing Bang noticed the absence of her former radiance. Her hair was unkempt, and her once cherubic face bore a hint of dirt and an overwhelming sadness, evoking a deep sense of pity within him. Sister, have you suffered? Madame Fonghua's face twitched, her expression a mix of embarrassment and pain. Forgive me for appearing so unkempt. I must look quite ridiculous. Xing Bang shook his head. No. You are beautiful at all times. She managed a faint smile, albeit forced. Do not comfort me. I am indeed a sight of utter disarray. Alas, in this place. What does beauty matter? Noticing her sudden return to melancholy, Xing Bang swiftly shifted the topic. Sister, why has the door been locked? It is not surprising. They wish for me to languish in despair, with even the slightest hope of escaping to undertake menial tasks being a mere luxury, she replied. Yet, this is peculiar. Why was it not locked a few days ago? Xing Bang understood that once a consort fell from grace and was cast into obscurity or banished to a secluded chamber, many succumbed to madness or despair. It is not unusual, whether the emperor has issued a secret decree or not. Such a prime opportunity for my rivals in the harem would not be squandered. Just a few days ago, when I was ill and you brought me medicine, it was merely a means to torment me further. Madame Fanghua was acutely aware of the treachery within the palace. Once defeated, former adversaries were often merciless in their revenge. By the way, sister, eunuch Wu led that young lad into the inner palace with great solemnity, which afforded me the chance to sneak over. Surely this cannot be connected to your speculation? Madame Fanghua slightly furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing towards the window, and spoke in a hushed tone. Little Bangzi, I shall speak candidly with you. My greatest adversary in this imperial harem is none other than the empress. In fact, just a couple of days ago, I had my suspicions that old scoundrel Wu Jing was in league with the empress. Now, having heard your words, I am convinced it is highly probable. Their concealment is indeed masterful. Xing Bangzi thought to herself that this visit had not been in vain. After all, her understanding of the intricacies of the palace was limited, and having Madame Fanghua as a strategist to enlighten her would undoubtedly prove invaluable for her future endeavors. However, she hesitated and asked, Sister, I have one query. This eunuch Wu has been in the palace for many years, possessing remarkable skills and a cunning nature. If he is indeed the empress's man, why does he occupy such a humble position in this small apothecary? Upon hearing this, Madame Fanghua displayed an expression of astonishment, her delicate brows knitting together in contemplation. After a moment, a look of sudden realization crossed her face as she exclaimed, No wonder, no wonder. The empress truly possesses extraordinary tactics. Chapter 15. Lady Fanghua was stunned. Sister, do you mean? Xing Bang could discern that he had inadvertently provided Lady Fanghua with information she was previously unaware of. Regaining her composure, Lady Fanghua hastily clarified. I genuinely had no idea that old eunuch Wu Jing possessed such skills. He always appears frail, which indeed allows him to go unnoticed. Now it became evident. The mysterious deaths of favored concubines who had just entered the palace, along with various other chaotic incidents, were likely orchestrated by the queen through the scheming of that old eunuch. Xing Bang furrowed his brow slightly, although he was not privy to the specifics. He could surmise that the queen's malicious intent towards those newly favored and unstable consorts was merely to eliminate competition for the emperor's affection. The queen was indeed a ruthless character. Lady Fanghua nodded and fixed her gaze on Xing Bang, appearing to reach a decision. Little Bang, at this juncture, I believe it is prudent to share more about the inner workings of the harem with you. This knowledge may prove beneficial for your future. I previously mentioned that the emperor has a sparse lineage. The queen has borne him a crown prince, the sixth prince, and a princess. The crown prince tragically passed away 2 years ago, leaving only the sixth prince and my young son. Though the sixth prince has reached adulthood, his erratic behavior has rendered him unworthy of the emperor's favor, which is why my 8-year-old son has been designated as the crown prince, and is now under careful protection and cultivation. According to court protocols, the sixth prince is the rightful heir to the throne, and naturally, the queen is unwilling to accept this outcome. I see. However, sister, do not lose heart. Until the final moment, no one can predict the outcome. For Xing Bang, acquiring this information was of paramount importance. Understanding both oneself and one's adversary is essential for success in any endeavor. Grasping the dynamics within the palace would provide him with a clearer direction for future actions. Over the years, despite the queen's relentless pressure, I have managed to avoid confrontation, merely wishing to maintain a position of discretion and safety. I never aspired for my son to become the crown prince. I was content with him living a peaceful life as a leisurely prince. Yet, the caprices of fate are beyond our control. If my demise could ensure the safety of the crown prince, I would willingly sacrifice myself. Reflecting on these matters brought a pang of sorrow to Lady Fanghua. Yet she felt utterly helpless. Her own safety was at stake, leaving her with little ability to safeguard her son. Xing Bang, with a look of understanding, gently reassured her. Sister, I realize you might doubt my capabilities. However, remember this, where there is a will, there is a way. Let us strive together to alter this current state of affairs, shall we? With tearful eyes, Lady Fanghua gazed at Xing Bang, contemplating in tranquility. She recognized that it was somewhat fantastical to think that a mere little eunuch could influence the prevailing predicament. Harboring hope seemed akin to self-deception. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing Xing Bang utter these words, she felt a warmth blossom within her, and she found herself wanting to believe, though she could not quite fathom why. Perhaps it was the desperation of being utterly alone, yet upon reflection, that did not seem entirely accurate. The genuine feeling that arose from within was indeed peculiar. Dear brother, I have faith that you are no ordinary person. However, I harbor a sense of guilt and can only offer you a few subtle reminders about the intricacies of the harem. Regrettably, I fear I am of little assistance beyond this. I truly lament my past decisions. Now, I find myself with no trustworthy companions, sighed Lady Fanghua, her face etched with remorse and regret. Xing Bang smiled gently. Sister, there is no need for you to feel guilty. All I ask is for your belief in me. Indeed, dear brother, regardless of circumstances, I shall forever cherish your kindness and hope for your safe passage through life, Lady Fanghua replied, her tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Xing Bang, quick to act, stepped forward to tenderly wipe away her tears. Remarkably, Lady Fanghua did not flinch. Instead, she appeared deeply moved, her voice trembling with emotion, revealing the profound longing for support and affection within her heart. Seizing the moment, Xing Bang enveloped Lady Fanghua in his embrace. Sister, do not let sorrow weigh heavily on your heart. Remember, you have me as your brother, and I shall always protect you from harm, he reassured her. Lady Fanghua shuddered slightly, but did not express any reproach towards Xing Bang. Instead, she gradually wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest as she wept softly. Xing Bang refrained from uttering any comforting words, opting instead to gently pat her back. After a while, she murmured, Little Bang, you. Xing Bang acutely felt the rhythm of Lady Fanghua's heartbeat, and he understood the emotions that stirred within her. Leaning closer to her ear, he purposefully exhaled softly and whispered, Sister, what troubles you? Lady Fanghua trembled again, her breath noticeably heavier than before. And no, it's nothing. Little Bang. I'm fine now, please. Let me go. Seeing the moment was right, Xing Bang released her, and at that instant, a surge of energy coursed through his mind, indicating a burgeoning emotional bond between them. Lady Fanghua sighed deeply, gazing at Xing Bang with an entranced smile, her complexion blooming with a rosy hue. Little Bang, you should leave now. We mustn't linger too long lest we draw attention. Very well, dear sister. But do promise me that I will return to visit you, Xing Bang replied, sensing it was time for him to depart, allowing her a moment to gather her thoughts. Lady Fanghua nodded softly, but then suddenly recalled something, glancing at the large hole in the ceiling. How will you leave? It's quite difficult to climb out from here. Xing Bang smiled slightly and said, Sister, watch closely, prepare to be amazed. With that, he leaped effortlessly through the opening, landing gracefully on the roof, and gestured a farewell. Lady Fanghua stood in stunned silence, her mind momentarily adrift as she processed the astonishing sight before her. He, a newly appointed eunuch within the palace, surprisingly possessed such remarkable skills. Moreover, why did I feel that way when he held me? The potent aura surrounding him. Xing Bang swiftly returned to the apothecary, intentionally showcasing his abilities in front of Lady Fanghua. This not only piqued her curiosity and added an air of mystery, but also significantly bolstered his own confidence. Lady Fanghua, age 27, identity, mother of the crown prince, charisma 95 out of 100, affinity progress 70, earnings 70 experience points per hour. A knowing smile graced Xing Bang's lips. Although he had only gained 10 points, it signified a leap in emotional connection. Clearly, Lady Fanghua had inexplicably begun to develop romantic feelings. Despite her heart being filled with confusion, she had transcended her previous simplistic notions and sentiments. Just as Xing Bang basked in his satisfaction, a woman of undeniable grace entered the courtyard. Chapter 16. Li Xiaowan's mother comes to collect medicine. Good day, esteemed sir. This humble woman pays her respects. The woman approached Xing Bang and bowed gracefully. Their eyes met, and she was undeniably a striking beauty, although clad in a loose, coarse garment. Her exquisite curves and regal demeanor could not be concealed. Indeed, a ripple of excitement coursed through the treasured beauty as she made her entrance into its pages. Beauty, Nangong Shui, age, 30, identity, noble woman, strength, 5th stage of consolidation, charm, 90, Affinity progress, 5. Earnings, 5 experience points hour. No wonder there was an air of restrained defiance about her. She was, after all, a formidable woman of considerable prowess. HM? She is actually Li Xiaowan's mother. Xing Bang quickly glanced at Nangong Shue's basic information, astonished. Nangong Shue scrutinized him in return, and indeed, Li Xiaowan had perfectly inherited her mother's beauty. With just a single encounter, their affinity had already reached 5. It appeared that his strength increased, so too did charm. Perhaps, as a mature woman who had long experienced solitude, encountering a handsome young man stirred a rush of emotions within her. Esteemed sir, is there something on my face? Nangong Shui instinctively touched her cheek, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. It was only then that Xing Bang returned to his senses. Oh, no. And please, refrain from calling yourself this humble woman so frequently. It sounds rather awkward. There's no need for formality. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed sir. Nangong Shui expressed her gratitude, realizing that this young eunuch was likely the one her daughter had mentioned. After this encounter, she found it hard to believe. He was indeed far more refined than other eunuchs. You've come to purchase something. What is it that you seek? Xing Bang recalled the last time Li Xiaowan visited to buy cucumbers, nearly slipping up. Nangong Shue's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something peculiar about the handsome eunuch before her. Oh, I am here to collect some medicine. Xing Bang observed her demeanor, noticing her unease and reluctance to meet his gaze, as if she were harboring a secret. You appear flushed. It doesn't seem like you are unwell. Nangong Shue's expression suddenly grew more flustered. Esteemed sir, do you have knowledge of medicine? Xing Bang cleared his throat. I possess some knowledge, yes. Perhaps you could elaborate on your symptoms, so we may address them appropriately. Nangong Shui hesitated for a moment, then confessed, I believe I may have been bitten by insects today. My skin is quite itchy. Please fetch me some nightshade. It has proven effective in the past. Nightshade? Indeed, it is a traditional remedy known for its anti-inflammatory and anti-itch properties. So, you have previously consumed it? Was its effect unsatisfactory? Nangong Shui nodded, exhaling deeply. The effect was not very good. I would like to try some more. Xing Bang sensed that something was amiss. Her reluctance to speak suggested that her ailment was not merely the result of insect bites. It seemed more serious. Xing Bang recalled the feminine hygiene product he had won in a lottery. This phenomenon is commonly observed among women, though in ancient times, females were often too shy to speak of it. While the dragon's bitter herb possesses certain benefits, it is not effective for all forms of itchiness and pain. If you have taken it for several days without improvement, it is likely that it does not address the underlying issue. Further use may not only be futile, but could also be detrimental to your health. Since Xing Bang has already made an educated guess, it would be prudent to initially frighten her a little to gauge her reaction. This situation should not be so grave, should it? Nangong Shui indeed exhibited a brief, unusual moment of distraction, murmuring softly to herself. I possess some knowledge of the healing properties of astragalus. Can a healer, who harbors a parent as heart, truly deceive you? Many patients initially present with minor ailments, yet improper medication can gradually transform them into chronic conditions. Grandfather, it is not that I distrust you, but I am somewhat aware of my own afflictions. Could you possibly provide me with a few more similar medicines? I would be willing to offer extra silver. As she spoke, Nangong Shui retrieved a banknote from her waist and handed it over. Xing Bang glanced at it, and to his surprise, it was for 100 taels, a rather generous sum. However, in the Yao courtyard, only those with considerable wealth could manage a somewhat better existence. Xing Bang declined the offering, shaking his head. There is no need for that. A young girl recently offered 5 taels for merely 2 cucumbers. You may keep it for now. Even if I were to procure additional medicines for you, it would not require such a sum. As long as Lord Wu is absent, I still have some authority. Nangong Shui felt unexpectedly flattered. He was indeed different from those other eunuchs, who were nothing more than callous scoundrels, eager to devour both wealth and flesh. Grandfather, you were referring to that young girl. She is indeed my daughter. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. He had intentionally said so, yet he feigned ignorance. Very well, if you trust me, allow me to take your pulse. Perhaps there is an internal issue at play. Nangong Shui blinked, contemplating. His words seemed to hold some truth. Perhaps allowing him to take her pulse would reveal something significant. After all, he surely could not discern her condition merely from taking her pulse. Then, I shall trouble you, grandfather. No worries, follow me. With that, Xing Bang led the way into his room, and Nangong Shui followed closely behind. They entered Xing Bang's quarters, which, while disheveled and unkempt, still offered a place to sit. Nangong Shui showed no sign of disdain, clearly finding the conditions here to be far superior to her own living environment. Once seated, Xing Bang began to feign the process of taking her pulse, even without a proper pulse pillow. What a farce. Before long, he concluded the act, having merely felt the pulse's rhythm and smoothness. It is not simply an irritation from insect bites. Then what could it be? Nangong Shui's tension escalated. She was indeed not suffering from insect bites, and she was astonished that this young eunuch might truly uncover the reality of her condition. Given that you are a woman, will you reveal the truth, or shall I? Xing Bang, shrouded in mystery, relied on conjecture but felt it prudent to maintain an air of suspense. Should there be any discomfort in the chest, it would be utterly disastrous, a cacophony of empty bravado culminating in a mess of despair. Nan Gongshue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze to evade Xing Bang's scrutiny. Her lips moved slightly, as if whispering to herself. Xing Bang discerned her discomfort, recognizing the delicate nature of the topic at hand. You need not feel embarrassed. Consider me a healer, especially since I am. Otherwise, I would speak plainly. As he spoke, he cleared his throat and cast his eyes downward. Nan Gongshue's form trembled slightly, and she lifted her gaze to meet his for a fleeting moment before abruptly rising. Pardon my intrusion, but could you procure a few more medicinal ingredients for me? Ultimately, she opted to sidestep the matter. However, it was abundantly clear, he was indeed a genius. If I can assure you of a cure, would you be willing to? Chapter 17. The remarkable strength of Nangong Shui. Xing Bang, with a deliberate glance, confirmed to Nangong Shui that he could indeed discern the nature of her ailment. Aside from her incredulity, a profound sense of shyness enveloped her, causing her ears to flush with warmth. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she initially intended to make a hasty retreat. However, upon hearing Xing Bang's assurance of a cure, she instinctively paused her steps. Then, may I request you to prescribe some medicine? This remedy is a unique secret formula, incomparable to ordinary medications. Its application is quite simple. External cleansing will suffice for its efficacy, he explained. Ah! Nangong Shui gasped in astonishment, her face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as if she could excavate an entire apartment with her toes. With her head lowered, she bit her lip for a considerable time before murmuring, I humbly beseech you for your medicinal gift. Xing Bang, not possessing extraordinary hearing, likely could not comprehend her words, attributing it to the traditional modesty of women in ancient times. Handsome doctor, I have some concerns about improper usage. I appreciate your efforts. Is there an alternative? Xing Bang cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. This remedy is a familial heirloom. I am compassionate and cannot bear to see others suffer from illness, thus I am willing to provide it to you. However, I am uncertain if I should proceed. Nangong Shui, elated yet caught off guard by a sudden intake of breath, sensed a shift in her mood as her expression changed. Instinctively, she felt that this, however, was not as simple as it seemed. Sir, since we have broached this topic, please speak freely. I will not take offense. Very well. I shall speak candidly. All medicines possess toxicity. This remedy is potent, and the dosage must be tailored to the severity of your condition. Forgive my boldness, but I require payment for an initial examination. Xing Bang believed himself to be quite the gentleman, feeling it necessary to tread carefully, lest his words be misconstrued as unseemly. Nangong Shui's composure faltered, her cheeks aflame as her lips trembled. This is highly inappropriate. How can this be? I am aware that this is rather rude, yet I must take responsibility for your health. Should any adverse effects arise, it would be too late for regrets. Ultimately, the decision to seek treatment lies with you. Xing Bang maintained his calm demeanor, questioning his own conscience. He understood the need for tact. Otherwise, Nangong Shui might be frightened away, and their rapport could plummet to an icy abyss, rendering him a truly unrefined individual. Nangong Shui, her head bowed and teeth clenched, hesitated for a considerable time before shyly expressing, Thank you, sir. You are a kind-hearted person. However, perhaps it's best to let this matter rest. Xing Bang anticipated her response, recognizing her adherence to traditional virtues. It is quite all right, or perhaps you might reconsider. Should you require assistance? Feel free to seek me out. Just know that this matter is understood between us. Nangong Shui exhaled deeply. Thank you. I understand. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave. I still have some of the previous medicine and need not trouble you further. Upon finishing her words, Nangong Shui hurriedly departed. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. His efforts had not been in vain, as his rapport with her had surged from a mere 5 to 30. They would undoubtedly cross paths again soon. After leaving the medical office, Nangong Shui returned to her residence, her mind still tumultuous. Suddenly, she was struck by the realization that Xing Bang was merely a eunuch, and an uncomfortable sensation washed over her. Regret began to seep in, especially considering that the young man was not only eloquent but also possessed a genuinely kind heart. "Mother, what troubles you? Are you still unwell?" Li Xiaowan inquired, noticing her mother's unusual demeanor with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps I've just been inactive for too long, and this walk has worn me out," Nangong Shui replied. Attempting to reassure her daughter, Li Xiaowan quickly assisted her mother in sitting down and noticed her empty hands, which caused her to frown slightly. "Mother, you were gone for quite a while. Did you not bring any medicine?" Nangong Shui steadied her gaze and explained. "Oh, there was only a young eunuch present. I searched for quite some time but couldn't find the medicine you needed." "Was it the very handsome young eunuch?" Li Xiaowan asked, her curiosity piqued. Nangong Shui lightly affirmed, then recalled something. "Ah, Warner, you were right. That young eunuch was indeed quite attentive." Li Xiaowan pouted slightly. "I told you so. You just wouldn't believe me." Nangong Shui smiled charmingly. "All right, mother believes you now. My daughter possesses discerning taste. Hiki, that's more like it." Meanwhile, Xing Bang idly sipped his tea, when suddenly, a peculiar sensation stirred within his mind, bringing a faint smile to his face. Indeed, it seemed that the young girl, with her burgeoning feelings, was more open-hearted. Xing Bang could easily surmise why Li Xiaowan's affection had risen sharply from 10 to 40, such was the influence of her mother. Young girls naturally gravitate towards handsome men, and a simple affirmation from Nangong Shui had undoubtedly enhanced his standing in her eyes. Madame Fonghua, 70, Wan Yanran, 90, Nangong Shui, 30, Li Xiaowan, 40. 1 hour could yield a handsome 230 experience points. How delightful. Current prowess, 3rd level of solidification, 4,000. In just 1 day, he would ascend to the 4th level. It was paramount to recruit more beauties to expedite his advancement. Nangong Shui, though appearing delicate, wielded a 5th level prowess. One could only wonder how many hidden masters lay within the harem. Xing Bang pondered that while strength was indeed vital, securing more recruits was equally essential. Before venturing too far, he must first solidify his footing in this tumultuous environment. Otherwise, every endeavor would be fraught with hesitation. Even the simplest of tasks, like arranging a meeting, would require undue caution, which was rather exasperating. Yet, with his agility, he could still find opportunities to visit the fair ones under the cover of night. However, intuition whispered to Xing Bang that strength should not permit recklessness. Just then, Wu Jing, that elderly eunuch, returned with the young servant. Indeed, little Bangzi had been quite diligent, not taking the opportunity to be idle in the absence of his master. Anticipating their return, Xing Bang had been feigning the act of chopping wood. In truth, he was practicing his skills, and though he wielded the axe, he had hardly split much wood. Yet, he managed to produce a considerable pile of kindling in a short span. Thus, when Wu Jing beheld the heap of chopped wood, he felt compelled to offer some insincere praise. Observing the young servant's barely concealed delight, it was evident that he had likely encountered a significant figure, perhaps even the empress. And Wu Jing had likely painted grand visions for him, ensuring his unwavering loyalty. The young servant diligently remembered the teachings of his elder. Wu Jing nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Little Bangzi, come with me. There is a matter of great importance to discuss." Chapter 18. Indeed. Eunuch Wu is an ally of the empress. Upon entering the chamber, as Eunuch Wu settled himself, Xing Bang promptly lifted the teapot to pour tea. The notion of being alone with him felt somewhat unsettling, thus it was prudent to maintain an air of decorum and respect. After taking a sip, Eunuch Wu remarked, "Xiao Bangzi, you have been here at the medicinal bureau for nearly 10 days, haven't you?" "Indeed, eunuch," replied Xing Bang, acknowledging the passage of time. Eunuch Wu scrutinized him, clicking his tongue in approval. "You lad are becoming increasingly pleasing to the eye. Merely gazing upon you lightens my spirits considerably." A shiver ran down Xing Bang's spine, leaving him bewildered by the old schemer's intentions. This fellow seems to take a peculiar delight in clever and obedient individuals. Before you, 3 others were sent to the prison yard, yet none lasted even 10 days, all dispatched to the vegetable garden. Just like that wretched servant you witnessed that day, whom I dispatched with a single blow. Xing Bang's heart raced at the ominous implication. No wonder Xiaonozi, that cursed dog, had been tight-lipped about such matters upon his arrival. As he listened to Eunuch Wu's sinister chuckle, a chill crept up his back. It felt as though there was an expectation to comply, yet he had to remain alert. Engaging in direct confrontation was unwise given the disparity in their strengths. Should a conflict arise, the wisest course would be to flee with all his might. Instinctively, Xing Bang steeled himself. Eunuch, you needn't be anxious. Surely, you have pondered this matter as well. I thought it best to elucidate it for you, to ease your troubled mind. That day when you ventured out with Su Guang, you returned without a word of your activities. If I had ill intentions, would your head still rest upon your shoulders? Xing Bang's tension was genuine, stemming from a palpable sense of peril. This was not the time for bravado. He knelt, understanding the need to adopt a submissive posture in the face of a formidable opponent. Eunuch, I assure you of my unwavering loyalty. It is merely that Su Gong. Enough, you need not elaborate. I grasped the situation clearly. Xing Bang, sensing a rift between the two men, was caught off guard when Eunuch Wu interrupted him, exuding an air of omniscience. Rise, commanded Wu. As Xing Bang stood, he felt a quiet sigh of relief. For the moment, he seemed to be safe. I shall not pursue this matter further. I hope you will act judiciously in the future. Rest assured, I shall remain steadfast in my loyalty to you, eunuch, replied Xing Bang earnestly. Eunuch Wu nodded, unexpectedly glancing towards the door before continuing. In my estimation, you possess greater potential than Xiaoyozi. Your time in the palace is brief, and much may still elude your understanding. Yet this is of little consequence. I can afford you time. As long as you diligently follow my lead, in due course, you shall carve out a place for yourself within the palace. Xing Bang was acutely aware of Wu's glance towards the entrance, having already sensed Xiaoyozi eavesdropping outside. As an ordinary individual, Xiaoyozi remained oblivious to the fact that he had been discovered. Had eunuch Wu chosen to disregard him, he likely would have met a grim fate by now. The old eunuch Wu, a cunning figure, is undoubtedly intent on sowing discord. In the vast arena of the imperial harem, those who refrain from vying for power often meet a swift demise. It is evident that Wu's objective is to prevent any semblance of tranquility between Xing Bang and Xiaoyozi. Only through constant rivalry and covert skirmishes can one truly flourish. For Wu, the principle is straightforward. The ruthless and formidable thrive, while the inept are destined to languish in obscurity. Do not underestimate the significance of a mere medical supervisor. Those who have dismissed such roles have long since met their end. Allow me to divulge further. We are backed by Her Majesty, the Empress. Moreover, during today's South Morning Court, His Majesty personally decreed that our young master, the sixth prince, shall oversee the affairs of the Xiaofu. Do you grasp the implications of this, Xiaobangzi? Congratulations, esteemed eunuch. Rejoice, for neither in the Yao court nor the entire harem shall anyone dare to challenge you henceforth. Xing Bang, recognizing Wu's desire for flattery, promptly began to extol the eunuch's virtues. It seems that the twisted psyche of this old eunuch relishes praise even more than the vanity often associated with women. Wu indeed holds the favor of the empress. Yet the sixth prince's appointment to the Xiaofu appears to harbor deeper mysteries. Xing Bang, familiar with the intricate relationships through Madame Fanghua, surmised that the situation is far from straightforward. The Empress's intent to eliminate Madame Fanghua swiftly is undoubtedly reinforced by her son's newfound power over the Xiaofu, a position replete with both beauty and bounty, responsible for the royal finances and domestic affairs, including the management of the Yao court. Furthermore, Xing Bang sensed that Wu's verbose counsel concealed ulterior motives. Xiaobangzi, I've always said your future is boundless. Indeed, your wit is remarkable, Wu remarked, visibly pleased, as if the makeup on his face might soon crumble to the ground. Your praise is a testament to your excellent tutelage, esteemed eunuch, Xing Bang replied, eager to further flatter the old rascal. Wu's satisfaction was palpable as he smirked. Well then, there's nothing more of consequence. You are to accompany Xiaoyozi to serve Madame Fanghua. Follow his lead, for this is a deliberate arrangement by Her Majesty. Understood, I shall go at once. Xing Bang acknowledged, promptly departing. Serve, I cannot trust your words. This must be a scheme under the Empress's directive to torment Madame Fanghua. Fortunately, I am present. The specifics of the torment remain to be seen, and I shall adapt accordingly. Xiaoyozi had already slipped away unnoticed, currently rummaging through herbs in the courtyard. Xiaoyozi, the eunuch instructed us to. With a low grunt, Xiaoyozi replied, let us go, before turning to leave. Wu's machinations had already borne fruit. Though Xiaoyozi's foolishness was glaringly apparent, sooner or later, he would meet his doom. You dare to challenge me? You are woefully unqualified. Soon, the two arrived at Lady Fenghua's chamber. She merely cast a glance and continued to sit by the bed, lost in thought. This too was a form of resignation and submission. The room remained unchanged, save for the addition of a large bathtub and a wooden basin. Xing Bang could not help but furrow his brow. Was she truly to be bathed? Little Bang, please keep the lady company for a while. I shall return shortly. Little Nio had forsaken his code name, which was rather peculiar. Xing Bang acquiesced, and Little Nio turned to leave. Sister, when did these items appear here? Once assured of Little Nio's departure, Xing Bang hastily inquired of Lady Fanghua. They were brought by 2 recent eunuchs, said to be a grace from Her Majesty the Empress. Humph, how could she have any good intentions? Lady Fanghua scoffed, her face betraying a sense of helplessness. Chapter 19. Sharing Joys and Sorrows, Lady Fanghua in tears. By the way, how did you come here? Oh, I see. Wu Jing is indeed an agent of the Empress. Before Xing Bang could respond, Lady Fanghua had already deduced the situation. Xing Bang nodded, confirming, indeed, that old eunuch Wu Jing has already briefed me. However, dear sister, do not fear. I shall not allow them to harm you. Lady Fanghua offered a bittersweet smile, saying, at this point, what is there to fear? It is merely the torment and humiliation that await me. As she spoke, a realization dawned upon her, and she looked at Xing Bang, continuing, Little Bang, heed my words. Regardless of what transpires shortly, do not act impulsively. Remember. At that moment, Xiao Nyozi approached, carrying a basin that was still emanating steam. Little Bang, bring the basin to the lady. The servants are still boiling water. Let us first assist her in soaking her feet for comfort. Xing Bang placed the basin at Lady Fanghua's feet, then, eyeing the steaming wooden tub, reached out to take it from Xiao Nyozi. Xiao Nyozi stepped back, saying, no need. Just help the lady remove her shoes and socks. Xing Bang sensed something amiss. The steam indicated the water was scalding hot. Lady Fanghua, biting her lip, had already begun to grasp what might occur. Xiao Nyozi, did you forget to add cold water? Xing Bang asked, his mind racing to devise a solution. It was evident that he intended to scald Lady Fanghua's feet with boiling water. Xiao Nyozi's expression soured. Do I need your instruction on how to do things? Stop with the nonsense and quickly assist the lady in removing her shoes and socks. Xing Bang suppressed the urge to strike him and retorted, Xiao Nyozi, you are quite audacious to act on your own accord. Just now, Master Wu instructed us to serve the lady well. You dullard. Do I not know that warm water is more soothing? Hurry and follow my orders, or you shall bear the consequences. Xiao Nyozi, in a fit of frustration, nearly let the truth slip. Grabbing the water bucket swiftly, Xing Bang replied, Xiao Nyozi, it seems the one in trouble will be you. How could Master Wu's private instructions be false? Cursing under his breath, Xing Bang thought that even if he had to fight later, he could feign ignorance before Master Wu. Xiao Nyozi, already irritable, was now seething with anger, slamming the bucket onto the ground. Just as it seemed the two would clash, Lady Fanghua called out sharply, preventing the altercation. Come, Little Bang, assist me in removing my shoes and socks. Lady Fanghua's expression was resolute, exuding a sense of defiance against fate. Xing Bang felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. He understood, well, that Lady Fanghua was willing to suffer, not wanting to implicate him. You wretched servant. What are you dawdling for? I fear neither death nor a mere foot soak. Even if it is boiling water, can it truly scald me to death? Seeing that Xing Bang had not moved, Lady Fanghua scolded him fiercely. The words that followed were directed towards Xing Bang, implicitly echoing his previous assertion that as long as one does not perish, there remains hope. This served to articulate her unwavering resolve. She would not yield. Xing Bang, of course, understood this implicitly and suppressed his urge to dispose of the troublesome Xiao Nyo. At this juncture, he could not betray the earnest intentions of Lady Fanghua. He first deliberately let out a low grunt to express his discontent with Lady Fanghua, then cast a fierce glare at Xiao Nyo. This is your doing. Should you ruin Grandpa's plans, do not deny it later. Xiao Nyo, grasping the hot water bucket, snorted coldly. Fine, I shall see how you explain this upon your return. Ignoring him, Xing Bang knelt down to remove Lady Fanghua's shoes and socks. What a beautiful pair of feet! A surge of resentment welled within Xing Bang. He wished to rend Xiao Nyo to pieces. Xiao Nyo poured the scalding water into the basin and remarked, Little Bang, you better wash the lady well. Do not waste it. The implication was clear. When it hurts, she must not pull away her feet. As Xing Bang began to remove Lady Fanghua's socks, he resolved to delay for a moment, allowing some steam to dissipate. Then, he plunged his own hand into the water, hoping to shield her from the worst of it. Since he lacked the means to protect her now, he would endure this suffering alongside her. He silently vowed to seek vengeance for this transgression in due time. Before immersing his hand, He turned to Xiaoyo and declared, Xiaoyo, let me be frank, you're far too inexperienced to contend with me. Today, I shall show you what it means to be ruthless. With that, he seized Lady Fenghua's feet, submerging them into the boiling water. Ah, you. Despite her inner fortitude, the searing pain was unbearable, instinctively prompting her to withdraw her foot. Yet, she immediately felt Xing Bang's firm grip on her. Instead of pulling back, she clenched her teeth, suppressing any cries of pain. Tears welled in her eyes, not from agony, but from the realization of this silent protector before her. In that moment, Xing Bang embodied the essence of a steadfast man in Lady Fenghua's heart. Seeing her endure the pain without flinching, Xing Bang thought, this is no time for foolishness. Without hesitation, he lifted her feet and pressed them down forcefully, creating the illusion that he was unable to bear the pain himself yet resolutely pulling her back. Lady Fenghua quickly understood and ceased to restrain her natural reactions. After several such motions, the water's temperature had decreased considerably. Before long, Lady Fenghua remained still. Though her feet still burned, the heat had diminished significantly. Xiaoyo watched in astonishment, failing to perceive any wrongdoing on Xing Bang's part, merely deeming him insane for engaging in such self-harm and obstinacy. However, the young bull truly felt a sense of submission. The little stick was undeniably ruthless. In that fleeting moment, the young bull experienced a pang of insecurity and confusion. Could it be that he was indeed less promising than what Wu Gonggong had claimed? Very well, little stick, consider yourself fortunate. Xing Bang hastily released Madame Fenghua's foot, raising his blistered, crimson hands. Young bull, remember this day. We shall see how it unfolds. At that moment, in Xing Bang's eyes, the young bull appeared to be as good as dead, merely waiting for time to bear witness. The young bull refused to be outdone and let out a cold snort. Very well, little stick. Let us commence from this day forth and see who meets their demise first. With that, he seized the wooden bucket and departed first. Little stick, are you all right? Come here, let your sister take a look. Madame Fenghua gazed at Xing Bang with tear-filled eyes, her heart aching for him. Xing Bang lowered his hands and smiled gently. I am resilient. It is I who should be concerned about you. Chapter 20. Are you jesting? How could you allow a petty fool like him to deceive you? I'm fine. The burns are not too severe. Why are you so foolish? Madame Fenghua spoke, her voice thick with emotion, struggling to suppress her tears. She was profoundly touched, experiencing for the first time a man who cared for her in such a manner. Sister, I must take my leave now. Take care of yourself. Later, I shall bring you some ointment. Please, do not. If anyone discovers this, it would only complicate matters. I assure you, I am truly fine. I will recover in a few days. By the way, that wretched servant, Xiaoyo Zai, will likely report you. Will you be able to handle it when you return? Sister, rest assured, I have my own explanations prepared. Madame Fenghua sighed. Very well. You should leave quickly. That servant will return shortly, noticing your absence. Without further hesitation, Xing Bang turned to depart. Not far outside, he heard Madame Fenghua murmur a prayer, heaven bless. His heart warmed. Her words made it all worthwhile. Xing Bang hastily caught up with Xiaoyo Zai, who grumbled irritably, what took you so long? Xiaoyo Zai, who do you think you are? I will do as I please. It is none of your concern. Xing Bang would not indulge him, retorting angrily. If you seek your own destruction, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall say no more. When we meet Grandfather Wu, let us see how your tongue fares then. Xiaoyo Zai, feeling his own inadequacy, hurried ahead, eager to return and report. The two soon arrived before Grandfather Wu's door, knocking gently before entering. Everything was in order. Grandfather Wu was the first to inquire. Is everything settled, my son? What news do you bring, Xiao Bangzi? With a thud, Xing Bang dropped to his knees, extending his two scalded hands, trembling with distress. Grandfather, I swear on my life, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. If you do not believe me, I am ready to prove my loyalty. Just give the word, and I shall plunge these hands into boiling oil. Xiao Bangzi you. Xiaoyo Zai, seeing Xing Bang in a tearful state, turned crimson with embarrassment. Grandfather Wu furrowed his brow, gazing at Xing Bang's hands in bewilderment. What has transpired? How did your hands come to be in such a state? Xing Bang wore a confused expression. Grandfather, I was merely following your instructions while washing the feet of number 17. Consider it a punishment for not informing you of my outing that day. Xiao Bangzi, at no time did I instruct you to do such a thing. Xing Bang looked up at Xiaoyo Zai, bewilderment and innocence etched on his face. Grandfather Wu turned sharply to Xiaoyo Zai, his voice stern. Xiaoyo Zai, how dare you use my name to bully Xiao Bangzi? Grandfather, I did not. Xiaonu's eye was instantly flustered, his gaze darting between Xing Bang and grandfather Wu, nearly in tears, stammering without producing a coherent explanation. He initially believed victory was assured. Yet he was utterly blindsided by the treachery of a malicious foe. "You wretched cur, kneel before me," Master Wu bellowed. Xing Bang reveled in the spectacle, relishing the chaos of dogs biting dogs. The master is truly enraged. Xiaonu, trembling, collapsed to his knees, not knowing if it was fear or indignation that caused his body to shake uncontrollably. Master Wu snorted disdainfully before turning to say, "Xiao Bang, rise. I have never instructed such matters. You, being so astute, how could you fall for Xiaonu's trickery? Nonetheless, your intent is commendable." With that, Master Wu retrieved a small porcelain vial from a redwood box and handed it to Xing Bang. "This is premium wound ointment, effective for burns as well. Apply it promptly." Xing Bang, choked with gratitude, accepted the ointment. "You, wretched cur, cease your kneeling here. Attend to Xiao Bang's injury, then go kneel at the door, slapping your own face. You are not permitted to stop without my command." As Xing Bang reached the doorway, Master Wu's furious voice echoed again. "Shut the door. Xiaonu, face ashen, close the door and return to the room behind Xing Bang." Setting the ointment down, Xing Bang sat on the bed, extending his hand with a mischievous grin. "Ah, how fortunate I am to have the irritable Xiaonu personally attending to my injury." Xiaonu, trembling with rage, grasped the vial tightly. "Xiao Bang, you are quite the adversary." Unfazed, Xing Bang maintained his smirk. "Do be careful while applying the ointment. If you hurt me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Xiaonu, feeling wronged, was tempted to confront Xing Bang, yet felt powerless, suffering in silence. He took deep breaths, striving to steady his trembling hands as he cautiously applied the ointment. He had come to respect Xing Bang. This cunning individual did not play by the rules, and inflicting pain could lead to unforeseen consequences. "Xiaonu, would you like me to assist you with a few slaps? I assure you, a few well-placed strikes will leave your face swollen like a pig's head, making it less painful when you strike yourself later, requiring less force." "You." Before Xiaonu could finish his retort, Xing Bang delivered a swift kick. "Be gentler." Xiaonu grunted as he collided heavily with the wall, astonished by the unexpected strength of Xing Bang. Before he could ponder further, Xing Bang, visibly impatient, commanded, "Pick up the ointment. I no longer require your clumsy hands. Hurry outside and strike your own face. Of course, if you prefer to be unrecognizable to your mother, bow 3 times, and I might intercede on your behalf." Xiaonu grinned, rising and flinging the ointment onto the bed. "I don't need you to plead for me. Xiao Bang, don't become too complacent. Our conflict is far from over." Xing Bang called in jest. One might say to another, "You are still quite inexperienced." With arms extended into the water, Xing Bang's actions could be deemed a dual advantage, as he had meticulously devised this plan. Wu Gonggong was acutely aware that Xiaonu's eye had eavesdropped on his conversation with Xing Bang, and thus resorted to this method of retribution. Consequently, upon hearing Xing Bang's remarks, Wu Gonggong immediately grasped the underlying implications. He was not inclined to ponder excessively. Rather, the more fiercely the two contended, the more delighted he became, as it rendered both individuals easier to manipulate. It must be said, this cunning eunuch's concoction is indeed effective. Feeling a refreshing chill in his hands, Xing Bang contemplated delivering the medicine to Madame Fang Hua. Chapter 21. 2 audacious eunuchs. Soon, the sound of slapping echoed in the courtyard. Remarkably, this lad showed no restraint. Each strike was delivered with resounding force. Xing Bang reclined on his bed with his legs crossed, contemplating that this could indeed be considered an occupational hazard, as he would still require the dim-witted Xiaonuzi to serve him tea and water. Approximately half an hour later, Xing Bang stood at the doorway and glanced at Xiaonuzi, whose face had swollen into a grotesque visage. There was an undeniable resilience in him, after so much striking. One would expect the hands of the assailants to be sore, yet this fellow continued to deliver each blow without compromise. "All right, enough. If you cannot control that mouth of yours next time, you may as well forego meals altogether," came the voice of Eunuch Wu from within the room. Xiaonuzi quickly bowed, his speech slurred due to the severe swelling. After uttering this command, Eunuch Wu fell silent. One could not help but wonder what he occupied himself with behind closed doors. Was there perhaps a secret passage concealed within? As night fell, Xiaonuzi had already descended into a deep slumber, snoring like a pig. After half an hour of self-inflicted punishment, followed by washing and cooking until late into the night, it was no wonder he was exhausted. Xing Bang, clutching a healing ointment, stealthily exited the room and, with focused intent, made his way to the front door, effortlessly leaping over the fence. With a few agile bounds, he vanished into the cloak of night. "Sister, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Are you worried about me? You truly came," exclaimed Madame Fanghua, who had been tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Upon recognizing Xing Bang, she sat up, her voice tinged with excitement. Xing Bang promptly produced the healing ointment from his bosom, remarking, "Such a beautiful foot of yours, sister. It would be a tragedy to leave a scar. What is a scar compared to your safety? As long as you are unharmed, I will be at ease." Without further ado, Xing Bang began to apply the ointment. "Upon your return, how will you explain to that old eunuch Wu Jing?" Madame Fanghua sighed in relief before her curiosity got the better of her, as she had been worried since Xing Bang's departure. Xing Bang smiled gently and recounted the events in detail. "You truly are quite the sly one." Madame Fanghua couldn't help but chuckle softly. As they faced each other, Xing Bang found himself captivated by her enchanting smile, almost intoxicated by it. Moreover, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Someone is approaching. Before Xing Bang could utter a word, the sound of footsteps grew increasingly closer. Madame Fanghua, suddenly flustered, urged in a hushed tone, "Little Bangzi, you must leave quickly. Do not fear, you lie down and sleep. I shall remain right above you," he reassured her, with 1,000 frustrations swirling in his mind. Xing Bang had no choice but to comply, leaping onto the rooftop. Madame Fanghua glanced up at the roof, exhaled a sigh of relief, and then nestled under her blanket. Not long after, the sound of clinking chains resonated, and the door creaked open before closing once more. Two figures approached the bedside of Madame Fanghua. She gasped, sitting upright. "Who are you?" Xing Bang focused his gaze and saw two eunuchs. He could discern from their heavy, disordered footsteps that they lacked martial skills. So he chose to observe quietly first. "Madam, don't be afraid. We are the eunuch attendants who bring your meals daily," one of them spoke. "It's so late. Why have you barged in?" The other eunuch smirked maliciously. "Madam, we couldn't sleep and thought to see if you needed any service. Thank you for your concern, but I require nothing. Madam, we worked hard this afternoon to prepare your bath and fresh robes. Shouldn't you show us some gratitude?" Lady Fanghua suppressed her fury. "I wish to sleep now. Leave at once." "Madam, I advise you to comply obediently. Otherwise, things won't end well for you." One eunuch threatened, stepping forward. "Stop. If you don't leave, I'll scream for help." "Go ahead, scream. Do you still think you're some lofty mistress? No one who comes here ever rises again. You're nothing but a lowly wretch now. Entertain us, and your days might be bearable. Otherwise, we have ways to make you suffer." Lady Fanghua seethed with humiliation and rage. How dare these lowly eunuchs insult her so? "If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll dash my head against the wall. My son is the crown prince, the future emperor. Do you not fear for your lives? Brother, enough talk. Let us have our fun first. I can't wait any longer. To be served by a noble lady of the inner palace? Worth dying for. Now strip. Let us admire the emperor's woman." From the rooftop, Xing Bang let out a cold snort, cursing inwardly. "Two fools courting death, daring to harass my woman. Time to send you to the afterlife." Just as the eunuchs moved to act, Xing Bang leaped down, seizing both by their throats with lightning speed. The eunuchs' eyes bulged, their voices strangled before a sound could escape. "You vile dogs, how dare you defy the heavens?" Chapter 22. How should you repay this favor, sister? The two eunuchs trembled in fear, stammering as they attempted to speak. Without uttering a word, Xing Bang tightened his grip, and with a sickening crack, the eunuch who had just called him brother fell lifeless to the ground, not even able to let out a sound before meeting his end. The eunuch referred to as brother widened his eyes in terror, frozen in sheer fright, almost too frightened to lose control of himself. Madame Fanghua, having witnessed the brutal realities of the imperial harem, remained remarkably composed. She understood that these two eunuchs could not be allowed to live. "Listen closely. I have questions for you. Speak truthfully, or your end will be far worse than his," Xing Bang declared, loosening his grip. The freed eunuch crumpled to the floor, swiftly kneeling before Xing Bang, too terrified to breathe, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Spare me, my lord. I shall never dare again. Ask whatever you wish. And I will not utter a single falsehood," he pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly. Xing Bang scoffed coldly. "Who instructed you to act in this manner?" "In response to your lordship, I believe you are more familiar with the rules of the Yeo court than I am. It is customary for us to deliberately make things difficult, and tonight, it was merely our foolishness," the eunuch replied. Xing Bang understood that even without explicit orders, These eunuchs often took pleasure in tormenting the once mighty consorts, indulging in their twisted sense of superiority. However, it was evident that tonight, they intended to inflict even greater humiliation upon Madame Fanghua. Did Eunuch Wu visit today? Xing Bang inquired. Eunuch Wu did come, instructing us to take good care of the lady, and to make things as difficult as possible for her, the eunuch confessed. Is it so simple that you blindly follow Eunuch Wu's orders? Xing Bang mused, contemplating whether Eunuch Wu was acting under the queen's auspices. Eunuch Wu provided us each with 50 taels of silver, and on occasion, when we needed his assistance for ailments, the eunuch continued. Xing Bang glanced at the large bathing tub. That was also sent by Eunuch Wu, was it not? No, it was not us who delivered it. It was Eunuch Su from the luxury department who sent it. He instructed us to prepare baths for the lady every few days, along with several changes of clothing. Coincidentally, Eunuch Wu arrived at that time, noticed the bathing tub and wooden basin, and said nothing more, merely offering a few instructions before leaving. Xing Bang pondered. Could it be that Eunuch Wu was unaware of the bathing tub delivery? Did Eunuch Su secretly summon me, suspecting my involvement in this matter and attempting to extract information? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he realized that Eunuch Wu had not managed to elicit any information from him. Instead, he had come to assist Madame Fanghua with hot water for her feet, likely testing his loyalty. Clearly, if they dared to harm Madame Fanghua without restraint, it would imply that Xing Bang was not their adversary. In other words, it was akin to pledging his allegiance, granting him a sense of security. Reflecting on this, he wondered if there were any overlooked details yet to be uncovered. The eunuch trembled with furrowed brows, then suddenly recalled something. Today he had learned from a maid by Eunuch Su's side that the 6th prince had taken charge of the Xiaofu office. It was said that the empress now truly held sway over the entire rear palace, and that the Lady Fanghua let out a cold snort. No wonder you two lowly servants dared to be so bold. You thought this consort would never have a chance to rise again, didn't you? The eunuch hastily cowed out. Spare me, my lady. This servant dares not repeat such insolence. From now on, I shall serve you faithfully, never harboring treacherous thoughts again. Lady Fanghua turned away, her heart unsettled. Without another word, Xing Bang struck the eunuch's forehead with his palm. The man's pupils dilated instantly dead. With a sigh, Lady Fanghua wore a complicated expression, her voice softening. Little Bang, dragging you deeper into this. I truly don't know what to say. This debt of gratitude. Sister, why speak of such things? We are already 2 grasshoppers tied to the same string, bound so tightly we can never be separated. Another sigh escaped her lips. No matter what, it is I who have implicated you. Who knows if I'll ever have the chance to repay you in this lifetime? Xing Bang smiled knowingly. There will be a chance. Of course, if you truly feel indebted, you could repay me now. Lady Fanghua lifted her gaze to him, brows slightly furrowed. No? How could I possibly repay you at this moment? Well, you could offer yourself to me. A mischievous grin played on Xing Bang's lips. Lady Fanghua shuddered involuntarily, her delicate cheeks flushing. You mustn't be just with your elder sister like this. Though, if you wish, as long as it isn't too improper, I could agree. To his astonishment, she slowly closed her eyes. Heavens! Xing Bang's heart surged violently. The sensation was overwhelmingly profound. Yet reason reminded him the timing was not right. Not only did the 2 corpses need disposing, but lingering here was dangerous. If little Neo discovered his absence, it would spell certain doom. Sister, you smell so sweet. Though restraining himself with great effort, he still stole a kiss, a step across an unspoken boundary. Lady Fanghua opened her eyes, her elegant brows lifting slightly before she smiled. What a foolish boy. Xing Bang chuckled. Sister, whether I'm foolish or not, you'll learn in time. She paused, clearly not grasping his implication. In truth, she had meant that embraces were permissible, and deep down, she found an inexplicable comfort in Xing Bang's closeness. Having spent years in the rear palace, how could she not know of the secret affairs between eunuchs and maids, or even consorts seeking solace in their arms? As a woman of experience, Lady Fanghua understood such mysteries well. Little Bang, how will you handle these 2 eunuchs? I'll drag them out shortly, lock the door behind us, and toss them into the deep well. Simple enough. Madame Fanghua let out a soft hum, convinced that the resolute and decisive Xing Bang would undoubtedly handle the matter with impeccable precision. This evening, her esteem for Xing Bang had ascended to new heights. She could profoundly relate to the fluttering sensation she experienced when Xing Bang had brushed against her, reminiscent of the innocent exhilaration of her youthful days. Just as Xing Bang was about to depart, a thought suddenly struck him. Sister, if what this young eunuch claims is true and someone is secretly looking after you, It certainly cannot be Su Guang, for if he had such intentions, he would not have waited until now. Have you not pondered who this individual might be? Chapter 23. The encounter of disposing of corpses. I found myself utterly perplexed after His Majesty appointed the Crown Prince. I feared that he might harbor suspicions and that the Empress could seize upon some incriminating evidence. I had previously conferred with my family, especially since my father and brothers were all military men who would scorn any involvement with these eunuchs. I even contemplated whether the Empress might be orchestrating some nefarious scheme. Xing Bang intended to inquire if Madame Fenghua's family was discreetly managing affairs on her behalf, but upon hearing her words, he dismissed the notion. The safety of the Crown Prince was paramount, and Madame Fenghua's family, being of noble standing, would surely exercise utmost caution. Moreover, given their prestigious lineage, they would not risk the family's reputation over trivial matters, thereby ensuring no one could find any incriminating evidence against them. According to this eunuch and the demeanor of Lord Wu, it was evident that Lord Wu was unaware of the situation, suggesting that the Empress had not deliberately orchestrated these events. Given the current circumstances, it was unnecessary to delve further into the matter. With the demise of these two eunuchs, it would not be long before clarity emerged. Xing Bang, synthesizing these observations, experienced an illusion that this individual merely sought to assist Madame Fenghua. At the very least, the situation could not deteriorate further. Conversely, with someone sowing discord, Madame Fenghua should find herself in a safer position. Upon hearing Xing Bang's conclusion, Madame Fenghua furrowed her brow, seemingly lost in thought, before shaking her head and murmuring softly, "It seems unlikely." Just as Xing Bang was about to inquire if she had made a revelation, her expression returned to normal as she replied, "I must be overthinking. Your reasoning is sound. Let us simply observe how events unfold. My greatest concern now is for your safety. The death of two minor eunuchs is hardly extraordinary, yet given the timing, the circumstances are likely far more complex. In any case, after we dispose of these two eunuchs' bodies, you must exercise utmost caution." Xing Bang nodded earnestly. "You too, take good care of yourself. Otherwise, who will I have to repay my debts to?" Madame Fenghua responded with a gentle, "Rest assured, I shall be well." "Little Bangzi." As Xing Bang prepared to leave, Madame Fenghua suddenly called out to him, "Yes, is there anything else, sister?" Upon focusing his gaze, he noticed a tremulous, voluptuous figure, igniting a fiery sensation within him. Madame Fenghua appeared slightly flustered, stammering, "And no, nothing. Just be careful." Acknowledging her words, Xing Bang grasped the two eunuchs' bodies and made his way out. Xing Bang recalled that upon his arrival at the exposure site, he had seen a well not far from there. He was unfamiliar with other locations, and although he now possessed immense strength, carrying two bodies would undoubtedly diminish his capabilities. Thus, he resolved to hasten to the well and dispose of them before returning to rest peacefully. As he swiftly approached the well, he sensed a presence nearby. Nagong Shuel, restless and troubled, was unable to sleep. Suddenly, she perceived unusual movement outside her door, despite the stealthy footfalls. Her solid cultivation of the 5th level allowed her senses to discern the truth with remarkable accuracy. Since restlessness kept sleep at bay, she might as well indulge her curiosity and investigate. After all, anyone she could stumble upon couldn't be that formidable. With this thought, Nagong Shuel stepped out without hesitation. Not far into her pursuit, she spotted a lone figure by the well, two corpses discarded nearby. Instantly, she realized his intent to dispose of the bodies. Unacceptable. She couldn't let him taint the well. She still needed its water for washing clothes. Ignorance might have been bliss, but now that she'd seen it, how could she ever use it again? Xing Bang reached the well, tossing the corpses aside. First, he confirmed it wasn't dry, deep enough for his purposes. As he lifted one body, a sharp whistle cut through the air behind him. He dodged sideways just as a stone whizzed past. Damn it, someone's here. The urge to flee surged, but he resisted. Had they seen his face? He couldn't risk turning around. Instead, he stood rigid, bracing for another attack. Yet, after tense moments of silence, nothing came. Xing Bang realized his observer wasn't here to capture him. Emboldened, he decided to proceed, whether the unseen foe was strong or weak. Fleeing now wouldn't change his fate. He lifted the corpse again. Another stone flew. Hell, they don't want me dumping the bodies here. Judging by the stone's force, the attacker wasn't far, but his own strength was lacking. Engaging wrist exposure. Regret gnawed at him. His attire, unmistakably that of a eunuch. And worse, his face was bare. "I swear, this is the last time I'll be this careless." Temptation whispered to proceed anyway, but provoking a fight could backfire. Strength always in short supply when needed most. Hidden in the shadows, Nangong Shui frowned. Was this man an amateur? 2 warnings, yet he stood frozen. She couldn't care less about his disposal habits, just pick another spot. No stealth attire, treating the palace grounds like his own backyard. What audacity. As she mused, her gaze remained fixed on Xing Bang's back, curiosity burning. Bold. Reckless. Damn it. First-time jitters made him forget the nearby black cloth. Slapping his forehead, Xing Bang tore a large swath from a eunuch's robe and swiftly masked his face. A stifled laugh escaped Nangong Shui before she could smother it. The night was deathly silent. That single chuckle betrayed her position. A woman. Without hesitation, Xing Bang pivoted, darting toward the sound with lethal precision. Retreating now was no longer an option. He had to confront this mystery head-on. Certainly, he was not one to act impulsively. He had already discerned that the other party had no intention of engaging in direct confrontation. Moreover, judging by the speed and force of the thrown stones, they did not seem particularly formidable. With his exceptional agility as an advantage, he felt confident that, at the very least, he could make a swift escape if necessary. Nangong Shui was taken aback, never anticipating that the opponent would resort to such tactics, and furthermore. Chapter 24. Nangong Shui, I sense you are a good person. Nangong Shui was taken aback by the sudden assault. Just moments ago, she had been laughing at the other party's perceived foolishness, only to find them now transformed into a formidable adversary. Could it be that the mere act of covering one's face inspired such treachery? Alas, she herself bore no mask. By the time she realized the danger, precious moments had slipped away, and the specter of her opponent loomed perilously close, leaving no time to contemplate any means of concealment. Beware of the hidden weapon. As Xing Bang approached, instinctively, she halted her movement and sidestepped. How audacious to feign an attack. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Nangong Shui unleashed a gust of energy aimed directly at his face. By heavens, this woman is ruthless. Xing Bang deftly evaded her strike, and in that instant, he caught a glimpse of her countenance. Of course, Nangong Shui remained unaware of his features. Missing her initial strike, she executed a swift spinning kick. Goodness. This woman is determined. Xing Bang managed to block her assault, but was forced to retreat several steps, his hands stinging from the impact. Clearly, Nangong Shui's martial prowess surpassed his own, making her formidable in close combat. Cease this at once. Do not strike. Xing Bang hastily removed his mask. At that moment, Nangong Shui recognized him. It's you. We shall converse later. First, we must dispose of those 2 corpses. Without hesitation, she followed Xing Bang to the edge of a well. This is the only location I know. If you want to, let me discard them inside. Surely you can suggest another place? Xing Bang did not pry further, as the situation was evident. Follow me. He swiftly hoisted the bodies and trailed after her. For this was no time for idle chatter. Nangong Shui led into a nearby refuse pile, a makeshift dump of discarded cloth, where another well lay, broader than the previous one. Let us dispose of them here. This location frequently receives waste and impurities from dyes, and it is sufficiently deep. How deep? Nangong Shui furrowed her brow. I cannot say, but rest assured, it is exceedingly deep. Now that you're no longer anxious, hurry and cast them inside. Xing Bang quickly discarded the 2 bodies into the well. May I say that my earlier inquiry was merely a reflex? This place is so filthy. Surely no one would come here, right? Suddenly, Nangong Shui's expression tightened. What? You're not contemplating silencing me, are you? Xing Bang chuckled. What do you think? I have no idea. It should not be the case. Why? We have only just met. Intuition tells me you are a good person. Xing Bang smiled. I have no desire to be labeled a good person. In these times, it is often the good who perish first, and they reap no rewards. By the way, it is rare for anyone to know of your considerable martial skill. Do you not harbor thoughts of eliminating me to keep it a secret? What do you think? Goodness. You're mimicking my teasing. Xing Bang laughed softly, leaning closer, the pleasant aroma surrounding him intensifying. To her surprise, she did not shy away, genuinely believing herself to be the virtuous one. If you were to eliminate me, who would treat your ailment? Nangong Shui's face flushed crimson. You. I have indeed been of great assistance to you. Therefore, to repay you, just name the time and I'll come to serve you. You. I didn't mean it that way. I won't talk to you anymore. Nangong Shui grew even more embarrassed, instinctively retreating 2 steps. I dislike owing favors, so I must help you with this. If not, name something else you need assistance with. Of course, if you find it inconvenient for me to come to you, I can go to you instead. It's the same either way. For now, this is the only thing I need your help with. Wait, No, aside from this, there is nothing else I need your help with. Ne Gongshui's delicate face flushed crimson in frustration. Her mind was a mess. No matter how she phrased it, it came out wrong. She wished she could vanish into the ground. Ne Gongshui, in the end, isn't this exactly what you want him to help you with? Ah, this is too mortifying. It's enough to keep me awake at night. Xing Bang suppressed a laugh and spoke with feigned seriousness. I understand what you mean. You're saying you want my help with this matter, right? Ne Gongshui, relying entirely on his expression, gave a soft, hesitant hum of agreement. Ah, it's getting late. We should leave this place soon. Ne Gongshui was utterly speechless, fearing that if this conversation continued, it might escalate into why wait for another day when today is just as good? All right, it's settled then. I owe you a favor, summon me anytime. And I'll repay it promptly. You go ahead first. Nangong Shui didn't protest, understanding Xing Bang's thoughtful gesture. What a considerate man he is. Well, even if he is a eunuch, there is nothing wrong with that. Xing Bang followed discreetly, ensuring Nangong Shui safely entered her quarters before departing. Now, he knew where she resided. The next day, Xing Bang awoke naturally, well-rested. When little Niu Zi came to rouse him early, he was met with a sharp rebuke. Sleeping like a damned hog while my hand has been burning in pain all night? The least you could do is pull your weight, regardless of whether the disappearance of 2 eunuchs would be investigated. Xing Bang deemed it unwise to rise at his usual early hour. With his injury as an excuse, reversing his routine was the perfect smokescreen. Human perception works this way. Under normal circumstances, rising early despite injury might earn praise for diligence. But if suspicions arose, doing so could imply guilt. Why else push through pain unless hiding something? Thus, feigning indifference was the wiser course. Let others speculate. At worst, they dismiss it as laziness or exaggeration. Still, remaining bedridden would be excessive. A slight delay sufficed, just enough to avoid suspicion without appearing deliberate. In the courtyard, only little Niu Zi, his face still swollen like a pig's head, labored away. Eunuch Wu rose early as always, but after his morning ablutions, he secluded himself behind closed doors. One might suspect he is amusing himself. Just then, the chief superintendent of the punishment bureau, Su Guang, arrived with his 2 lackeys. One fanned himself ostentatiously despite the cold, resembling an overzealous attendant blocking admirers. A glance at Su Guang's grim expression told Xing Bang this visit concerned yesterday's deceased eunuchs. Your humble servants greet Superintendent Su. Xing Bang and little Niu Zi hurried forward, bowing deeply. Please summon your Lord Wu. Since you are all present, I shall await him here in the courtyard. No sooner had the words left my lips than Lord Wu emerged, striding purposefully toward the center of the courtyard. Your esteemed presence graces us this early morning, Lord Su. I regret my failure to extend a proper welcome, he exclaimed. Young Yuzi, why do you linger in silence? Hurry and serve tea to Lord Su. He gestured toward the stone table beside him, invitingly. Lord Su, unperturbed, promptly took a seat, followed closely by Lord Wu, while Xing Bang stood dutifully behind them. Young Yuzi swiftly brought forth 2 cups of tea, leaving the younger brother merely to stand and observe. Lord Su lifted his cup, took a small sip, and spat out some tea leaves. Young Yuzi, I neglected to inquire earlier, what has happened to your face? Chapter 25. Assigned to the alley in response to Master Su's words, the young one mumbled incoherently, leading Su Guang to nearly spew his tea in disbelief. It was as if he had consumed wax, devoid of any meaningful substance. Amused, Master Su noted the audacity of the lad, contemplating a lesson in humility. Indeed, certain servants required thorough discipline lest they forget their place, for in truth, they were little more than dogs. Su Guang, undeterred, retorted with equal vigor. Externally, they appeared composed. Yet perceptive observers could discern the veiled barbs exchanged between them, each unwilling to concede to the other. Ah, Master Su, your early visit surely signifies more than merely seeking a cup of tea? Master Wu, fully aware that the remark was a thinly veiled rebuke, chose not to display his irritation, opting instead to forego the verbal sparring that might incite further discord. Clearing his throat, Su Guang continued. This morning, reports arrived of 2 eunuchs assigned to the alley going missing. The entire violent chamber has been searched thoroughly, yet neither living nor dead has been found. The alley, in fact, served as the prison within the violent chamber, a singular path flanked by rows of rooms. Other locations, such as the hidden courtyard, also possessed similar alleys. Though the violent chamber was notably smaller, hence its designation as the alley, Su Guang's implication was clear. The 2 were undoubtedly deceased. For escape was inconceivable within the confines of the hidden courtyard. Master Su, your early visit to my quarters, could it be to investigate our household? Master Wu remained unfazed. In his view, the demise of two inconspicuous eunuchs was of little consequence. Naturally, Su Guang felt no ripple of concern. For his inquiry stemmed from the fact that those two eunuchs had been strategically positioned in the alley to facilitate his financial gains. The eunuchs overseeing the alley were considered to hold a lucrative position. Those women who had erred or fallen from grace often resorted to bribery to lessen their punishments. However, these two eunuchs merely enjoyed a meager broth, most of which found its way into Su Guang's own pocket. Su Guang smirked, remarking, "While it is possible these two eunuchs may have incurred your displeasure, Master Wu, their demise, in that case, is merely just. What can I say? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely conducting a routine inquiry. After all, these eunuchs have been in my service for some time, and it would be remiss to allow their fates to remain shrouded in mystery. Otherwise, who would be willing to serve in this violent chamber? Leaving me to become a mere figurehead? Very well, my medical staff is present. Should you have any inquiries, Master Su, feel free to ask." Master Wu had little to contribute. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Guang remained his superior, and no one dared openly defy the palace's regulations. A flicker of smugness crossed Su Guang's face as he continued, "Master Wu, your two young subordinates interacted with those missing eunuchs yesterday. What might have transpired?" The implication in Master Su's words was intriguing, suggesting a suspicion that the deaths of the two eunuchs were somehow connected to their household. "Do not be angered, my lord. It is only fitting that I provide an explanation to those above us. Let us discuss matters in a straightforward manner. Two eunuchs had contact with you prior to their demise, and theoretically, this does not exclude the possibility of conflict, does it not, Lord Wu? Indeed. I have visited those two eunuchs, including Xiao Bangzi and Xiao Nyozi, at Madame Fenghua's residence. I readily acknowledge this. As for the purpose of my visit, I can divulge it truthfully, should Lord Su have any interest in hearing. Furthermore, since we are on this topic, may I inquire about the bathing tub schedule for the 17th? In my decades of service within this palace, I have never encountered such a custom. Lord Wu, with an air of arrogance, spoke at length, leaving Su Guang with a rather displeased expression. Xing Bang secretly admired Wu, recognizing that experience in the world had refined his sharpness. "You exaggerate, my esteemed brother. Is it truly necessary for us to quibble over such trivial matters? After all, they are merely two eunuchs. Since you have expressed your views so clearly, I shall refrain from further inquiry on this matter." Su Guang had intended to turn the tables on Wu but found himself outmaneuvered and rendered speechless. Although the matter of the bathing tub was not of his own volition, he could only laugh it off, knowing that further discussion would lead to complications. Su Guang was well aware that Wu was also attempting to extract information from him. Both were seasoned players in this game, and none would easily fall for the other's tricks. Nevertheless, he could not comprehend why the minister of the inner court had instructed him to deliver bathing items and clean garments to Madame Fenghua. Simultaneously, he sensed that Wu appeared equally uninformed about the situation. In summary, he was rather perplexed, merely following orders. "Then I must thank you, Brother Su," was said. His smile devoid of genuine warmth, his tone brimming with victorious exuberance. "Brother, although this matter has reached a resolution, I must discuss another official matter with you this morning." Su chuckled. "You jest. My lord, as a high-ranking official, simply state your business, and I shall assist as best I can." Wu feigned laughter. Su Guang smiled. "I appreciate your support, my brother. As you are aware, our manpower is rather stretched, especially after the demise of those two eunuchs. Thus, I would like to transfer Xiao Bangzi to assist for a time. Would that be convenient for you? Of course, Xiao Bangzi remains under your command. You may call upon him whenever necessary. I had initially thought to temporarily transfer Xiao Nyozi as well, but it would not do to leave you without assistance. So I shall let Xiao Bangzi fill in for the time being." Wu furrowed his brow, deep in thought, secretly cursing Su Guang for imposing upon him. "I apologize for placing you in a difficult position. You are already short-handed, and you know that working in the alley is not as simple as just bringing anyone in. Only the capable can manage it. I believe Xiao Bangzi is quite clever and suitable for the task. Alas, this job is no easy feat. I earnestly ask for your assistance, my brother." Su Guangyi, with an expression of distress and hardship, truly embodies the qualities of a competent official. Not only is he adept at managing both large and small matters, but his eloquence in official discourse is also remarkably smooth. As my esteemed brother Su has pointed out, it seems we have no choice but to acquiesce, both in public and private matters. Very well then, you may take the little baton with you shortly. Su Guang's face immediately brightened with a smile, expressing his gratitude. My elder brother is magnanimous. I sincerely thank you here. No need for formality. Let us proceed with this arrangement, replied the eunuch Wu, as he lifted his teacup to sip, signaling unmistakably that it was time to depart without further ado. Naturally, Xing Bang was more than willing to accept the assignment in the alley, as it would grant him greater freedom and the opportunity to engage with a wider array of individuals. It is indeed curious how the old eunuch could be so agreeable. Chapter 26. Have you yet to embrace a woman in slumber? Well then, Brother Wu, you may continue with your tasks. I, too, have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. You, stay behind and assist little Bangzi in tidying up before escorting him to his lodgings. Once arrangements were made, Su Guang departed with his assistant, who fanned him. Wu Gonggong cast a glance at Xing Bang, said nothing, and proceeded back to his chamber. Esteemed Gonggong, please take a moment to sit. I shall tidy up, and we will be on our way. Xing Bang greeted him, and then poured a cup of tea before heading to Wu Gonggong's room. Gonggong, please enjoy this tea. Ah, at least you possess a modicum of conscience, Wu Gonggong remarked with satisfaction as he accepted the teacup from Xing Bang. Xing Bang feigned a melancholic demeanor, saying, Gonggong, I have no desire to venture into those alleys. I merely wish to remain by your side. For I have developed an attachment to this place. Serving in those alleys is far superior to performing menial tasks here. After all, it is our esteemed lord who has taken notice of us. We forgot to mention one thing. Su Gonggong is one of the favored sons of the esteemed Yeting Ling, Gonggong Chao, who is a prominent figure in the emperor's retinue, more favored than even the empress when she is at court. If you diligently serve Su Gonggong, who knows? Perhaps one day we might seek to align ourselves with you. Wu Gonggong spoke in a roundabout manner. It appears that Su Guang is indeed backed by influential patrons. Yeting Ling can be regarded as the grand overseer of the inner palace, thus one can imagine the extent of such power. Gonggong, you jest, wherever I go. My roots will remain with you. Furthermore, no matter how powerful Gonggong Chao may be, he cannot surpass our empress. Xing Bang understood well the veiled insinuations of the crafty eunuch. Wu Gonggong's indirect words led him to grasp why he was so readily permitted to depart. He did not perceive any threat of betrayal, perhaps even considering that being with Su Guang might prove more advantageous. Conversely, Su Guang, too, seemed intent on utilizing Xing Bang. In short, the absence of rivalry negates the essence of the inner palace. Little Bangzi, you are indeed perceptive. I have not misjudged you. Wu Jing, seemingly delighted to hear these words, praised Xing Bang enthusiastically. Such commendation is due to the fine tutelage of the Gonggong. Enough with the flattery. If you truly care, come visit me for tea and conversation when time permits, and I shall be thoroughly satisfied. Rest assured, I shall frequently come to pay my respects to you, esteemed Gonggong. Such amiable words serve as a reminder to oneself of the importance of returning promptly to report any significant developments. Subsequently, Wu Gonggong gestured for him to leave, and Xing Bang returned to his quarters to gather his belongings, which amounted to little more than 2 changes of clothes. Pighead. No, Cow Gonggong. I shall take my leave now, but I shall return to see you when time allows. As Xing Bang finished packing, he could not resist teasing the little ox laboring in the courtyard, who merely huffed in irritation without saying a word, for even if he did, it would be indistinct. It is evident that Xiaonozi harbors a degree of envy towards Xing Bang, for remaining in the apothecary is exceedingly dull. Compounded by the irritable temperament of the peculiar Wu Gonggong, whose unpredictable nature instills a constant sense of dread, lest a careless misstep result in dire consequences. The two soon arrived at their lodgings, situated at the forefront of a modest courtyard within a narrow alley. Although it was somewhat distanced from Madame Fenghua's room 17, it was particularly close to Ne Gongshui's chamber. In total, 7 individuals resided here, including a cook and laborers for menial tasks. This room was originally occupied by the deceased duo, but now it has been granted to you, allowing for a solitary occupancy. Moreover, all belongings of the departed have been discarded, and the bedding has been freshly replaced. Upon entering the room, the eunuch who escorted Xing Bang began to speak in a measured tone. Xing Bang observed the bedding, which indeed appeared to have been changed. The 2 eunuchs he had slain did not instill fear within him, yet he felt a slight aversion to using their remnants. Thank you. Might I inquire about your esteemed surname, Gonggong? Such honor is unwarranted. Just call me Xiao Jinzi. You ought to express your gratitude to our esteemed Gonggong Su. It seems fortune smiles upon you. As he orchestrated your arrangement here, the eunuch replied. Xing Bang tossed his belongings onto the bed, responding, while I appreciate your sentiments, I must also express my gratitude to you. Since I have nothing pressing at the moment, I shall accompany you to report to Gong Gong Su as a means to express my thanks. Xiao Jinzi nodded. No wonder Gong Gong Su seeks to elevate you. You truly exhibit a remarkable sense of understanding. Very well. You may accompany me, he continued, for I believe Gong Gong Su has matters to discuss with you. As they conversed, Xing Bang closed the door and followed Xiao Jinzi towards the office. Upon hearing Xiao Jinzi speak of Su Guang's promotion, Xing Bang grasped its significance. It was not merely Xing Bang's cleverness that drew attention, but perhaps Su Guang's desire to cultivate alliances, given the underlying complexities between them, as they were indeed in the same proverbial boat. Contemplating this, Xing Bang felt a flutter of emotions, his thoughts drifting to Wan Yanran, who he surmised might share his sentiments. This newfound freedom from the apothecary made encounters considerably more feasible. Gong Gong Su, I have ensured that Xiao Bangzi is settled. Upon entering, Xing Bang noted that the room remained the same as before, with Su Guang still presiding, albeit with a different pair of maidservants. It was astonishing how a mere steward could indulge so splendidly. When I eventually take charge of the Yayo Ting or even the imperial harem, I shall surely soar to great heights. The two maidens, while charming, did not quite meet the aesthetic standards outlined in the Fenghua Baojian. It seemed that the palace was filled with women who were either aged or faded in beauty, devoid of any particularly unattractive individuals. However, Xing Bang's aspirations were set on those of exceptional grace and beauty. Xiao Bangzi, overseeing the alley, is a commendable position. Given our previous encounter, we have established a modicum of rapport. Your astuteness has not gone unnoticed, which is why this coveted role, often sought after by many, has been entrusted to you. Thus, you must not betray my goodwill. The alley is of utmost importance. I trust you will manage it diligently, and I implore you not to let me down. Xing Bang comprehended the underlying message. It was an entreaty to fulfill his duties effectively, ensuring that the benefits accrued would be directed towards his benefactor. Eunuch Su, your appreciation and guidance are deeply cherished. Rest assured, this humble one shall not disappoint your benevolent intentions, and will execute the matter flawlessly. However, being young and inexperienced, I sincerely hope for your wise counsel should any shortcomings arise. Su Guang chuckled heartily. Young Bangzi, you're a clever lad. I need not say much, serve me well, and you shall be amply rewarded. With a mischievous grin, he gestured to a maidservant beside him and remarked, unlike Eunuch Wu's place, we have fewer rigid rules here. Merit will be generously rewarded. Tell me, Bangzi, he added with a smirk, have you ever known the embrace of a woman? Chapter 27, The Alleyway. Brazenly seeking targets, Xing Bang shook his head. Just for this reason, Eunuch Su seemed much more endearing. Indulging in women was still a pursuit of sorts, though all he could do was hold them while sleeping. Do you not wish to embrace a woman in your sleep? Su Guang smirked shamelessly, pinching the waist of a maidservant beside him. Dare I deceive you, Your Excellency? I have thought of it. Upon hearing Xing Bang's admission, Su Guang erupted into shrill laughter. I didn't expect you to be so forthright, boy. I quite like your temperament. For a freshly castrated eunuch like you, it would be strange indeed if you felt nothing upon seeing such delicate beauties. Regardless of what other eunuchs may think, I, for one, believe that warming one's feet with a woman is its own pleasure and comfort. Speaking of which, if you desire it, follow me faithfully. Women are the least of what we lack here. Xing Bang understood clearly now. So long as one had the power, within this small domain, one could act with impunity. Use you? For a moment, he thought Eunuch Su might grandly push one of his maidservants toward him. 1,000 curses ran through his mind. What a pretentious display. Yet, this too was a manifestation of power. Though clandestine relationships between palace eunuchs and maidservants were common, they remained discreet. For all women in the imperial harem ultimately belonged to the emperor. Many thanks for your guidance, Your Excellency. This humble one shall strive diligently. Little Bangzi, you're a clever one. I need say no more. If there is nothing else, you may withdraw. This old man wishes to indulge in a midday nap. Su Guang waved them off with a yawn, signaling for Xing Bang and Xiao Jinzi to leave. The two maidservants, of course, remained behind. Damn him, living the high life. Xing Bang returned alone to his quarters. Xiao Jinzi, being Su Guang's tea-serving attendant, naturally resided within that courtyard. At last. A temporary reprieve from that scheming old fox Wu Jing. Now, if I wish to do anything, I needn't tread so carefully. Stretching out on his bed, Xing Bang exhaled deeply. At the very least, he now had a room to himself. For 1,000 experience points had been accumulated, enough to enhance his strength. This was a matter that brooked no delay. Soon, Xing Bang elevated his cultivation from solidified 3rd layer, 04,000, to solidified 4th layer, 05,000. The required experience was growing ever steeper. He would need to gather more swiftly. Still, he could now roam the alleyway openly. His first task was to turn every stone here, starting with those like Lady Fanghua, who were forbidden from leaving. The women laboring in the Yiyu court fell into two categories. Those without skills, relegated to menial tasks, of which the Baosher held many, their quality predictably mediocre. And those with talents, raising silkworms, spinning thread, weaving cloth, sewing garments. One could only imagine how many beauties lay hidden among them. The road ahead is long and arduous. The punishment chamber is merely the beginning. The day I gain control over the entire Yiyu court will mark the start of my unstoppable ascent. Of course, as the family members of disgraced officials. Ne Gongshui and her daughter also reside in the narrow alleys, though their status is not as lofty as Lady Fanghua's. At least they are not confined in isolation and are still required to perform daily tasks. Xing Bang's courtyard houses 3 individuals specifically tasked with tending the fires and preparing meals, while the other 4 are all menial eunuchs responsible for the basic needs, food, drink, and sanitation of the imprisoned noblewomen and consorts. After a little over an hour, the eunuchs began delivering the first meal of the day. Here, only 2 meals are provided daily. Following his original plan, Xing Bang accompanied them on their rounds. The 4 eunuchs had divided their routes, so Xing Bang first trailed the one delivering to the frontmost quarters. Though the compound held many rooms, not all were occupied. Some stood empty, and the conditions varied greatly. Naturally, assignments were not made in orderly sequence. To put it bluntly, those with connections enjoyed better lodgings, while those without were relegated to the worst chambers. After delivering to several rooms, none of which held the person he sought, Xing Bang found himself nearly overwhelmed by the stench. The longer the occupants had been confined, the more unbearable the odor became. Trapped in sealed quarters, with all bodily functions contained within, and with the eunuchs unwilling to clean unless bribed. Some chambers went weeks without tending. Soon, they arrived at room 17, Lady Fanghua's quarters. Xiaoxizi, you take over from here. I can't bear it any longer. I need to rest a moment. You've lasted this long without retching on your first day? Impressive. Xiaoxizi chuckled and departed with a wave. Xiao Bangzi, what brings you here? Have you been assigned to this post? Lady Fanghua sounded surprised, her face alight with unconcealed delight. Xing Bang nodded. Sister, from now on, I can take better care of you. Are you pleased? A soft smile graced her lips. Of course I am. With you here, at the very least, I won't feel the urge to hurl these meals away in disgust. Xing Bang grinned. Is that all? Lady Fanghua glanced at him, her delicate brows lifting slightly. Naturally. Seeing you daily will lift my spirits. I want to feel so hollow anymore. Xing Bang stepped closer. Sister, if ever you find yourself sleepless at night, I could slip in to keep you company, and stay till dawn, if you wish. A warmth stirred in Lady Fanghua's chest, and unbidden images flickered through her mind. How comforting it would be to have someone to lean on in the dark. Sister, what do you think of my idea? Lady Fanghua snapped back to reality, her ears burning as she met his amused gaze. It's a fine notion, but you must be cautious. Don't risk too much just to please me. Xing Bang smirked roguishly. Don't worry, sister. Even if I were to assist you in your bath, it wouldn't be too improper. Next time you bathe, I'll give you a proper massage to ease your tension. My skills are exceptional. All right, little one. Hush now. Madame Fanghua's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of rosy crimson. She found it utterly perplexing. Having eunuchs attend to her bath was nothing out of the ordinary, yet hearing those words stirred an inexplicable turbulence in her heart, accompanied by an unexpected flicker of anticipation. Xing Bang chuckled softly. Enough now, sister. You should eat first. Only with a full stomach will you have the strength. With a demure nod, Madame Fanghua picked up the steamed bun and began taking delicate bites. It was a secret provision Xing Bang had smuggled for her. Even the way you eat is utterly enchanting, sister. It makes me feel rather peckish myself, he remarked, after swallowing a morsel. She offered him the bun with a radiant smile. Here, have some. Xing Bang gulped, eyeing the plump, round bun. Thank you, sister, but perhaps another time. Madame Fanghua frowned slightly. Little one, what on earth are you implying? Chapter 28. The unhinged concubine Xing Bang initially intended to tease further, relishing the sight of her typically composed demeanor tinged with a hint of shyness. Suddenly, Madame Fanghua's expression shifted to one of gravity. Ah, little Bangzi. Since you have taken up duty in this alley, I have a matter to entrust to you. Xing Bang withdrew his gaze. What is it, sister? Speak freely. Whatever you propose, I shall dedicate myself to it wholeheartedly. It is not my affair, but previously, when you were at the apothecary, I refrained from mentioning it. There is a sister of mine who shares a good rapport with me, imprisoned here, having been wronged by the Empress and subsequently cast into this place. She has languished here for nearly a year. Earlier, I managed to send someone to look after her, but now, given my circumstances, I can no longer attend to her. It is indeed a pitiable situation. Her mind appears to have faltered. I do not even know which chamber she is confined to. In the future, I hope you will keep a watchful eye on her for me. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. I shall certainly visit her this afternoon. I trust one will be able to offer some assistance. Fear not, sister. Once I locate her, I will tend to her needs with care. However, what is her name? I would prefer not to inquire. Do describe her appearance to avoid a mix-up. Madame Fanghua smiled slightly. I thought your cleverness would render further explanation unnecessary. Which of my sisters is not a paragon of beauty? However, she possesses one striking characteristic, an unmistakable trait that sets her apart. I dare say you will encounter no other in the entire harem. Sister, what do you mean? I'm not quite following. Xing Bang looked perplexed, the theatrics resurfacing. Madame Fanghua rolled her eyes in exasperation. Not understanding? Just a moment ago, you little rascal. Guilty as charged, Xing Bang chuckled. Sister, you cannot blame me. It is simply you are too enchanting. Your tongue is adept at flattery, yet it serves well. Given her current mental state, your occasional counsel may be beneficial. At that moment, Xiaoxizi arrived at the door, prompting Xing Bang to step outside. Those fallen concubines truly evoke pity, like birds trapped in a cage, devoid of hope. Just contemplating it drains the will to live. You become accustomed to it with time. The one from the 17th, having entered not long ago, is still faring well. But with prolonged confinement, one would likely succumb to madness. And the one from the 38th is already quite deranged. It has been nearly a year since her arrival. Enough of this. You will witness it soon enough. To be honest, little Bangzi, I genuinely envy you. Having just entered the palace, you have secured such a favorable position, unlike us, toiling at exhausting and grim tasks, likely without a glimmer of hope for ascendance. Should you rise to prominence, do remember to lend a hand to your humble Xiaoxizi. Xiaoxizi's courteous demeanor towards Xing Bang stemmed from a presumption of his significant connection with Su Guang, which had afforded him this relatively easy and lucrative role. Rest assured, Xiaoxizi, from now on, we shall be comrades in arms, striving together. All right, little stick, feel free to ask if you need anything from me. Don't hesitate at all. Soon, the two returned to the courtyard. Little Shizi could not remain idle, as there were still tasks like scrubbing the toilet to attend to. However, this toilet was certainly not scrubbed for free. One would only be diligent if there were benefits involved. Otherwise, one would have to wait patiently. Hearing little Shizi's words, Xing Bang could ascertain that the sister mentioned by Lady Fanghua was indeed in room 38. When delivering the next meal, he would go and take a look. For now, having just arrived, it was wise to be patient and observe the situation for a couple of days. Xing Bang's duties, as mentioned by Xiao Jinzi upon his arrival, may not be of high rank compared to the eunuchs, but he was nonetheless a chosen person of Master Su, which naturally made his work a bit easier. In truth, Xing Bang's task mainly involved running errands, essentially collecting tribute money on behalf of Su Guang. If a room desired to make amends, they would communicate with the eunuchs delivering meals. Additionally, during idle times, he was expected to ensure that these imprisoned women were kept in check, regularly inspecting and finding ways to humiliate and torment them. Those with wealth would be spared, while those without would face intensified suffering. This unspoken rule was favored by those at the bottom of the hierarchy, serving as a twisted outlet for their psychological frustrations. Soon, it was time to deliver the second meal, and Xing Bang followed the eunuch behind little Shizi. Many room numbers were empty, and they quickly arrived at room 38. Upon reaching the door, he heard laughter and cries from within, sounding somewhat hoarse. Surely, there couldn't be a madwoman inside? Xing Bang inquired deliberately. Yes, a crazy old hag. Sometimes she even lashes out and scratches. I wish she would just starve to death. Look at your little courage. Even if she is mad, she is merely a woman without strength. If you don't believe me, go in and deliver the meal to experience it for yourself. Xing Bang had been waiting for this very suggestion. He took a steamed bun and a bowl of thin porridge from the frame. I'll deliver it. I'll deliver it. I truly don't believe it's as extraordinary as you claim. You better believe it. It's best to drop the food and leave quickly, lest that madwoman, in her derangement, comes at you like a wild beast. After saying this, the young eunuch pushed Xing Bang slowly approached her, inquiring if she could hear him clearly as it was time for dinner. The woman gradually turned her head, her gaze distant as she regarded Xing Bang, and suddenly rose to her feet. "Your Majesty, you have finally come to see me," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement as she grasped his hand. "Your Majesty, you must stand up for me. I am wronged." Before Xing Bang could respond, she released his hand and, as if devoid of her spirit, trembled as she whispered, "Why? Why do you wish to harm me?" Observing her state, Xing Bang realized she was profoundly traumatized and mentally disturbed, likely due to the previous silence during her meals. "My beloved." Chapter 29, by Rushuang, indeed, was feigning madness. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty." Upon hearing Xing Bang's affectionate call, the woman began to murmur to herself. Suddenly, she shivered and mumbled, "Prepare the audience. Yes, I must groom myself." In a flurry, she alternated between fussing with her hair and demanding a mirror. Xing Bang observed her closely. Her fair complexion bore a hint of dust. Devoid of any cosmetic embellishment, yet her natural beauty was undeniably captivating. Beauty, by Rushuang, age, 35, status, imperial concubine, rank, beauty, charm, 92, out of 100, friendship progress, 1 reward, 1 experience point hour. Her status was indeed respectable. Just 1 rank lower than that of Lady Fanghua. By Rushuang was true to her name, exceedingly pale, and coupled with her well-proportioned figure, she emanated an undeniable allure. At 35, the age when women are at their most enchanting, her stunning appearance could easily leave one spellbound. However, her countenance bore a faint expression of anguish, as if she were silently recounting a tale of woe. Xing Bang remained skeptical, deciding to test her further. It was plausible that she was merely pretending to protect herself. Yet, before he could approach, she exclaimed, "Do not touch me. Begone, you wretched servants. I shall slay you all." With that, Bai Rushuang seized the bowl of thin porridge from the table and hurled it at Xing Bang. He narrowly dodged the onslaught, only to have a bowl crash to the ground beside him. "Bai Rushuang, how audacious you are, to dare assault His Majesty," Xing Bang shouted deliberately. Undeterred, Bai Rushuang ignored him, instead slapping her hands against the coarse bread on the table, her hoarse voice echoing, "I will strike you down, you vile miscreants. Do not waste what cannot be consumed. This is my last meal for today. However, your performance is truly commendable. You could win awards in our realm." Bai Rushuang paused momentarily, though just for an instant, the slightest hesitation betraying her keen observation. Xing Bang smirked, convinced that she could not possibly be genuinely mad. "Well, I must take my leave now. Before I go, let me assure you that the servants here will not trouble you any longer. You need not feign madness to incite disdain." Bai Rushuang offered no response, and Xing Bang chose not to press further. Women of the imperial harem were hardly naive. They would not easily believe a stranger's words. Given the precariousness of their situation, even familiar voices would be met with skepticism. Thus, Xing Bang refrained from mentioning Lady Fanghua, as it served no purpose. To do so would only arouse suspicion, and their relationship was hardly a secret. Moreover, she was unaware that Lady Fanghua had suffered a similar fate. Days passed. Xing Bang no longer accompanied the meals. He had traversed every alley and, in his idleness, thoroughly searched the entire chaotic chamber, even inspecting those tending the fires in the drying yard. Apart from Bai Rushuang, none of the others met the criteria for inclusion. While many appeared quite comely to him, they fell short. It is worth noting that after several days of delivering meals, Bai Rushuang, though still largely unchanged and not having uttered a single word, no longer caused disturbances upon his visits, and her friendliness had significantly improved. Beauty, Bai Rushuang, age, 35, status, imperial consort, rank, Marin, charm, 92, max, 100, friendliness progress, 20 reward, 20 experience points per hour. His strength had smoothly advanced from the 4th level of condensed reality, 05,000, to the 6th level, 07,000. Now, if he were to spar with Nan Gongxue again, he could assuredly achieve complete victory. The punishment chamber no longer offered room for growth. Even if the friendliness of these women reached 100%, it would still fall far short of his needs. The next step was to devise a way to climb higher, to ascend to a grander stage. Within the vast confines of the Yiyu court, the punishment chamber was but the tip of the iceberg. Though Xing Bang knew he could not leave the punishment chamber anytime soon, he had already charted his path forward. His foremost priority was ensuring the safety of these experience-boosting beauties under his charge. In truth, Xing Bang's current ambitions were straightforward. First, to secure the position of chief warden and gain full control over the punishment chamber. Even if his ascent required leaving behind figures like Lady Fanghua, he could groom his own subordinates to take over and maintain his influence. He had already selected his candidates, ensuring a seamless transition. In the stillness of the night, Xing Bang, clad in dark attire, slipped silently from his quarters. Learning from past experience, he had resolved that covert nocturnal activities must be meticulously planned. Soon, he arrived at the Jade Pavilion. Chapter 30. Nangong Shui's invitation the next day. At the hour of Yin. Yinner, it's getting late. You should rest now. I must return as well. Wan Yinran's face blossomed with delight. That sounds much more pleasant. From now on, address me this way, no more using my name. Remember that. Xing Bang gazed at her rosy cheeks, though weariness lingered in her expression. His heart ached with tenderness and pity. My dear Yinner, you must sleep now. We've been at it half the night, and it pains me to see you so exhausted. It's all my fault. Wan Yinran pressed a finger to his lips, shaking her head gently. I won't have you blaming yourself. No matter what, I am willing. Xing Bang clasped her hand. Very well, I'll say no more. Rest now. I'll visit again when I can. Be careful on your way back. Now aware of Xing Bang's formidable skills, Wan Yinran felt far less anxious. She even felt a flicker of relief. Had she nearly entrusted Su Guang with another meeting? No. She would never speak of this to Su Guang again. Without further delay, Xing Bang rose swiftly. The hour of Mao approached. Soon, the palace eunuchs and maids would stir, beginning their daily duties. Brother Xing, time to rise. Xing Bang had barely lain down when Xiaoxizi entered, bearing a basin of fresh water. Their bond had grown strong, thanks in no small part to Xing Bang's silver tongue, though his fondness for the clever, dutiful young eunuch was genuine. In private, Xiaoxizi now addressed him as Brother Xing. The first attempt, Brother Bang, had been swiftly corrected. That title was reserved for his women. Underlings would call him Brother Xing. Your efforts are appreciated, little brother. Xing Bang offered no further pleasantries, rising to wash. Each dawn, Xiaoxizi roused him with water. Whether busy or idle, he must rise, for Xiao Jinzi, attendant to Chief Eunuch Su, came daily to mark the roll. Such was the unyielding law of the palace. Mother, why are your eyes so red? Did you not rest well again last night? Li Xiaowan dressed while studying her mother's weary countenance. Nangong Shui rubbed her eyes. The medicine from the dispensary is useless. Must I truly seek him out? Li Xiaowan frowned. Who? Who do you mean to find? Realizing her slip, born of fatigue and frustration, Nangong Shui waved a hand. It's nothing. I'll endure a while longer. Mother, let me fetch more cucumbers from the medical bureau. Didn't you say they helped before? No need. Nangong Shui's expression tightened with awkwardness. Foolish child, such words overheard would invite ridicule. But mother, I insist. Your health will suffer at this rate. Li Xiaowan found her mother's reluctance baffling. If the remedy worked, why refuse? Maternal concern steeled her resolve. Nangong Shui seized her wrist. This stubborn girl might truly go. Oh, you foolish child. Your mother forgot to inform you that the cucumbers from the pharmacy seem rather unclean. After consuming them, she experienced some stomach discomfort, so it would be prudent not to return. Li Xiaowan wore a puzzled expression. After all, she had not tasted them herself. So how could she know? Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she suddenly recalled, Mother, the pharmacy also cultivates eggplants and other vegetables. Since they are all vegetables, shall I fetch some for you? Nangong Shui tightened her grip on her daughter, thinking, my dear little ancestor, please do not cause your mother further trouble. She was well aware of her daughter's inquisitive nature. If she did not elucidate the matter thoroughly, her curiosity would likely persist. Nangong Shui shook her head. Steeling herself, very well, Wanner, go check if Xiao Bizi is around. If he is, ask him to come by, as I have some matters to discuss with him. Mother, why do you want to call Xiao Bizi over? Is it possible that his presence will cure your ailment? Li Xiaowan inquired with intrigue. She had encountered Xing Bizi several times in recent days. Although he was currently overseeing their affairs, surely he could not possess solutions for every issue. Nangong Shui appeared exasperated, pondering how her daughter could be so insatiably curious. You see, Xiao Bizi possesses some medical knowledge. Li Xiaowan frowned. He knows medicine? How impressive. Well then, mother, I shall go find him, she declared. With a sigh of relief, Nangong Shui felt the persistent questioning had finally subsided. Just as Li Xiaowan was about to leave, Nangong Shui realized something and called her back. Oh, Wanner, please do not disclose that Xiao Bizi has medical skills. Most importantly, do not reveal anything about your mother's condition to anyone, understand? Li Xiaowan agreed and left, chuckling to herself. It's merely some itchiness, how perplexing. Watching her daughter depart, Nangong Shui furrowed her brow and murmured to herself, this girl is not so young anymore. It seems the time has come to impart some virtues of womanhood to her. After finishing his duties, Xing Bizi retreated to his room. The sky had not yet brightened, and having nothing else to occupy his time, He felt the need to replenish his energy after a long night, just as he was about to drift off to sleep. A knock resounded at the door, compelling him to rise once more. Upon opening the door and discovering it was Li Xiaowan, his earlier irritation at the interruption vanished instantly. The arrival of the adorable little girl was a delightful occurrence. "Xiaowan, what brings you here so early? Please, come in and have a seat." Xing Bang was entirely unreserved. Entering the rooms of these women and having them enter his required no pretense. In fact, this could be seen as legitimate work, as it was possible for female prisoners to bribe him or for him to extort them in return. However, he understood that prolonged visits could arouse suspicion. Li Xiaowan waved her hand dismissively. "No, it is my mother who sent me to find you. If you are free, please visit her. She mentioned there are urgent matters to discuss." Xing Bang smiled. "Little bull, did your mother tell you what she wishes to discuss with me?" The air between them had grown much less tense than before, allowing Li Xiaowan to speak without the trepidation she once felt in Xing Bang's presence. "Certainly. It is preferable to adopt a more casual and natural demeanor. Maintaining a constant fade can adversely affect one's emotions. If that is the case, would you care to accompany me now? Well, since it is you, my charming little beauty, who has extended the invitation, how could I possibly refuse?" With a cheerful smile, Xing Bang donned his meticulously arranged attire and prepared to leave after closing the door. Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed, her heart racing, and she found herself at a loss for words. Feeling bashful, she simply turned away. Before long, the pair arrived at Nangong Shui's chamber. "Mother, I have brought the esteemed Xing Bang," she announced. Xing Bang rolled his eyes. "Little girl, could you possibly omit the term esteemed?" Li Xiaowan stuck out her tongue. "I apologize. I tend to forget such things when I get nervous." Hearing this, Nangong Shui hastily approached the entrance, instinctively glancing at Xing Bang before clearing her throat. "Well, Wanner, Xing Bang and I have some important matters to discuss. Would you mind waiting outside for a moment?" Chapter 31. Preparing for Madame Fenghua's bath. Li Xiaowan blinked her large, watery eyes, glancing at her mother and then at Xing Bang. "I understand, mother." Nangong Shui let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fearing her daughter would persist with questions or insist on listening in, she truly did not know how to explain. Not only did Li Xiaowan agree to wait outside, but she also obediently stepped out to close the door tightly, leaving Nangong Shui somewhat astonished at her daughter's sudden maturity. Please have a seat. I'll pour you some water." Nangong Shui urged Xing Bang to sit down while pouring the water, feeling increasingly awkward since his arrival. Xing Bang smiled gently. "Madam, ever since that night you assisted me, we have become comrades through adversity. You need not be so formal, just speak directly about whatever is on your mind. Besides, I owe you a considerable debt of gratitude." Hearing this, Nangong Shui felt her cheeks flush slightly, realizing he was already aware of her intentions for summoning him. "Is there anything I need to prepare?" she inquired. Xing Bang observed her shy demeanor, speaking softly, which made him want to laugh. Despite her age, she remained so bashful. "Preparation? Madam, did you not have something to discuss with me?" Xing Bang feigned ignorance. "If you do not tell me what you desire, how can I know what to provide you? This is an eternal truth." Did you not mention it that night?" Nangong Shui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had come right out with it, which felt rather humiliating. "Madam, I am quite straightforward. Please do not keep me in suspense. I have already stated that if you require my assistance, you should express it plainly," Xing Bang remarked. Nangong Shui, gripping the edge of her garment, felt exasperated. This little rascal knew full well what was happening and insisted on teasing her. What a mischievous little scoundrel. It was indeed strange to be so flustered in front of a eunuch. Having reached her limit of discomfort, Nangong Shui took a deep breath, steeling herself. "I have been feeling increasingly unwell these past few days. Please conduct an examination and prescribe some medicine for me." Upon saying this, she exhaled deeply, finally voicing her concerns. Too embarrassed to meet Xing Bang's gaze. "Madam, lift your head. Do not be so tense. When I examine you, I hope you can remain calm. For if you move about restlessly, it will affect my work," Xing Bang said with a knowing smile, anticipating that his words might only heighten her anxiety. Forgive me. It is not my fault, but rather your beauty that is disarming." After taking a few breaths, Nangong Shui felt less tense. "All right, I am ready. What shall we do next? Should I lie down or stay seated? You choose, then disrobe." Xing Bang maintained a serious and composed demeanor, and Nangong Shui appeared to embody the essence of a healer. This was not a fade one could easily maintain. After a moment's thought, Nangong Shui furrowed her brow and decided to lie down. Before long, all preparations were complete. There is no peculiar odor, so do not be anxious. After a considerable time, Nangong Shui felt exceedingly embarrassed. Is it still not permissible for the little stick? All right, that's enough. Nangong Shui hastily adjusted her clothing. And upon standing, her face was unusually flushed. Should I fetch you a basin of clean water? Xing Bang, observing her awkward demeanor, couldn't he help but chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. Well, can this be cured? Rest assured, it will undoubtedly be remedied. I shall commence preparing your medicine as soon as I return. With that, Xing Bang refrained from further commentary, as he was indeed a principled gynecologist. Once Xing Bang departed, Nangong Shui gasped for breath. The burning sensation in her heart lingered for a long while. With his absence, an inexplicable feeling of loss and regret washed over her. She truly should not have spoken first. This little stick is indeed a paragon of virtue, albeit he has been rendered a eunuch. Alas, what a pity for such a remarkable individual. On his way back, Xing Bang hummed a cheerful tune, his right hand pinching his nose. At this moment, ripples of change appeared in his mind, undoubtedly indicating an increase in Nangong Shui's goodwill. Beauty, Nangong Shui age, 30 identity, female courtier strength, 5th level of condensation charm, 90 goodwill progress, 70 earnings, 70 experience points hour, excellent. He had taken another step closer to perfection. Nangong Shui had no significant issues. After all, what troubles do women face? A universal remedy. Upon returning, Xing Bang transferred the contents of a large jar of female hygiene solution into a smaller container, intending to deliver it to Nangong Shui later. Presenting it too early would not showcase his efforts. Just then, a small figure, Xiao Jinzi, approached Su Guang. Little stick. Please arrange for extra hot water to be prepared shortly for Lady Fenghua's bath and change. Observing the splendid attire in Xiao Jinzi's hands, Xing Bang furrowed his brow in confusion. This is quite peculiar. Leaning closer, he whispered to Xiao Jinzi, brother, this is indeed a rarity. While one can understand a concubine being attended to for a bath, such clothing in this place is a true curiosity. Xiao Jinzi glanced around, lowering his voice in reply. Little brother, I am equally perplexed. This was not Su Gongong's directive, but rather something dispatched from above. Who sent it remains a mystery. Occasionally, when Xing Bang collected silver, he entrusted Xiao Jinzi to hand it over to Su Guang, depending on his own capabilities to gather more. Thus, over time, they had become close friends, sharing whispers of any intriguing news. However, regarding the tributes collected, Xing Bang kept every penny to himself. It was not yet the right time to gain Su Guang's complete trust. Besides, this amount of money held little significance and was hardly worth concealing. All right, I understand. I shall have Xiao Shizi and the others prepare it shortly. Taking the garments, Xing Bang watched as Xiao Jinzi bid farewell and departed. The situation was unclear. The purpose of these clothes was unknown, yet it was evident they were not meant for someone in a cell. With no other recourse, he could only comply. Before long, the two maidservants attending to Su Guang arrived, bearing mirrors, combs, and various cosmetics. A sudden apprehension gripped Xing Bang. Could it be that they intended to adorn Madame Fenghua in a flamboyant manner? Sisters, what brings you here? He inquired. Oh, it is Master Su who sent us to assist Madame Fenghua with her bath and dressing, they replied. Xing Bang nodded, then continued. The water will take some time. Perhaps you might rest in my quarters for a while? One of the maids waved her hand dismissively, saying, No need for that, little Bangsy. Just lead us directly to her. We shall wait there. Xing Bang had initially intended to speak with Madame Fenghua, but now it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Reluctantly, he guided the two maidservants toward Madame Fenghua's chamber. Chapter 32. The Enraged Queen. Dear sisters, please wait here for a moment. The hot water for your bath will arrive shortly. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to instruct the attendants. Thank you, little Bangsy. The two maidservants blushed in the presence of Xing Bang, speaking with a shyness reminiscent of budding young maidens. Xing Bang smiled gently, replying, It is my duty to assist you. However, dear sisters, do ensure that Madame Fenghua is adorned beautifully. Perhaps you may earn a reward from above. After exchanging a knowing glance with Madame Fenghua, Xing Bang turned to depart. The maidservants, oblivious to the underlying meaning of his words, were nonetheless puzzled. Madame Fenghua, on the other hand, comprehended immediately it was likely the same individual who had arranged for the bath barrels and garments previously. Understanding the implications of the situation, Madame Fenghua surmised that this person would likely make an appearance today, though she could not fathom what they might require of her. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. After all, she was a woman of the emperor, and whatever they might demand of her seemed exceedingly audacious. Upon Xing Bang's departure, he did not return to his quarters, but hurried towards the medical quarters. This matter was of great significance. How could he not inform the elderly eunuch Wu Jing? Although he could not discern what exactly was intended for Madame Fanghua, he was certain it was not the queen's doing. Informing Wu Jing would indirectly alert the queen, and such overt favoritism towards Madame Fanghua would surely not sit well with her. What if someone harbored ill intentions towards Madame Fanghua? While Xing Bang's current strength could not alter the course of events, he could certainly muddle the waters, ensuring that, at the very least, no harm would come to Madame Fanghua. Xiaonozi, is the eunuch in his chamber? Upon arriving at the medical quarters, he inquired of the young attendant, Xiaonozi, who was busy at work in the courtyard. Though Xiaonozi's face had nearly returned to normal, he still harbored resentment towards Xing Bang and, unwilling to engage in conversation, curtly replied, "He is inside." Xing Bang saw no merit in prolonging conversation with such a subordinate. With Wu Jing's prowess, he had barely entered the courtyard when he heard the eunuch's voice beckoning him inside without the need for knocking. Always eager to flaunt your abilities, are you? Your skills cannot escape my keen senses. Little Bangzi, have you been faring well under eunuch Su's guidance? In response, Xing Bang stated, I have managed to establish my footing here. However, I have come to inform you of a matter I consider quite significant. Wu Jing's lips curled into a slight smile. Little Bangzi, you truly are a talent. It seems keeping you idling in my medical quarters is indeed a waste of your potential. Xing Bang smiled faintly, recognizing this as a genuine acknowledgement of his worth, and refrained from further chatter. Eunuch, the situation is as follows. Wu Jing furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, this is indeed an important piece of news. He then addressed Xing Bang, saying, Little Bangzi, I am well aware of your loyalty. Continue to serve diligently, and when the time is ripe, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Thank you, Your Excellency. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave to avoid raising any suspicions. Having conveyed his message, Xing Bang prepared to take his leave, knowing that matters beyond this were no longer within his purview. Very well, you may go, Wu Gonggong nodded in satisfaction, harboring an even greater appreciation for the young man, considering him a promising talent worthy of cultivation. Not long after Xing Bang departed, Wu Gonggong summoned Xiaonozi, whispering a few instructions before producing a waist token from his robes and handing it to the young man. Xing Bang did not stray far. Upon witnessing Xiaonozi hastily departing, he slipped away contentedly. Shoning Palace, the Empress's chamber. Xiaonozi knelt trembling on the ground, recounting in detail the instructions from Wu Gonggong. Very well, I understand. You may wait outside the hall, the Empress, Lady Xiao said, placing aside a Persian cat that had entered the palace from afar, her brow furrowing in displeasure. Who possesses such audacity to target that wretched Fanghua? Humph. Daring to oppose me. Someone, go and investigate this matter thoroughly for me. Lady Xiao commanded angrily to the chief eunuch standing nearby. The chief eunuch did not move but knelt before the Empress, his demeanor one of trepidation. Your Highness, I am at fault. A few days ago, I heard something that I feared would trouble you, so I took it upon myself not to report it. Lady Xiao was taken aback and puzzled. Speak up. If you have something to say, do so while standing. Upon hearing this, the chief eunuch rose, for his position as the chief steward beside the Empress was not comparable to that of an ordinary servant. Your Highness, the situation is as follows. Not long ago, the sixth prince sent someone to deliver a bathing tub and some change of clothes to Lady Fanghua. I thought perhaps the sixth prince was merely indulging in some whimsy. And thus, the chief eunuch continued, I am guilty. I have been concerned about your Highness's recent worries, considering the sixth prince is your own flesh and blood. I thought to spare you any further distress, yet now such matters arise. I suspect it is indeed the doing of the sixth prince. Upon hearing this, Lady Xiao was instantly filled with fury. Rebellious son, what does he intend to achieve? His Majesty has just entrusted him with the management of the Xiaofu, and yet This infuriates me. He truly brings me no honor. The chief eunuch, witnessing the Empress's wrath, knelt again. I am at fault. I should not have concealed this. Please punish me, Your Highness. Lady Xiao snorted coldly. You, servant, do not ease my burdens. I shall address your transgressions when time permits. Enough of this kneeling. Hasten to summon that rebellious son to me. Yes, Your Highness, I shall attend to it immediately. The chief eunuch wasted no time and rose to depart. Lady Xiao bit her lip. Her pent-up frustration, the maid hastily knelt on the ground, cautiously gathering the shattered pieces. Who instructed you to pick that up? Someone. Drag this wretched maid out and give her 10 strikes. The maid trembled with fear, fully aware that the Empress was in a furious mood. However, the teacup had shattered, and she dared not neglect her duty to clean it up, yet even doing so felt like a crime. "Your Highness, spare my life, I beseech you." The maid sobbed, her head repeatedly bowing in supplication, her voice filled with terror and despair. It is easy to imagine that a frail maid could scarcely endure 10 strikes. Such a fragile body might even succumb to death from the punishment. "Enough, do not bother me any further. You, and all of you, leave at once." Ultimately, Empress Xiao managed to restrain her temper, thus sparing the maid from punishment. Fang Hua, you deceitful vixen. Chapter 33, The Sixth Prince's Hidden Thoughts. Approximately half an hour later, a youth clad in an embroidered robe and adorned with a jade belt was escorted by a eunuch to the Shining Palace. This youth was none other than the sixth prince, Lu Jing. "Your son pays his respects to mother." Upon entering the chamber, Lu Jing bowed deeply in a display of reverence. Empress Xiao sighed in relief, her expression softening considerably, for he was her only biological son. "Jinger, I wish to inquire. Have you sent any garments or items to Madame Fang Hua in recent days?" In response to mother, "I did indeed send someone to deliver such items." Lu Jing's reply was straightforward, surprising Empress Xiao. "But why would you do that?" "Mother, I believe that Madame Fang Hua, regardless of her current circumstances, is still father's consort and the mother of my 8th brother, who is the crown prince. Previously, when I held no official position, it was understandable. But now that I oversee the Ministry of Household Affairs, I possess the means to ensure her comfort. I see no harm in that." Lu Jing spoke with an air of innocence, projecting a facade of selflessness. Empress Xiao's expression darkened. "Jinger, do you not understand the complexities between your mother and Madame Fang Hua? Let us not delve into that. You are now 16, no longer a child. Madame Fang Hua is currently disgraced. How do you think your father would perceive this? Surely, you grasp the implications?" With a sigh, Empress Xiao regarded her son, a hint of frustration evident in her demeanor. "Mother, my intentions are rooted in filial piety. I trust father will understand my heart. Jinger, when will you comprehend the burdens I bear? You are the legitimate second son of His Majesty, yet you have not been designated as crown prince. Do you truly accept this fate? Have you considered how your 8th brother may govern once he ascends to the throne? For me, it matters little. But you are still young. Have you thought about the implications for us as mother and son?" "Mother, I believe my 8th brother would not act in such a way. And I have never aspired to the title of crown prince." Although Empress Xiao discerned some of his intentions, hearing his words made her fingers tremble with indignation. She yearned to reveal her heart's struggles to this dense-headed son, questioning why she had gone to such lengths. Was it not to see her son ascend to the throne for a life of peace? Yet, this unworthy son uttered such naive sentiments, piercing her heart deeply. Not one to remain idle, Lu Jing quickly presented a bowl of tea. "Mother, please do not be upset. It was my thoughtlessness. Have some ginseng tea to soothe your spirit." Empress Xiao accepted the tea and took a sip, gesturing for Lu Jing to sit beside her. After a brief moment of repose, she felt a measure of calm return. "Very well, Jinger. You need not grasp my intentions at present. We still have time. Let us not dwell on the past. However, your recent actions have raised questions. What precisely are you attempting to achieve?" Empress Xiao did not even inquire, directly concluding that it was the doing of the 6th prince. She was astonished at who possessed such audacity, only to discover it was her own flesh and blood. Her heart sank. "Mother, I have recently found myself devoid of inspiration in poetry and verse. I merely wished for Lady Fang Hua to perform a dance. Her grace is unparalleled in the realm." As Lu Jing spoke, a gleam illuminated his eyes, perhaps conjuring images in his mind, momentarily forgetting that he was before his own mother. Observing her son in a state of rapture, Empress Xiao felt a pang of concern and hastily called out, "Jinger, you." Only then did Lu Jing realize his indiscretion, his face flushing red as he hurriedly clarified, "Mother, I harbor no ulterior motives. I have merely witnessed Lady Fang Hua dance before, and it left me feeling invigorated. Today, I was merely indulging in some leisurely drinks with renowned scholars of the capital, which has led to my somewhat awkward demeanor. How many times must I remind you? Were you the child of an ordinary family, mingling with these dashing scholars would be acceptable. Yet, you are a prince of the realm, neglecting state affairs and the art of governance, preoccupied solely with revelry. How could your father ever entrust the vast empire into your hands?" Empress Xiao, well aware of her son's fondness for poetry and romance, knew that he had not engaged in any egregious behavior, despite his tendency to associate with flamboyant talents. "Jinger, I shall overlook past transgressions, but from this moment forth, you are forbidden from frequenting the murky depths of the EU court. Furthermore, you must sever all ties with that woman. If your reckless actions incite your father's suspicion, do not even dream of vying for the title of crown prince. Empress Xiao dared not ponder further. For she now comprehended a troubling truth. Her son had matured into a 16-year-old young man, with thoughts and desires of his own, likely involving Lady Fanghua. Mother, what are you saying? I harbor no such intentions, merely. Lu Jing stammered, at a loss for words. As a wise woman with experience, Empress Xiao could read her son's expression and confirmed her suspicions. She had never contemplated this dimension before, as her son had not engaged in particularly outrageous behaviors. Yet, he now dared to act in such a manner. A chill ran down her spine, resolutely opposing the occurrence of such events. Jing, I do not compel you to pursue the title of crown prince at this moment, but you must promise your mother to have no entanglements with that woman. If you disregard my words. Empress Xiao felt her existence would hold little meaning. Wishing to prevent any ill-fated occurrences, death seemed a preferable fate. Lu Jing's expression wavered, a visage of distress upon his countenance. Mother, Empress Xiao discerned that her son had likely lost his senses, inwardly cursing Lady Fanghua for leading him astray. What a calamity it was that her son was so utterly captivated by her. It had never been reported that he was a womanizer. Could it be that he was merely a lovesick fool? Yet, he must never forget she was your father's woman. My dear Jinger, there are plenty of virtuous women in the world, and you have reached the age suitable for marriage. As your mother, I shall arrange this for you. Among the noble ladies of the capital, I assure you, I will fulfill any of your desires. The Empress Xiao is utterly unwilling to let her son indulge in folly. She believes that perhaps, if he experiences the joys of marriage at a later age, he may abandon such whimsical thoughts. She deeply regrets not having begun the search for a suitable young lady 2 years ago, especially since her foolish son had previously refused. Citing the need to focus on study and alleviate the emperor's burdens, a decision that had brought her great joy as she thought her son was finally maturing. Yet, who could have foreseen that it would come to this? Mother, I am still quite young, and, moreover, I have no inclination towards marriage. Chapter 34. The Empress's Dilemma. Before the sixth prince could finish speaking, Empress Xiao already understood her son's intentions. Overwhelmed with fury, she trembled uncontrollably, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The low-cut violet bodice of her court robes seemed barely able to contain her rising agitation. What sin did I commit in my past life to be burdened with such a son? She lamented, pressing a hand to her forehead, as if on the verge of collapse. The chief eunuch hurried forward to steady her, gently patting her back, while murmuring soothing words. Turning to the sixth prince, Lu Jing, he implored, Your Highness, I beg you, do not provoke Her Majesty further. Please heed her counsel. Though concern flickered across Lu Jing's face, it was overshadowed by melancholy as he found himself torn between conflicting loyalties. Mother, please do not distress yourself, he said softly. I promise to devote myself to state affairs and earn father's favor henceforth. I shall obey you in all matters. Only, I beg you not to interfere in this particular affair. It is hardly an act of treason. Hearing this, Empress Xiao felt somewhat appeased. Her sole ambition had always been to secure the crown for her son. Yet he had never truly committed himself to her designs. If yielding in this matter would finally align him with her ambitions for the throne, then compromise might yet be possible. Jinger, she said carefully, if I grant you this request, will you then follow my guidance in all else? Lu Jing nodded solemnly. The Empress frowned in contemplation. It was clear her son had been utterly bewitched by that wretched Fanghua, likely afflicted by lovesickness. Denying him now would only worsen matters. Very well, she conceded with a sigh. I shall not oppose your affections. But remember this, Jinger, all you possess now is fleeting. Only by ascending to your father's throne can you truly command your destiny. Then, no woman shall be beyond your reach. Helpless, she could only plead with him to consider the greater picture, to look beyond the present. Thank you for your mercy, mother. Enough. I am weary, you may withdraw. Watching her son depart with evident relief, the Empress knew her warnings had likely fallen on deaf ears. There was little left to do but brace herself to shield him from the consequences of his choices. Once alone, Empress Xiao could no longer restrain her sorrow. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered bitterly, If only my poor Xianer still lived, I would not need to scheme and contend, nor meddle so in Jingos affairs. His happiness would have been enough. Your Majesty, the eunuch murmured gently, do not grieve so. The sixth prince is clever and capable. In time, he will surely come to understand your sacrifices. The Grand Eunuch offered consolation to Empress Xiao, yet he felt a twinge of discomfort himself. It was a disheartening thought. Had the Crown Prince still been alive, he would not have been burdened with such arduous tasks. Furthermore, Once the crown prince ascended the throne, his position within the harem would have been unparalleled. Now, with the unreliable sixth prince as his master, he dared not contemplate too much, lest misfortune befall him. Empress Xiao dabbed her tears with a silk handkerchief and instructed, "Tell the waiting little Xian outside to inform eunuch Wu that once Xing arrives over there, he must not leave his side for a moment. Also, please visit eunuch Chao. I do not care what means you use. But this matter must not reach His Majesty's ears. Little Duzzy, how are the preparations on that side coming along?" After exiting Shining Palace, sixth Prince Lu Jing inquired of the little eunuch trailing behind him. "Your Highness, I believe everything is nearly ready, and the food and drinks have already been sent over." "The timing for our arrival is just right," the eunuch replied. "However, Your Highness, I feel that given your esteemed status, a place as humble as that seems rather inadequate." Lu Jing curled his lip. "Foolish servant, what do you understand? Do you think I wish to visit such a meager place? Yet, upon reflection, I have never been there, and it might offer a unique experience. Reveling in merriment at such a place could possess its own poetic charm." His face lit up with joy, and he felt a bubbling excitement within, eager for what was to come. Ever since he first beheld Madame Fanghua dance at the age of 14, his heart had been set aflame with an unquenchable yearning. Countless dreams replayed the enchanting scenes that captivated his spirit, yet he could only harbor them in silence, having no opportunity to see Madame Fanghua again. Now, the chance had finally come. He cared little for the throne or the imperial seat. Having some influence in the Yuyo court was a convenience he wished to wield solely to spare her suffering. He was willing to disregard any consequence for the sake of following his heart. Yet, deep within, his mother's words echoed. Only by becoming emperor could one truly govern his own destiny, stirring a flicker of unease within him, a sensation he had never felt before. Little Bangzi. As Xing Bang pondered over his tea in the courtyard, Li Xiaoan unexpectedly appeared uninvited. "You girl, how many times have I told you? Didn't your mother just remind you of this? How quickly you forget," he chided. "Let me say this one last time. Drop the title eunuch, or I shall have to spank you." Li Xiaoan's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, shyly responding, "It's not that I can't remember. I just feel that calling you little Bangzi seems a bit too much." Xing Bang chuckled. "What's wrong? The little girl is becoming sensible?" Li Xiaoan was momentarily taken aback, feeling confused. She merely thought it disrespectful. "Very well, from now on, you may call me Bang Ge. It's all a matter of time." "Bang Ge?" Li Xiaoan furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating the situation, and rather muddled, she agreed. The subsequent words were evidently incomprehensible to her. While the little loli was indeed charming, it must be acknowledged that there was a significant lack of substance. Xing Bang, moved by his thoughts, couldn't help but exclaim, "By the way, Xiaoan, what brings you to seek me? Could it be that you've missed your brother after just a short while?" Li Xiaoan's face flushed once more, at such an age of burgeoning emotions. She was easily embarrassed by the slightest teasing. If he were to catch her off guard, her heart would surely race. "No, it's not like that. I merely wanted to ask Brother Bang about my mother. What exactly is her illness? It can't be something serious, can it?" Li Xiaoan expressed her concern. Feeling increasingly anxious as the days of medication passed without improvement, plagued by sleepless nights, and yet she was forbidden from knowing the truth. She felt an unsettling urgency to uncover the matter, vowing not to rest until she did. Chapter 35. Eunuch Wu seeks help. Li Xiaoan couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she sensed something peculiar about her mother, especially when Xing Bang was present. That inexplicable feeling. She somehow understood it, though she didn't know why. Xing Bang chuckled. "You're quite the filial daughter, aren't you?" "Ahem. Did your mother mention what exactly is troubling her?" Li Xiaoan shook her head, thinking to herself, "If I knew, would I be here asking you?" "Is that so? Well, your mother is fine. I'm preparing some medicine for her. Once she takes it, she'll recover." Xing Bang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nangong Shui really hasn't enlightened her daughter at all. At 14, if not for their circumstances in the Yiyu court, she would already be of marriageable age. She was practically grown. "Really?" Li Xiaoan suddenly brightened, her large, beautiful eyes gleaming with excitement. Xing Bang was puzzled. This child must truly adore her mother to react like this. Why would I lie? You'll see for yourself later. Brother Bang, could I ask you a favor? After you finish preparing the medicine, could you secretly give me some too? What for? Xing Bang was taken aback. What on earth was going through her innocent little head? She was such a naive, sweet girl. How could he possibly overthink it? Brother Bang, can I keep it a secret for now? No. His response was blunt. Oh, you little thing. Teasing my curiosity like this. Did you really think I wouldn't press for answers? Brother Bang, I was hoping you'd just say yes. Li Xiaowan pouted her cherry-like lips, her tone carrying a hint of coquetry. Absolutely not. Li Xiaowan was speechless, her face falling in disappointment. After a moment of frowning contemplation, she finally relented. Fine, I'll tell you. But you have to promise not to tell my mother, or anyone else. Xing Bang nodded. That is more like it. Li Xiaowan glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before leaning in and whispering into his ear. A while ago, I bled. It terrified me. My mother told me it was nothing to worry about. But then, 2 days ago, I saw her in the same state. Is she just trying to comfort me? Do I have the same illness as her? Xing Bang's pupils dilated in shock. This is unbelievable. 14 years old? She was already quite mature for her age. It was about time. Xing Bang nearly had the urge to confront Nangong Shui. How could she neglect to teach her daughter even the most basic knowledge about womanhood? What an irresponsible mother. Seeing Xing Bang's stunned expression, Li Xiaowan grew anxious. Brother Bang, am I really sick like my mother? Ah, Xiaowan, don't be afraid. Your mother was lying. What happened to you is normal. He sighed inwardly. Explaining this to an utterly ignorant young girl was going to be a tedious task. But then again, was it really his place to take over Nangong Shui's duty? If she found out, she'd probably throttle him. Really? Brother Bang, you're not lying to me? Li Xiaowan blinked her large eyes, torn between belief and doubt. To deceive you is akin to a playful puppy. Furthermore, regarding the young lady Xiaowan, upon your return, you may wish to discuss this matter with your mother. Certain truths should now be apparent to you. Xing Bang, adopting an uncle-like demeanor, was truly difficult to endure, especially since she believed that Li Xiaowan would undoubtedly press for the full truth upon her return. Nangong Shui, my dear, there is no need for excessive gratitude. Mischievous men often present themselves with a facade of seriousness. Ah, thank you, Bangu. Xiaowan understands and will not disturb you further. I shall take my leave now. Before Li Xiaowan could finish her sentence, she hurriedly departed. She believed it. After all, who would doubt being compared to a puppy? Xing Bang could not suppress a chuckle, certain that she was eager to return and indulge in her fervent curiosity. Ever since Xing Bang was assigned to this alley, the atmosphere had significantly brightened. In the past, even if Nangong Shui and her son had little to do, they would hardly dare to roam about so freely. The Yayo court was transformed into a splendid sanctuary. Xing Bang was dedicated to. After Li Xiaowan's departure, Xing Bang found his thoughts wandering to Madame Fanghua. However, all that could be done had been accomplished, and now it was merely a matter of patiently waiting. Regardless of what may transpire, one must strive to quash it before it blooms. Just then, Eunuch Wu approached, accompanied by the young lad, who appeared to be in high spirits. Xing Bang quickly rose to greet him. Eunuch Wu, what brings you here? If there is something, just have the young lad inform me. In truth, Xing Bang had a hunch that Eunuch Wu's visit was indeed related to the confidential tidings he had shared. With a smile, Eunuch Wu replied, Little Bang, no need for formality. You have accomplished a significant feat this time. Eunuch, you flatter me. Such duties are merely my responsibility, Xing Bang responded humbly. Eunuch Wu continued. Our household shall duly reward your contributions, but there is a pressing matter that requires your attention. Our young master, the sixth prince, is soon to arrive at the tumultuous chamber. Eunuch Wu leaned in, whispering for an extended moment, then, with utmost seriousness, added, Have you comprehended the importance of this task? It must be executed flawlessly. After listening, Xing Bang nodded. However, a trace of difficulty flickered across his countenance as he softly remarked, I am honored by your trust, Eunuch, yet this crucial matter may exceed my capabilities. Though his expression bore the weight of apprehension, his heart brimmed with delight. Yet, at such a pivotal moment, one must not revel in joy nor allow one's thoughts to be betrayed by outward appearances. It is imperative to conceal any hint of vulnerability. In this world, there exists no art of war. Our household cannot reveal itself in this affair. Given the urgency, no better alternative presents itself. Your appearance is commendable, and having recently entered the palace, it is less likely to arouse suspicion. Moreover, having delivered medicine a few times, you have indeed tended to Madame Fanghua. Without your remedies, she would likely have perished. Thus, after much deliberation, we have entrusted this matter to you, a testament to our faith in you. Should you succeed, our household shall certainly commend you before Her Majesty the Empress. Xing Bang gritted his teeth and let out a long sigh. The progress he had made today was entirely due to the support of the esteemed old master. For the sake of the old master, he was willing to make an attempt, and he assured him that he would exert every effort. Old Master Wu nodded in satisfaction. expressing confidence that with your cleverness, our family believes you will succeed. Enough said. We must now go to welcome the sixth prince. Xiao Niu will remain here. If you require his assistance, just give him instructions. Xiao Niu, this matter is of great significance. Do not falter at a critical moment. Do you understand? Rest assured, old master. Xiao Niu would never dare to be careless. With that, old master Wu departed, heading towards the office of the Ministry of Justice. Xing Bang also exhaled deeply, secretly relieved that his move had been so timely. Chapter 36. The sixth prince's visit. Xing Bang glanced at the incense burner held by Xiao Niuzi and remarked, "Bring out the items. You may wait here." A touch of frustration crossed Xiao Niuzi's face as he retrieved the sandalwood incense from his pocket, inquiring, "Do I not accompany you?" Xing Bang snatched the incense burner and the sandalwood, curtly responding, "Just follow orders." He then strode away with determination. Xiao Niuzi hesitated, wishing to voice his thoughts, but recalling the instructions of eunuch Wu, he remained silent, seething with indignation at the thought of being relegated to menial tasks. "You two must clarify things. I shall not change or adorn myself until then. We are merely here to serve the lady, and know nothing beyond that," he muttered under his breath. Upon reaching the entrance of room 17, Xing Bang overheard a conversation between Madame Fanghua and her maidservants. He pushed the door open, revealing Madame Fanghua freshly bathed, yet unwilling to don the resplendent garments provided, nor allow the maidservants to assist her in dressing. Xing Bang felt no surprise. This had been anticipated. Even eunuch Wu, that old fox, had foreseen this. "What is the matter with you two? Why has the lady not yet changed?" "The higher-ups have sent someone to urge her," he inquired with feigned casualness upon entering. The lady insisted on knowing precisely what was required of her, to which the humble maidservants could only express their helplessness, anxiety palpable as they feared retribution. Xing Bang first lit the sandalwood incense, filling the room with a delightful fragrance, renowned for its invigorating properties. As Madame Fanghua furrowed her brow in confusion, Xing Bang suggested, "You two may wait by the door. I will persuade the lady. If we delay, we shall all face dire consequences." The maidservants, their faces drained of color, complied without hesitation. "This is premium sandalwood. Please calm your mind, madam," he said, bringing the incense burner closer to her. "What are we to do?" "You need not divulge anything," Madame Fanghua interjected, her voice rising. Xing Bang lowered his voice. "This attire is a gift from the sixth prince. He is on his way to Lord Su's residence. You are to dance to entertain him." "That boy, what does he intend?" Madame Fanghua's expression tightened with concern. "I worry that someone may harbor ill intentions towards you, which is why I informed Wu Jing in advance. He has already departed, likely at the behest of the Empress." "Understood. I shall change immediately," Madame Fanghua responded, her suspicions regarding possible threats against her confirmed. With the Empress involved, it was certain that she would not permit the sixth prince to act inappropriately. This understanding was not lost on Xing Bang and Madame Fanghua. Nor did it escape Wu Jing, who grasped the implications immediately. The Empress's intent was clear, to fulfill the sixth prince's wishes while ensuring that Wu Jing kept a vigilant watch to prevent any untoward incidents. However, Wu Jing was unaware of the relationship between Xing Bang and Lady Fanghua. His strategy was a combination of coercion and enticement. It was evident that if Lady Fanghua refused to comply, she would inevitably face dire consequences, as these petty troublemakers would spare no effort to torment her. "My lady, considering the medicine I delivered to you earlier, I implore you to dress and prepare yourself promptly. Moreover, my lady, you must consider your future." Xing Bang raised his voice once more. After a brief silence, Lady Fanghua relented. "Very well, let them in to assist me with my attire." The two maidservants outside had been eavesdropping intently. Upon hearing Lady Fanghua's consent, they were overjoyed, so much so that one of them impulsively pushed the door open and entered. Naturally, no one reprimanded her for the abruptness. As the two maidservants began attending to Lady Fanghua's preparations, Xing Bang found it inappropriate to linger and thus took his leave. The Punishment Bureau. The impending arrival of the sixth prince had thrown Su Guang into a frenzy of preparations. The main hall was meticulously cleaned, every piece of furniture replaced with new ones, and even the floors were adorned with crimson carpets. Initially, Su Guang was utterly perplexed, even suspecting the sixth prince of being unhinged. However, upon learning that Lady Fanghua had been summoned to perform a dance, everything suddenly made sense. Yet, anxiety gnawed at him. The situation was undeniably provocative, but as a mere servant, it was beyond his control. His only recourse was to ensure everything was executed flawlessly. "Eunuch Su, what is the meaning of this?" Prince Lu Jing, now seated, gazed impatiently toward the entrance after waiting in vain for some time. Just as Su Guang was about to dispatch little Jinzi to investigate, eunuch Wu entered the chamber. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your highness." Wu Jing bowed deferentially upon entering. "Eunuch Wu, what brings you here?" Lu Jing was quite familiar with Wu Jing, having, in his childhood, even relieved himself upon the eunuch's shoulders. "Since your highness has graced us with your presence, how could this servant not attend to you? Since you're here, you may as well join the festivities." Though inwardly displeased, Lu Jing refrained from objection, given Wu Jing's status as the Empress Dowager's trusted confidant. Having overheard the prince's impatience earlier, Wu Jing leaned in and murmured, "Your highness, there is no need to send anyone to hasten Lady Fanghua. She has refused to dance for you." Lu Jing's brow furrowed. "Does she know it is I who summoned her? Your highness, consider Lady Fanghua's stature. Had it been anyone else, her refusal would have been even more certain." Realization dawned upon Lu Jing. In his excitement, he had overlooked this crucial detail. "Then what now? I have come all this way. I refuse to depart in disappointment." Wu Jing chuckled softly. "Your highness, with the servant here, how could you possibly leave disheartened? I have already dispatched someone to Lady Fanghua's quarters. She will arrive shortly. However, your highness, there is something I must caution you about." Lowering his voice, Wu Jing whispered a few words into Lu Jing's ear. Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, his complexion flushed instantly. "What do you take me for?" Wu Jing quickly cleared his throat, prompting Lu Jing to realize he had misspoken in his moment of urgency. "There is no need for further words. I understand my position." Before long, Madame Fanghua approached gracefully, instantly captivating the entire assembly. After her grooming, Madame Fanghua radiated brilliance and elegance, resembling a celestial being, truly breathtaking. Even Wu Jing, the elderly eunuch, could not help but silently marvel, for it was likely that such beauty had not graced this chamber in centuries. Nevertheless, Lu Jing, being a prince, retained his composure. He swallowed hard, quickly regaining his senses, and rose from his seat. "Your humble servant Lu Jing pays his respects to the esteemed lady." Madame Fanghua, with a countenance of cold elegance, replied directly, "Your highness is overly courteous. Within this secluded courtyard, what lady could there be?" Chapter 37. The graceful dance of Lady Fanghua. Lady Fanghua paused briefly, her face tinged with melancholy as she spoke softly. "There is nothing here but a disgraced consort, ordered about at others' whims." Lu Jing, quick to grasp her implication, hastened to explain, "My lady, you speak too gravely. I merely..." Wu Jing, well-versed in the ways of the world, recognized at once that the Empress Dowager's words held truth. The sixth prince was indeed unusually infatuated with Lady Fanghua. "Your highness, please take your seat," he interjected. Though he had yet to drink, Lu Jing's head already felt light, and without protest, he complied. "Number 17, Wu Jing continued. "Today His Highness has come to inspect the prison. We have heard of your talents. Would you perform for him?" Lady Fanghua remained silent, offering only a cold, slight nod. This was the extent of her endurance. Were it not for the burdens weighing upon her heart, she could never have borne such humiliation. Su Guang, standing nearby, cast a glance at Wu Jing. Truly, he was a seasoned fox who had spent decades navigating the palace intrigues. Yet Su Guang lacked the depth of perception to discern the hidden currents beneath the surface. Soon, the music began. Lady Fanghua took to the center, her movements flowing like water, her sleeves billowing like clouds, her slender waist swaying with ethereal grace. The sixth prince's gaze remained fixed upon her. His wine barely touched as he murmured praises under his breath. Wu Jing stood dutifully by, refilling Lu Jing's cup, indifferent to the spectacle before him. His only wish was for this perilous farce to end swiftly. He knew all too well that his young master was treading on thin ice. And yet, he understood the Empress Dowager's helplessness in this matter. Su Guang, meanwhile, watched enraptured, as though witnessing a once-in-a-lifetime marvel. A faint, icy smile curled Wu Jing's lips as he observed Su Guang's oblivious delight. No dance, no matter how exquisite, lasts forever. Lu Jing was the first to applaud, his voice ringing with exhilaration. Magnificent. Simply divine. Another piece. Wu Jing's heart sank. The prince, emboldened by wine, was losing restraint. Thankfully, the Empress Dowager had foreseen this. Had they relied solely on that fool Su Guang, chaos would have ensued. Your Highness, Wu Jing interjected smoothly. Perhaps we should conclude for today. Lu Jing frowned in displeasure. Why? I am not yet satisfied. Your Highness, number 17 has only just recovered from illness. See how pale she has become after this performance. I had even sent sandalwood in advance to ease her condition. Lu Jing glanced at Lady Fanghua, and indeed noticed her pallor. The thought of her suffering in such a place pained him deeply. Very well, he relented. And take these untouched delicacies. Let her have them to restore her strength. Though his heart still yearned for more, Lu Jing felt a measure of fulfillment. This day had granted him a long-cherished wish, and despite its imperfections, it was the happiest he had known in 2 years. Wu Jing exhaled in quiet relief, summoning 2 maids to escort Lady Feng Hua away. Your Highness, he urged once she had departed, the hour grows late. It is time to retire. Lu Jing watched Lady Feng Hua until her figure disappeared from sight, then inhaled deeply with a look of intoxication. This prince shall linger a while longer. Even the air here is so refreshing it lifts the spirit. Before Wu Jing could respond, Lu Jing opened his eyes, his face alight with delight. Pointing at the wine jug, he declared, rare indeed is this prince in such a refined mood today. Both of you, take your seats and join me in drinking. Later, this prince shall compose a poem on the spot. This old servant dares not. Your humble servant dares not. Wu Jing and Su Guang spoke almost simultaneously. Lu Jing chuckled. What is there to dare or not dare? When this prince commands you to drink, you drink. With that, he poured a cup of wine and raised it toward Wu Jing. Eunuch Wu, this prince must thank you. Were it not for your thoughtfulness, how could this prince be so delighted today? Come, drink this cup. Not daring to dampen the 6th prince's spirits, Wu Jing had no choice but to drain the cup. Lu Jing poured another. Though this place is humble, its arrangement holds a certain charm. Eunuch Su, you've handled your duties well. This prince rewards you with a cup as well. Many thanks for your highness's generosity. Su Guang, unlike Wu Jing, showed no hesitation. Downing the wine in one gulp, Lu Jing laughed heartily, finishing his own cup before his gaze drifted to the doorway, as if struck by a sudden thought. Ah, Eunuch Wu, this prince just recalled something. When you arrived earlier, you mentioned sending someone to investigate. Who is this person? Summon them at once. This prince wishes to meet them. Their skill must be considerable. Wu Jing had already taken a liking to Xing Bang and intended to nurture and promote him. Naturally, he wouldn't conceal such an opportunity. Xiao Jinzi, go and fetch Xiao Bangzi. Xiao Bangzi? Su Guang frowned inwardly, cursing Wu Jing. Damn him, still trying to steal my man. Before long, Xing Bang arrived. He had been waiting in the courtyard and had seen Lady Feng Hua return, but the 6th prince summoning him was unexpected. Still, such an opportunity was rare. Xiao Bangzi pays his respects to the 6th prince. Xing Bang bowed deeply with utmost deference. Raise your head. Following palace protocol, eunuchs and maids alike were forbidden to look up without permission, lest they glimpse something forbidden and be dragged out and executed on the spot. When Lu Jing saw Xing Bang's face, his eyes lingered for a moment before he praised, no wonder. Indeed, this lad's features are pleasing to the eye. Don't just stand there. Come, sit and drink with this prince. Xiao Bangzi dares not. By now, Xing Bang had fully adapted to palace life. Days ago, he might have impulsively stepped forward, but now he understood the rules all too well. Until his strength reached a certain level, he would remain cautious and unassuming. Yet, one principle remained firm in his heart. When ruthlessness was called for, he would not hesitate. Actions, not words, would settle matters. Wu Jing poured another glass of wine for the 6th prince and said, Little Bangzi, it is indeed a rare pleasure for the 6th prince to have such refined interests. You may take a seat beside him. Xing Bang did not hesitate and promptly sat down next to the prince, following the direction of his finger. Lu Jing chuckled softly, finding this young eunuch rather intriguing. Unlike others he had encountered, this prince was quite fond of him. Wu Jing echoed, Your Highness, your discernment is commendable. Although this young lad has not been in the palace long, he is remarkably perceptive and sensible. Su Guang felt a surge of frustration, thinking to himself, Wu Jing, you wretched fellow, you have spoken all the flattering words. Xing Bang remained silent, aware that Wu Jing was deliberately speaking in front of Su Guang, as both seemed intent on vying for his favor, hoping for mutual destruction in their rivalry. Such is often the nature of human competition. At that moment, Lu Jing waved his hand and stated, Very well, you may all withdraw. Let this young lad remain here to attend to me. Chapter 38. The uncertain fate of Su Guangqi's position. The 6th prince commanded, Who dares to voice dissent? Wu Jing and Su Guang responded affirmatively and exited. Have you ever consumed alcohol? The prince inquired. Your Highness, I have never partaken in the drink, came the reply. Indeed, Xing Bang had not exaggerated. Since his arrival in this realm, he had abstained from alcohol. In his past life, however, he had been quite the connoisseur, often indulging in 2.5 gin of spirits and drinking beer with abandon. Lu Jing chuckled and gestured toward the wine before Xing Bang today. You shall have a taste. Down this cup. Without hesitation, Xing Bang complied, gulping it down and grimacing slightly afterward. The ancient brewing techniques left much to be desired. It was truly unpleasant. Having grown accustomed to potent spirits, this had none of the expected vigor. Lu Jing, mistaking Xing Bang's reaction for distaste, laughed heartily. Truth be told, I am not much of a drinker either, yet this wine does not strike me as harsh. Rather, it has a delightful sweetness. With that, Lu Jing took another cup. Then inquired, Little Bangzi, I heard from Wu Gonggong that Madame Fanghua's arrival is entirely due to your efforts. Is that so? Xing Bang nodded. Understanding why he had been summoned, Lu Jing, intrigued, pressed further, Do tell, what method did you employ to persuade her to come willingly? Your Highness. I would not dare to deceive you, Xing Bang replied. Though Madame Fanghua has come, it is certain that her heart is not entirely willing. Lu Jing, having consumed a fair amount of wine, remained lucid enough to find it hard to believe that a mere junior eunuch could sway someone as esteemed as Madame Fanghua. However, upon hearing Xing Bang's words, he began to reconsider. This revelation only piqued Lu Jing's interest further. It appears I have underestimated you, little eunuch. You possess quite the insight. Pray, enlighten me on how you persuaded Madame Fanghua. I cannot mislead your Highness. Recently, Madame Fanghua suffered from ailments, and it was I who diligently prepared and delivered her medicine. It was for this reason that Wu Gonggong entrusted me with the task of persuading her. Xing Bang thought it wise to mention Wu Jing first, as it would lend credibility to his account. Was it truly that simple? Lu Jing expressed disbelief at the ease of the matter. He had not considered the implications of Madame Fanghua's presence, realizing that as a senior figure, her performing for him would indeed be an affront. Your Highness, you are aware that even those of the highest status face trials and tribulations upon their arrival here. Xing Bang refrained from stating the obvious more bluntly, knowing it to be common knowledge. Lu Jing nodded, acknowledging that he understood this well. However, it was crucial to remember that Madame Fanghua was no ordinary concubine. She was a woman of unwavering resolve. Observing Lu Jing's admiration, Xing Bang discerned the prince's hidden sentiments. Such praise, he mused, could be viewed as an affront in itself. Were the emperor to learn of this, he might well seek retribution. Nevertheless, Xing Bang recognized that the sixth prince still held some measure of propriety, at least to the extent that he had not yet descended into reckless abandon. There is nothing particularly surprising. Lu Jing is at the impetuous age of youth, and throughout history, such occurrences have been abundant. Although Lu Jing exhibited little vigilance in front of Xing Bang, he felt a tinge of embarrassment after his indiscreet words and quickly added, All right, little Bangzi. Do not keep me in suspense. Speak candidly and do not ponder over what can or cannot be said. Regardless of your words, I shall not hold you accountable. Your Highness, I truly said nothing of consequence. Madame Fanghua is aware that the bathing tub and garments were sent by you last time. I merely remarked that even under these circumstances, the sixth prince is able to act in such a manner, which exemplifies his filial piety. I vaguely heard the madam say, after all, he is still a child. Subsequently, Madame Fanghua consented to come and entertain your Highness with song and dance. Lu Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, realizing that his birthday was approaching, and the madam still cared for him. Witnessing Lu Jing's exuberance, one could only describe his demeanor as innocent. Xing Bang was somewhat speechless. After all, he had merely fabricated a story, yet such a coincidence had arisen. Clearly, Madame Fanghua was unaware of his birthday. However, on the other hand, it was perhaps for the best that he believed so. In his joy, Lu Jing poured another cup of wine for Xing Bang and raised his own glass. Come, little Bangzi, let us toast to this cup. You, my friend, are a talent. The entire Yiyu court shall be under my protection. Fear not. From this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you, for I shall shield you. Xing Bang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. As they drank, a camaraderie began to form between them. Thank you, Your Highness, for your recognition. Little Bangzi shall first drink this cup in respect to Your Highness. With that, Xing Bang downed his drink in one gulp. Entertaining a prince was not an arduous task. Reminiscent of Wei Xiaobao accompanying Kangxi in wrestling, Lu Jing laughed heartily and remarked, Little Bangzi, well done. Watch this. He too finished his drink in one go, prompting Xing Bang to refill their cups promptly. By the way, little Bangzi, there is an important task I bestow upon you. You must take good care of Madame Fanghua. Rest assured, Your Highness, little Bangzi shall attend to Madame Fanghua with utmost diligence. Xing Bang's expression turned solemn, contemplating the responsibility and duty he now bore. Lu Jing, feeling elated, raised another cup with Xing Bang, when suddenly a thought struck him. Ah, I almost forgot. You are merely a lowly eunuch. Allow me to ponder for a moment. Oh yes, I shall promote you to the position of a steward, and that detestable Su Guang shall be dismissed. Astonishingly, a fortuitous turn of events had unfolded. Yet, Xing Bang remained composed, waving his hand. Your Highness, this matter is not to be trifled with. I shall do my utmost to care for Madame Feng Hua. I trust that Master Su will not make things difficult. Lu Jing, with a stern voice, declared, I am not jesting. I oversee the Xiaofu. What is a mere steward to me? Do you think I have had too much to drink? I shall. Bring Su Guang to me at once. Astonishingly, this sixth prince proved to be quite capable, displaying remarkable tenacity at a crucial moment. Xing Bang ceased to persuade further. There was no point in continuing, especially given the current circumstances that rendered any fear of Su Guang unnecessary. This was undoubtedly the outcome Wu Jing had anticipated. Soon, Su Guang strode in briskly, with Wu Jing following closely behind. Your Highness, what commands do you have? Lu Jing cast a sidelong glance at Su Guang and rather audaciously declared, Su Gonggong. This prince intends to appoint Xiao Bangzi as the overseer of the extravagant chamber. Do you have any objections? Su Guang's heart sank at this revelation. In the brief interlude of consuming a single drink, he found himself on the verge of losing his official position. Your Highness, this. Chapter 39, The Queen. He is indeed a talent worth utilizing. Su Guang fell to his knees with a thud, casting aside his princely identity. After all, the sixth prince was still a member of the imperial court, and as a mere servant, he had no right to voice any objections. Wu Jing glanced at Xing Bang and remarked, Little Bang, how did you manage this? How could you let His Highness drink so much? Xing Bang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly recalled that Wu Jing had mentioned Su Guang was the godson of the chief eunuch, Chao Gonggong, and thus understood that Wu Jing was feigning outrage. He hastily stood up, but before he could utter a word, the sixth prince, Lu Jing, declared loudly, This is not Little Bang's fault. I am not drunk. I intend to promote Little Bang. Wu Jing was acutely aware of the delicate dynamics at play. Su Guang was of little concern, but the formidable Chao Gonggong behind him was not to be underestimated, especially at this critical juncture when Su Guang could not be recklessly dealt with. Your Highness, although Su Gonggong sometimes acts recklessly, he is diligent in his duties and has committed no grave errors. I implore you to reconsider, Wu Jing urged. Upon hearing Wu Jing plead on his behalf, Su Guang quickly kowtowed and said, It is all my fault for incurring your Highness's displeasure. Please punish this humble servant. Just as Lu Jing was about to respond, he suddenly belched, looking as if he might vomit. Wu Jing swiftly moved to support him, gently patting his back, then turned and said, Stop kneeling. Hurry and fetch a cup of ginseng tea for His Highness. Su Guang, upon hearing this, hurriedly agreed and dashed out. Wu Jing, you audacious one. I had not finished speaking. Why did you let that servant leave? Lu Jing exclaimed, pushing Wu Jing aside in frustration. Wu Jing remained unfazed, softly replying, Your Highness, such rashness is unwise. The Empress has instructed this old servant to keep a close watch on you today. You dare invoke my mother to pressure me. Lu Jing retorted, Your Highness, Su Guang is but a trivial servant. He is hardly worth your ire. Allow me to handle this matter, and I assure you it will be resolved to your satisfaction. Lu Jing, though still inebriated, pondered Wu Jing's reasoning and ultimately acquiesced. Very well. I shall entrust this matter to you. He then turned to Xing Bang and said, Little Bang, I promise to protect you and will not go back on my word. Remember your promise to me. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my utmost, Xing Bang replied. With that, Lu Jing fell into a stupor, resting his head on the table. Little Bang, you truly are remarkable, managing to amuse the sixth prince so greatly. Your future is indeed promising. Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is all due to your astute planning. At that moment, Lu Jing's attendant, Shaduzi, rushed in, announcing that the sedan chair was ready outside. Xing Bang lent a hand to assist the sixth prince into it. Su Guang, sweating profusely as he carried the ginseng tea, observed the sixth prince departing far ahead before he anxiously said, Wu Gonggong, your kindness will surely be repaid by me in the future. Wu Jing waved his hand dismissively. Su Laudi, let us not stand on ceremony. You have taken good care of me over the years, and this is but a trifling effort. Moreover, this matter owes much to Xiao Bangzi. Otherwise, the sixth prince would not have departed so easily. Su Guang turned his gaze toward Xing Bang, his eyes brimming with envy. Xiao Bangzi, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude, for we are to be brothers henceforth. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Jing and Xing Bang left the violence office. Su Guang's expression immediately shifted as he contemplated the urgency of reporting this matter to his godfather. given that Xiao Bangzi was favored by the sixth prince. His position was likely in jeopardy, not just tomorrow but in the days to come. Su Guang harbored no grand ambitions. He merely wished to maintain his leisurely existence as a local tyrant within the violence office. With these thoughts in mind, he promptly summoned Xiao Jinzi and whispered a few instructions. In Shining Palace, Your Highness, the situation is as follows. After the sixth prince's departure, Wu Jing wasted no time in reporting to the Empress. Empress Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Wu Gonggong, you have handled this matter commendably. That Xiao Bangzi you mentioned seems rather intriguing. He appears to be a talent worth utilizing. When the opportunity arises, please bring him to me for a closer inspection. Yes, Your Highness. At that moment, the chief eunuch dispatched by Empress Xiao returned, none other than Li Lianying, the head eunuch of Shouchuan Palace. Li Gonggong, why were you gone for so long? Li Lianying acknowledged Wu Jing with a nod before addressing the Empress. Your Highness, Xiao Gonggong has been in the imperial garden with His Majesty and the Crown Prince. It was only upon returning to the palace that I finally encountered him. Xiao Zhenchun is indeed His Majesty's trusted confidant. Despite the treasures and jade I have offered, do you think he would conceal such a significant matter from me? Rest assured, Your Highness, while I cannot vouch for other matters, I am certain that even without your prompting, Xiao Zhenchun's astuteness would prevent him from reporting this to His Majesty. Given the Emperor's current frail health, he is increasingly suspicious, and should he learn of this, it could arouse his distrust. Conversely, if he chooses to remain silent, even if the Emperor discovers it one day, after all, the sixth prince is His Majesty's own son. Thus, there would be no grounds for malicious speculation, and he would likely only face a few reprimands. Upon hearing this, Empress Xiao appeared relieved and sighed, Li Gonggong. Wu Gonggong, in the future, the sixth prince will require your vigilant protection. He is not only my hope, but yours as well. Your Highness, rest assured. Regardless of life or death, we shall remain eternally loyal to you and the Crown Prince. Both Li Lianying and Wu Jing replied in unison. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, Wu Jing took his leave, for he was not officially one of the Empress's attendants and dared not linger. Wu Gonggong, there is no need to consult me regarding the matters at Yao Court. Handle them as you see fit, but one thing is certain, leave no trace or hint, ensuring that no one can grasp any incriminating evidence. Your Highness, you may rest easy. This old servant will ensure everything is managed with utmost discretion. Brother Bang, you were truly incorrigible for not telling me. How utterly mortifying. Xing Bang was idly lounging in the courtyard when Li Xiaowan stormed over, visibly upset. Xing Bang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly deduced the situation. This girl must have inquired with Nangong Shui before approaching him. Xiaowan, what is the meaning of this? I haven't told you anything at all. You, fully aware of the circumstances, still insisted I return to ask my mother. You've caused me such embarrassment. Xing Bang chuckled, oh? What did your mother say? Li Xiaowan's cheeks flushed crimson as she replied. My mother scolded me for being a foolish girl without any sense of shame, always blabbering about everything. I don't care. You are the one who has embarrassed me so. And you must make amends. Chapter 40. The Lord of Deo, no problem, just compensation? With that, Xing Bang spread his arms wide. My mother said men and women shouldn't be too close. I don't want you to hug me. Haha, you catch on quick. But I'm not a man. Come here, let uncle hug you. Xing Bang smirked mischievously. Little girls usually smelled like milk, didn't they? Any veterans here who do you know? That is still not allowed. My mother said I especially shouldn't have physical contact with eunuchs. Li Xiaowan took a step back, crossing her arms defensively. Xing Bang was speechless. If Nangong Shui wants going to teach her daughter properly, why teach her such nonsense? What if she ended up steering the girl away from men entirely? Then tell me, what else did your mother say? My mother also said, you're a bit bad. Li Xiaowan's face flushed as soon as the words left her mouth, and she quickly covered it with her hands. Why did I come running over here? It's so strange. I just blurted out everything mother told me not to say. Xing Bang sighed inwardly before putting on a shameless grin. Xiaowan, did your mother say anything else bad about me? Li Xiaowan frowned slightly, then lowered her hands. Huh? Bad things? About you? I was talking about you. My mother just said the eunuchs here like taking advantage of women too. Right? She definitely was talking about me. How awkward. So now he was the black sheep among eunuchs? Nangong Shui, you woman. Was it really necessary just because I took the tiniest bit of advantage of you? Just wait till I properly deal with you one day. Nangong Shui, lost in restless thought, suddenly sneezed. I'm practically making myself sick waiting. That little rascal still has brought the medicine. Being a woman is just too hard. Why has that girl come back after hanging the laundry for so long? Did she go too? Acting on impulse, Nangong Shui stepped outside. For some reason, the thought of her daughter being with that man made her inexplicably uneasy. Sure enough, from a distance, she saw Li Xiaowan and Xing Bang standing in the courtyard. This silly girl. Could she actually like him? Nangong Shui's expression darkened instantly. How strange. This wasn't the first time such a thought had crossed her mind. And then her heart ached with bitterness. Always reminding herself that he was just a eunuch. That was a perfectly good excuse. So why did she keep feeling like she was being selfish? Ugh. This is so frustrating. She shook her head and quickly turned away, unwilling to dwell on these messy thoughts. Sigh, my mind is all over the place. I was just thinking of calling Xiaowan back, worried she might blab everything I told her to that little troublemaker. Nangong Shui stepped outside again. Xiaowan, your mother-s calling you home for dinner. Xing Bang grinned mischievously as he spotted Nangong Shui at the doorway. These two really are quite the pair. Li Xiaowan gasped, turning to look. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Nangong Shui gracefully approached, casting a glance at Li Xiaowan before clearing her throat softly. Oh, I see Xiaowan hasn't returned in quite some time. I didn't realize she was here. Xing Bang smiled slightly, noting, Xiaowan is quite a dutiful child. Coming over to inquire whether I have prepared your medicine. Ah? Yes, mother. I merely came to take a look, Li Xiaowan responded instinctively. A flush of guilt creeping onto her face as she feared revealing the inexplicable reason for her visit and the words she had uttered. I apologize. Xiaowan is just a bit impatient, but I am not in a hurry. Nangong Shui said awkwardly. Indeed, patience yields the finest results. I knew the lady would not rush. He replied with a grin, but it will be ready shortly. Thank you for your hard work. We shall take our leave now. Nangong Shui gave a slight bow and gently tugged at Li Xiaowan, who was nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Yes, do visit often, Xing Bang said cheerfully, lowering his gaze. Oh dear, what a predicament. A violation of decorum. Another player colliding with the ball. On their way back, Nangong Shui could not help but softly inquire, Xiaowan, did you truly come to urge for the medicine? Yes. Ah, really? Nangong Shui's heart sank. She needn't probe further, as she suspected her naive daughter had once again spoken without restraint. Li Xiaowan nodded mechanically, understanding she must remain silent. A young lady should not be running off to converse with men for no reason. Li Xiaowan pouted. Mother, Xiao Bang is not a eunuch. He is not a man in that sense. Regardless, he is different from us. Remember, my dear, a woman must always maintain her modesty. Nangong Shui felt a tangle of confusion, uncertain how to impart wisdom to her daughter, burdened by an unnameable concern. Mother, I understand. Li Xiaowan pouted again, bewildered. She merely enjoyed conversing with Brother Bang. How could that be deemed immodest? She truly did not comprehend. In the Taya Hall, a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe stood before the imperial desk, holding a memorial. Though his complexion appeared somewhat pale and haggard, an air of authority emanated from his brow, commanding respect without a word. This man was none other than the reigning Emperor Lu Xian. Beside him stood the young Crown Prince Lu Hui, only 8 years of age. His youthful face slightly childish yet revealing a maturity beyond his years as he attentively absorbed his father's teachings. At that moment, an elderly eunuch with a head of white hair approached Lu Xian, presenting a small purple sandalwood box with utmost reverence. Your Majesty, it is time for your medicine, the eunuch announced respectfully, lifting the lid of the box. Lu Xian turned to the head eunuch, setting aside the memorial, and with a gentle expression, said, Huier, I am quite pleased with your insights today. Go and enjoy some food and play for a while. Father, please take care of your health, Lu Hui replied. His brow furrowed with concern rather than joy. Lu Xian affectionately ruffled Lu Hui's hair, smiling reassuringly, I shall take good care of myself. Now, go and have fun. Lu Hui bowed respectfully before exiting. Lu Xian gazed at his son's diminutive figure and couldn't help but sigh. The crown prince is wise and filial. Yet he is still too young, and Your Majesty, you are overthinking. This old servant shall continue to serve you for many more years, replied Xiao Zhengchun. Zhengchun, I am aware that my internal injuries are beyond healing. I do not wish for much. Just a few more years will suffice. Alas, let us not dwell on this. Lu Xian shook his head in resignation, then retrieved a pill from a wooden box and swallowed it. Xiao Zhengchun closed the box and continued, Your Majesty, there is no need for such distress. This old servant will exhaust all means to find a remedy for your ailment. Lu Xian waved his hand dismissively, appearing resigned to fate. Very well, let us speak of other matters. Has anything noteworthy occurred in the palace recently? Chapter 41. The sudden banquet by Eunuch Wu. Thanks to the Emperor's benevolence and the diligent management of Her Majesty the Empress, harmony enveloped the entire palace. By the way, Your Majesty, not long ago, the Empress sent someone to inquire after your well-being. Lucien responded with a slight hum, taking a sip of ginseng tea, when a thought suddenly struck him. Indeed, how is Jinger faring lately? It dawned on him that he is already 16 this year. And now that he has been assigned a task, he should truly engage in some earnest training. Since the sixth prince took up his duties in the Ministry of Revenue, he must have begun to understand the Emperor's thoughtful intentions, diligently attending to the various affairs at hand. Furthermore, I heard from those below that today the sixth prince even visited the Palace of Revered Shadows for an inspection. Xiao Zhenchun remarked with a smile. Lucien first furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, speaking in a calm tone. It seems Jingo is indeed earnest to personally visit such places. Indeed, Your Majesty. The sixth prince is also mindful of relieving your burdens. I am genuinely happy for you. Xiao Zhenchun retained his smile, though a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he lowered his gaze. Just then, Lucien suddenly coughed a couple of times, prompting Xiao Zhenchun to hastily approach and gently pat his back to ease his breath. Lucien waved his hand, exhaling softly before continuing. Since Jinger is committed to his responsibilities, let him pursue them freely. However, Jinger is still young, and the Palace of Revered Shadows is a chaotic place. You have overseen it for decades. Should Jinger act inappropriately, it is your duty to intervene. I hope no untoward incidents occur. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I understand. Now, you may retire. I wish to be alone for a while. After Xiao Zhenchun respectfully withdrew, he promptly summoned a eunuch, speaking in a rather indifferent tone. Relay our command. Little Bangzi, Eunuch Wu requests your presence. Xing Bang lay lazily in his chamber when Xiao Niuzai suddenly approached. What is it? You'll find out once you go. Do you dare refuse? Seeing Xiao Niuzai's clueless expression, Xing Bang couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by the situation, unaware of the true hierarchy among the eunuchs in the palace. Were even the affectionate ties between them pale in comparison to the allure of a beautiful woman? Xing Bang chose not to engage in petty banter with Xiao Niuzai, viewing him as a harmless mutt, likely to be dispatched any day. Soon, the two arrived at the pharmacy. Remarkably, Eunuch Wu's door was ajar, and from a distance, they could see an octagonal table adorned with several small dishes and a pot of wine. Eunuch Wu was already seated at the head of the table, facing the door. And upon spotting Xing Bang, he naturally did not rise, instead smiling and gesturing for him to sit beside him. Little Bangzi, come sit next to me. Eunuch Wu. What is this about? Xing Bang feigned ignorance, fully aware that this elderly eunuch had specifically summoned him, feeling a sense of pride at having become a coveted guest. I am in high spirits today. Sit down and share a few drinks with me. Thank you, eunuch. Xing Bang made no further pretense and directly seated himself beside Wu Jing. Xiao Niuzai, with keen perception, poured a cup for both Wu Gonggong and Xing Bang, then stood to the side, truly a loyal companion to Wu Jing. Come, Xiao Bangzi, let us raise a toast to our family with this cup. Without hesitation, Xing Bang lifted his glass, clinking it with Wu Gonggong's before downing it in one gulp. By heavens, this is even more dreadful. It is evident that it pales in comparison to the wine brought by the sixth prince. Xiao Bangzi, fortune shall smile upon you henceforth. Today, we particularly sought commendation from Her Majesty the Empress on your behalf, and she instructed me to nurture your talents. Thank you, Gonggong, for your support. Wu Jing waved his hand dismissively. No need for gratitude. This is what you rightfully deserve. I have long declared that as long as you are earnest in your endeavors, I shall ensure you are well rewarded. Xing Bang lifted his cup. Gonggong, allow me to toast you. Wu Jing raised his glass. Indeed, you ought to toast me. Haha, fortune is about to favor you. Gonggong, this I am but a simpleton and find myself somewhat perplexed. Xing Bang could not help but discern the underlying meaning in Wu Jing's words, but remained oblivious as to their exact implications. Come, finish this cup, and I shall reveal all. Xing Bang downed another full glass. Xiao Bangzi, although you possess a sharp mind, you are still young and lack sufficient insight into court affairs. I am eager to receive your teachings. This statement from Xing Bang was not mere humility, it genuinely stemmed from his respect. For Wu Jing had spent decades in the palace, and surely no subtle shift in the atmosphere escaped his keen senses. Wu Jing smiled lightly. Very well. Today I shall make an exception and speak of matters that are not typically disclosed. Let us test your understanding. Do you know why I intervened to prevent the sixth prince from dismissing Su Guang? Wu Jing was aware that Xing Bang had a grasp of the general situation, so he left him in suspense. Xing Bang thought to himself, who do you think I am, to be tested with such elementary reasoning? Nevertheless, he pondered for a moment, as this question was not straightforward even for an ordinary person. You mentioned that Su Guang is the godson of Lord Chao, who is a high-ranking eunuch close to His Majesty, wielding considerable influence in the harem. Although the sixth prince holds the title of prince and oversees the Xiaofu, he cannot disregard Lord Chao's face. Moreover, the sixth princess' venture into this matter was rather unwise, and there was concern that Lord Chao would voice his grievances before His Majesty. Wu Gonggang chuckled. Indeed. Xiao Bangzi, your ability to untangle the surface issues is commendable, yet there are still aspects you fail to perceive. However, it is understandable. You underestimate Lord Chao. His ability to secure the Emperor's trust cannot be fathomed by just anyone, even if the sixth prince were to eliminate Su Guang. Lord Chao would never dare to speak ill of him before the Emperor, for the sixth prince is, after all, the Emperor's own son. Moreover, I can divulge that the position of the Xiaofu, if my estimations are correct, is virtually yours. After speaking, Master Wu took another sip of wine. His demeanor enigmatic and profound. Of course, it is your fortune, young lad. It is not merely the sixth prince's favor that has brought you to this position. Xing Bang understood this point well. The implication was quite clear. Even if the position of Xiaofu were to become vacant, under normal circumstances, the sixth prince would not concern himself with such trifling matters, and it would naturally fall to Master Chao to appoint his own people. Master, allow me to toast you once more. Xing Bang raised his cup, now more seasoned in the ways of the world. Master Wu did not drink immediately. Instead, his expression darkened slightly as he remarked, regardless of the outcome, Su Guang has only himself to blame, truly believing this tumultuous place to be his domain for tyranny. Young lad, do you grasp our family's intent? Chapter 42. A new garment for you, rest assured, my dear. The young lad will forever remember that everything he possesses is given to him. Xing Bang has long become accustomed to Wu Gonggong's sardonic remarks. The old eunuch was merely issuing a warning to those who dare to assert themselves, destined to meet the same fate as Su Guang. After a brief exchange, Wu Jing ceased his commentary, and after a leisurely chat accompanied by drinks, Xing Bang took his leave. Upon arriving in the courtyard, he was greeted by Xiao Shizi, who had just returned from delivering food, a frown etched on his face. Xinggu, you have finally returned. You might need to check on room 38. I just brought in the meal and, upon a mere glance, I dropped the bowl. Since the day Xing Bang had first met Bai Rushuang, he had taken it upon himself to deliver her meals daily. Any other would have immediately resorted to throwing the bowl and going on a hunger strike. Very well. I shall take a look, Xing Bang replied, setting out. Aren't you bringing something to eat? He was asked, without turning his head. He waved his hand dismissively and continued on his way. If a woman cannot manage on her own, how can she call herself a lady? Upon reaching room 38, he was met with a disarray of rice porridge strewn across the floor, with the steamed buns lying quietly, seemingly trampled into mere scraps. Bai Rushuang lay motionless, turned away. Xing Bang approached her, exclaiming, "What a waste! Is this how you treat the special care I provided? Get up and eat." Yet, Bai Rushuang remained utterly unresponsive. A cold smirk crossed his lips as he recalled that she had not uttered a single word in all these days. I shall not indulge you today. Playing dead will not work here, for I am in charge. Still not rising, are we? I do not believe in such mischief. I will not be deterred. With that, he grasped a bun from the ground and forcefully turned Bai Rushuang onto her back. Although she did not scream, she stubbornly attempted to turn away. Her small arms no match for his strength. Come now, are you not the one who claimed to have lost her senses? Why so quiet now? Bai Rushuang ceased her resistance, tilting her head and tightly closing her eyes. Seizing the moment, Xing Bang brought the bun to her lips. Do not play coy with me. Eat this bun obediently. Let me remind you, my patience is finite, and should you provoke my ire, the consequences will be dire. Bai Rushuang's breathing became labored, clearly infuriated. Yet she still refrained from speaking. So you prefer to provoke me, do you? Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, Xing Bang lunged forward. He tossed the bun aside and delivered a sharp slap to Bai Rushuang's face. She gasped in shock, her hands dropping limply. After a brief moment, her reaction intensified, her limbs thrashing about. Perhaps the slap had left her dazed, but as she regained her composure, Xing Bang swiftly restrained her hands and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Should you dare to move again, I will." In the next instant, Bai Rushuang gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression one of sheer terror. Xing Bang released her and jumped off the bed, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief. Xing Bang was acutely aware of the significance behind her expression, and with an air of indifference, he remarked, "If you wish to avoid my trouble a second time, You should retrieve the bun from the ground and consume it entirely. Bai Ruo Shuang furrowed her brows tightly, biting her lip in contemplation. After a moment, she slowly rose and descended from the bed to pick up the bun. Without regard for the dust upon it, she began to eat it bite by bite. This is the only bun you shall have today, and there will be no rice porridge prepared for you, he continued. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, Xiao Shizi will continue to deliver your meals. Whether you choose to eat is entirely your affair. I shall merely await the opportunity to collect your remains. Bai Ruo Shuang's body trembled slightly at his words. Observing this, Xing Bang chose not to elaborate further and left without a backward glance. Who exactly is he? That he would. Bai Ruo Shuang finally lifted her gaze, fixating on Xing Bang's retreating figure, her brows knitted in contemplation. She inhaled deeply, gazing down at the unclean bun, biting her lip in deliberation. After a moment of hesitation, she furrowed her brow once more and resumed eating with fervor. Once outside, Xing Bang exhaled a sigh of relief, marveling at the extraordinary nature of the encounter, the sensation truly ineffable. He approached room 17, which was now unlocked, and entered. The lingering aroma of fresh sandalwood filled the air. However, at that moment, Madame Fanghua had reverted to her previous simple attire. Having discarded her resplendent palace garments onto the floor, her meticulously arranged hair was now disheveled, and she sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought with a troubled expression. Sister, what troubles you? Upon noticing Xing Bang, Madame Fanghua snapped back to reality and embraced him tightly. Little Bang, please do not inquire further. With her delicate eyes half closed, she buried her face in his chest, her voice tinged with emotion. The two stood in silent embrace, neither speaking a word. Xing Bang, observing Madame Fanghua in such a state, understood that the noble essence within her was deeply troubled by the recent event of dancing for the sixth prince. After a considerable time had passed, she finally released him, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. A faint smile emerged on her face as she said, I apologize, dear sister, for my uncharacteristic display. I still lack the strength to completely transform from my former identity. Certain absurdities are still difficult for me to accept. Alas, however, seeing you at peace brings me much relief. You have selflessly given so much. I must not let your sincerity go unappreciated. Xing Bang smiled gently, acknowledging her sentiment. That is indeed the right mindset. However, I feel rather pitiful. Today, you are exceedingly beautiful, yet I have not had the chance to appreciate it. Whom shall I seek for redress? Madame Fanghua chuckled softly. If you truly wish to see, it is not impossible. Should you present me with garments, regardless of their style, I shall wear them for you. Really? She responded with a soft affirmation. Xing Bang grinned mischievously. Then I shall present you with something at this very moment. Chapter 43. Nangong Shui seeks medicine. Gift me one now? Lady Fanghua slightly furrowed her brows, wondering if he would simply pick up the discarded garment from the floor. Sister, how narrow-minded. Xing Bang chuckled softly, clapped his hands together, and then held them out as if presenting something. Very well, sister. Prepare to try it on. Try what? Lady Fanghua was utterly bewildered. Though Xing Bang mimed holding out clothing, his hands were clearly empty. Of course, the garment I'm gifting you, a one-of-a-kind masterpiece in this world. I've even named it Fanghua's new attire. With a slight bow, Xing Bang maintained the demeanor of a perfect gentleman. Lady Fanghua instinctively rubbed her eyes, scrutinizing his hands intently. Am I seeing things? Her delicate brows knitted further in self-doubt. Little Bang, I still see nothing at all. Xing Bang smiled gently. No need to fret, sister. Once I dress you in it, you shall behold its splendor. Lady Fanghua reached out tentatively, her luminous eyes blinking in confusion. Invisible, intangible, such a thing was unheard of. Yet, observing Xing Bang's reverent expression, she ventured hesitantly. Then, how am I to wear it? Ah, precisely. If I present it now, how shall you, who cannot see it, attire yourself? Xing Bang feigned deep contemplation. A flush crept across Lady Fanghua's cheeks. Surely you don't mean for me to— She paused abruptly, suspicion dawning. Wait, Little Bang, are you toying with me? Damn it. Fairy tales remain just that, impossible to deceive an adult. No wonder Anderson nearly got beaten to death by women before deciding to assassinate emperors instead. Truly. None surpassed Lady Fanghua in wit. Xing Bang grinned, lowering his stiffened arms. The jest had run its course. He had gleaned enough. Winning her complete devotion would be no simple feat today, as events proved it. Here stood a woman of immense pride, and her tolerance toward him already stretched remarkable lengths. Moreover, given her circumstances, true abandon remained beyond reach. Xing Bang resolved neither to reject nor compel her. Let nature take its course, fulfillment would hold deeper meaning when arrived at freely. Not that he fancied himself noble. Yet, he desired this regal woman's willing surrender. Her heart bowed in genuine offering. Lady Fanghua, sister, you little rogue, I nearly fell for it. Now you'll face my reprimand. Her scolding tone and indignant expression promised punishment. But she remained rooted before him, motionless. Xing Bang laughed heartily. Sister, at a loss for where to begin, aren't you? Indeed, how would an esteemed palace consort, unversed in common brawling, know how to strike? In this moment, even retribution eluded her. Madame Fanghua flicked her sleeve and pursed her lips. Very well. I shall let you off this time. Upon hearing this, Xing Bang was not pleased. No, sister, please do punish me. A few slaps or bites would suffice. If I frown even slightly, I would not be worthy of the title of a hero. Madame Fanghua smiled gently. Enough of the jesting. I am rather fatigued and wish to rest. Xing Bang ceased his playful antics, recognizing that there is a limit to mirth, lest they descend into vulgarity. As Madame Fanghua watched Xing Bang's departing figure, she let out a deep sigh, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. She then turned her gaze to the bowl of soup on the table, furrowing her brow as she fell into contemplation. Upon returning to his room, Xing Bang glanced at the prepared medicine, and just as he approached the door, he heard a light, graceful footstep. He slightly opened the door and peered out. Finding Nagong Shui stealthily approaching, casting furtive glances around, Xing Bang chuckled and did not close the door, instead settling onto a stool to await her arrival. As Nagong Shui drew near, she noticed the door ajar and frowned slightly, glancing around before gently pushing the door open. Madam, are we engaged in anything shameful that necessitates such caution? Upon entering the dimly lit room where candles had yet to be lit, Nagong Shui was startled to find him sitting in the darkness. What is this? Xing Bang smiled slightly. That question seems rather fitting for me to ask. Why does Madam come to my room at such a late hour without knocking? You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? Nagong Shui initially faltered, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Of course I have not forgotten. I was just about to bring it to you, but when I saw you approaching, I refrained from stepping out. What? Does Madam fear I might withhold it from you later? The medicine, is it prepared? Nagong Shui inquired anxiously, as recent days had taken a toll on her. Rest assured, the medicine is indeed ready. Had I known you were so eager, I would have foregone my meal. Xing Bang placed the medicine on the table. I am not anxious, Nagong Shui stated, though she herself did not believe it. Would she have come to check otherwise? She quickly added, that is not the case. I was merely considering that if Wanner were present. Xing Bang frowned slightly at this. He had not insisted on taking matters into his own hands. Is that what Madam implies? Nagong Shui's cheeks flushed. I was thinking. Here with you. Xing Bang smiled. As long as Madam deems it appropriate, I have no objections. Without further ado, let us commence forthwith. I fear that if we delay, my daughter Wanner might unceremoniously intrude upon us again. As Nagong Shui spoke, she instinctively cast a glance toward the door, troubled by her daughter's insatiable curiosity. The dutiful daughter, worried about the encroaching darkness, lit a lamp to navigate her way to the restroom. Regrettably, she had to admit the truth of her errand to fetch medicine, fearing that if she tarried too long, the girl might stumble upon her. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Nagong Shui felt increasingly uneasy, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing her. The mere thought of her daughter witnessing her in such a state was unbearable. Could we perhaps relocate? Nagong Shui suggested, her ears flushing with embarrassment, her mind momentarily drifting to the phrase golden husbands and silver wives. Xing Bang, understanding her implication, realized that Nagong Shui had no intention of administering the medicine herself. If that were the case, what was there to discuss? As the saying goes, one ought to seize opportunities when they arise. Furthermore, it was not every day one encountered such an extraordinary and elegant woman. Where shall we go then? It would not do to choose just any place. Given the chill in the air, Xing Bang replied with utmost seriousness, internally reveling in the delightful predicament, yet mindful not to provoke too much excitement. Alas, the heart of a healer is akin to that of a parent. In this narrow alley, was there truly no suitable refuge to be found? Nagong Shui appeared to grow increasingly anxious. Chapter 44. Unwelcome visitors. At that moment, Xing Bang suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an impending threat. Not good. Someone is coming. Nagong Shui's heart raced with anxiety. Upon hearing Xing Bang's words, she finally calmed herself enough to discern the sound of footsteps outside. Ah, that does not sound like Wanner's footsteps. Hastily, Nagong Shui approached the window. It was Su Guang, and there was no time to escape. Without pondering Su Guang's intentions, Xing Bang swiftly concealed Na Gongshui in a large box tucked away in the corner. Su Guang, lacking Na Gongshui's formidable abilities, remained oblivious to her presence. Once Na Gongshui was hidden, Xing Bang quickly lay down on the bed. Then, the door creaked open, and Su Guang entered, promptly securing the door behind him. Xing Bang sensed the gravity of the situation. It seemed the visitor bore ill intentions. However, he remained composed, knowing that even if Su Guang harbored malicious designs, he was no match for him. Who is it? In such circumstances, lying in bed pretending to sleep was no longer an option. Xiao Bangzi, it is I, Su Gonggong. Xing Bang rose from the bed and approached Su Guang. Su Gonggong, what brings you here? Xiao Bangzi, do not be alarmed. I have something to discuss with you. Su Guang took a seat, revealing a jug of wine he had brought, which he placed on the table. Xing Bang intended to light a candle, but Su Guang stopped him. Xiao Bangzi, I have come specifically to thank you. Saying this, Su Guang poured 2 cups, filling one for himself and one for Xing Bang. Xing Bang refrained from taking the cup, instead saying, Su Gonggong, if there is something you need, please instruct me. Seeing that Xing Bang did not drink, Su Guang raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Xiao Bangzi, you ought to drink a few cups. Xing Bang frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. It seemed Su Guang was not a benign visitor. Su Gonggong, you appear burdened with concerns. Have you encountered some troublesome matter? Xing Bang had no desire to waste time in the dark drinking wine. He needed to ascertain the situation swiftly. Su Guang took another sip, sighed, and said, very well. Xiao Bangzi, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Just now, my godfather, Xiao Gonggong, sent someone to inquire about the incident involving the 6th prince's debauchery. We need a plausible explanation. Explanation? So is Gonggong here about that? Xing Bang instinctively braced himself. Xiao Bangzi, as servants, we have no room for choice. It was my oversight for not considering the complexities of this situation. Even though Madame Fanghua is currently in disgrace, she remains the emperor's consort and the mother of the crown prince. The 6th prince has committed such an outrageous act. This burden falls solely upon us, the servants. Xing Bang now understood why he always felt that Wu Gonggong spoke of Su Guang with hidden meanings. This old fox had likely already discerned the intricacies of the matter. Yet, from Su Guang's tone, it appeared he intended to involve him. Su Gonggong, I still do not fully comprehend. Could you please clarify your words? Xiao Bangzi, I will relay the exact words of the visitor. How could the 6th prince engage in such indiscreet behavior? In an attempt to curry favor with the 6th prince, I was compelled to force Madame Fanghua into singing and dancing while he was intoxicated. This blame must fall upon my shoulders. My godfather, in his benevolence, has ensured I retain a complete corpse, leaving me with a length of white silk to face a guilt-ridden demise. Su Guang spoke with a sense of resignation, his tone laced with sarcasm. Xing Bang comprehended the gravity of the situation. He understood that the actions of the 6th prince were indeed taboo. Yet he had not anticipated the necessity of making an account. After all, those not in power do not concern themselves with such matters. And the affairs above felt infinitely distant to him. Esteemed eunuch, what brings you to seek me? Xing Bang questioned, harboring doubts that Su Guang's visit was merely a farewell. It was clear that, this night, only one of them would likely survive. Contemplating further, he mused that there might still be a glimmer of hope. Regardless of whether he could preserve his own life, he felt compelled to make one final attempt. Thus, dear little brother, forgive me, for I must sacrifice your life to appease them. Should fate decree my end, let us at least look after one another in the afterlife. It seemed Su Guang intended to use him as a scapegoat. You cannot simply suggest a trial without considering my consent. Su Guang, are you implying you have come to end my life? Little brother, consider this a debt I owe you. You may depart first. If I miraculously survive, I shall burn extra offerings for you and your maid, for one cannot remain a eunuch even in the afterlife. Live joyfully instead. As Su Guang spoke, he withdrew the length of white silk that belonged to him. Come now, drink this farewell wine, and you may journey forth with peace of mind. His words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Even if Xing Bang objected, it would not hinder Su Guang's actions. Yet, he could never have anticipated that not only was Xing Bang not his match, but also that Na Gongshui, concealed in the corner, had been listening intently at that moment. The lid of the box began to creak open. Su Guang, you have played your hand quite well. But allow me to correct you. I shall not descend as a eunuch, whereas your fate in that regard remains uncertain. Enough, little brother, I understand your grievances. But do not dwell on them. Drink more, and soon you shall not know fear, Su Guang remarked, dismissing any further reflection. At that moment, Na Gongshui leaped behind him. and Su Guang finally sensed the presence of another. He hastily rose to his feet, but before he could turn around, a cold silver hairpin pressed against his neck. You? How? What are you doing here? Su Guang exclaimed in disbelief upon recognizing Nangong Shui. Xing Bang chuckled. In a room with a lone man and woman. What else could transpire? Nangong Shui shot him a glare. This is all a misunderstanding. Do not act rashly, Miss Nangong. Let us speak calmly. Su Guang's fear became palpable, his face a mask of panic. Nangong Shui scoffed, disregarding his pleas entirely. Xing Bang seized the white silk from the table. Eunuch Su. You may perceive this as a misunderstanding, but I cannot misconstrue the fact that you have consumed several bowls of farewell wine. Upon hearing this, Su Guang's complexion drained of color. Little brother, you cannot kill me. If you do, Lord Chao will not spare you. With a playful smile, Xing Bang remarked. Who said I intend to kill you? Rest assured, I have no such plans. Huh, if I truly wished you harm, my beloved Dashue would have already dealt with you. Dashue? Nangong Shui furrowed her brow, wondering if he was referring to her. Is that so, Dashue? Xing Bang deliberately called out her name once more, inexplicably compelled to do so. Nangong Shui's recent leap, akin to that of a celestial being, was simply too endearing. A flutter of emotion stirred within her, yet she found his affectionate tone rather excessive, pouting slightly as she retorted, enough with the banter. Let us attend to matters at hand. Xing Bang chuckled heartily and turned to Su Guang, saying, Very well, Su Gonggong, we shall escort you home now. Chapter 45, The Death of Su Guang. No, you must not leave him. Nangong Shui exclaimed urgently. Xing Bang observed the concerned expression on Nangong Shui's face, and an inexplicable sense of comfort washed over him. He swiftly struck Su Guang with a precise chop, rendering him unconscious, and smiled faintly. How could I possibly leave this disaster alive? There's no need for us to dirty our hands, otherwise the 3 feet of white silk bestowed by Lord Chao would be wasted. Nangong Shui immediately grasped Xing Bang's intention, responding with a soft acknowledgement before she stowed away her silver hairpin. Xing Bang handed her a bottle of feminine wash, saying, Snow, you should return now. Just dilute it with a little water for cleansing. I shall accompany you. No need. I can manage on my own. You should hurry back. What if Shaowan comes looking for you? Nangong Shui furrowed her brows, still seemingly troubled. Xing Bang reassured her, Do not worry. There should not be any further complications. He understood her worries stemmed from the fear that Lord Chao's men had not yet departed. Although he harbored some doubts, he deduced that if they intended to kill him, they would not go to such lengths. In other words, he was still quite safe, at least for the moment, as no one harbored murderous intentions toward him. Nangong Shui nodded. Then you be careful. I shall return. With that, she opened the door and left. Xing Bang watched her retreating figure, smiling gently. This woman is truly capable. She comes through in critical times. After Nangong Shui vanished into the night, Xing Bang did not hesitate any longer. He hefted Su Guang's unconscious body and made his way to the torture chamber. The room was shrouded in darkness as he entered. To his shock, he was taken aback to find the 2 maidservants who attended Su Guang had hanged themselves. Clearly, these 2 maidens were to be sacrificed as well. However, Xing Bang felt no sorrow for their fate. Such as the cruelty of the imperial harem, fate is often beyond one's control. Had these maidens posed any threat to him, he would have acted without hesitation. Without further delay, he secured the white silk to the beam above and, after tightening it, hoisted Su Guang up. Moments later, Su Guang regained consciousness but was unable to scream, his face contorted with fear and helplessness. Soon, there was no sound at all. Su Guang was hanged. Mother, you're back. Why did you take so long? As Nangong Shui entered the house, Li Shaowan sprang up from the bed. Nangong Shui shook her head. But upon seeing her daughter's demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of irritation. Wana, how many times have I told you? A young lady must always maintain her composure, regardless of the circumstances. Why are you? Hurry and put on your clothes. You are no longer a child. How can you be so shameless? Li Shaowan pouted her delicate lips. But I find sleeping so comfortable, and besides, there's no one else here except you, mother. Nangong Shui's eyes narrowed slightly as she retorted with exasperation. How did I give birth to such a carefree and reckless girl like you? No matter how comfortable a young lady feels while sleeping, she simply cannot go without her undergarments. Li Shaowan stuck out her tongue playfully. All right, mother. I'll remember. But can we let it go just for tonight? Nangong Shui was utterly speechless. Don't you dare tell anyone outside that you're my daughter, Nangong Shui. I'd be mortified. Seeing her mother rolling her eyes in frustration, Li Shaowan relented. Fine. Fine, mother. I'll put them on right now. Nangong Shui exhaled in relief. tightening her grip on the medicine bottle in her hand. Warner, go to bed early. I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to freshen up. Mother, why are you blowing out the candle? It's not like I peek at you. Quiet. Go to sleep. Outside the palace, in the Chao residence. Within a lavishly decorated and spacious chamber, Chao Xingchun sat regally upon a cushioned dais. Behind him, a middle-aged eunuch massaged his shoulders while speaking cautiously. Godfather, though Su Guang was an unambitious and disappointing fool, he was still one of ours. Chao Xingchun snorted coldly. What use is such a brainless waste? Moreover, he failed to report the sixth prince's departure in time. Such negligence warrants death. Having served His Majesty for decades, how could I not understand His Majesty's intentions? No matter the offense, the sixth prince remains his son. His Majesty will turn a blind eye, for he is far too shrewd. There may even be deeper implications. Thus, Su Guang must die to set an example. Consider it a fitting end for him. The middle-aged eunuch nodded, then frowned. You speak wisely, Godfather. Yet there's one thing I still don't understand. According to reports, this matter also involves a young eunuch named Xiao Bangzi. Moreover, the drunken sixth prince even demanded Su Guang's dismissal and this eunuch's promotion. But why spare this insignificant eunuch? Eliminating him along with Su Guang would surely silence the rumors more effectively. Chao Xingchun smirked. Su Guang's death is sufficient to settle this affair. A mere eunuch poses no threat. Since the sixth prince favors him, let him stay. Not only that, we shall grant the boy Su Guang's position as the prince desires. Furthermore, that eunuch may be under the empress's protection. There is no need for further complications. Instruct our men to keep a closer watch on the punishment chambers. With Lady Fenghua involved, that place will hardly know peace. Understood, Godfather. Returning to his quarters, Xing Bang lay awake in bed. He had hoped for a more intimate encounter with Nangong Shui, only for Su Guang's incident to intervene. Yet Nangong Shui's reaction had genuinely surprised him. He had expected her to stand so fiercely in his defense, stirring a quiet warmth in his heart. Recalling her usual delicate demeanor, he marveled at her unflinching resolve in critical moments. That decisive, unwavering side of her only deepened his admiration. Xing Bang let out a deep sigh, deciding it was best not to dwell on such matters, lest he succumb to sleeplessness. Reflecting on the past 2 days, he believed he had amassed sufficient experience, and thus his consciousness seamlessly entered the realm of Fenghua Baojian. All his accumulated experience was channeled into enhancing his strength. And with a resounding duong, his power surged from the 6th level of solidification, 07,000, to the 7th level of solidification, 08,000. It was imperative to elevate his strength swiftly. To speak of the broader world, even within this confined space, Wu Jing could easily overpower him, not to mention the myriad unknown masters lurking around. Furthermore, it was essential for Nangong Shui to rapidly advance her cultivation as well. The only viable option was to engage in a series of tin draws, hoping to procure some rare elixirs or unique cultivation techniques. It was not enough for him to grow strong. He must also nurture formidable allies around him. In the dead of night, whose affinity had increased once more. As Xing Bang contemplated his future plans, a sudden wave of energy surged through his mind. Chapter 46, An Unexpected Harvest, Beauty, by Ru Shuang, age, 35. Status, Imperial Concubine, rank, Beauty, Charm, 92, maximum 100, Friendship Progress, 50, Earnings, 50 Experience Points Hour. Xing Bang was somewhat taken aback. Pondering whether his rough demeanor had stirred her emotions, had it ignited a contrasting attribute? The following day, while Xing Bang remained ensconced in slumber, not yet due to rise, the courtyard echoed with the frantic cries of Xiao Jinzai. Get up, everyone. Something grave has occurred. Naturally, Xing Bang was roused from his dreams, surmising that all were in a state of disarray. However, he felt no trepidation. Fully aware that Xiao Jinzai had discovered Su Guang's tragic demise and, in a fit of urgency, had rushed to announce it. Xiao Jinzai began to knock feverishly on Xing Bang's door, exclaiming, Xing Bang, hurry up. Master Su has died. Xing Bang replied absent-mindedly, then proceeded to knock on the door of another communal room. It was still half an hour shy of their usual rising time, and the others were not particularly pleased. Yet upon hearing the news of Su Guang's death, they hastily scrambled out of bed. Xiao Shizi was the first to emerge, hurriedly fetching a basin of clean water for Xing Bang. Well done, Xiao Shizi, Xing Bang thought, noting that even in a state of alarm, he had not forgotten to bring him water. Fully dressed, Xing Bang approached, ready to wash up. Xing Bang, how can you still be smiling amidst such calamity? My heart is racing with anxiety, Xiao Shizi remarked, bewildered. It's not as if your father has passed away. Is it truly necessary to be so agitated? Xing Bang shook his head and began washing his face. Xiao Shizi frowned, muttering softly, "Indeed, when my father died, my mother was taken away. Yet I did not feel such distress." It seemed that it was indeed Xing Bang's composure that had put him at ease. Wiping his face with a cloth, Xing Bang chuckled. "What? Xiao Shizi, did your mother run off right after your father died?" "Not quite. My mother sold herself to bury my father," Xiao Shizi replied. "And then she sent you into the palace to serve as a eunuch. Am I correct?" Xiao Shizi furrowed his brow. "How do you know this?" "Xing Bang? I don't believe I've ever mentioned it. It is merely a narrative trope," Xing Bang said candidly. "To be honest, you're rather handsome." Xiao Shizi. With a slight smile, Xing Bang continued, "Perhaps in the future, you might have the chance to return and see if your mother has given birth to a little brother." Xing Bang. "Will I truly have that opportunity?" Xiao Shizi questioned skeptically, his desire to return home evident. "Stick with me, and I assure you, you shall not go hungry for 3 days." Xing Bang laughed heartily and stepped out first. Xiao Shizi paused momentarily, then remarked, "As long as it allows me to return home in glory, I would endure any hardship." Xiao Jinzai did not linger in the courtyard. In a matter of moments, he had dashed to the medical quarters. "Master Wu, something dreadful has happened. Master Su has hanged himself." Xiao Yozi, who slept later than a dog and rose earlier than a rooster, devotedly served Master Wu as if he were his own father. "Xiao Jinzai, why are you shouting so? Master Wu has not yet awakened." Little Jinzi curled his lip, saying, "Did you not hear me mention that Master Su has passed away?" Little Nyozi, seemingly indifferent, retorted, "His death has nothing to do with our Master Wu." Just then, the voice of Wu Jing echoed from within the room. "Little Jinzi, cease your futile clamoring. One might mistake you for a thief consumed by guilt. Return and attend to your master. I trust that come dawn, arrangements will be made." Startled, little Jinzi suddenly realized the truth in Wu's words. After all, Su was not his own father, so why was he behaving so frantically? Without uttering another word, he hastily departed. In the Taya Hall, Emperor Yao Tai, Lu Stian, was changing attire in preparation for the morning court. Chao Jingchun entered from outside, reporting, "Your Majesty, news has just arrived from the Yao court that the eunuch Su Guang took his own life last night." Lu Xian let out a slight yawn, replying, "But really, what concern is the death of a mere eunuch to me, Shanchun? Do you believe I have too few matters to attend to?" Chao Jingchun furrowed his brow, pondering whether the emperor had truly forgotten, or if he had misjudged the situation. "Your Majesty, you may recall that I reported this matter to you yesterday. Did not the 6th prince visit the violent chamber?" Lu Xian responded with an indifferent "oh," his face betraying little emotion aside from the dignity befitting a sovereign. He casually inquired, "What of it? Does this incident relate to the 6th prince?" Chao Jingchun hastily replied, "The investigation has clarified that Su Guang took his life out of fear of punishment." "Very well, I understand. Henceforth, you shall handle such trifling matters as you see fit. It is time to cultivate the 6th prince's ability to manage affairs independently, though I expect you to assist him closely." "Yes, Your Majesty, I comprehend." Chao Jingchun had deliberately paused momentarily, only to be interrupted, receiving no opportunity to delve into the specifics, thus indirectly shielding the 6th prince. In any case, he considered himself loyal to the emperor, ensuring that neither side would be offended, proceeding with the existing plan. An hour later, all remained as usual in the violent chamber. Everyone continued their tasks as if nothing had transpired, for it was not akin to the death of a relative in the common folk. This was the imperial palace. Even if the sky were to fall, one must fulfill their duties. Gossiping could cost one their head. Before long, little Jinzi hurriedly approached, observing the incredulous expression on Xing Bang's face, and respectfully announced, "Little Bangzi, oh no, Master Xing, someone from above has come to summon you." "What has transpired, little Jinzi? For you to be so courteous?" Xing Bang, already suspecting the reason, recalled Wu Jing's words. This violent chamber's eunuch was essentially within his grasp. Indeed, the messenger bore clothing and a hat. Little Jinzi exclaimed with an envious smile. Xing Bang smiled slightly, and with little Jinzi leading the way, the two made their way to the violent chamber's office. "Upon my first glance at you, esteemed Lord Xing, I sensed your extraordinary nature, which compelled me to come forth and report various matters to you, whether significant or trivial." Along the way, the ever-enthusiastic Xiao Jin did not hesitate to flatter you with his sycophantic praises. "Xiao Jin, are you truly so certain that the garment is indeed intended for me? Furthermore, your abrupt address as Lord sends shivers down my spine. Henceforth, Please feel free to be more casual in our interactions. Xiaojin momentarily faltered, yet quickly resumed his beaming demeanor, asserting, of course, referring to you as Lord Xing is merely a formality, if it is not for you. Who else could it possibly be for? Lord Xing chuckled, remarking, with your cleverness and flattery, it is quite possible that the attire is indeed meant for you. There could be other matters at play as well. Xiaojin's cheeks flushed slightly, and he hastily gestured, Lord Xing, please do not jest. I am merely a messenger and lack the fortune to claim such a gift. Lord Xing laughed, choosing not to engage further, and proceeded onward. Upon arriving at the violent chamber, the sight of 3 lifeless bodies strewn across the courtyard caused Lord Xing to furrow his brow in concern. Chapter 47. The promotion to the wealthy steward. In the courtyard lay 3 lifeless bodies, those of Su Guang and his 2 maidservants. It was indeed a desolate sight. Carelessly discarded in the yard, left uncovered. One could only speculate that they would soon be taken away and tossed into a mass grave to feed the wild dogs. Su Guang, I do not wish you peace in the afterlife. Rather, I hope you are reborn as a swine in your next life. Xing Bang cast a glance at the scene, his thoughts swirling as he prepared to step into the room when a sudden realization struck him. Little Jinzi, what if I truly ascend in rank and require the services of a lowly messenger? That cannot happen. I have 100 taels in silver notes right here. Little Jinzi seemed to have anticipated this, retrieving the notes from his bosom before Xing Bang could finish his sentence. Xing Bang smiled faintly, graciously accepting the silver notes. Thank you kindly. Not at all, Master Xing. It is but my duty to show my respect. Without further ado, Xing Bang tucked the notes away and entered the main room. At least you were perceptive. This money rightfully belongs to me, and I shall ensure I recover what Su Guang left behind as well. Upon entering the main chamber, a young boy, Xiao Bangzi, greeted him. I pay my respects to you, my lord. You are Xiao Bangzi? The commanding eunuch, seated high, rose to scrutinize Xing Bang from head to toe. Indeed, I am. The eunuch picked up the garments and hat from the table, cleared his throat, and announced, Xiao Bangzi, by the order of Lord Xiao. You are hereby assigned to take over Su Guang's position as steward. Thank you for your patronage, Lord Xiao. Xing Bang accepted the garments and hat, turning to hand them to little Jinzi, before producing the 100 taels of silver notes. A token of appreciation for your arduous journey. Oh, this is too generous. The eunuch feigned modesty, glancing at the silver notes before unceremoniously accepting them with a beaming smile, tucking them into his robes. It was evident that 100 taels was a considerable sum, especially when the monthly salary was merely 2 taels. Xing Bang smiled subtly, then addressed little Jinzi. Why not quickly prepare another cup of tea for the lord? With a delicate gesture, the eunuch replied, No need for that. I shall return to report forthwith. Since you cannot linger, I shall not keep you further. Safe travels, my lord. The eunuch, exchanging pleasantries, departed, while Su Guang and the bodies of the 2 maidservants were unceremoniously loaded onto a cart, leaving with an air of indifference. Congratulations, Master Xing, on your esteemed promotion. I shall assist you with your attire. Xing Bang nodded, and little Jinzi eagerly unfurled the garments, his face alight with envy and excitement. The hat, embroidered with golden longevity characters, and the robe, adorned with quail motifs, were far more splendid than what he currently wore, though he had merely ascended to the 8th rank. It marked the beginning of his official career. Master Xing, you look splendid. After donning the new attire, little Jinzi gave a thumbs up in admiration. Just then, Xiao Zhuzi, who had often been inseparable from Su Guang, hurriedly entered and knelt before Xing Bang. Your servant, Xiao Zhuzi, pays his respects to you, Master Xing Little Pillar. What mischief have you been up to? We haven't seen you for ages. Before Xing Bang could even speak, Little Gold reprimanded sharply. Xing Bang paid no heed. Aware that in Su Guang's presence, Little Pillar was favored less, the evidence lay in who was always sent to fan him. Now, it seemed Little Pillar had finally found a moment to express himself. My stomach isn't feeling well. I went to the restroom, Little Pillar replied, his body trembling slightly, his words hesitant. All right, you may rise now. Su Gonggong is no longer here. As long as you dedicate yourself to your tasks, I shall not treat you unfairly. Xing Bang interrupted Little Gold, who was poised to inquire further. It was clear that Little Pillar was lying. But this was not the moment for questioning. If there were secrets being kept, they would soon reveal themselves. Of course, if he were to harbor treacherous intentions, it would be easy to send him down to accompany Su Guang. Enough, Little Pillar, there's nothing more here. Since you're unwell, you should rest. Little Pillar rose unsteadily and departed. Xing Yi, that fellow must be up to no good. How can you just let him go? Little Gold exclaimed. dissatisfaction written all over his face as he watched Little Pillar leave. Xing Bang waved his hand and smiled slightly. No matter, Su Guang is not entirely without merit. What do you mean? Faced with Little Gold's bewildered expression, Xing Bang continued. By the way, Little Gold, you should know that Su Guang has hidden quite a bit of dirt. You ought to know where it all is, right? Little Gold understood immediately. Xing Yi, you know well that I merely run errands for Su Guang. I have no idea where he hides his ill-gotten gains, but Little Pillar likely knows more than I do. That lad is somewhat clever. He has already been labeled as corrupt. Since you are more informed than I entrust this matter entirely to you. Xing Bang mused, suspecting that the answers might lie within this very room. It would be better to extract clues from Little Pillar himself. Yes, with your trust. I shall ensure that every last coin is found, even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground. Little Gold declared passionately. Xing Bang cleared his throat. Be cautious with your words. It isn't for me. Since it is Su Guang's embezzled money, it naturally belongs to the welfare of all indeed. Indeed, you are right, Xing Yi. I misspoke. Little Gold nodded repeatedly, even slapping himself in reprimand. All right, nothing more to discuss. Gather a few people and clean this place inside and out. Xing Bang glanced around. This would be his new abode. It was spacious now, with a main hall and 2 adjacent rooms. Little Gold acknowledged and exited. Xing Bang let out a long sigh. His first plan was complete. Although that old scoundrel Wu Jing was still around, he could not yet claim to be the sovereign of this place. But safeguarding his precious experience would be manageable. Given the right opportunity, he could still act with a measure of audacity. From this point on, one can find solace in the pursuit of self-improvement while reveling in life's pleasures to the fullest extent, until one's strength reaches a certain level. There is no harm in remaining within this tumultuous chamber. Who knows, one might be graced with the arrival of enchanting consorts or the relatives of officials. Life here is undeniably fulfilling. After lingering in the tumultuous office for a short while, Xing Bang returned to his original courtyard. At this hour, the eunuchs assigned to menial tasks had begun to serve meals. Naturally, the news of Xing Bang's promotion to a lavish position had spread among the staff. Upon his return, everyone greeted him with utmost respect, their tasks executed with newfound diligence and efficiency. Brother Xing, I always knew you were the best. Xiao Shizi, being closer to him, exhibited a more relaxed demeanor, and it was evident that his joy was genuine, unlike the sycophantic undertones present in the greetings of others. Xing Bang chuckled, glancing at the large food box in Xiao Shizi's hands, which reminded him of Bai Rushuang. He instructed, please exchange the large white bun number 38 for 2 cornmeal buns, and convey your request in this manner. Chapter 48, The New Official's Fiery Debut, Establishing Authority. Brother Xing, please spare me. That individual is a lunatic. Xiao Shizi exclaimed, his face awash with embarrassment. Xing Bang's sharp glare pierced through Xiao Shizi's feeble demeanor. Look at your pitiful self. Hurry along. With that, Xiao Shizi, his feet already poised for flight, hastily acquiesced and dashed away. Xing Bang chuckled softly, following suit, for having assumed the role of the formidable steward. It was imperative to report to the venerable eunuch Wu. Upon arriving at the medical bureau, the envy radiating from Xiao Nyozi was palpable. Eunuch Wu, your foresight is truly remarkable. I could never have anticipated this. Indeed, this is a stroke of fortune for you, yet it is equally well-deserved, Wu Jing replied calmly, casting a glance at the official garb adorning Xing Bang. Little Bang, there's no need to maintain such a lowly posture before us. After all, you are now my superior. And who knows, in the future, our house may find itself in your service. You jest, my lord. Regardless of circumstances, Xing Bang remained steadfastly humble. Having grown weary of this routine exchange, yet Wu Jing appeared increasingly delighted with each repetition. One could only imagine the joy Wu Jing would experience should he ascend to the highest echelons of power. With a gleam of happiness, Wu Jing continued, and what of Madame Fanghua? How shall you treat her henceforth? Ah, to be honest, I have yet to contemplate that. I humbly seek your guidance, my lord. Xing Bang feigned ignorance, knowing well that since Wu Jing inquired, he surely harbored intentions of his own. Whatever Wu Jing decided, it would be my responsibility to accommodate. After a brief reflection, Wu Jing concluded that with the 6th prince now involved, it would be prudent to treat her kindly for the time being. Should the empress offer new directives in the future, he would inform Xing Bang accordingly. Xing Bang nodded in agreement. This was certainly manageable, for the current objective was to race against time. By the way, Little Bang, unless necessary, do try to refrain from frequent visits to my bureau. Our household has always preferred to remain discreet. Yes, my lord, I comprehend. Xing Bang was well aware that Wu Jing was a strategic pawn of the Empress, often occupying the unassuming role of a medical supervisor, yet proving invaluable at critical moments, all the while avoiding suspicion from others. This insight revealed the Empress as a formidable woman. After delivering the meals, Xiao Shizi finally approached the notorious Bai Rushuang of room 38. Adhering strictly to Xing Bang's instructions, albeit with lingering trepidation. Previously, he would simply drop the food and swiftly depart, but now he had to engage her in conversation. The thought of her potentially spiraling into madness sent shivers down his spine. The room itself was ominously dark, and the notion of a female lunatic within heightened Xiao Shizi's anxiety. Trembling, he opened the door and stepped inside, his movements heavy as he approached the bedside. Placing 2 steamed buns and a bowl of thin porridge down. Listen closely. My master, Lord Shi, has conveyed that you are like these 2 buns. Whenever you wish, it is but a matter of his word to bring you to heal. Xiao Shizi did not fully grasp the implications of this statement, yet he relayed Xing Bang's sentiments. After uttering the words, he instinctively turned to leave, casting a cautious glance over his shoulder, fearful that she might suddenly unleash her madness upon him. Fortunately, Bai Rushuang remained motionless. Xiao Shizi walked to the door, but suddenly remembered something he had overlooked. Taking a few steps back inside, I forgot to tell you, my brother Xing was just promoted to Shifu this morning. With that, Xiao Shizi swiftly locked the door and left. Bai Rushuang picked up the 2 steamed buns that appeared to have been squeezed by someone, her figure trembling involuntarily. Xing Bang exited the pharmacy and, instead of returning to his own courtyard, headed straight for Nangong Shue's residence. He wondered if her health had improved, as neither she nor her daughter had sought him out early that morning. However, the room was empty. After a moment's thought, Xing Bang made his way to the grand drying field, the place where female convicts performed labor. Now, he could stride in openly. Aside from these 2 locations, Nangong Shui and her daughter had nowhere else to go. You wretched girl, as clumsy as your mother. How can pounding rice take you so long? Just as Xing Bang approached the drying field, a shrill, shrewish voice pierced the air. Following the sound, he saw an elderly palace maid berating someone. This matron, advanced in years, had been assigned to supervise the labor in the prison quarters as a form of retirement duty. But we weren't like this before. A young girl replied with visible grievance. Dare you talk back? I don't care what connections you and your mother had before, now that there's a new Shifu. Everyone must follow the palace rules and work diligently. The matron punctuated her words by jabbing the girl's forehead menacingly. Damn, isn't this the textbook image of a tyrannical overseer? Xing Bang frowned as he took in the girl's tear-streaked, disheveled appearance. Isn't this Li Xiaowan? How did she end up like this? I barely recognized her. Anger flared within him. Striding forward, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the matron sprawling. A pained wail was followed by a stream of curses. Who dares? It's me, you old hack. Trying to rebel? Gasping in pain, the matron looked up. Though unfamiliar with Xing Bang himself, she recognized his official robes instantly and dropped to her knees in terror. This lowly servant greets the Shifu. The surrounding convicts followed suit. Kneeling in unison, Xing Bang waved dismissively, his gaze cold as it swept over the matron. Everyone except this old crone may rise and return to work. Confused and aggrieved, the matron stammered, My lord, this servant was merely enforcing the rules, ensuring these inept women worked properly. Why punish me so? Xing Bang snorted. No reason. I simply dislike the look of you. Another word, and I'll end your miserable life. You'll kneel here until I say otherwise. A new official's first act was to establish authority, and this was his opening move. The matron dared not protest further. Here, the Shifu's word was law. Regret and humiliation warred within her. Regret for having forced Nangong Shui and her daughter into labor, hoping to curry favor with the new Shifu, only to reap the consequences. Turning to Li Xiaowan, whose face still bore traces of distress, Xing Bang softened his tone. How did your face end up covered in all this paint? Li Xiaowan quickly wiped her face with her hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she spoke. At first, I was dyeing clothes over there with my mother. But that old woman thought me clumsy and sent me here to pound rice. Xing Bang glanced at the stone pestle in Li Xiaowan's hands, snatched it away, and tossed it aside, noticing that her delicate white hands were already chafed. A wave of frustration washed over him. His gaze fell upon the towering bags of rice piled nearby, and turning to Rong Mama, he commanded, Come here. You will not eat or rest until these rice grains are completely pounded. Rong Mama, nearly paralyzed with fear upon hearing his words, hastily bowed her head and pleaded, Please. My lord, The old servant only does this for your sake. Xing Bang, however, ignored her entirely and took hold of Li Xiaowan's small hand. Come, lead me to your mother. Chapter 49. The better conditions of the punishment chamber. All right. Li Xiaowan's face flushed crimson, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. It was the first time a man had held her delicate hand so intimately. A dizzying sensation overwhelmed her, and she forgot to withdraw her hand. Momentarily disregarding her mother's teachings about maidenly modesty and the sacred principle of maintaining proper distance between men and women. Xiaowan, you're supposed to lead me to your mother, not the other way around. Xing Bang halted abruptly, turning his head with a faint smile. Lost in a daze, Li Xiaowan had been blindly following Xing Bang until his words snapped her back to reality. Oh, my mother is in the dyeing workshop. With that, she quickly guided Xing Bang toward a spacious chamber. During this era, dyes were extracted from plant roots, stems, leaves, flowers, and fruit peels, so the air carried no unpleasant odors. Mother. Hearing her daughter's call, Nangong Shui turned around. Xing Bang was taken aback. Her face and clothes were smeared with dye. Were it not for his familiarity with her extraordinary figure, he might not have recognized her. Nangong Shui glanced at Xing Bang before her gaze dropped to their still clasped hands. A slight frown creased her brow. You, what are you two? Only then did Li Xiaowan realize her hand was still in Xing Bang's grasp. With a soft gasp, she hastily pulled away, waving her hands frantically. Mother, it's not what you think. Just now. Xing Bang nearly laughed at her flustered expression. This girl was simply too adorable. I say, Shiwe, I seriously doubt whether you're dyeing clothes or yourself. How dare you? Have you lost your mind? Nangong Shui shot him a glare, clearly displeased at being addressed so informally in this situation. Li Xiaowan stared at her mother in astonishment. Mother, is the Shiwe your childhood nickname? I've never heard it before. Nangong Shui was momentarily speechless. After glaring at Xing Bang, she cleared her throat. Well, the Shiwe was my pet name when I was little. Li Xiaowan murmured, the Shiwe. It sounds quite lovely. Then, realization struck. But mother, if even I didn't know, then how did he? Nangong Shui swiftly interrupted, turning to Xing Bang. Perhaps we should return and rest for a while? Xing Bang smiled. Of course, by all means. Nangong Shui tugged at her dazed daughter. All right, Wanner. You're as messy as a little kitten. Let us go wash up. Look who's talking, mother. You're even worse off than me. Xing Bang chuckled heartily before following the amusing mother-daughter pair back to their quarters. Once inside, he declared, You two rest first. I'll fetch water for you. Without another word, he grabbed a wooden bucket and strode out. Yay, Brother Bang, you're the best. Exhausted, Li Xiaowan collapsed onto the bed, stretching lazily. A ripple of warmth surged through Nangong Shui's heart, and unbidden, an image of domestic bliss flickered in her mind. A man tilling the fields, a woman weaving cloth, and she shook her head sharply, dispelling the foolish fantasy. With a soft sigh, she studied her daughter pensively before finally speaking. Wanner, where are your manners? We have a guest in the house. Mother, I truly feel exhausted. Besides, Brother Bang is not a stranger. Li Xiaowan rose and playfully tugged at Nangong Shui's arm, the words slipping out instinctively. You. Nangong Shui found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, hearing her daughter's remark brought her a sense of comfort. After all, he was not an outsider. Xiaowan, as a young lady, how can you call him Brother Bang? Nangong Shui sidestepped the gravity of the situation, but soon realized she struggled to voice an alternative. He seemed not much older than Wanner. Li Xiaowan pouted. Mother, you are misunderstanding me. It wasn't my choice to call him that. Brother Bang insisted I refrain from calling him grandfather, so I ended up addressing him like this. I find it quite endearing. Isn't it just amiable? Nangong Shui huffed lightly. You silly girl, what nonsense is this about brothers and sisters? You really have no sense of propriety. With a look of exasperation, Li Xiaowan asked, Then, Mother, how should I address him? Nangong Shui's mind momentarily faltered, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Water's here. Fortunately. At that moment, Xing Bang entered, providing a timely distraction for Nangong Shui. Otherwise, Li Xiaowan, with her persistent nature, would have continued her inquiries unabated. Though Xing Bang said nothing, he indeed overheard the last two remarks clearly. He even mouthed the word father, albeit silently. Li Xiaowan joyfully leapt off the bed, exclaiming that she was too dirty to remain unwashed any longer. Nangong Shui remained still, casting a knowing glance at Xing Bang, who smiled and said, Understood. I shall take my leave. As he prepared to exit, Xing Bang's gaze fell lower, and before he could inquire further, Nangong Shui's cheeks flushed lightly as she softly remarked, I feel much better now. Thank you. I slept soundly last night. Xing Bang smiled knowingly and exited the room. Mother. Brother Bang is truly remarkable. You've been unwell for so many days, and he cured you with such ease. He must be a divine physician. Go on. You and your chatter. I truly wonder when your little mouth will ever cease. Indeed, a divine physician. Xing Bang lingered at the doorway. Enjoying the banter between mother and daughter, it was a source of amusement. Without a television or the distraction of social media, what else could possibly captivate one's attention aside from the whims of romance? After about 15 minutes, the door opened. How did you know I hadn't left? Nangong Shui opened the door, and Xing Bang entered with a jovial smile. I guessed, Nangong Shui replied. At that moment, both mother and daughter had cleaned themselves and donned fresh attire, their beauty restored like that of water lilies emerging from the depths. Astute guesswork. Your thoughts are as clear as day. I acknowledge your insights. Xing Bang chuckled heartily, and without further ado, the sight of their enchanting figures inspired him to compose poetry. Nangong Shui's expression tightened. What nonsense is this? Li Xiaowan's large eyes darted back and forth, indicating her confusion. Xing Bang spoke no further, but transitioned the conversation. By the way, when that Lady Rong instructed you to work, why did you not come to me? It was hardly work. It was merely a means to vex ourselves. There is nothing wrong with performing some tasks, yet I did not anticipate that Lady Rong would seem so transformed, as though she were deliberately targeting the two of us. Nangong Shui had actually heard the news of Su Guang's demise early that morning and was aware that Xing Bang had already assumed the position of the steward. Understanding the underlying circumstances, she preferred to engage in work rather than burden Xing Bang with further complications, especially since he had just taken on this new role. Xing Bang noticed that Nangong Shui appeared to harbor some concerns, yet he refrained from probing further and stated plainly, do not overthink things. It shall be as it was before. You and your mother may act freely. Moreover, the conditions at my steward's office are somewhat better. We can. Chapter 50. Sending two maids to the courtesan bureau, Xing Bang deliberately paused for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Nangong Shui. What are you looking at me for? If you have any thoughts, please express them. Nangong Shui found his demeanor quite peculiar. It seemed as though he feared that his words would not be met with her approval. Yet, the more he acted this way, the more curious she became. With a slight smile, Xing Bang continued, it's nothing of great consequence, considering that Xiaowan has reached an age where she ought to be more independent. It seems to me that living together in one room may present certain inconveniences for you both as mother and daughter. Moreover, my department is indeed short-staffed. So I thought it might be beneficial for Xiaowan to engage in some work there as a means of gaining experience. Of course, if you wish to move there as well, the accommodations are sufficient. But for me, it might invite gossip. As for Xiaowan, she is of age, so we should probably consult her opinion. I'm willing, exclaimed the girl eagerly. You impetuous child. How quickly you've decided. Have you been longing to escape from your mother's supervision? Nangong Shui gasped, genuinely surprised by her daughter's swift agreement. Wearing a rather helpless expression that conveyed the sentiment of a mother whose daughter has grown too independent, Li Xiaowan playfully stuck out her tongue and, with a hint of affection, clung to Nangong Shui's hand. Mother, you know I love you the most. However, Brother Bang is right. I am not a child anymore. And I do wish to. Nangong Shui pouted, recognizing the unspoken desire behind her daughter's words, which hinted at her wish to be free from maternal oversight. Li Xiaowan, caught in her thoughts, blushed as she stammered. Mother, how can you say that? Your silence speaks volumes. It's evident you wish for more freedom. Since the matter had been broached, and her daughter seemed willing, Nangong Shui, despite her internal conflict, consented. Nonetheless, this was a rather peculiar situation. De Shui, why don't you also consider moving over? After all, I am a prominent figure in this department. And it would be no trouble at all to have a charming lady serve tea and refreshments, Xing Bang remarked. Having successfully achieved the first phase of his strategy and now hoping to embellish it further with the second. Auntie, am I really that old? Nangong Shui shot a fierce glare at Xing Bang. While she might overlook him calling her de Shui in front of her daughter, such a term was rather excessive. Xing Bang chuckled. To be honest, I would gladly call you big sister, but how about this? Warner, would you be willing to call me uncle from now on? Li Xiaowan pouted defiantly. I refuse. Xing Bang turned to Nangong Shui, shrugging his shoulders in feigned exasperation. She began to seriously doubt whether Li Xiaowan was truly her biological daughter, given her rebellious nature. You're not nearly as beautiful as I am. So how did you end up with such a delightful visage? She thought. Then, with a huff, she shot a glance at Xing Bang. Fine. You can call me Andy, but I certainly have no interest in serving you tea and refreshments. Xing Bang laughed lightly, realizing there was no further point in attempting to clarify matters. Enough with the foolish laughter. Hurry back to your department. Lingering in our quarters is rather inappropriate. Ne Gongshui pouted, her slightly temperamental demeanor somehow captivating. Xing Bang let out a hearty laugh. Well, I suppose I should make myself scarce again. Brother Bang, you head back first. Let me gather my things. I'll report over shortly. With a sigh, Nan Gongshui wore an expression of utter resignation as she watched her beloved daughter's uncontainable excitement. Why did I raise such an ungrateful little wolf cub? She muttered, feeling an inexplicable sense of having been played. Upon returning to the Baosher office, Xing Bang found the place thoroughly refreshed. New furnishings replaced the old, discarded items were cleared away, and every surface, from the bed to the floor, had been meticulously cleaned. Even the windows and doors gleamed from a thorough polishing. Inside the hall stood two maidservants, delicate and fair-faced. Xing Bang recognized them instantly. They were the same girls who had once massaged Su Guang's shoulders and legs. Master Xing, Xiao Jinzi interjected obsequiously, noticing Xing Bang's lingering gaze. These two were sent by eunuch Su to the Jiafangxi some time ago to train in song and dance. Now that eunuch Su has met with misfortune, they were returned today. Xing Bang suddenly understood. No wonder their demeanor had shifted so noticeably. Su Guang had sent them for refinement. Eunuch Su truly spared no effort. Xing Bang mused, a faint smirk curling his lips. He had to admit that damned eunuch had indulged in quite the extravagant tastes. The Jiafangxi was, in essence, the court-sanctioned brothel outside the palace, contributing a considerable sum to the imperial coffers each year. Its women were primarily the female relatives of disgraced officials or convicts with some measure of beauty. Rumors had long circulated that eunuchs residing outside the palace occasionally sought entertainment there. However, the quality of its women paled in comparison to the eunuch. The most exquisite were invariably filtered into the latter, as the emperor himself sometimes visited for leisure. Xiao Jinzi, his face plastered with an ingratiating smile, added, Master Xing. I inquired earlier, though their time at the Jiafangxi was brief, they did acquire some skills. Perhaps they could provide you some relaxation amidst your official duties? Truthfully, Xing Bang had little interest in these girls, especially knowing they had once attended to Su Guang. The mere thought of that wretched eunuch turned his stomach. Xiao Jinzi, Xing Bang said after a pause, are the connections to the Jiafangxi still usable? If so, send them back for further training. Certainly, Master Xing. It's merely a matter of greasing the right palms. Good. Take them away for now and settle them. As for the Jiafangxi, establish contact first, see if you can find someone reliable. I'd like to meet them personally if convenient. Xing Bang considered it a waste to relegate these girls to menial labor. Their brief training had already refined their bearing. Who knew how much more they might improve with extended instruction? Keeping them close might prove useful someday. Xiao Jinzi bowed in compliance and led the two maids away. Neither uttered a word throughout. Such was their fate. Though they possessed some charm, they paled in comparison to Li Xiaowan. One should never forsake jade for mere stone. Before long, Xiao Jinzi has returned. Aside from the several large rooms occupied by Xing Bang, there are several vacant rooms nearby, albeit in considerably poorer condition. Master Xing, while you were away, these two young ladies managed to uncover some information regarding the eunuchs and discovered 5,000 taels and silver notes within this room. With a beaming smile, Xiao Jinzi produced 5 notes from his bosom and handed them to Xing Bang, each valued at 1,000 taels. However, Xing Bang did not accept the silver notes but instead remarked, I am not well versed in the circumstances at the Bureau of Music. To secure more reliable connections this time, one must inevitably spend silver. You may keep track of the expenses. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinzi unexpectedly knelt down with a thud. Chapter 51 Li Xiaowan felt a tinge of grievance. Master Xing, I never anticipated your unwavering trust in me. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly from now on. After bowing thrice, Xiao Jinji spoke with fervor. Master Xing had initially thought him eccentric, but upon reflection, it was understandable. Following Su Guang had not granted him much recognition. He had likely harbored feelings of suppression for a long time, and thus his surprise was akin to a loyal minister encountering a benevolent ruler. Xiao Jinji, your cleverness and efficiency truly resonate with me. As long as you sincerely serve my interests, I shall place my trust in you without hesitation. My principle is to utilize those who are capable. Employing people is akin to deploying soldiers, governed by a delicate balance that one must master internally. Should there be any indecision or betrayal, the outcome will only be exploitation followed by disappearance. As long as you regard me favorably, My life is yours to command. Let us hope so. Now, rise and converse. Master Xing gestured with a wave of his hand. He spoke with a composed demeanor, viewing loyalty and service as mere words. Preferring to rely solely on his own observations, ensuring no impurities tainted his judgment. Master, arranging for 2 individuals is a trivial matter. 500 taels of silver will suffice. Xiao Jinji asserted confidently as he stood. Master Xing promptly produced 2 notes, presenting 2,000 taels. First, ensure these 2 maidens do not engage in client services. Second, strive to establish a connection with the head of the teaching court, as it may lead to more opportunities in the future. Remember, you must exercise discretion in this matter. I entrust you with complete responsibility, and I will reveal myself when the time is right. Rest assured, Master, I shall execute this task flawlessly. You need not worry at all. Very well, there is nothing more to discuss. You may return to your duties. Master Xing did not elaborate further, for this was the fundamental quality expected of a servant. Nonetheless, Xiao Jinji was indeed swift and efficient, a person of action. In contrast, Su Guang seemed to revel in comfort and pleasure, perhaps viewing Xiao Jinji's cleverness with apprehension. Master Xing harbored no such concerns. He preferred to employ intelligent individuals. For those lacking the ability to manage such talents had no place in his realm. Before long, Li Xiaowan arrived, carrying only a small bundle, presumably containing a few personal garments. The young girl resembled a golden-threaded bird freed from its cage, bouncing with uncontainable joy. Master Xing smiled gently. Warner, take your time. The little girl was simply delightful, and her exuberance was infectious. Li Xiaowan's figure was already commendable, and the potential for future growth was indeed promising. This was her first time entering the bustling official residence, a significant improvement over the humble abode she shared with her mother. Upon entering, she placed her belongings on the table and eagerly surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, from now on, you shall reside here with me. Are you not elated? Finally possessing a room of her own, her happiness was palpable. By the way, Brother Bang, which room shall I stay in? I would like to test the comfort of the bed. In the absence of Nangong Shui, Li Xiaowan completely liberated her nature, indulging herself without a care in the world. One could only wonder how much the young girl had endured and repressed in her daily life. This was, indeed, quite delightful. The 2 rooms were nearly identical. One could choose whichever they preferred, for I had yet to decide which to occupy. Li Xiaowan giggled. Brother Bang, you are so kind, even kinder than my mother. Without hesitation, she declared, then I shall not be polite. I will first take a look and choose a room. With that, she dashed into one of the rooms, ignoring everything else, and flopped onto the bed in a carefree manner. Wow, it's so soft and comfortable. Xing Bang was momentarily speechless, suddenly feeling as though something dear had been snatched away from him. Indeed, it was the lines that were meant for him. As Li Xiaowan flipped over and lay on her stomach, she exclaimed, wow, this feels even better. Xing Bang could hardly fathom how furious Nangong Shui would be if she were to witness this. It was only the first day. If this continued, would he find himself in dire straits? He chuckled to himself, pondering what the future would hold. On a different note, such an endearing girl should not be overly constrained. Too many restrictions could indeed hinder her growth. From this perspective, he had performed a commendable deed. Xiaowan, isn't this bed comfortable? Surely. It's much more springy than the one you had before. Xing Bang found himself uplifted by Li Xiaowan's exuberance. I shall certainly sleep soundly tonight and have sweet dreams. Speaking of which, it was rather pitiable that Li Xiaowan, who ought to live a life of luxury as a cherished young lady, had now found herself in this secluded courtyard suffering. However, encountering him could be considered a stroke of good fortune amidst her misfortunes. Xiaowan, judging by your enjoyment, are you ready to choose this room? No. I still want to see the other one. With that, Li Xiaowan hopped off the bed, her face alight with joy as she ventured into the other room. The 2 rooms were essentially the same. After experiencing both, Li Xiaowan pouted, oh dear, they both feel wonderful. I truly don't know which to choose. Xing Bang chuckled, silly girl, you can't possibly have them both, can you? Brother Bang, why don't you make the decision for me? It would be perfect if I could sleep in whichever one I desire. But that is not how it works. Which room will you let me sleep in? Surely, I can't just sleep in whichever one I want. As Li Xiaowan fretted over her choice, she suddenly realized the absurdity of her words, her face flushing as she fell silent. Xing Bang laughed heartily. All right, Xiaowan, don't overthink it. Here's a splendid idea. Choose one at random. And when you wish to sleep in the other, I shall gladly switch with you. Is that truly possible? Li Xiaowan's face lit up with joy, yet she hesitated, her brow furrowing slightly as she recalled something. Brother Bang, that seems inappropriate. My mother once said that a girl's boudoir should not be entered casually. If my mother were to find out, she would likely not allow me to stay in either room. Once again, mother said. Xing Bang genuinely felt a pang of heartache, seeing how the poor girl was being pressured into such distress. To be honest, I feel even more aggrieved myself. Do you think what your mother said was right? Since she isn't here, speak your mind freely, perhaps I can help you. Suddenly intrigued, Xing Bang perked up. After all, he had received 9 years of compulsory education. Li Xiaowan frowned slightly and spoke slowly. I know my mother only wants what's best for me, and there must be some wisdom in her words, but I can't help feeling resistant, though I've never voiced it before. She sighed. I believe that as long as I'm with someone I truly love, as long as we're happy, shouldn't we be free to live as we please? Hearing this, Xing Bang found the situation rather fascinating. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his lips, as if an idea had just taken shape in his mind. Chapter 52. What's unreasonable about a eunuch taking a wife? Per Wanner. Xing Bang gently patted Li Xiaowan's head. If not for the shackles of feudal dogma, she would undoubtedly be an even more delightful girl. Li Xiaowan giggled. Brother Bang, now that mother isn't around all the time, I can finally be happier. Xing Bang laughed heartily. If the Xue heard this, her heart would surely freeze in despair. Xiaowan, that's a bit too harsh. Others might think your mother mistreated you. Li Xiaowan stuck out her tongue playfully. Not at all. Mother loves me dearly, she's just too nagging. She won't even let me sleep comfortably. Xing Bang frowned slightly, studying Li Xiaowan. What? Does she forbid you from sleeping on your stomach? Ah, how did you know? She suddenly looked up, eyes brimming with curiosity. Brother Bang, you know medicine, is it really bad for the body? This had always puzzled her. Though her mother constantly corrected her, she'd still roll over in her sleep. Xing Bang cleared his throat. Well, Xiaowan, your mother is right. She only wants what's best for you. But why? I'm used to it. Sleeping on my stomach is so comfortable, especially when I'm not. Her cheeks flushed, and she trailed off, glancing at Xing Bang. He smiled faintly, already guessing what she meant, especially after noticing something amiss when she lifted her head. Truly, Nan Gongxue has her hands full with this girl's bad habits. Xiaowan, you should gradually correct your sleeping posture. Over time, it could deform your spine. As for not wearing clothes, that's not a bad habit. In fact, it's beneficial. You don't have to listen to your mother on that. Just do what makes you happy. Li Xiaowan blinked her large eyes skeptically. I didn't say anything. How do you always know? She sighed. Fine, if it's bad for me, I'll stop sleeping like that. At least not everything has to change. Mother want to see this part, hee. Xing Bang's ears twitched at the sound of light footsteps outside. Undoubtedly Nan Gongxue approaching. Xiaowan, get up. Your mother's here. Ah? Where? She scrambled to her feet, guiltily eyeing the door before muttering. Did she already find out? Oh, I'm so silly. If I'd just brought it, she wouldn't have known. She smacked her forehead, regret plain on her face. Wanner. Nan Gongxue called softly as she entered the hall. Mother, I'm here. Li Xiaowan glanced at the black cloth-wrapped bundle in her mother's hands, then lowered her head like a child caught misbehaving. Wanna, what am I to do with you? Nan Gongxue first glared at Li Xiaowan, her lips trembling with suppressed anger, then cast a sidelong glance at Xing Bang before swallowing her words. Xing Bang chuckled lightly. Big Snow, what precious gift have you brought? Come now, don't strain yourself. Nan Gongxue swiftly tucked the bundle behind her back. This belongs to Wanner. Holding it so tightly, I thought it was some treats you lovingly prepared for your daughter. Xing Bang teased. You, Nan Gongxue shot him a disdainful look. Does this look like food to you? Oh, I see. Perhaps it's just my hunger speaking. Unfazed, Xing Bang wore an expression of shameless ease. After all, if he felt no embarrassment, the discomfort belonged to others. Ignoring him, Nan Gongxue tucked the parcel beneath the bedding and sighed. Wanner, with me no longer watching over you, you must be overjoyed, aren't you? Li Xiaowan hastily shook her head. Mother, I promise I'll remember all your teachings. Very well. I want to lecture you further, but I do hope you'll exercise self-discipline. Nan Gongxue then turned to Xing Bang, her gaze tinged with unease. My daughter, I entrust her to you. Your daughter is practically my little sister. Rest assured, Big Snow, Xing Bang declared, thumping his chest. Damn, that was close, almost slipped up. Nan Gongxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly at his near blunder. Good. With that, Nan Gongxue glanced around the room. Li Xiaowan stood silently nearby, instantly transforming into a demure young lady in her mother's presence. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Nan Gongxue stepped toward the door, her movements betraying a hint of awkwardness. Stay a while longer. Why the hurry? No, I'd rather enjoy some rare solitude. That doesn't sound quite right. Xing Bang followed her out, leaving Li Xiaowan behind, who pouted and murmured under her breath, "Woo-woo. Mother actually seems annoyed with me. Big Snow, why the rush? Are you still unwell?" Nan Gongshui turned back, rolling her eyes. "Not at all. And please, don't call me Big Snow in front of Warner. It's terribly awkward." Xing Bang grinned. "So, you're saying it's fine when we're alone? Is that how I should interpret it?" Nan Gongshui sniffed lightly. "Still better than being called auntie, I suppose." Amused, Xing Bang noted her lingering resentment, though she failed to grasp the underlying sentiment. "What is wrong with auntie? It implies maturity, wisdom, and above all, tenderness. If I could marry, I'd choose a woman over a decade my senior." Nan Gongshui halted abruptly, her cheeks faintly flushed. "Why are you telling me this? Besides, you're just a..." Xing Bang feigned offense. "Who says eunuchs can't wed? What, Big Snow, do you look down on me?" "No, I would never, I just..." Flustered by his expression, she hurriedly backtracked. "You're not angry, are you? That wasn't my intention at all. Your words have wounded a man's pride, alas. My fragile heart. Some things are simply unbearable. How might you offer me an apology or compensation?" Xing Bang, with a visage of tragic indignation, has once again embraced his dramatic flair. Nan Gongshui felt a pang of guilt, regretting her choice of words. "Please, do not be upset. I truly did not intend any harm. It was merely a thoughtless exchange." "I care not," he retorted. "My heart feels as though it has turned to ice. You must decide how to remedy this." Xing Bang, with a playful yet insistent demeanor, demanded his due. Nan Gongshui lightly bit her lip, pondering. "What do you wish for me to do to alleviate your distress?" In response, Xing Bang opened his arms wide, embodying a plea for comfort and embrace. Chapter 53, by Rushuang Speaks Ah? "You. This request is rather excessive, isn't it?" Nan Gongshui exclaimed in surprise, instinctively glancing around. Xing Bang let out a long sigh, pressing a hand to his chest. "My heart." Nan Gongshui frowned slightly. "This is hardly proper. If Warner were to see. At the very least, find somewhere private." Her voice grew softer as she spoke. "With this attitude of yours, I feel somewhat comforted. Since you're so sincere. I'll come to you later." "Ah, I fear I won't be able to sleep tonight from the discomfort." "Ah, you mean, tonight? You're coming to me?" Nan Gongshui's heart skipped a beat, her voice trembling slightly. "What, is that not allowed?" "You're not exactly." "Fine, I agree." Nan Gongshui knew exactly what Xing Bang was about to say, and, afraid of being overheard, hastily accepted. "Well, it's not like I haven't sought him out before." "Perfect. I can also take this opportunity to further examine your condition. That, I still have some laundry to do. I'll take my leave now." Blushing, Nan Gongshui hurried away. Xing Bang watched her retreating figure, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Just then, Xiao Shizi came rushing over in a fluster, glancing back at Nan Gongshui as she passed by. "Xiao Shizi, what are you gawking at?" Xing Bang called out. Hearing his voice, Xiao Shizi quickly scurried over, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, Brother Xing, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of my mother." Xing Bang frowned. "You're acting strange. Out with it. What is going on?" Xiao Shizi looked at him blankly, as if confused by the question, and murmured, "Brother Xing, you wouldn't know. My mother looks very much like her. From behind, the resemblance is even stronger. That is why I thought of her. I wonder how she is doing now." "So, your mother is as beautiful as her?" Seeing that Xiao Shizi didn't seem to be lying, though perhaps lacking a refined understanding of women's appearances, Xing Bang reasoned that if the comparison held, his mother must indeed be as striking as Nan Gongshui. "Now that's interesting. Xiao Shizi, as long as you hold this wish in your heart, when the time is right, I'll find a way to help you locate your mother. By the way, where is your hometown?" "It's not far from the capital, just a few dozen li away." "Good. I'll remember this. When the opportunity arises, I'll make sure you're reunited." Xing Bang had a faint suspicion that Xiao Shizi's mother might not be an ordinary woman. If the chance presented itself, he truly wanted to meet her. Xiao Shizi nodded vigorously, his face alight with joy. "Ah, Xiao Shizi, you came rushing over in such a hurry. Was there something urgent?" "Oh, earlier. When I delivered food to cell 38, she actually spoke. She said she wanted to see you. It startled me so much I came straight here." In his excitement, Xiao Shizi had nearly forgotten the main reason for his visit. Xing Bang waved a hand. "Understood. You may go. It is indeed a rare occurrence that Bai Ruo Shuang has taken the initiative to meet with me. Suddenly, I am enveloped by an inexplicable sense of good fortune. My mother, has she departed?" As Xing Bang stepped into the room, Li Xiaowan glanced behind him and inquired. "She has left. Li Xiaoan let out a long sigh of relief, instantly transforming into a playful young girl as she flopped onto the bed, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother Bang, I shall reside in this room from now on. After all, my mother is already aware. Miss, do take it easy. Is such a dramatic display truly necessary? Moreover, have you forgotten what I just told you?" Li Xiaoan initially furrowed her brow, but soon comprehended Xing Bang's words, giggling, "Allow me a moment longer of comfort. I promise to rectify this bad habit in the future." Xing Bang chuckled softly. Indeed, it is a rather troublesome habit that, if allowed to fester, could lead to significant consequences. All right, Xiaoan, I have matters to attend to outside. You may entertain yourself here for a while. Li Xiaoan nodded without further questions. As Xing Bang exited, he headed directly towards Bairua Shuang. Passing by the door of Madame Fanghua, he glanced inside and observed her dining. She appeared outwardly resilient. Yet Xing Bang could discern the heaviness of her heart. Unbeknownst to her, he was watching her from the threshold, capturing her most authentic self. A sense of discomfort washed over him as he recognized the contrast between her public facade and the solitude and discontent she bore within. For Madame Fanghua, her current predicament was one of mere survival. The crown prince loomed as her greatest source of anguish, yet he also represented her hope for enduring hardship. Of course, Xing Bang had also made an impression on her heart, but it seemed there were still barriers between them, extending beyond the issue of his status as a eunuch. He had often contemplated this matter and could sense that the innate nobility within Madame Fanghua would never be extinguished, especially as the mother of the crown prince, a woman embodying the grace of a sovereign. Thus, many of her thoughts did not necessarily translate into actions. She appeared to be ensnared by ephemeral doctrines that constrained her spirit. This matter would require time to unravel. Consequently, Xing Bang did not dwell too heavily on these concerns. Excessive discourse would yield little fruit. To truly win her over, mere affection would not suffice. One must possess the requisite capabilities, including status and influence, to align with her. Only then might circumstances unfold naturally, sparing her from the torment of difficult choices. Patience. Time has the power to dissolve all obstacles. Not wishing to intrude further, Xing Bang continued on his path toward Bairua Shuang. "What? Do you find this unpalatable?" He approached her, lifting the two slightly warm, steamed buns from the table. "You have arrived." Bairua Shuang responded with a serene demeanor. Her voice was melodious. Having regained its normalcy after days of silence, this was indeed her true voice. Xing Bang furrowed his brow. This marked the first time he had heard Bairua Shuang's voice in its natural state. Has she finally ceased her pretense of madness? Has she come to a realization? Bairua Shuang gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing intently at Xing Bang, her voice laced with curiosity as she inquired, "How could you discern this on your first visit?" Xing Bang chuckled lightly. "What is there to find strange? I am not an ordinary person, deep down. You must understand this better than anyone." Bairua Shuang bit her lip softly, her delicate brows arching slightly. "Yet, what is the reason behind it? It is truly unimaginable. Who exactly are you?" Xing Bang deliberately squeezed the bun in his hand. "You are no longer concealing anything. Summoning me here must pertain to more than mere curiosity about my identity. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, you appear utterly unperturbed by what I might do to you." Bairua Shuang took the bun from Xing Bang's hand, casting him a glance without uttering a word, instead bringing the bun to her lips. Chapter 54. Another 10 consecutive draws. Bairua Shuang gently bit into a steamed bun and softly remarked, "I understand your thoughts." And then, Xing Bang, being a seasoned fox himself, had no qualms and saw no reason to dither. "I am willing." Bairua Shuang fixed her gaze on Xing Bang, her expression resolute. How refreshingly straightforward, devoid of pretense. To be honest, Xing Bang found himself increasingly drawn to her. "To share your conditions." For the first time since his arrival in this realm, he felt an unprecedented ease. "Your candor delights me even more." Bairua Shuang blinked, gazing at Xing Bang for a considerable time, admiration evident in her demeanor. "You truly are no ordinary person. However, I still wish to hear your rationale for believing I have conditions." With a smile, Xing Bang replied, "It's quite simple. There is no free lunch in this world. And I harbor skepticism towards notions of love at first sight, especially with a woman as astute and worldly as yourself. Of course, I do not dismiss the possibility of your solitude and coldness. Nevertheless, I appreciate this straightforward manner of interaction, devoid of excessive entanglements. Your performance today has left me quite impressed. Upon learning your secret, I sensed you were extraordinary, but now it appears you exceed my expectations. My conditions are simple. Extricate me from this place, after which the entity known as Bairua Shuang shall cease to exist. leaving only a woman devoted to serving you for a lifetime. Additionally, if feasible, I hope to bear you a child. Testing a man's resolve with this? Xing Bang smiled slightly. Deal. Bai Rushuang trembled, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Xing Bang lifted her chin, stating, I wish to know what sort of relationship we shall maintain until I rescue you. Since I have pledged my future to you, I shall have no reservations at worst. It is but death. I have chosen you and shall not regret it. Whatever is within my power, I shall grant your requests. By that accord, let it be a dozen. Xing Bang felt a genuine affection for such a spirited woman, a rarity in this age. Rest assured, take care of your health. With that, Xing Bang turned and departed with grace. Bai Rushuang initially stood in a daze, then a look of contentment graced her features as she watched his retreating figure, softly murmuring, Now, that is a true man. Upon exiting, the Fenghua Baojian experienced a fluctuation, startling him. Bai Rushuang's affinity level had astonishingly reached. Beauty. Bai Rushuang age. 35 status. Imperial concubine. Rank. Beauty. Charm. 92. Max. 100. Friendship progress. 100 rewards. 100 experience points hour, even with merely a promise. Her affinity had soared to its zenith. The only explanation is that Bai Rushuang harbors no doubt towards him, essentially entrusting her future to him. Her proclamation of at worst. Death was no mere jest. Indeed, she is a woman of formidable resolve. Such rare trust shall never be betrayed. Xing Bang silently vowed to himself. Even more delightfully, a golden halo emerged at the bottom of Bai Rushuang's page. Just like after his encounter with Wan Yanran, the 10 consecutive draws reward appeared once more. Before he knew it, Xing Bang had returned to the prison office, where the young girl Li Xiaowan was already fast asleep, her face serene. So innocent and carefree. This girl, not a worry in the world. With a wry smile, Xing Bang draped a blanket over her before retreating to his own quarters. 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Obtained divine elixir, ascension pill 1 ding. Gained 5,000 experience points. Ding. Gained 10,000 experience points. Ding. Obtained cultivation technique. Dragon Phoenix Harmony Art, a satisfied grin spread across Xing Bang's face. Truly, fortune favors the bold. The ascension pill lived up to its divine reputation. Not only could it induce a death-like trance, but it also enhanced the user's cultivation. Without question, this pill belonged to Bai Rushuang. Such extraordinary trust deserved nothing less. With this pill, the plan crystallized. Bai Rushuang would feign death. And the next step was to orchestrate the details flawlessly. As for the Dragon Phoenix Harmony Art, its purpose was self-explanatory, a dual cultivation technique that accelerated progress. Unlike common methods, it allowed him to allocate experience freely while his partner steadily advanced through conventional means. 100 points of affinity truly made a difference. The draws seemed blessed, yielding a staggering 50,000 experience points in total. Dragon Phoenix Harmony Art, unlearned 010,000. Each tier unlocked would grant corresponding experience rewards. 9 tiers in total, with each tier doubling the required experience and the rewards scaling exponentially. Magnificent. A single word sufficed, perfection. Without hesitation, Xing Bang invested 27,000 experience points, elevating his strength from the 7th level of condensed essence 08000 to the 1st level of profound enlightenment 020,000. Foundational power would always reign supreme. Next, he spent another 10,000 points to master the 1st tier of Dragon Phoenix Harmony Art 020,000, yielding 500 experience per quarter hour. Remaining experience 4,020 points. Ah, the thrill of the draw. Yet such rewards only unlocked when affinity reached a certain threshold. With his remaining reserves, Xing Bang advanced Vajra subduing fist from the 3rd tier 04000 to the 4th 05000. As his cultivation grew, so too must his lethal techniques. Only then could his overall prowess reach its zenith. Now, a single palm strike could shatter a man's skull effortlessly. Still, Bai Rushuang's rescue demanded meticulous planning. As an imperial consort, her sudden death would require immediate reporting to the emperor. Thus, every detail must be scrutinized to ensure flawless execution. At the very least, he needed to discuss the plan with Bai Rushuang herself. After all, no one understood the intricacies better than she. However, it is imperative not to hastily seek her out, for such urgency may evoke an incredulous response from her. The extraordinary secret of Fenghua Baojian is one that even a biological son must not divulge in the slightest. At that moment, Xiao Jinzi arrived, accompanied by a eunuch, both of whom were escorting Xiao Zhuzhu. Master Xing, it appears that Xiao Zhuju attempted to poison the tea meant for you. If I had not meticulously observed his every move, the consequences could have been dire. As he spoke, Xiao Jinzi presented the remaining packet of poison. Xing Bang picked it up and inhaled deeply, identifying it as arsenic, a substance he had encountered in the pharmacy, concealed with great cunning, discovered only by chance. Xiao Zhu, from whence did this arsenic originate? Xing Bang inquired, his gaze fixed coldly upon the pallid-faced Xiao Zhu. Chapter 55, Terrified Li Xiao and I have nothing more to say. Kill me if you wish. With a disdainful huff, however, do not revel in your triumph. For you too shall meet a fate akin to that of Master Su in due time. The young pillar displayed no sign of contrition. You possess a modicum of spirit, yet your actions are utterly devoid of foresight. To the young pillar's plea for mercy, Xing Bang was somewhat taken aback. Well, given the circumstances, spare me the superfluous chatter. Whether you wish to kill or torture me is of little consequence. Xing Bang snorted coldly, questioning the audacity of one who dared act so brazenly without accomplices. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the servant eunuch, who had been keeping his head bowed since entering. Upon hearing these words, the eunuch's composure wavered. Enough. Release him, Xing Bang commanded the servant holding the young pillar. Once freed, the servant bowed nervously, stating, If the master has no further business, I shall take my leave. Xing Bang scoffed, You have rendered me a significant service, effectively saving my life, and yet I have not rewarded you. This is merely my duty. I dare not covet the master's favor, the servant replied. At that moment, the young pillar suddenly lunged at Xing Bang, shouting, I will fight you. In the next instant, he was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground, blood spattering forth. Such arrogance! Xing Bang had barely exerted any force, a mere kick, with a slight increase in power, had sealed the young pillar's fate. The young pillar gazed at Xing Bang with disbelief, clearly astonished by his formidable skill. Little Gold was equally astonished, while the servant eunuch stood frozen in terror, collapsing to his knees. I am doomed, blinded by the young pillar's silver notes. Master, spare my life. The eunuch frantically produced a silver note from his pocket, which Little Gold seized and handed to Xing Bang. Xing Bang examined the note, sneering, 1,000 taels? Young pillar, you are truly generous. Master, the young pillar has more notes hidden. I saw him with them. He promised to give me an additional 5,000 taels upon completion of the task, the servant divulged, having no alternative. Xing Bang was not surprised that the young pillar could sway the servant eunuch, considering the prior connections established under Su Guang's patronage. Moreover, the servant, who worked in the small kitchen of the violin office, had a relatively leisurely routine, likely feeling some gratitude for Su Guang's kindness, which made him more pliable in the face of silver's allure. Their error lay in underestimating Xing Bang, a eunuch who had quietly entered the palace not long ago, yet was now poised to eradicate those around him. With the proactive confession from the servant, Xing Bang resolved to grant him a swift death. As the servant momentarily faltered, Xing Bang struck him on the head, instantly causing a gruesome explosion of Xing Bang had not yet unleashed his terrifying power. To him, the small pillar was already akin to a corpse. This gesture served not only as a warning to the Little Golden One, but also as a display of his ruthlessness. Little Golden's eyes widened in shock. He had witnessed Su Guang strike down a maidservant with a single palm, yet compared to Xing Bang's impending blow, that act seemed almost gentle. How could he not tremble at the thought? He never anticipated that Xing Bang could be so merciless. The mere idea of betrayal sent shivers down his spine. The small pillar's expression was equally grim, his fear evident as he swallowed nervously, realizing that the next strike could be aimed at him. You need not be overly fearful, small pillar, for you have yet to experience such a swift resolution. I have yet to become acquainted with the instruments of torture in our violent chamber. It would be fitting to escort you to the disciplinary room and test every device available. The disciplinary room was specifically designated for punishing disobedient or errant female criminals, and it also included the maidservants and eunuchs serving in the violent chamber. Although these instruments were primarily intended for women, their application on men could prove to be even more intriguing. Upon hearing this, the small pillar indeed grew terrified and immediately cowered. My lord, I beseech you to grant me a swift end. I am willing to bestow upon you all the silver notes left by Master Su. Xing Bang let out a cold laugh. You have no room to bargain with me. However, I am curious to see how much you can offer and whether it suffices for your swift release. The small pillar produced 20,000 taels of silver notes from his bosom and added, There is more. I have another 50,000 taels hidden elsewhere. I wonder if this is enough to procure a swift demise. Xing Bang was genuinely taken aback by the revelation of such wealth. It seemed this sum was likely all of Su Guang's fortune. The small pillar's fate had become inconsequential to him, rendering the need for further exertion unnecessary. After accepting the silver notes, Xing Bang suddenly posed a question. Small pillar, as a mere eunuch, why did Su Guang entrust you with all this silver? Master Su is my distant cousin. Due to a fatal incident in my hometown, I had no choice but to seek refuge with him in the palace as a eunuch. On the night of his misfortune, he entrusted all his silver to me. And my intention to kill you stems from his explicit instruction to eliminate anyone who might take his place should he encounter peril. No wonder you were favored by Su Guang upon entering the palace. It seems this connection was indeed significant. Little Golden's face reflected a dawning realization. Xing Bang did not dwell on these matters, recalling that Su Guang had mentioned this on the night he sought him out. Killing him might afford him a chance at survival. It was understandable that he had left these instructions with the small pillar, ensuring that whoever took his position would be slain in retribution. I ask you again, from where did the arsenic originate? It was procured from the medical bureau. I gave Xiaonyozai 5,000 taels to steal it. It was indeed obtained from the medical bureau. You, Xiaonyozai, let us see if you survive to spend it. Little Golden, have him lead you to retrieve the silver. Yes, Master Xing. With the command given, Little Golden seized the small pillar by his garments. Blaring fiercely as he ordered, "Get up and take me there." Xiaozhuzi observed Xing Bang's lips quiver a few times, yet he uttered not a word. With a deep sigh, he clutched his chest and hunched over, departing alongside Xiaojinzi. Xing Bang understood the sentiments he wished to express. It was commendable that the lad was perceptive enough to realize that voicing his thoughts would be futile, as the outcome was beyond his control. He could only hope that upon witnessing the silver, Xing Bang might exhibit a moment of compassion and grant him a swift release. In a short span, the pair returned, with Xiaojinzi promptly presenting a banknote of 50,000 taels to Xing Bang. Xiaozhuzi, already in despair, awaited his fate with resignation. The banknote had been concealed in a location near the sun-baked area where paint was poured, the very spot where Nangong Shui had previously assisted Xing Bang in disposing of a body. It was indeed a suitable hiding place, characterized by its filth, chaos, and unpleasant odors, rendering it generally deserted. At that moment, Li Xiaowan awoke and emerged, her gaze landing upon the lifeless body on the ground. With a startled cry, she instinctively dove into Xing Bang's embrace. Chapter 56. The rebellious heart of a young girl. Li Xiaowan, gripped by fright, clung tightly to Xing Bang, her eyes firmly shut, her head nestled against his chest. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted towards him. As Xing Bang gently caressed her back, he instructed, "Xiaojinzai, please remove the body." Xiaojinzai, taken aback by the presence of a beautiful girl hidden in Xing Bang's room, responded with a startled "oh," before hastily dragging the corpse of the eunuch cook outside. "All right. Xiaowan, do not be afraid. It has been taken care of," Xing Bang reassured her, patting her back. Li Xiaowan cautiously opened her eyes to glance at the floor, releasing a long sigh of relief, though remnants of fear lingered in her heart. "I just woke up in a daze, and that scared me to death." Xing Bang chuckled. "Everything is fine now, Xiaowan. You may go in. I have some matters to attend to." Li Xiaowan wrapped her arms around his waist, finally regaining her composure. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart racing like a startled deer. She gave a soft hum and quickly released him, scampering into the room. Sitting on the bed, she exhaled deeply, unable to articulate her feelings, only aware of a warm and sweet sensation enveloping her heart. Xing Bang glanced at the kneeling Xiao Zhu, contemplating that given the circumstances, it was imperative to eliminate this threat completely, leaving no trace behind. "Xiao Zhu, accompany me to the medical office. I trust you understand what to do. Once the task is completed, I shall reward you with the remaining arsenic." He added, "Do not think I am denying you an opportunity. Even without your identification, the arsenic alone is sufficient to condemn Xiaonyo." Xing Bang's words carried an underlying intent to ascertain whether Xiaonyo was indeed the one orchestrating this behind the scenes. After all, the medical office housed one Wu Gonggong. While it seemed unlikely that Wu Jing was involved, it was prudent to remain vigilant and prepared for any eventualities. At the mention of arsenic, Xiao Zhu involuntarily shivered. Although consuming it would be agonizing, the suffering would not last long, and perhaps he would be left with a whole corpse. Contemplating this, Xiao Zhu nodded. "Xiaojinzai, take the remaining arsenic and accompany us to the medical office," Xing Bang resolved, determined to ensure Xiaonyo's demise. With ample evidence at hand, there would be no opportunity for Wu Jing to protect him. Before long, the three arrived at the medical office where Xiaonyo was attending to Wu Jing. "Xiao Bang, what brings you here?" Wu Jing inquired, his gaze sweeping over them as they entered. Xing Bang recounted the events in detail, revealing that only 20,000 taels had been presented, supposedly left behind by Su Guang. Xiao Jinzai promptly placed the remaining arsenic on the table. Wu Jing glanced at the arsenic without acknowledging the trembling Xiao Zhu, maintaining an air of calm as he turned his attention to Xiao Niu. Is there truth to this matter? Xiao Niu, visibly shaken, fell to his knees, exclaiming, Godfather, spare me. The arsenic was something I secretly gave to Xiao Zhu. But he only said it was for medicinal purposes. I truly know nothing else. Xing Bang let out a cold laugh. A rat poison, is it? Indeed. That serves as a compelling rationale. Yet, spending 5,000 taels of silver to purchase arsenic merely to deal with a rodent? Xiao Niuzi, do enlighten me on your thought process at that moment. Foster father, I truly had no idea that Xiao Zhuji was intended for harm. Humph. A traitor from within, daring to disrupt my established order, cannot be tolerated. Without allowing Xiao Niuzi to finish his words, Wu Jing swiftly struck him down with a single palm. In his terror, Xiao Niuzi did not even manage to utter a sound before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Such cruelty and lack of compassion. This is indeed a lesson worth learning. To survive long in the palace, one must adopt such a demeanor. Wu Jing cast a glance at the body of Xiao Zhuji lying on the ground, remarking, he was your man. How you wish to dispose of him is entirely your prerogative. With that, he picked up the 200,000 taels of banknotes from the table and handed them over. Your Excellency, what is this for? Take it. You shall find it useful in the future. Wu Jing replied nonchalantly. Xing Bang accepted the banknotes without further formality. Then, I shall take my leave. Wu Jing nodded, and Xiao Jinzi, swift of hand, seized the arsenic from the table and dragged Xiao Niuzi's corpse away. Upon exiting, Xiao Zhuji snatched the arsenic from Xiao Jinzi's grasp and swallowed it in one gulp. Before long, his brain splattered, and his sanity shattered. Subsequently, he writhed on the ground, clutching his abdomen in excruciating pain. Master Xing, what shall we do with their bodies? Xing Bang glanced at the makeshift cremation furnace beside the woodpile. Burn them. What? You. Xiao Zhuji painfully managed to utter those few words before blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his eyes wide with terror and resentment. Unable to close even in death, fully aware that being burned would leave no trace, this realization hastened his demise. Xing Bang bore no burden of guilt towards Wu Jing. The latter was fully aware of the proceedings. This fellow possesses a fierce disposition. I hope he will serve the Empress well. I shall observe for a while longer. If all goes well, I may impart the sunflower scripture to him. Wu Jing murmured expressionlessly to himself. In no time, the bodies of Xiao Niuzi and Xiao Zhuji were incinerated to ashes and subsequently scattered in the vegetable garden as fertilizer. Xiao Niuzi, if he were aware, would surely be unable to rest in peace, having met his final fate as compost. As dusk descended, Xing Bang returned to the violent chamber. Hearing footsteps, Li Xiaowan emerged from her room. You have returned. Is there still fear lingering? Xing Bang observed Li Xiaowan. Noticing her lingering apprehension, Li Xiaowan responded with a soft hum. Instinctively glancing around, her lips trembling. Had I known, I would not have come out. That scene keeps replaying in my mind. As she spoke, she inched closer to Xing Bang. Gently stroking her hair, he smiled slightly. Do not dwell on it. A good night's sleep will suffice. Those in the palace rise early. Thus they retire to bed rather early as well, especially since there are truly no other forms of entertainment. Li Xiaowan instinctively swallowed, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Yet, how could she possibly fall asleep? Xing Bang let out a soft sigh. Perhaps you should return to your mother's place tonight? Why? The words slipped out before she could stop them. Li Xiaowan shook her head. No. What if my mother changes her mind and forbids me from staying here? Xing Bang offered a faint smile. Then what do you propose? Surely you don't intend to share my bed? A flush crept across Li Xiaowan's cheeks. The very thought had indeed crossed her mind. How had he guessed? Xiaowan, came the admonishing whisper in her ear, as if conjured by her conscience. A young lady must preserve her modesty. Men and women should maintain propriety. Yet an inexplicable resistance surged within her. Why must she be denied the freedom to follow her heart's desires? If her mother were to discover this, would she beat her to death? In the end, Li Xiaowan surrendered to her own will, choosing defiance. Chapter 57. Nangong Shui lays her cards on the table. Had it been Nangong Shui, Xing Bang would have understood implicitly. Li Xiaowan was merely an innocent maiden, pure as untouched snow. Xing Bang chuckled heartily. What do you think? Li Xiaowan pouted slightly and murmured under her breath, but if we don't say anything, isn't it just sleeping together? Honestly, I don't get it. Xing Bang could already imagine Nangong Shui's reaction upon finding out. She might very well come at him with murderous intent. She is still a child. All right. Enough overthinking. Go to bed now. I'll stay by your side, he said. Li Xiaowan giggled. Okay, but you can't leave until I fall asleep. Xing Bang shook his head with a wry smile. Your mother was right. You really are carefree. Truly a naive little girl, oblivious to the ways of the world. Li Xiaowan stuck out her tongue playfully and tugged Xing Bang back into the room. Ever the maiden of ceremony, she naturally removed her outer robe upon entering. Xiaowan, what are you doing? Isn't it time for bed? How can anyone sleep in clothes? Her expression was one of pure innocence, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Fair point. Very well. Fortunately, she had already changed into the undergarments provided earlier. Perhaps the girl's simple mind had feared Nangong Shui might barge in for an inspection. And now what? Still unable to sleep like this? Xing Bang grew uneasy. Though he could tolerate her attire resembling that of the Red Boy, her restless fiddling was becoming rather troublesome. I like it this way. Didn't you say there is no harm in it? Li Xiaowan spoke with unwavering confidence, her cheeks unflushed and her heart untroubled. Utterly adorable. All right. Get under the covers before you catch a chill. Xing Bang sighed inwardly, deciding it was best to avert his gaze. Brother Bang, did you lock the door properly? Rest assured. He shook his head with another rueful smile, sensing his moral compass beginning to waver. Her words never failed to astonish, making him feel as though he committed some grave misdeed. Brother Bang, I can't sleep. Tell me a story. Xing Bang nearly slapped himself. She is just a child. Once upon a time, there was a man named Wu Dalong. Half an hour later, Li Xiaowan had drifted off mid-tail. Xing Bang chuckled softly. Right at the most thrilling part, and she falls asleep? Nangong Shui had certainly raised her well. Though she had listened intently to the part where Wu Song fought the white tiger, proof of a maiden's romantic heart. Every girl harbors admiration for heroes. Seeing Li Xiaowan slumber peacefully, Xing Bang extinguished the candle and left. Instead of returning to his own quarters, he headed straight for Nangong Shui's residence. The candlelight had long been snuffed out, leaving the room in utter darkness. Without knocking, Xing Bang pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment the door closed behind him, a slender figure approached and whispered, You actually came? Upon observing Nangong Shui dressed impeccably, Xing Bang offered a subtle smile. Since you were not asleep, why extinguish the candle? It is rather dark. It would be better to light it. However, she hesitated. Perhaps not. It's not as if we cannot see. Moreover, it may not be advisable for others to catch a glimpse of us. Xing Bang chuckled heartily. Surely, there is no need for an explanation. Are you attempting to conceal something? Nangong Shui sighed softly. What could I possibly hide? It is rather inappropriate for a man and woman to share a room alone, should it be noticed by others. Yet, she pondered. But not lighting the candle at such an hour only raises more questions. Xing Bang took a step closer, reducing the distance between them. At this late hour, it is unlikely anyone will intrude. The slight awkwardness in Nangong Shui's voice revealed her internal conflict. You smell delightful, de Shui Shui. Is this your reward for me? Xing Bang had long recognized her deliberate attempt at enhancing her appearance. Indeed, the desire to be beautiful is innately feminine, even for those blessed with natural beauty. Her evident concern for presenting her most exquisite self spoke volumes. I have not. She protested, by the way. Has one gone to sleep? Xing Bang wrapped an arm around her waist, causing her to panic momentarily. With a feeble push, she realized her strength was insufficient to dislodge him. What are you doing? She stammered, her palm resting against his chest as her face instinctively turned away. De Shui Shui, you have experienced much. Why do you still blush like a maiden? She pushed him again. Please, let me go. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, refusing to release her, instead pulling her closer into an embrace. Stop. We cannot proceed in this manner. She protested softly. He chuckled. I am a serious man. Did we not agree upon this? He emphasized the word man. Nangong Shui ceased her struggle. After a brief pause, she relented. Very well. Can you release me now? Xing Bang let her go, then settled himself on the edge of the bed. This should not be inappropriate, should it? He patted the empty space beside him. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly approached and sat beside him. De Shui Shui, the long night stretches endlessly, devoid of sleep and distraction. Do you not find it rather desolate? Xing Bang turned to her, initiating the conversation. Nangong Shui involuntarily trembled, biting her lip before releasing a long sigh. One becomes accustomed to it. Does this imply you have grown accustomed to solitude? He inquired. Let us refrain from discussing this. Caught off guard by his question, she found herself at a loss for words. Her heart raced, yet the innate modesty within her prompted a shift in topic. Xing Bang was resolute. De Shui Shui, will you be my woman? What nonsense are you speaking? This is unacceptable. Her tone was frantic as she instinctively attempted to rise, only to be grasped tightly by Xing Bang, drawing her into his embrace. What is unacceptable? If I say it is permissible, then it is. Na Gongshui struggled to speak, yet this time Xing Bang afforded her no opportunity. In the next instant, her eyes widened in shock as a dizzying vertigo overwhelmed her senses. However, she swiftly regained her composure and, summoning inexplicable strength, broke free from his grasp. With a swift motion, her hand arced toward Xing Bang's face in a resounding slap. Xing Bang neither flinched nor evaded, his gaze unwavering even as her palm hovered mere inches from his cheek. Yet, at the last moment, she halted, their eyes locked, the very air between them growing still with tension. After a prolonged silence, Na Gongshui's eyes reddened slightly, her voice trembling as she murmured, "It's late. I'm tired. I wish to rest." "What? Do you disdain me now?" "I don't, Her thoughts were in disarray, words failing her. "Shua, I've said enough. Now, I shall give you my answer." Before she could react, Xing Bang swept her into his arms. Chapter 58. I want to see my mother. Xing. Please let go of me. Na Gongshui exclaimed, her heart racing at Xing Bang's sudden action, feeling as though it was lodged in her throat. She desperately tried to free herself, only to find herself utterly powerless. The scene she had once dreamed of had astonishingly come to life before her eyes. Shui. I shall not conceal any longer. I am not a eunuch. Xing Bang, overwhelmed by his emotions, felt the moment had arrived. He no longer wished to suppress his feelings. The unique aura emanating from Na Gongshui captivated him profoundly. Xing, please do not act this way. I have never regarded you with disdain. You. What did you just say? Na Gongshui, caught off guard by the mention of the word eunuch, initially misinterpreted Xing Bang's self-deprecation, realizing there was a past tense involved. Her pupils widened in shock. Had she not wished more than once that he was not a eunuch? And now, it was truly unfolding before her. This was utterly unfathomable. Na Gongshui trembled, her lips quivering, her long eyelashes unblinking as they fixated on Xing Bang, eagerly yearning to hear the confirmation from his lips. She was filled with trepidation, yet desperately hoped for an affirmative response. Xing Bang smiled. Do not question the thoughts in your heart. You have heard correctly. I, Xing Bang, am a genuine, upright man. In other words, I am a man who can bring you unadulterated happiness. Really? I knew it. But how could this be possible? Na Gongshui's heart was in disarray, her speech becoming somewhat incoherent. There was nothing strange about it. For a woman who had aspired to love, this revelation was a stark contrast, akin to ice and fire. The truth spoke for itself. Without further explanation, Xing Bang embraced Na Gongshui, guiding her step by step towards the bed. In the end, lovers became united, and thousands of words were omitted here. The following day, as dawn approached, Xing, you must return quickly. Na Gongshui spoke with a faint tone. The vastness of her inner world, built over many years, had dissipated entirely within just 5 hours. Xing Bang brushed back the disheveled strands of hair from Na Gongshui's forehead, dampened by sweat. And the woman before him appeared, as if reborn, even more stunning than usual. Shui, why do you still call me Xing? It sounds pleasant, yet lacks warmth. I think it sounds quite nice. It flows easily, and calling you that is not much different from calling you Shui, is it? Na Gongshui explained her choice of address. Directly calling him Xing Bang felt disrespectful, and calling him Xiao Xing seemed odd, so she opted for a shortened form. Xing Bang chuckled, is that so? I wonder who has called me husband countless times. Could it be that I misheard? That S nodded. I just need a little more time to get used to it. Na Gongshui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Xing Bang laughed heartily. Well then, whether you call me or not, I am already your husband. Na Gongshui gave a soft hum, and then murmured gently, let's go back and rest for a while. I truly have no strength left in me. I'm sorry, I can't help you change your clothes. Xing Bang smiled faintly. What is the big deal? Don't ever think in terms of male superiority or female inferiority again. In my eyes, men and women are equal. In the future, I might even help you change your clothes. It's nothing. His mind wandered to his past life, where women were often the ones who reclined in leisure. A trace of sweetness blossomed in Na Gongshui's heart. It was her first day knowing Xing Bang, after all. It was precisely his uniqueness that had deeply drawn her to him. Just as Xing Bang was about to leave, Na Gongshui suddenly remembered something and called out to him. Let us keep what happened between us a secret from Wanner for now. And, I hope you'll take good care of her. Xing Bang nodded without a word and stepped out. He understood perfectly well that Na Gongshui's idea of taking good care wasn't what he had initially imagined. Rather, it was akin to a father's protective love for his daughter. As for the future, Well, that could be dealt with later. Ideas, after all, gradually liberate themselves with the passage of time. Returning to the Baosher office, Li Xiaowan hadn't yet risen. Xing Bang quietly slipped back into his room and lay down on the bed. Beauty, Nangong Shui age, 30 status, palace mage strength, solidified 7th layer charm, 93 favorability progress, 100 reward, 100 EXP hour, with nothing pressing to attend to. Xing Bang promptly entered the phone Hua Baojian. His favorability with Nangong Shui had soared straight to 100. No surprise there, as she had already entrusted herself entirely to him. Her charm had even increased by 3 points. Upon reflection, it made sense. The higher, the better. Under the influence of the Dragon and Phoenix Harmony technique, Nangong Shui's cultivation had advanced by 2 minor realms. There was still much more diligent practice ahead. For Xing Bang, the corresponding reward was experience, 55,000 points in total. 500 points every quarter hour, 12,000 points per hour. Though there had been some idle moments, they had still cultivated for over 4.5 hours. Xing Bang did a rough calculation flawless. The system accounted for every single detail with precision, without any suspense. Another Tindra summoning was unlocked beneath Nangong Shui's page. Tindra summon. Tindra summon. Ding. Obtained the Cultivation Manual Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Ding. Obtained 5,000 EXP. Ding. Obtained 10,000 EXP. Ding. Obtained the Medical Skill Life Stealing Supreme Needle Technique. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was a cultivation technique tailored for women, ideally suited for those of untouched purity. Fortunately, it wasn't rendered useless after losing one's chastity. Otherwise, this manual would have been utterly worthless. What kind of fool would force someone to cultivate under such conditions? With the Dragon and Phoenix Harmony technique as a complement, why worry about slow progress for those no longer virginal? Life-Stealing Supreme Needle Technique contains 36 Supreme Mystic Needles, wielded through chi manipulation. There is no illness these needles cannot cure, only those they cannot kill. Note, this needle technique is divided into 3 mastery levels: Novice, Adept, and Supreme Perfection. Deadly Infinite Needle, Untrained, 0-10,000, Initial Insight, 0-50,000, Supreme Mastery, 0-1 million. A gentle reminder, the required experience accumulates sequentially. It is indeed commendable. Such an exquisite technique naturally warrants practice. For the time being, it remains unutilized. I shall await an abundance of experience to elevate it all at once. I fortuitously obtained 60,000 points of experience through a lottery. Experience balance, 115000. Xing Bang directly consumed 90,000 experience, elevating his power from the first level of comprehension, 0-20,000, to the 4th level of comprehension, 0-50,000. The remainder was entirely allocated to Vidra Demon Suppression Fist, 7th layer, 0-8,000. I shall persist in acquiring experience, striving to become invincible in this realm. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Xiaowan, what troubles you? Noticing Li Xiaowan's red-rimmed eyes, Xing Bang could not help but furrow his brow. It was still early morning. Li Xiaowan hesitated momentarily, then shook her head. It's nothing. I merely wish to see my mother. Chapter 59. Li Xiaowan was filled with curiosity. Xing Bang felt a twinge of doubt in his heart. Could it be that Li Xiaowan woke up in the middle of the night and realized she was not in her own bed? It was impossible for her to eavesdrop from outside. She would surely be detected if she got too close. Could it be the innate intuition of a woman? I had a dream, Li Xiaowan continued, her voice choked with emotion. I dreamt that someone was bullying my mother. Xing Bang hesitated for a moment, then asked, bullying? How could anyone bully your mother when she is perfectly fine? He wore a puzzled expression and inquired, are you feeling embarrassed? It was a very wicked person who bullied my mother, but I couldn't see their face, Li Xiaowan said, her brow furrowed as she tried to visualize the scene, clearly struggling to articulate her thoughts. Xing Bang sighed inwardly, marveling at the fact that such dreams could occur. It was unmistakably a bond between mother and daughter. Then you should go check on her quickly. There is nothing to worry about. Dreams and reality are often opposites. You might just be feeling a bit out of sorts from being in a new place. Li Xiaowan gave a soft hum of acknowledgement and turned to leave the room. Xing Bang stretched, feeling no inclination to sleep, ready to rise. The Dragon and Phoenix Prosperity technique truly was remarkable, despite a sleepless night. He felt as invigorated as if he had been rejuvenated. As for Nangong Shui, she was not genuinely fatigued, merely experiencing the fatigue that accompanied rapid advancements in her cultivation. At that moment, Xiao Jinzi entered with a basin of clear water. Initially, he had hesitated to intrude, but upon seeing Li Xiaowan leave, he assumed he could attend to the master's needs. He briefly contemplated summoning the two maids to assist with the washing, but then reconsidered. They were destined for the teaching bureau. If they were to be favored, they should remain close by. Those two maids were rather charming, after all. Ultimately, he decided it would be best to deliver the water himself, lest he inadvertently thwart any plans of Lord Xing. Moreover, Lord Xing was indeed a man of hidden depths. Right upon assuming his position, he had managed to have such a beautiful girl like Li Xiaowan by his side. Su Guang was not blind and had long harbored similar intentions, yet for reasons unknown, had not acted upon them. Reflecting on these thoughts, Xiao Jinzi felt even greater admiration for Xing Bang. Indeed, Lord Xing was impressive. When Xing Bang noticed Xiao Jinzi bringing in the water, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. For so many days, it had been Xiao Shizi who brought him his washing water. He had intended to have Xiao Shizi close by, but considering the matters concerning Bai Ruzhuang, it seemed prudent to maintain the status quo. Mother, why are you still not up? No one has truly bullied you, have they? Upon entering Nangong Shue's room, Li Xiaowan discovered that her mother had yet to rise, instantly filled with concern. Could it be that her dream was true? Nangong Shue felt a sudden jolt of anxiety at her daughter's unexpected question, making her feel somewhat guilty. Wana, what is this? Oh, it's nothing. Your mother simply did not sleep well last night. Li Xiaowan relaxed a little, staring at her mother with a puzzled expression, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to articulate what felt strange. Mother, has your illness recurred? Is it getting worse? Li Xiaowan could not fathom any other reason, yet it was still peculiar. Just a few days prior, her mother had been unwell for several days without showing any signs of lingering in bed. No, Wana. Mother's illness has completely subsided. Her mother, Nangong Shui, added, it's just that, after you left yesterday, I found it a bit unsettling and couldn't fall asleep easily. Nangong Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet she quickly conjured this as the most suitable explanation. Her daughter possessed an undeniable talent for relentless inquiry, and it was difficult to imagine how she would explain the truth to her once it was revealed. It was best not to dwell on it, and allow time to unravel the matter gradually. Mother, you have no idea. In my dream, someone was pressing you down, and I desperately tried to reach out, but I just couldn't. Li Xiaowan exclaimed, her worry palpable. I was so anxious that I rushed over to see you the moment I woke up. With that, she felt her heart ease, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. While her mother had tossed and turned, she, on the other hand, had slept soundly, dreaming without even stirring, only recalling the dream upon waking. She felt a pang of guilt, realizing she wasn't the ideal daughter, especially considering how devoted her mother was to her. Nangong Shui cleared her throat. Well, Wan'earth. Mother has never neglected to care for you. It's rare to see you so concerned for me. At the same time, she felt a sense of relief, wondering if her precious daughter had indeed uncovered something. By the way, Wan'er, did you sleep well last night? Li Xiaowan instinctively gasped, then hastily replied, Mother, I always listen to you. Nangong Shui smirked, fully aware that if her daughter could easily alter her troublesome sleeping habits, she wouldn't be her beloved daughter at all. Let us hope for the best, she mused, deciding against elaborating further. After all, she couldn't follow her every step. Moreover, she understood well that her daughter was merely lively and mischievous by nature. Despite years of earnest guidance, she was, on the whole, a good child. Mother, if you have no further concerns, I can rest easy. You should take some time to recuperate, Li Xiaowan said, feeling a bit guilty, oblivious to Nangong Shui's expression. Believing she had successfully evaded scrutiny. Realizing this, she thought it best to make a hasty exit before the conversation veered into matters of propriety, which could be overwhelming. Nangong Shui shook her head, smiling softly. Go on. Li Xiaowan pondered, how is it that her mother seemed so gentle overnight, no longer as strict as before? It was truly bewildering. On her way home, she found herself musing. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't there have been some nagging? Mother, she has truly changed. Oh, wait. Why does she appear so different? She seems even more beautiful than before. Li Xiaowan slapped her forehead, finally recognizing this change. Overnight. But why? This question was urgent, and she couldn't return to ask her mother. With these thoughts racing through her mind, she quickened her pace. Having completed his morning ablutions, Xing Bang leisurely sat in the hall, savoring tea to soothe his throat. Li Xiaowan hurriedly entered, swiftly approaching Xing Bang and, without a moment's hesitation, lifted the tea bowl to her lips and drank heartily. Oh dear, I was parched, she exclaimed, draining the cup and wiping her mouth with satisfaction. Xing Bang paid little mind. If the young lady felt no embarrassment, why should he? Take your time. Would you like another cup? He offered. Li Xiaowan set down the bowl and waved her hand dismissively. No, that's enough. With a faint smile, he observed her flustered demeanor. You seem quite rushed. Why not sit and take a breather? As she settled down, she exhaled deeply, but suddenly furrowed her brow. Wait a moment, Bang Gu. Why haven't you inquired about my mother's well-being? Chapter 60. The Heart Sutra of the Jade Maiden, truly worth the value. Xing Bang smiled slightly. Wondering why you should ask. Li Xiaowan pouted and softly remarked, I just feel that you are quite good to my mother. What? Am I not good to you? Of course, you're good to me. What I mean is, I can't quite grasp it, but I feel that since my mother is so beautiful, you must want to treat her well. You are not completely oblivious. Xing Bang gazed at Li Xiaowan with a smile, her cheeks flushed as she instinctively lowered her head. Unable to meet his gaze, although Li Xiaowan was as innocent as a blank slate, she had reached the age of budding emotions, and certain thoughts would naturally emerge even without guidance. This is the most instinctive subconscious nature of a person. Therefore, Xing Bang did not intend to deliberately avoid anything. Overly constraining a young girl's feelings would only burden her mind and body, which was detrimental to her well-being. Nevertheless, he still considered the need for moderation, allowing everything to unfold naturally. My mother always treats me like a child. Look how grown I am now. As she spoke, Li Xiaowan deliberately puffed out her chest. Perhaps this was the unique expression of a woman by nature. Xing Bang cleared his throat. Xiaowan, you are indeed no longer a child. I have never regarded you as such. Li Xiaowan's face lit up with joy as she grabbed Xing Bang's arm, giggling. From now on, I am an adult and cannot be treated like a child. I knew Brother Bang was the best. So, does that mean that as long as I like it, I can be with Brother Bang however I want? In principle, yes. Xing Bang found it somewhat perplexing to decipher Li Xiaowan's thoughts, for one cannot judge the mind of a young girl using the logic of a fully grown adult. Sometimes, a young girl's heart is indeed not easy to fathom. At her tender age, she might not even be aware of her true feelings. By the way, Brother Bang, what should I do while I am by your side? You don't want me to just be a maid serving you, do you? Xing Bang had intended to keep this inconspicuous, but it seemed that Li Xiaowan was quite proud at her core. What? Do you not wish to stay by my side to serve me? Li Xiaowan quickly shook her head. No, what I mean is, I don't want you to see me as just a maid. As she spoke, Li Xiaowan winked at Xing Bang as if to say, You understand my intentions, right? Xing Bang realized that this girl was far from foolish. Her concerns were not about the tasks at hand, but about her self-worth, clearly reflecting a woman's innate jealousy. Have you ever seen a maid who chooses the room? Not really, but you must let me do something. Otherwise it would be too dull. Xing Bang furrowed his brow. How about this? You can be my secretary from now on. Just be with me. And when there's something to do, I will tell you. Li Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, utterly unfamiliar with the concept of a secretary. Only after Xing Bang's subsequent explanation did she nod with a dawning comprehension. So it means taking care of you? She ventured. Xing Bang affirmed with a nod, sending Li Xiaowan into a fit of exhilaration. Then that makes me your closest companion, she declared. Truth be told, the young girl's grasp of such matters was remarkably astute. Given time, she would undoubtedly blossom into an exceptional assistant. Xing Bang couldn't help but muse over this prospect. Brother Bang, is there anything you'd like me to do now? She inquired eagerly. Actually, Xiaowan, have you ever considered practicing martial arts? Xing Bang had deliberated at length and resolved to impart the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to her. From the mirror of elegance, he had long discerned her constitution as one of extreme. Ordinary internal cultivation techniques would fail to coalesce her energy. And forced practice might even risk meridian reversal or chi deviation. I'd love to, but I fear I might not be capable, she admitted hesitantly. When I was little, my mother once encouraged me to train, but she later concluded my physique was ill-suited for martial arts and never brought it up again. Xing Bang inwardly confirmed his suspicions. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra seemed tailor-made for her. By chance, I once acquired a manual exclusively suited for women. Perhaps it aligns with your constitution. Let me transcribe the first layer for you. If you can cultivate internal energy from it, then it's undoubtedly compatible. I'll gradually share the remaining portions. Truly? Li Xiaowan's face lit up with unbridled joy. Clearly, she harbored a passion for martial arts, though her physical limitations had deterred her until now. With a faint smile, Xing Bang swiftly inscribed the foundational principles of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. He was certain of her aptitude. Her progress would likely surpass that of ordinary practitioners. Yet, he opted for modesty, ensuring she embraced the path without undue pressure. Marvelous. I, too, can become a heroine. Clutching the manual like a priceless treasure, Li Xiaowan beamed with delight. Take today to study it. I have matters to attend to elsewhere. Xing Bang suggested. Understood. Thank you, Brother Bang. With an eager nod and a playful giggle, she retreated to her chambers. Amused, Xing Bang departed, making his way directly to Bai Rushuang's quarters. You've arrived, she greeted him, her voice a mellifluous whisper. Having freshened up, Bai Rushuang was a vision of natural elegance. Her alabaster skin, delicate features, and alluring figure exuded an intoxicating charm. Draped in a low-cut violet gown, she was a sight to stir desire. Xing Bang's gaze lingered, his mind already painting a tantalizing tableau. What? Do I seem unfamiliar? It's merely a simple grooming, she teased, her lips curving into a knowing smile that radiated confidence and quiet joy. Xing Bang chuckled, deliberately letting his eyes roam appreciatively. After all, who could resist admiring beauty? You don't conceal your admiration in the slightest. Yet, I find it rather pleasing, Bai Rushuang admitted, her cheeks flushing as she laughed with unguarded grace. Xing Bang swiftly approached Bai Rushuang and took a seat beside her. Her aura exuded an effortless ease, creating an almost unconscious sense of comfort. Perhaps it was Bai Rushuang's relaxed demeanor that fostered such an open-hearted atmosphere. Yet, it was important to maintain a semblance of calm. Dressed in a flowing purple low-cut ensemble, she appeared almost ethereal. Are you prepared? Soon, we shall find ourselves beyond the palace walls. Xing Bang whispered softly into Bai Rushuang's ear. Startled, Bai Rushuang shivered, her lips trembling as she gazed at him. After enduring such prolonged restraint, the sudden arrival of happiness was overwhelming. The flutter in her heart was inescapable. After a moment, she finally managed a soft, "You let me." Chapter 61. Bai Rushuang's composure falters. What do you want me to do? Anything. Xing Bang fixed his gaze upon Bai Rushuang, who was slightly bowing her head. He took a deep breath and posed a question that had been troubling him. Can you see your own feet while keeping your head down like that? Upon hearing the teasing lilt in Xing Bang's voice, Bai Rushuang frowned slightly, quickly recalling something that made her face flush an even deeper shade of crimson. Indeed, she had never given this matter any thought. I will come to pick you up tonight, Xing Bang whispered in her ear. To your place? Bai Rushuang felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Do not worry, there is absolutely no problem. The violent chamber is under my control now. Xing Bang smiled faintly. The only threat he perceived within the violent chamber was Wu Gonggong, yet with his current cultivation, he could easily eliminate him without fear. All right, I will follow your lead. Upon returning to the violent chamber's office, Xing Bang noticed concubine Rong kneeling at the entrance. Old servant pays her respects to Lord Shi. Seeing Xing Bang approach, concubine Rong hurriedly performed a deep bow. What is this about? Xing Bang had nearly forgotten the matter. Just a few days prior, Li Xiaowan had punished concubine Rong, and the old woman had labored until she fainted, having completed only a third of her task. When informed, Xing Bang had not wished to escalate the situation to a fatal conclusion and had allowed her to leave. Now, 2 days had passed, and he was unsure of her reason for returning. The old servant's health has just improved, and I have come to thank Lord Shi for your mercy in not pursuing the matter further. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit. As she spoke, concubine Rong bowed again. Enough, rise. At your age, remember to show leniency when possible. Xing Bang waved his hand, signaling her to depart. With someone like concubine Rong, who appeared rather malevolent, as long as she behaved herself in the future, he had no reason to hold a grudge. Concubine Rong stood up, bowed in retreat. But as she turned, a venomous glint flickered across her face. Having spent a significant portion of her life in the palace, she had never endured such humiliation. Although she was now old and less capable, her former status still commanded some respect. After all, she had once been the wet nurse to the eldest princess. This young man dared to disregard her feelings. He clearly underestimated her background. Let you revel in your arrogance for a few more days. This matter is far from over. We shall see. Concubine Rong thought to herself through gritted teeth. Li Xiaowan's door remained firmly shut, devoid of any sounds. The girl was quite diligent, Xing Bang surmised, likely engrossed in her training. Thus, he refrained from disturbing her and settled down in the hall to enjoy some tea. Before long, a young attendant named Xiao Duzi arrived from the 6th Prince Lu Jing, announcing that the prince wished to see him. Without delay, Xing Bang followed Xiao Duzi. The Xiaofu office, the institution responsible for overseeing royal affairs, was situated within the palace, featuring an imposing array of buildings, complete with designated squares and courtyards. This vast establishment was predominantly staffed by eunuchs, with the exception of the 6th prince and himself, the only other normal man present. If I were to become the Minister of Works, it would indeed be far more convenient, practically able to command the winds and summon the rain. Xing Bang mused silently to himself as he bowed to the sixth prince. At that moment, the entire government office was empty save for the sixth prince, who sat loftily upon the grand hall's dais. Little Bang, no need for formalities. Take a seat. The sixth prince gestured to the nearest position below the dais. Without hesitation, Xing Bang expressed his gratitude and settled into the seat. Shortly after, a maidservant presented him with a cup of tea. Little Bang, now that you've been promoted to the rank of Shifu, how are you finding your duties? Many thanks to your highness for your patronage. This humble official shall dedicate himself wholeheartedly henceforth. Xing Bang understood perfectly well that this was no mere tea invitation. The prince undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Now that he held an official rank, he no longer needed to refer to himself as a lowly servant. The sixth prince, Lu Jing, showed no discomfort at Xing Bang's composed demeanor. On the contrary, he nodded in satisfaction. You understand well. From now on, you are my man. Should anyone dare trouble you or should any matter arise, I shall stand by you. Your highness's favor humbles me. I shall not disappoint. Xing Bang clasped his fists in acknowledgement. The prince's intent was clear. He was now under his wing. What more was there to say? After a brief pause, Lu Jing fixed his gaze on Xing Bang and inquired, how has Lady Feng Hua been these past few days? Xing Bang was unsurprised. This young lord truly had but one thing on his mind. Reporting to your highness, since your departure that day, her spirits have seemed somewhat low. However, I have discreetly ensured she is attended to with extra care. No major incidents have occurred. Lu Jing frowned and muttered under his breath, indeed, it was my fault for being too abrupt. Yet, I simply couldn't restrain myself. Though spoken softly, Xing Bang, with his exceptional hearing, caught every word. This sixth prince was truly infatuated with Lady Feng Hua. Lust was a blade hanging over one's head, yet he charged ahead recklessly, even daring to demand his own father's consort dance for his amusement. No wonder, as the empress's second-born son, his status surpassed even the crown prince's. That he was passed over for the throne spoke volumes. It seemed this young lord cared not for the throne, preferring beauty over power. Little Bang, since you grasp my intentions, I shall say no more. Continue as you have, ensure she suffers no hardship. Your highness need not worry. This humble official shall see to her well-being. Xing Bang had discerned that the sixth prince's admiration remained just that, admiration. He lacked the audacity for mischief, at least for now. This was just as well. Otherwise, Xing Bang might have found himself treading dangerous waters once more. The sixth prince nodded. Enough of this matter. Since you're here, you shall accompany me in some merriment. At Xiao Dizzy's clap, a procession of palace maids filed in through the door. Chapter 62, Madame Feng Hua's two nieces enter the palace lineup. Little Dizzy shouted as a group of palace maidens filed into the grand hall. 8 young women stood in a neat row, their presence transforming the spacious hall into a breathtaking sight. Little Banger, assess these ladies for me, Prince Lu Jing commanded. Much to Xing Bang's delight, he had been eager to admire any extraordinary beauties among them, and now he could do so without restraint. Nodding, Xing Bang descended the steps and approached the women. Since he was tasked with evaluating them, it was only proper to inspect them closely, both to appear diligent and to indulge his own curiosity. The prince remained unaware of his true identity, so Xing Bang had no reason to hold back. Lift your heads, Little Doozy called out again. Xing Bang swept his gaze over them, noting their youthful radiance. In contrast, Little Dizzy's indifferent demeanor highlighted the difference between a true eunuch and a disguised one. To a real eunuch, these women might as well have been sisters. No flicker of desire stirred within them. The natural attraction between the sexes held no power over those who had been severed from such impulses. As the women raised their faces, Xing Bang studied each one meticulously, relishing the freedom to admire them without inhibition. Damn, this feels incredible. The first maiden caught his eye. Not only was she stunning, but her grace was undeniable. Where had such women come from? Just as he marveled, the Feng Hua treasure mirror in his mind stirred, confirming his judgment. A wave of relief washed over him. Had this one not met the criteria, he might have questioned his own discernment before he could delve deeper into the mirror's insights. Little Dizzy cleared his throat, pulling Xing Bang's attention back. There were still 7 more women to appraise. Lingering too long on one would be unwise. The second maiden was equally captivating. Regardless of where Prince Lu Jing had sourced these women or his intentions, it was clear he hadn't gathered mere mediocrities. Though she didn't meet the mirror's strict standards, Xing Bang wouldn't mind keeping her if the opportunity arose. Truthfully, with his dual cultivation technique now in play, The incremental experience gained from each recorded beauty was merely a bonus. He no longer obsessed over minor gains. Would women outside the mirror still contribute to cultivation? That was a question worth testing. If they did, the benefits would be immense. If not, it hardly mattered. As long as they pleased his eye, enjoyment alone was enough. Another one. The third maiden also met the mirror-esque criteria. Xing Bang nearly scoffed in disbelief. Had the prince gone on some grand raid? His curiosity about their origins grew, especially since they remained in the princess' hands, not his own. He swiftly assessed the remaining women, each a beauty in her own right, though none further triggered the mirror. Xing Bang felt no disappointment. The Fenghua treasure mirror had exacting standards. Otherwise, its secrets would be as common as cheap pamphlets. Xing Bang did not bother to check the information of the two women that had been recorded. What mattered was not their details, but whether they could fall into his hands. Your Highness, this is... Xing Bang did not rashly exclaim about the women's beauty. Instead, he hesitated slightly, choosing his words carefully, better to err on the side of caution. After all, this was a royal prince, and one could not afford to be too casual just because of his youth. The sixth prince smiled faintly and pointed to the first and third women. Little Bang. Haven't you noticed anything unusual? He sighed inwardly. A eunuch is still a eunuch. No matter how stunning the women are, he can't quite grasp the subtleties. Xing Bang took another look. Earlier, his mind had been preoccupied with whether he could obtain them, so he hadn't paid much attention to anything else. He had vaguely assumed that women of such extraordinary beauty might share some resemblance in their features. But now, with Lu Jing's reminder, Xing Bang's sharp eyes immediately caught the peculiarity. The two women did bear a striking familial resemblance, likely close relatives. Noticing the fervent gleam in Lu Jing's eyes, Xing Bang suddenly recalled a certain woman in his mind, Lady Fenghua. No wonder the first woman seemed vaguely familiar. Could she be related to Lady Fenghua? It was that Xing Bang was blind to the resemblance. He simply hadn't connected the dots. Your Highness, now that you mention it, I do see the likeness between these two women. Xing Bang merely stated the obvious, sensing that the prince would soon unravel the mystery without further prompting. Sure enough, the sixth prince wasted no time. Pointing at the first woman, he continued, Well, you may be clever, but as a eunuch, it's understandable that you wouldn't dwell on such matters. I want to keep you in suspense. Her name is Hefiki, the niece of Lady Fenghua. He then gestured toward the third woman. That one is also from the He family, a distant relative named He Fengjiao. Though not as strikingly similar to Lady Fenghua as Fengyi, she is still a great beauty. Aside from Fengyi's two personal maids, the rest are women from the He family. I won't bother listing them all. Truth be told, I don't even remember their names. The prince's tone carried a hint of favoritism. Only Fengyi and Fengjiao, who resembled Lady Fenghua, had earned the privilege of being remembered. The others barely registered in his mind. Xing Bang had no time to dwell on this. If all the notable beauties of the He family had been brought here by the prince, they were likely candidates for the emperor's harem, certainly not gifts bestowed upon the prince himself, which meant the most plausible explanation was. Xing Bang furrowed his brow slightly, feigning another glance at the two women before pretending to have an epiphany. Ah, Your Highness, now that you mention it, I see it. But this has left me rather confused. The sixth prince understood Xing Bang's bewilderment and saw no reason to conceal the truth. Clearing his throat, he said, There is no harm in telling you now, the matter is already settled. As things stand, the He family is effectively reduced to just Lady Fenghua and these two sisters, Fengyi and Fengjiao. Xing Bang's earlier speculation had been correct. He still didn't know what crime the He family had committed or how many had been executed. But the grim reality was now laid bare before him. Xing Bang exhibited little astonishment, for he was merely a minor eunuch. Any sign of unusual emotion upon his countenance would have been rather abnormal. Clearly, this was also the reason the sixth prince had failed to elucidate matters. What relevance could a mere eunuch hold? The men were to be exterminated entirely, while the women of pleasing countenance were to be retained, followed by the plundering of their estates. As fate would have it, the sixth prince was currently in charge of the imperial granary, and it was only natural that he would oversee matters concerning a prominent family like the He clan. It was no wonder these women found themselves at his mercy. Having been privy to such revelations, it seemed their fates were now intertwined with his own. It would be preferable to consign them all to the chamber of violence. In the brief moment of hesitation from the sixth prince, Xing Bang pondered thus. Chapter 63, The Long-Sleeved Dance of the Ensemble. Your Highness, might our actions be deemed improper? If His Majesty and the Empress were to discover this, Xing Bang, disregarding the potential feelings and consequences for Madame Fenghua, recognized that the situation had escalated beyond his control. At this juncture, it was more prudent to consider matters from the perspective of the sixth prince. It would serve as a form of accountability to the empress in the future. However, this approach merely constituted a favor. And even the audacious sixth prince would not dare to act overtly. Clearly, the annihilation of Madame Fenghua's entire family could not be orchestrated by the empress alone. Only the emperor possessed such authority. The sixth prince waved his hand dismissively, assuring, "You need not worry. There is no issue whatsoever. These women are under my jurisdiction." Xing Bang refrained from further persuasion, recognizing the confidence in the sixth prince's words, which suggested he harbored no lingering concerns. Indeed, given the current predicament, these women were already stained by guilt, and it was well within the sixth prince's remit to handle the situation. For him, Xing Bang's counsel posed no problems. Setting aside whether Xing Bang was aligned with his mother, he had already claimed him as his own. Moreover, he believed that he could trust him implicitly. At that moment, several eunuchs entered, bearing an assortment of food and drink, which they arranged upon 2 tables. Xing Bang perceived that the sixth prince had summoned him for a matter of significance, one that stirred his own trepidation, as such elaborate preparations were unwarranted otherwise. "Please, sit and share a drink with me first. These past few days have been rather vexing, and your company adds a semblance of enjoyment." Once the eunuchs had set the table and withdrawn, the sixth prince gestured to Xing Bang. As Xing Bang took his seat, the attendant little Doozy addressed the gathered women. "It is a privilege to entertain His Highness the sixth prince with your song and dance. You must present your finest selves to serve him." "Yes." The chorus of women responded in unison. Xing Bang was not surprised. It was expected that the daughters of noble families would be well versed in music and dance, and the maidservants were no exception. However, in his view, the sixth prince's gaze was particularly drawn to the graceful movements of the sisters He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, with the remaining women merely serving as embellishments. As anticipated, the 2 sisters stood at the forefront, while the other women withdrew behind them. The performance commenced, showcasing a beautiful long-sleeve dance. Remarkably, the sixth prince had conceived of such an ensemble dance, although the primary focus remained on the sisters, with the other 6 women providing subtle accompaniment. Little Doozy attended to the sixth prince, refilling his cup, and the sixth prince raised his glass, proclaiming, "Little Bangzy, let us not be reserved this time. Drink as you please." Xing Bang filled his cup and raised it, replying, "As you command, your highness." The sixth prince downed his drink in one go. His gaze fixed intently upon the dancing sisters He Fengyi and He Fengjiao. Xing Bang followed closely behind, downing the wine in his cup. Given the circumstances, there was no need for further politeness. He was merely eager to observe what the sixth prince had in store. Without hesitation, Xing Bang gazed upon the graceful figure before him. Truly, she was enchanting, utterly captivating. It was his first time witnessing such a splendid scene. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, a mesmerizing dance came to a close. Excellent, truly commendable, as expected from a member of the He family. Radiating the elegance of Lady Fenghua. As the performance concluded, the sixth prince applauded with enthusiasm. The beauty of the wine and the allure of the dancers seemed to complement each other seamlessly, and without realizing it, Lu Jing, the sixth prince, had become flushed with excitement. His evident satisfaction with the evening's entertainment was unmistakable. It was clear that the sixth prince was using Lady Fenghua as a template, substituting the He sisters in her stead. For Xing Bang, he actually hoped the sixth prince would indulge a bit more. Perhaps inebriation would loosen his tongue. Of course, drunkenness might lead to absurd actions, but there was little cause for concern. After all, as the sixth prince, should he desire to take all these women to his residence, there would be no obstacles in his way. Why bother with trivial matters? Thus, Xing Bang was not troubled by such thoughts. They were of no consequence, as the outcome was determined by one's resolve. As a person of ambition, even if he lacked the power to seize the moment, it mattered not. Little Bangzy, come drink. I intend to reward you. I cannot give you all of them, but you may select 2 to take back to your chamber. As for how you handle them, that is no concern of mine, proclaimed the sixth prince, gesturing toward the 6 women behind He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, nodding his head in a jovial manner. Thank you, Your Highness. Next time, you shall find some amusement at my place. Xing Bang replied discreetly, understanding that the matter was far from over. He sensed that the sixth prince was not particularly interested in the other 4 women, perhaps due to their overt demeanor. Nonetheless, it mattered little, whatever the outcome. His intentions were clear and would not go unfulfilled. The critical point was that it was apparent the sixth prince harbored no good intentions toward the He sisters today. The sixth prince chuckled. "Ah, you are indeed a clever one, my friend." Although he did not genuinely believe so, He felt a surge of satisfaction at Xing Bang's flattery. You flatter me, Your Highness. In this deep palace, I am unmoored and without support. Without your patronage, I would not enjoy the honors I do today. Little Bangzy, it is rare to find one with such awareness. Stick close to me, and you shall indulge in the finest pleasures. With this, Xing Bang's words seemed to elevate the sixth prince's spirits, his face beaming with pride. Thank you, Your Highness. These ladies have toiled hard. Perhaps you should address them first? Ah, yes, indeed. After dancing for so long, they must surely be weary. The sixth prince nodded eagerly. Shaduzi, take them away and have them wait. Upon hearing this, Shaduzi did not linger, leading the group of women outside, leaving only the sixth prince and Xing Bang within the hall. Xiao Bangzi, are you aware of how many nobles and scions within the capital yearn to curry favor with His Highness for the likes of Feng Zhao and Feng Yi? The sixth prince slowly articulated while sipping his wine. These two women are indeed rare beauties. However, Your Highness, why do you not keep them by your side? Xing Bang sensed that the sixth prince's thoughts were yet unfinished and chimed in. Chapter 64. Taking away the two sisters, Feng Yi the sixth prince lightly shook his head. Inhaling deeply, Feng Yi and Feng Zhao are undoubtedly exquisite beauties, yet I simply lack interest. Had I desired either of them, I would have long sought my father's permission for marriage, rather than waiting until now. The reason for my lingering presence. Little Banger, can you fathom this prince's intent? He teased, withholding the full extent of his thoughts. By the heavens, given the nature of your words, how could I possibly misinterpret your intentions? Little Banger retorted, recognizing the prince's rather indulgent tastes, which hinted at a somewhat reckless nature. Your Highness, you do not mean to imply that you intend to use this situation to pursue Madame Fanghua, do you? Indeed. You are correct. I harbor certain thoughts. The reason I summoned you here is to glean your insights, so we might devise a foolproof plan. The sixth prince nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable as though he had found a kindred spirit. Then, pray tell the prince's intentions. Little Banger inquired with a calm demeanor, prepared to face whatever came next. My plan is to inform Madame Fanghua of her family's demise and to counsel her thoroughly. I shall devise a means to rescue her, seeking nothing in return. I merely wish to soothe the emptiness within my heart, to avoid the regrets of this lifetime. I care not for worldly power or wealth. All I desire is to treat her with utmost kindness. The sixth prince's expression, filled with profound devotion, conveyed an earnestness that transcended the allure of royal privilege. In this vast world, where countless flowers bloom, why become infatuated with just one? His unconventional sentiment was admirable in its own right. However, Little Banger interjected, Brother, you cannot simply take food from your sibling's mouth. This is unacceptable. After a moment's hesitation, Little Banger acquiesced, Your Highness, I am honored by your trust. I shall endeavor to alleviate your concerns. I can undertake this task. Yet I have a question. Could you perhaps reveal some details regarding the circumstances of Madame Fanghua's family's downfall? This would aid me in navigating the situation appropriately. The sixth prince nodded, evidently viewing Little Banger as a confidant. Such loyalty and composure in the face of significant matters were rare indeed. In recent years, the borders have been unstable, with skirmishes erupting sporadically. The He family, renowned for their martial lineage, has been implicated in rebellion and subsequently reported. The severity of their punishment is undoubtedly linked to the crown prince's future. Knowing this is sufficient. Madame Fanghua is well aware of the underlying truths. This knowledge will provide her with a sense of balance. The He family is utterly finished, and her chance for resurgence is impossible. I shall exert every effort to ensure her safety, as well as that of the few remaining descendants, including Feng Zhao and Feng Yi. The sixth prince articulated the essence of the matter with clarity and intelligence. Little Banger comprehended the implications, recognizing that while it could be construed as a threat, it was more about instilling a sense of despair in Madame Fanghua, relieving her of the burden of hesitation to accept the sixth prince's benevolence. Simultaneously, Xing Bang found himself contemplating anew, uncertain whether Her Majesty was aware of this matter, or if the mother and son had reached some prior consensus. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the sixth prince had secured his father's tacit approval? While such a possibility seemed unlikely, given that in this realm such affairs hardly constituted a significant scandal, the fact remained that Lady Fanghua had borne a child who was destined to become the emperor. Would they then be obliged to address one another as family? Although audacious, such a scenario was not entirely implausible, albeit merely theoretical. One must also consider whether His Highness would consent to this arrangement. Your Highness, while this matter can be discussed, have you contemplated the aftermath? Xing Bang inquired. Even if Lady Fanghua were to reluctantly acquiesce, The Queen's stance remains pivotal. More critically, should His Majesty become aware, it would be a grave transgression. Xing Bang articulated these concerns with precision, understanding that only by unraveling the intricacies of the situation could he navigate it to emerge as the ultimate beneficiary. The sixth prince furrowed his brow, clearly aware that this was the crux of the matter, the greatest challenge that prompted him to summon Xing Bang for counsel. My plans are steadfast. There is no need for concern regarding my mother. As for my father, we shall deliberate further. However, the initial step requires Lady Fenghua's persuasion. Once she consents, I shall not retreat. Xing Bang nodded in understanding. Your Highness, upon my return, I shall initiate this endeavor. In these circumstances, it should not be too difficult to alter Lady Fenghua's perspective. Excellent, little Bang. I admire your composed and courageous demeanor. If this matter is executed successfully, I shall ensure your ascent to great heights. By the way, it would be prudent to bring those two ladies with you when you meet Lady Fenghua. Your household members will undoubtedly recognize the sincerity of your intentions. Xing Bang nodded, realizing that the sixth prince was indeed astute. Upon hearing the sixth prince's intentions, he had already surmised that the offer of the two ladies was not merely a gesture but a means to an end, demonstrating a certain cleverness. Yet, he deemed the process inconsequential. What mattered was the outcome. The sixth prince cheerfully raised his cup, signaling for Xing Bang to drink once more. By the way, little Bang, once this matter is resolved, should I wish to meet Lady Fenghua, I will require your assistance in arranging that. Allow me a moment to ponder this. However, Your Highness, I advise caution. Otherwise, the effort may be wasted, leading to regret. Xing Bang silently lamented the queen's predicament, recognizing that the prince was no longer innocent. Perhaps intending to leap before looking, this young man would inevitably have a princess, and at that time, he would settle the score, a fitting punishment for his verbal indiscretions. The sixth prince bore no displeasure at these words, understanding that Xing Bang's caution was for his benefit. He often struggled to maintain control, and with a bit of wine in his system, his urgency had only intensified. Very well, exercise utmost caution. Keep the earlier discussion in mind. I can also venture to the secret chamber if necessary. Xing Bang felt a wave of speechlessness. Indeed, he was unable to halt the course of events. He did not wish to engage in unnecessary discourse, for a portion of the initiative still resided with him. Therefore, he decided to acquiesce for the time being and contemplate feasible solutions upon his return. Your Highness, please await good news. I shall ensure this matter is handled appropriately. Xing Bang earnestly declared, albeit it was primarily for his own benefit. You little rascal, go chase after that silly game. Very well, little Bangsy, I can drink no more. Should I continue? Intoxication is inevitable. You may depart and select two young women to accompany me back to the chamber. I shall await your favorable tidings. The sixth prince finally perceived a glimmer of hope, exhaling a silent sigh of relief as the heavy burden upon his heart was alleviated, even if only partially. After Xing Bang performed a bow and prepared to take his leave, the sixth prince called out to him, Wait, little Bangsy. I suggest you take the Fengyi sisters with you for the time being. This would lend greater credibility to your claims. With that, the sixth prince nodded to himself, satisfied with his own suggestion. Chapter 65, The Dissolution of Distrust. How thoughtful your Highness is. As Xing Bang took his leave, he did not forget to offer a heartfelt compliment to the sixth prince. Such arrangements were simply impeccable. The tasks assigned were not those that could be accomplished in just a few days, once they reached the storm chamber. It would be akin to having the matter firmly in their own grasp. The sixth prince, whose thoughts were wholly consumed by Madame Fenghua, naturally did not dwell on other matters, eagerly anticipating the swift realization of his desires. Upon exiting the palace, Xing Bang promptly escorted the sisters Feng Yi and Feng Jiao away, leaving the other sisters to await another day. Along the way, Feng Yi and Feng Jiao closely followed Xing Bang, remaining silent thus far. Beauty, Hifigi, age, 22, status, condemned woman, strength, third stage of solidification, charm, 95. Affinity progress, 0, earnings, 0 experience hour, beauty, Hifenjiao, age, 18, status, condemned woman, strength, third stage of solidification, charm, 95. Affinity progress, 0. Earnings, 0 experience hour. It was rather disheartening that their affinity stood at a stark 0. Yet, Xing Bang understood the reason behind it. If negative values were possible, he could only wonder how low they might plunge. He discerned that the sisters harbored a poor impression of him. Naturally, their feelings towards the sixth prince, and indeed the entire royal family, were far from favorable, particularly after the destruction of their clan. Xing Bang felt somewhat aggrieved, as he had been ensnared by the sixth prince's actions. However, he remained unperturbed, confident that once he encountered Madame Fanghua, their affinity would naturally improve, perhaps even quite rapidly. It was no surprise that the two young women possessed martial prowess, given that the He family hailed from a lineage of warriors. Even the remaining 6 women displayed varying degrees of combat skill. Had their strength been formidable enough, they might have taken action against the sixth prince during the dance. Xing Bang sensed that He Fengyi and He Fengjiu were merely biding their time, their inner resentment likely surpassing the heavens in magnitude. For him, this was their Achilles heel. Yet, this was of little consequence. The question remained, did they desire to see the He family rise anew and flourish? Thus, there was no need for haste. My dear ladies, he began, I am acutely aware of the tempest of grievances within your hearts. At this juncture, Xing Bang felt a chilling animosity directed towards him. His intuition proved correct. He did not take offense, instead offering a slight smile as he continued, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no malevolence. Frankly, your restraint is commendable. Were I in your position, I might have resorted to violence. However, I implore you not to misconstrue my words. I merely speak to the situation at hand. I hope that, for the time being, you can set aside your hatred. Displaying too much animosity will not serve you well. Your immediate priority must be to preserve your own lives. Only by surviving can hope endure. Upon finishing, Xing Bang sensed a palpable easing of tension around him. Though neither sister chose to speak, this silence was to be expected. They had merely acknowledged his counsel, yet remained skeptical of his genuine intentions for their well-being. Fortunately, they did not engage in self-destructive behavior, as that would have been a path to ruin. Not to mention the numerous skilled individuals within the palace. One must also consider the necessity of protecting the sixth prince while still lacking the power to dominate entirely. This illustrates the formidable character of the He sisters. Truly worthy of cultivation. They did not linger on this matter too long. After meeting Madame Fanghua, everything would naturally fall into place. Before long, Xing Bang and his 2 companions arrived at the chamber, not delaying but proceeding directly to Madame Fanghua's quarters. You have come. It has been a few days. Madame Fanghua greeted Xing Bang with a hint of melancholy on her face, wanting to express her disappointment at his absence. However, upon seeing the individuals behind him, she abruptly halted her words. Xing Bang smiled slightly, teasing, look who I have brought for you. Perhaps due to the long separation or the unexpected nature of this meeting. Madame Fanghua stared at the 2 women for a considerable time before finally recognizing them. Is that Fengjiao? How did you end up here? Madame Fanghua's expression was one of astonishment. He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, filled with a myriad of grievances, found themselves in such a dire situation upon encountering their aunt. Their hearts naturally heavy with sorrow, and their eyes soon glistened with tears as they rushed forward. Aunt, you, our family, sob, He Fengyi. Upon seeing the only remaining relative, felt a rush of mixed emotions, at a loss for words as she struggled to contain her sobs. Witnessing her cousin's tears, He Fengjiu could no longer hold back her own, and tears streamed down her cheeks. You 2 have come here. Something must have happened. Madame Fanghua's eyes were also reddened, quickly realizing that something grave had transpired. Aunt, our He family. He Fengyi's voice trembled, unable to calm her emotions. All right, do not cry for now. No matter what has happened, your aunt is here. Madame Fanghua first comforted her 2 nieces before casting a glance at Xing Bang. Sister, to be candid, there has been trouble in the He family, and now only a few female relatives remain. Xing Bang understood that Madame Fanghua was not a woman easily shaken by adversity. Hence he withheld no truths. Yet, despite her strength, upon hearing this devastating news, her body trembled, and her expression conveyed unutterable grief and indignation. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself, inhaling deeply, and asked, what exactly happened? How could His Majesty be so ruthless? Xing Bang surmised that He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, being women, might not be fully aware of court affairs, so he spoke directly. It is said they were accused of treason. My knowledge is limited, but historically, a sovereigness order is absolute. Who can clarify the baseless charges laid against them? Madame Fanghua sighed, as she seemed to connect the dots rapidly, bitterly stating, it appears His Majesty is resolute in his decision. Though the specifics remained unclear, the direction of blame was evident. The emperor's harsh measures were likely motivated by a desire to manage the situation behind the scenes. Fearing the influence of the He family as the crown prince remained young and vulnerable to manipulation, as one of the most prominent families, it is no simple task to eliminate the He family effortlessly. After all, they have likely been plotting for quite some time. Madame Fanghua is well aware of this reality. Little Bangzi, are my two nieces to be confined in this wretched place as well? Madame Fanghua soon regained her composure. It was only today that I learned of this situation when summoned by the sixth prince. A few words cannot adequately convey the complexity of this matter. What we must do now is to deliberate carefully. Regardless, our immediate priority is to ensure your safety. However, sister, rest assured that I will exert every effort to guarantee your security. Xing Bangzi refrained from saying much. This was undoubtedly a significant blow, and it was essential for Madame Fanghua to process this information. Besides, he himself had not yet devised a plan, so there was no need to rush. Madame Fanghua nodded in trust, and then instructed her two nieces. Little Bangzi is a person we can rely on. You both must heed his guidance. Chapter 66. Madame Fanghua exhibits a moment of discomposure. Yes, aunt, responded He Fengyi and He Fengjiao obediently. Both young ladies were exceptionally astute, and the weight of Xingtang's address as sister left no room for doubt in their hearts. Well then, sister, I presume both of you must be weary from today's events. Allow me to make arrangements for you. Indeed, Madame Fanghua acknowledged Xingtang's thoughtfulness without hesitation. Aunt Fengjiao and I shall take our leave now, He Fengyi said respectfully, performing a courteous bow to Madame Fanghua, a true lady of high standing. Her grace and etiquette remained unwavering, regardless of the circumstances. Xingtang did not linger, leading the two sisters back to the violent chamber. Please rest here for a while. Do not feel overly constrained, for there is nothing to worry about. Thank you, Your Excellency, He Fengyi replied with a soft murmur, while He Fengjiao mirrored her sister's gesture. Both voices gentle and calm. With Madame Fanghua's reassurances, any lingering doubts regarding Xingtang dissipated. Moreover, given their current plight and their aunt's own overwhelming circumstances, the sisters surmised that Xingtang might indeed be their beacon of hope. United in their resolve, He Fengyi and He Fengjiu silently agreed that they would willingly do anything for the one who could aid them in their quest for vengeance. Meanwhile, Li Shaoan was practicing within her chamber when she heard the sound of female voices and promptly emerged. Brother Bang, who are these two sisters? She inquired, glancing at He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, momentarily unsettled by their beauty. The two sisters turned their gaze toward Li Shaoan, surprise evident on their faces. To them, she was indeed a striking beauty, and it was only natural to wonder about Xingtang's inclination towards keeping such enchanting company. He Fengyi, being the elder, cast a sidelong glance at Xingtang, instinctively sensing that this handsome eunuch was no ordinary man. Furthermore, considering her aunt's particular fondness and trust in him, her suspicions only deepened. With a smile, Xingtang reassured, Shaoan, there is no need for alarm. These two sisters are newcomers to the palace. Splendid young ladies who will be good companions for you in the days to come. The fact that they were both in the violent chamber indicated they shared the same status as the families of convicts, which made Li Shaoan feel a sense of kinship. After all, they were all fellow souls adrift in misfortune. Just as Xingtang was about to introduce Li Shaoan, she interjected, cheerfully proclaiming, Hello, sisters. I am Li Shaoan. You may call me Shaoan. I am Brother Bang's secretary. Oh, Brother Bang mentioned that a secretary is someone very close to him. He Fengyi and He Fengjiao were initially taken aback, but upon hearing Li Shaoan's explanation, they nodded in understanding. Xingtang chuckled softly, choosing not to comment. Li Shaoan, in her innocent naivete, had already displayed a hint of jealousy, though such sentiments seemed somewhat superfluous in the presence of the He sisters. He Fengyi smiled radiantly, Sister Wan. You truly are delightful. He Fengjiao is somewhat more reserved than He Fengyi, generally not one to engage in much conversation, yet her facial expressions have softened considerably. Her smile is truly enchanting, reminiscent of a blooming flower. It is evident that the heart of Xing Bang has blossomed with joy. Alas, my immunity to beauty remains woefully low. Fengyi, Fengjiao, please enjoy some tea and engage in pleasant conversation with Wan'er while I attend to some matters. He Fengyi nodded in acknowledgement, while Li Shaoan promptly declared, Brother Bang, you may go about your business. I am quite fond of these two elder sisters and shall take care of things here. Xing Bang offered a faint smile and nodded in agreement before taking his leave. There is a sense of comfort in the bonds of sisterhood. How delightful it is to appreciate the camaraderie of generous women. The sisters, He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, find solace in the lively company of Li Shaoan, allowing their taut nerves to relax. It is prudent for women to refrain from harboring excessive hatred, otherwise their inherent gentleness may be obliterated by growing animosity. Xing Bang candidly remarked, a man of valor, standing tall between heaven and earth, must ensure that his women are not left in sorrow. A man who burdens his women with worries is not a good man. Xing Bang proceeded directly to the chambers of Madame Fanghua, where a certain understanding had developed between them. With a mere glance, Xing Bang could discern the thoughts swirling in her mind. Madame Fanghua wished to discuss some matters privately with Xing Bang, embodying the wisdom of a matriarch. Although the sisters possess the resilience typical of a military family, they are still young and have faced fewer adversities. The recent calamity striking their family is undeniably overwhelming for them. Thus, Xing Bang swiftly ensured the two sisters were settled before making his way alone to Madame Fanghua. Soon, he arrived at her quarters, which now bore an air of newfound freedom. Not only was the door left unlocked, but under Xing Bang's direction. The room had been meticulously cleaned and furnished with fresh linens. Madame Fanghua sat at the edge of the bed, her brow furrowed, clearly affected by recent events. Yet one cannot help but admire her strength. As the mother of the crown prince, she was denied the chance to see her own son. And now she found herself ensnared in the shadows of despair. To make matters worse, her own family could potentially face dire consequences due to her situation. Even the strongest of women possess a fragile side. Indeed, as Xing Bang entered, he noticed the redness around Madame Fanghua's eyes. She suddenly stood and embraced him tightly, perhaps seeking solace in his presence, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Choking back her emotions, she said, "Little Bang, do you know how much pain I am enduring? I truly do not know what to do anymore." This was the first time Xing Bang witnessed such a vulnerable side of Madame Fanghua, revealing the depth of her suffering. It was evident that the weight of her troubles was immense, leading one to think that there might be no way out. However, under normal circumstances, one might ponder, but in my case, that simply cannot be. It must be a matter of resilience. The cane gently caressed Madame Fanghua's hair as it spoke softly. "Sister, given the circumstances, you must remain strong. Trust me, I will resolve this matter for you." "Oh, little Cane, do you know? Just now, I saw my two nieces arrive here, and I feel utterly ashamed to exist in this world," Madame Fanghua lamented. Unable to contain her emotions, her sobs growing louder. The cane did not offer direct comfort, but instead softly patted her back. "Sister, do not hold back, if it hurts. Let your tears flow. Crying will lighten your heart. A man seldom weeps, yet when sorrow strikes, how could a woman refrain?" Alas, Madame Fanghua relinquished her restraint, collapsing against the cane's shoulder, weeping freely. The weight of her suppressed emotions was overwhelming. After a lengthy pause, Madame Fanghua's sobs gradually slowed, her heart beginning to find solace. "Little Cane, what do you think I should do now? No matter what solution you propose, I shall acquiesce, for reasons unknown." A sudden flutter of emotion stirred within the cane, which simultaneously conceived a plan. Chapter 67, A Heavy Heart. Impregnating Lady Fanghua, and then framing the emperor. Xing Bang had no better plan for this matter. Suddenly, an audacious idea flashed through his mind. What an ingenious thought! How brilliantly cunning of me! In truth, Lady Fanghua had only arrived at the prison for less than a month. Though the palace scrutinized imperial consorts' pregnancies with extreme strictness, where there's a will, there's a way. With some manipulation, faking it wasn't entirely impossible. If possible, under the pretense of supporting the sixth prince, he might even reach an agreement with Her Majesty the Empress. With her assistance in the imperial harem, matters would become far simpler. Yet the greatest issue remained. Was the old emperor even still capable? And had Lady Fanghua been with the emperor before her confinement? Clearly, this scheme was riddled with flaws. But what if it were the sixth prince? Damn it. His imagination was running wild. While comforting Lady Fanghua in his arms, Xing Bang found his mind uncontrollably fixated on this idea. He steadied himself, pondering. Admittedly, this plan might hold some promise, though it was still rather extreme. The old emperor already had few heirs. If he were to learn of this, it would be best if he simply dropped dead from rage. Then everyone would be content. Of course, Xing Bang wouldn't mind personally ensuring the emperor's demise, but without absolute invincibility. Such an act was unwise. More time was needed. If the emperor didn't die from shock, he likely wouldn't harm the sixth prince. But Lady Fanghua would almost certainly be executed immediately. Then again, this was mere speculation. There was also a chance the emperor might allow the child to be born. In the end, Xing Bang decided to deliberate further. If it seemed feasible, he was sorely tempted to proceed. How thrilling it would be. "Little Bang, my heart feels unbearably heavy," Lady Fanghua murmured, her voice thick with suppressed emotion. "It's as if an indescribable fire burns within me, with nowhere to escape." She exhaled deeply, pulling away from Xing Bang's embrace. Her cheeks faintly flushed as she gazed at him. "I long to abandon all restraint, to think of nothing. Can you help your elder sister with this?" "Sister, you mean you want me to?" Xing Bang wasn't entirely surprised, though a flicker of astonishment remained. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Their bond had already deepened considerably. Now, with Lady Fenghua's composure shattered, her last vestiges of restraint had likely crumbled. To her, the emperor was now nothing but an enemy. Moreover, she might never have truly loved him in the first place. Lady Fenghua gave a soft murmur of affirmation, then repeated the last two words of Xing Bang's unfinished sentence. To Xing Bang in this moment, those two words were nothing short of heavenly music. Before he could finish, Lady Fenghua pressed a delicate finger to his lips. Say no more, she whispered tenderly. I know you're no eunuch. Xing Bang smiled faintly. Sister, your discernment is truly remarkable. I am in awe. Since you've expressed a desire for lightheartedness, let us embrace the rhythm with joy. Although you have not directly broached the subject, you have not made any effort to conceal it in my presence. Otherwise, I would not have been able to perceive it. Xing Bang chuckled, admitting, that is indeed the truth. Because I trust you, I have no desire to hide anything deliberately. My intent in withholding certain truths was merely to surprise you at a pivotal moment. Xing Bang had not intentionally concealed anything during his interactions with Madame Fenghua. He harbored a certain intuition. However, he deemed it insignificant and thus paid it no mind. Is it not preferable that things are perfectly timed now? Madame Fenghua shot him a playful glance, exclaiming, You little rascal, I truly underestimated you. It seems you have harbored these thoughts for quite some time. A woman nourished by love radiates beauty in every smile and frown. In that brief moment, Xing Bang could sense that Madame Fenghua's spirits had lifted considerably. Perhaps, as she herself stated, this is a form of release and liberation. It is no wonder the adage speaks of dying under the blossoms, for even in death, one may remain charming. That cannot be the case. It is merely mutual. Xing Bang replied with a mischievous grin. It seems I am not the one pursuing this, alas. We are but victims. No more chatter, he declared, pulling Madame Fenghua into his embrace. Shall we consider a change of scenery? Fear not, for nothing untoward shall occur. And I find this place quite agreeable. This room has become a sanctuary for our familiarity and understanding. To converse about life here is undoubtedly a unique experience. Madame Fenghua responded with a soft hum, exuding a profound trust in Xing Bang. His assurance of no issues was a testament to his reliability. I speak not in vain. I am indeed a person of discretion. Their gazes locked, and Xing Bang could hear the rhythm of Madame Fenghua's heartbeat. What more could one await? Slowly, he leaned closer, and she instinctively placed her hand on his back. An hour later, no need. If you dare to give me a child, I shall not shy away, Madame Fenghua exclaimed, her emotions running high. Xing Bang, undaunted, merely inquired out of respect. In that case, who is afraid of whom? At worst, we shall leave it to fate to make the decision. We can always find a way through the shadows to the light. This journey itself is an adventure, and I welcome the thrill. I never anticipated you to be so. Madame Fenghua nearly revealed her innermost feelings in her moment of joy. I know. Xing Bang replied without hesitation. These are all undeniable truths, after all. Brand loyalty, as they say. Those who use it will sing its praises. Sister, are you still upset? Are you feeling better now? Xing Bang asked, snapping his fingers twice before Madame Fenghua. As long as you are by my side, my heart feels at ease. And I fear nothing, nor do I harbor any worries. After all, I have completely entrusted myself to you, Lady Fenghua said gently. Although there is a hint of selfishness in her words, it matters little to Xing Bang. In other words, as Lady Fenghua implies, we shall share honor and disgrace from now on. I hope you will not betray my trust. Her candid expression of such sentiments reflects an extraordinary level of trust. In truth, within this imperial harem, once the struggle begins, it signifies that one is already deeply ensnared. Sister, do you truly not mind being with child? Are you not at all afraid? Xing Bang harbored some doubts, questioning whether such words were spoken in the heat of the moment. Lady Fenghua smiled with confidence. Of course it is true. Do you think I lack composure in such circumstances? Xing Bang. Chapter 68. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. The one who understands my heart is Lady Fenghua. Xing Bang sincerely uttered these words, though she might not fully grasp certain nuances. Lady Fenghua lightly bit her lip, teasing him with a playful remark. The relationship between the two had ascended to new heights, and the intimacy in their words was vividly apparent. Their hearts had been completely laid bare, without reservation, allowing for even the most whimsical banter. This sensation was delightful. And the more they conversed, the merrier they became. Sister, after resting for half a day, are you feeling better? Xing Bang unknowingly expressed his concern once more. Lady Fenghua responded with a soft hum, pondering what more there was to say. After a busy afternoon, darkness enveloped the sky. Upon leaving Lady Fanghua, Xing Bang went directly to Bai Rushue's place. "Why have you come so early?" Bai Rushue inquired, her heart elated yet puzzled, as it was still quite early. Xing Bang smiled gently. "I missed you, and before I knew it, I found myself here." "Well, I don't believe that." On his way back to the office, he unexpectedly encountered Nangong Shui returning from the office as well. "Da Xue, where have you been?" Xing Bang asked, curious about her whereabouts. Upon reflection, he seemed to understand, and a grin spread across his face. "What mischief have you been up to?" Look at you, don't get too touchy." Nangong Shui initially bore a look of mild resentment, followed by a gasp of surprise. She did not expect Xing Bang to be so carefree on the street. "My apologies. A day apart feels like 3 autumns." Xing Bang chuckled lightly. "What bad habit is this?" Nangong Shui pouted, seemingly disappointed that Xing Bang had truly held back. "What brings you here at this hour?" "Nothing. I wasn't looking for you. I merely wanted to see if that girl Warner has been causing trouble at your place." Nangong Shui felt exposed, her thoughts laid bare, as if he were a worm in her belly, knowing everything. "I am indeed the worm in your belly. What situation do I not know?" Nangong Shui fell speechless. "I can't believe I fell for your nonsense." "So, what were you doing?" Nangong Shui retorted. Having just visited Xing Bang and encountered 2 exquisite young ladies, her daughter's chaotic explanations left her feeling uneasy. Though she didn't mind Xing Bang being with other women, it still stirred discomfort within her. Moreover, she genuinely missed him. It was utterly embarrassing. Only Nangong Shui understood that for so long, her heart had been singularly focused. However, now it felt as if it were too late to turn back. To Xing Bang, Nangong Shui appeared as an open book, her emotions and thoughts clearly written on her face, allowing for keen interpretation of her feelings. Nangong Shui and Bai Rushue, it seems, are destined to share a profound connection. Just as I was lamenting the recent addition of the He sisters, He Fengyi among them, to my abode, which appeared to be becoming quite lively, the ever-unpredictable nature of plans revealed itself. Now, however, a new strategy has emerged. Xing Bang smiled faintly and leaned closer to Nangong Shui, whispering conspiratorially in her ear. She initially furrowed her brow, but then surprisingly nodded in agreement. Chapter 69, by Rushuang and Nangong Shui, Fate? Xing Bang hadn't expected Nangong Shui to agree so readily. Indeed, the power of love is truly formidable. "All right, the Xue. You should head back first. I'll return shortly to make arrangements. But you must handle this carefully. Warner is sharp as a tack. If she catches even a hint of suspicion, I won't let you off easily." Nangong Shui reminded him with a trace of unease. Xing Bang chuckled softly. "I'm genuinely curious. How exactly do you plan to not let me off easily?" Nangong Shui shot him a glare. "You. Humph. If you dare take this lightly, I won't let you touch me anymore." Good heavens. That was a ruthless move indeed. Women truly are unreasonable creatures. Xing Bang sighed with exaggerated resignation. Nangong Shui burst into laughter, her heart swelling with warmth. His playful antics, though seemingly casual, betrayed his deep concern for the matter, and by extension, his affection for her. How could that not stir her heart? "Just remember what I said. Hurry back and make the arrangements. I'll be waiting." With a lingering smile, she turned and walked away. Women, especially those with high emotional intelligence, are truly the downfall of men. Watching Nangong Shui's graceful figure recede into the distance, Xing Bang felt an itch of anticipation clawing at his heart. Upon returning to the detention quarters, he found the 3 women engaged in lively chatter, proof that where women gathered, drama inevitably followed. "Brother Bang, you're back." Li Shaoan was the first to rise, darting to his side without a care for whether others might judge her as overly affectionate. Not that she would understand such notions, her happiness was all that mattered. He Fengyi and He Fengju quickly stood as well, their smiles fading into polite restraint. To them, Xing Bang was both benefactor and savior. Their aunt had made it clear they were to follow his every instruction. Xing Bang offered a faint smile. "Well, it's getting late. The better rooms here are limited to these 2. Feng Jiao, Fengyi, you 2 can stay here tonight. 3 men and 2 women. How would they arrange the sleeping arrangements?" Li Shaoan showed no surprise. To her, any arrangement would suffice, even if. A secret thrill flickered in her heart. But for He Fengyi and He Fengjiao, the situation was different. Having already seen Li Shaoan's room, the thought of squeezing 3 into one space was unbearable. Sleeping on the floor? Or perhaps, in He Fengyi's subconscious, the latter wasn't entirely out of the question. For their great benefactor, she was willing to offer. Naturally, He Fengji would comply as well. Though her thoughts weren't as elaborate as her sisters'. For the sake of their family's vengeance, They were prepared to sacrifice everything. The women who remained had long since sworn an oath among themselves. Xing Bang deliberately prolonged the suspense, curious about their reactions, and they proved more intriguing than he'd anticipated. Li Shaoan was predictable, but he paid special attention to the expressions of the He sisters. Though slightly uneasy, their unwavering trust was unmistakable. However, now was not the time. Xing Bang smiled faintly. Wanner, do you have any suggestions? Li Shaoan chuckled, acknowledging that the three of us could not fit into one room. Therefore, the two of them would share a room while I, Brother Bang, would have to sleep on the bed. And you would make do with the floor for one night. Who could not discern Li Shaoan's little intentions? Yet, her candidness elicited envy from the He sisters, particularly regarding her close relationship with Xing Bang. Xing Bang pursed his lips, thinking that the little girl was indeed unrestrained. If her mother found out, she might prevent him from walking altogether. Thus, it was decided. Fengyi and Fengjiao, you two shall share a room, while Shaoan will have her own. Of course, I cannot sleep on the floor. I can return to my previous room in the courtyard, which remains untouched. Upon hearing the earlier words, Li Shaoan nearly cheered. But her spirits dampened upon the latter part, as her plans crumbled in an instant. She wished to voice her objections, yet her subconscious, reminiscent of Nangong Shui, advised against it. Sisters, in that case, you may sleep in my room. It is cleaner and tidier, Li Shaoan suggested. Brother Bang, is there anything inappropriate about my proposal? Suddenly realizing the implications, she understood that Brother Bang's room was indeed meant for her. Very well, there is nothing amiss. Your consideration is commendable. This is precisely my intent. Xing Bang replied, slightly exasperated that he had not explicitly stated his wish for the sisters to occupy his room. Nevertheless, Li Shaoan's opposition was not entirely unexpected, as her reasoning was quite logical. With a playful smile, Li Shaoan declared, of course, I am Brother Bang's secretary. Xing Bang chose not to comment further, offering a brief farewell before departing. Returning to the small courtyard where he previously resided, most were still awake, yet aside from those needing to relieve themselves, few would be wandering about. The outer perimeter of the stronghold was guarded, but the interior felt devoid of life. Xiaoxi, rise. I have instructions for you. Upon hearing Xing Bang's voice, the servant girl Xiaoxi hurriedly opened the door, her attire in disarray. Brother Xing, you have returned. What are your orders? I shall sleep here tonight. Rouse 2 individuals to prepare some hot water, as I wish to take a bath shortly. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Xing Bang, now the undisputed ruler of the stronghold, commanded with authority that could awaken even the slumbering. Leaving the courtyard, he made his way directly to Bai Rushuang's quarters. Rushui, I had initially intended to bring you to the stronghold tonight, but circumstances have necessitated a change of plans. However, I have prepared a surprise for you, which I believe you will thoroughly enjoy. Shortly, you may go to the room I previously occupied, where arrangements have already been made. First, indulge in a delightful bath. Rather fortuitously, my wooden tub is larger than usual. Upon finishing, Xing Bang felt an uncontrollable urge to shout in excitement, anticipating a new experience. Bai Rushuang's cheeks flushed slightly as she chuckled. Larger? How large? Can one swim in it? Xing Bang laughed heartily. Whether one can swim, I cannot say. However, I do know that one can certainly fit a carriage. Bai Rushuang let out a soft laugh, remaining silent as she nestled closer to Xing Bang, entwining her arm with his. Alas, there was no remedy. He had encountered a remarkable woman, Bai Rushuang and Nangong Shui. A calculation of fate revealed a profound connection between the two. Whether they would feel an instant camaraderie would be revealed in due time. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Xing Bang led Bai Rushuang outside, where one could sense her underlying tension. For it had been quite some time since she had ventured beyond that room. As they passed by Madame Fenghua's quarters, Xing Bang chose not to speak. The lights within had already been extinguished, which brought Bai Rushuang a delightful surprise. She remained unaware that Madame Fenghua had also arrived here, just as she had. The courtyard was devoid of figures. Likely everyone had returned to rest after ensuring their own water supplies were tended to. Without further delay, Xing Bang guided Bai Rushuang into the room. Chapter 70. Did you not discover? Will you still resort to provocation? In the room, the bathwater had been drawn, steaming and enveloped in a misty haze. Xiaoxizi, ever attentive, had prepared the water to a scalding temperature, anticipating her return, and had thoughtfully set aside a full basin of cool water. This lad possesses the qualities of a capable steward. He shall certainly be given greater responsibilities in the future. With resolve, she hesitated no longer. It had indeed been far too long since such indulgence. Bai Rushuang leaned against the edge of the tub, her eyes gently closed, her face adorned with a charming yet sweet smile. Time slipped away in the warmth of the bath, were it not for the water turning cool. She might have lingered even longer. Perhaps this was a pleasant surprise? Bai Rushuang, momentarily lost in reverie, felt she had gained a new perspective. What? Do you harbor any objections? I just informed you about Dax Wexu, and she readily acquiesced. If she could agree, what reason had I to refuse? Bai Rushuang shot a glare at Xing Bang but readily consented, huffing, what storms have I not weathered before? At that moment, the door was gently nudged open. It was none other than Ne Gongshui. Ah, Dax Wexu, you have arrived, truly at an opportune moment. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. He had sensed Ne Gongshui's presence long before and understood she had been waiting outside for a while. It would have been awkward to call out again, after all. Upon seeing Ne Gongshui's enchanting visage, Xing Bang found it difficult to suppress his glee. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied Ne Gongshui's mind during that time. Bai Rushuang and Ne Gongshui were, of course, strangers, and they instinctively exchanged glances. This woman is genuinely stunning. Not only is she beautiful, but her figure is equally captivating. It is no wonder. As their eyes locked, both women engaged in a preliminary appraisal of one another. Without delay, Xing Bang proceeded with the introductions. Rushuang. This captivating and graceful lady is Ne Gongshui, though I typically call her Dax Wexu. And Dax Wexu, this enchanting sister of yours, is Bai Rushuang. I simply refer to her as Rushuang, as adding big seems rather awkward, and it is quite evident. You two, one frost and one snow. Is it not a curious coincidence? Moreover, both are undeniably exquisite, deserving of the title of enchanting beauties. Would you care to ascertain whether you are long-lost sisters? At this point, I shall add a small note. Dax Wexu, Rushuang is a few years your senior. Of course, I merely mention it as a reminder. The decision rests with you both. Emotional intelligence is indeed high. In this world, sisterhood is not determined solely by age, and I shall not fall for such a trap. Discussions of lineage can wait for another day. Bai Rushuang and Ne Gongshui exchanged nods, acknowledging their acquaintance. Amongst beautiful women exists an inherent camaraderie, and with Xing Bang's casual remarks, an unspoken affinity blossomed between them. Come, Dax Wexu, allow me to pour you a cup of tea to soothe your throat. Xing Bang observed the pleasant ambience and promptly poured 3 cups of tea, presenting the first cup to Ne Gongshui. Upon receiving the tea bowl, Ne Gongshui shot him a glance filled with disdain, murmuring, "Is it not because you feel guilty?" "Snow, how could you say that? My concern for you is genuine and heartfelt." Xing Bang vehemently insisted, refusing to concede, much like a stubborn pig unperturbed by boiling water. As Ne Gongshui approached him, she pinched his waist and whispered, "I had no idea you could be so provocative. Pray tell, how is it that I?" Chapter 71. Revitalization Dashyue. Do you truly believe I am such a person? We are close, thus I speak candidly. Does this not reflect our affection for one another? Xing Bang naturally comprehended what Ne Gongshui was implying. She had undoubtedly been listening attentively from outside and had been present for some time, albeit without entering. It is evident that she had been thinking of Xing Bang, and her heart could not be at ease. While she was not irate, even the most magnanimous of women may harbor a tinge of jealousy. This is trivial, merely a matter of slight discomfort. Wait, that's not right. Are you implying that I agreed without a second thought? Ne Gongshui quickly caught on, and immediately pinched Xing Bang's waist with force. Humph. You just know how to deceive, taking advantage, yet acting innocent. Ne Gongshui had indeed been somewhat anxious waiting outside. Although she was magnanimous enough not to dwell on the matter, witnessing her beloved with another woman for the first time inevitably stirred some sour feelings within her. However, she bore no ill will towards Bai Rushuang. As long as she was someone Xing Bang cherished, she would treat her as kin. In truth, it was merely a desire to feel a modicum of superiority in front of Xing Bang. Xing Bang chuckled and embraced Ne Gongshui, saying, "All right, Dashyue, do not be upset. I shall sincerely apologize to you shortly." While sweet talk is undoubtedly significant, tangible actions hold even greater importance. The following day, before dawn, I ask you both, do you not regard me as a person? Must you both elevate your legs so arrogantly? If this continues, I shall resort to discipline, making you reflect upon your actions. Xing Bang was genuinely irked. The two exchanged smiles, finally lowering their legs. Who does not enjoy a comfortable arrangement? After lingering a bit longer, as dawn approached, Ne Gongshui decided to leave, and Xing Bang escorted Bai Rushuang back. He also intended to visit Wan Yin and when time permitted. Upon returning to the small courtyard, the first task for Xiao Shizi upon waking was to prepare a wash for Xing Bang. Xing Ge, Did you add any medicinal herbs to your bath last night? Xiao Shizi inquired, preparing to discard the water from Xing Bang's bath, but noticed something peculiar and scooped a handful with his hand. Undoubtedly, it was not mud from his body. Otherwise, Xiao Shizi would not have found it so strange. Xing Bang watched as Xiao Shizi sniffed with curiosity. Nearly unable to suppress a laugh, he cleared his throat and said, yes, I did use a little something to invigorate the mind. Xiao Shizi washed his hands and murmured softly, such an odd medicinal herb. It has a faint, peculiar scent. Xing Bang was rendered speechless. This lad had quite the keen nose, detecting even the remnants from the previous night. After Xing Bang completed his personal grooming, he reflected on how many of Bai Ruo Shuang's wishes had been fulfilled. However, there remained an important matter yet to be discussed and settled. Considering she must be feeling hungry, he instructed the cook to prepare some porridge. Lacking particularly exquisite ingredients, he simply added some white fungus and red dates, intending to bring it to her shortly. Naturally, he also intended to deliver a portion to Nangong Shui, despite her superior physical constitution compared to Bai Ruo Shuang. He believed in equitable treatment. To speak candidly, Nangong Shui bore a heavier burden, as Bai Ruo Shuang had been confined indoors for an extended period, neglecting her physical well-being. Soon, after the porridge was ready, Xing Bang divided it into 2 portions, and no one dared to voice any objections as he made his way to Nangong Shui's quarters. Upon entering, he noticed her initial surprise, but as she caught sight of the porridge he carried, a hint of shyness overcame her. Xing Bang closed the door behind him and, with a playful smile, remarked, "What is this? It seems." Chapter 72. My lord, I wish to stay in the palace a little longer. In this fleeting moment, Xing Bang chuckled heartily. Stop being so serious. To be honest, I am feeling a tad hungry. Nangong Shui shot him a glance, her mind incessantly occupied by thoughts of him. Her immediate reaction was to assume he had come for another reason, yet the morning's exuberance felt rather ostentatious. However, perhaps she had misjudged. A warmth enveloped her heart. Realizing this mischievous fellow had thoughtfully brought her breakfast so early, regardless of what he had brought, she vowed to savor every bite. The aroma was delightful. As Nangong Shui opened the copper food container, her appetite surged. Yet, she refrained from indulging immediately, instead directing her gaze toward another food container belonging to Xing Bang. All right. Hurry and deliver this to Ru Shuang. She must be hungry by now. How do you know it's for Ru Shuang? It could very well be for Wan Er later. He retorted, a hint of mischief in his voice. Don't be ridiculous. Just hurry and take it to Ru Shuang before it gets cold, she urged, pushing him up from his seat. Before long, Xing Bang arrived at Bai Ru Shuang's side, her heart touched by such considerate affection. No one had ever treated her with such thoughtfulness. Indeed, she was quite hungry and quickly finished the silver fungus and red date porridge. My lord, I am truly happy. Bai Ru Shuang whispered sweetly, nestled in his embrace. It was the first time she had formally addressed him as her husband. Previously, she had refrained from doing so, fearing it might impose some psychological burden on him. Furthermore, their relationship lacked substantial foundation, leaving her feeling somewhat unworthy of such a title. Now, however, everything had changed, every inch of her being felt wholly his. Xing Bang gently patted her back, assuring her, you will be even happier in the days to come. This is merely the beginning, the best days are still ahead. Bai Ru Shuang responded with a soft hum. My lord, encountering you has filled me with contentment, regardless of the circumstances. Let us not dwell on that. I intend to escort you out of the palace soon, he stated. But once we leave, Bai Ru Shuang suddenly tightened her embrace around him, a reluctant expression crossing her face. She thought to herself that if they could remain like this forever, she would gladly stay in the palace for eternity. Such a notion, however, was clearly impractical, yet she found herself entangled in conflicting emotions, her mindset having drastically shifted since the first time Xing Bang broached the subject. I understand your feelings. Rest assured, this is only temporary. I would never abandon you outside the palace. I will seize any suitable opportunity to visit you, he reassured her, fully aware of her reluctance to part ways. Could we perhaps delay a bit longer? The thought of being separated for an extended period is unbearable. I truly don't wish to in this fervent moment of longing. Bai Ru Shuang could hardly contain her emotions. Although life here was somewhat austere, the joy of seeing each other daily was an irreplaceable treasure. After leaving the palace, she understood in her heart that it wasn't as simple as returning home. Once out, she might have to depart again in haste. The mere thought of such agony was unbearable. Xing Bang could fully comprehend Bai Ru Shuang's sentiments. Having endured prolonged suppression with no hope in sight, she had grown accustomed to many things over time, her sole desire being to escape this wretched place. Yet now, The flames of love had been kindled, burning fervently at their peak. The anguish of imminent separation was naturally unbearable, especially for someone of her age. Very well. Since it must be so, let us delay a little longer. A few more days would make no difference. My only concern is your suffering here, and the fear that prolonged delay might bring unforeseen changes. I understand your heart, she murmured. I do not wish to burden you with worry. Yet I cannot easily reconcile myself to this. My lord, I suddenly have a thought, though I hesitate to voice it. Bai Rushuang's expression was fraught with conflict. You are my woman. Speak freely. If it is within my power, I shall grant it without fail. My lord, I wish to stay a while longer. If I could conceive your child, I would await you outside with joy in my heart. This had long been her desire. With a man as formidable as her lord. Surely it would not take long? Very well, I promise you. For me, this is but a trifling matter. Xing Bang did not deliberate further, recognizing Bai Rushuang's sincerity. Besides, it was no great challenge. Bai Rushuang gave a soft murmur of assent. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. I believe it shall not take long. This is no impulsive whim. These days are most opportune, which is why the thought occurred to me, deepening my reluctance to part. It is also my deepest wish. Ah, so that is it. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. You are indeed thoughtful and meticulous. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Previously, Xing Bang had let nature take its course. Yet his cultivation arts contained records of a method. By channeling spiritual energy at the crucial moment, one could greatly enhance the chances of conception. Moreover, the child born would possess exceptional talent, with a high likelihood of inheriting a unique constitution. Bai Rushuang exhaled in profound relief. My lord, I trust you completely. Xing Bang frowned slightly. Ah, I nearly overlooked something. Regarding the maidservant who will attend you after leaving the palace, it would be unwise to purchase one haphazardly. I must personally select someone utterly reliable. On this matter, several suitable candidates came to mind, individuals he could trust without reservation. Chapter 73. The arrogant princesses made the arrangements were settled, and Xing Bang did not linger at Bai Rushuang's place. It was best to maintain a low profile during the day, especially with someone expected to bring food shortly. Most importantly, the soundproofing of the room was surely inadequate. Upon returning to the violent chamber, the sisters Feng Yi and Feng Jiao were already awake. They respectfully bowed upon Xing Bang's entrance. Where is Wanner? She must not still be asleep, I presume. With that thought, Xing Bang prepared to check on her, but suddenly recalled that it would be rather inappropriate to act so casually in front of the sisters, halting his step. She did rise early, but with nothing to occupy her, she returned to sleep. From her appearance, it seems she did not rest well, Feng Yi explained. Very well, let her continue to sleep. Clearly, Li Shaoan was indeed asleep. Otherwise, she would have responded to his voice. This girl was becoming increasingly preoccupied. It might be worth discussing this matter with Nangong Shui at some point, or perhaps it would be best to let things unfold naturally in the future. A young woman must not linger too long, and there is little that can be done about it. Surely, Nangong Shui would understand. Masterly, what do you think we sisters ought to do? For now, there is nothing required of you. In the future, do not feel so formal. Feel free to be more relaxed in my presence, as you can see with Wanner. After speaking, Xing Bang gestured to the vacant seats beside him, indicating for the two of them to sit down. The sisters could perceive that Xing Bang was quite easygoing, and at this moment, they sincerely believed that simply following his lead was sufficient. They were uncertain of where else to turn. After a brief period of light conversation, Xiao Jin rushed in, covering his face in a flurry of anxiety, panting as he spoke. Master Xing, a palace maid has arrived at the door. I noticed she wasn't one of our violent chamber people, so I approached to inquire. She is looking for you, and upon my announcement, she struck me with a sharp tongue, demanding you come to her immediately. Which palace maid is so audacious? Xing Bang sprang to his feet, sensing that this visitor bore ill intentions. Xiao Jin, you usually appear quite astute, yet in critical moments, why does your mind fail to engage? Think about it. How could a palace maid arrive here without cause? She must have been sent by her mistress. Instead of announcing her arrival, she should have been escorted directly. What were you thinking? If you attract the ire of some significant figure from the inner palace, I might find myself in trouble due to your negligence. Master, it's not that I lack discernment. I merely thought you had several young ladies in your quarters, hence. Xiao Jin replied with an aggrieved expression. Enough of your excuses. Regardless, you must learn to be adaptable and understand the nuances of situations. Otherwise, one day, you might find yourself in dire straits without understanding how it occurred. Xing Bang spoke candidly. He recognized that Xiao Jin possessed some potential that could be nurtured. Hearing this, Xiaojin felt somewhat reassured. At least Master Xing still regarded him favorably, and he acknowledged that he could indeed have handled the situation more adeptly. Xing Bang instructed the two sisters, He Fengyi, to return to their quarters while he ventured outside to discern the identity of the unexpected visitor. To his astonishment, the newcomer was indeed a palace maid, adorned in vibrant attire and possessing striking beauty. Notably, this maid exhibited considerable cultivation, boasting a formidable 7th-level foundation, making her the most powerful palace maid he had encountered thus far. Moreover, the Fenghua Baojian exhibited unusual activity, heightening the gravity of the situation. Greetings, esteemed lady. I am Xing Bang, the steward of this establishment. How may I serve you? He inquired. Her retort was sharp. You speak with more coherence than your inept subordinate. However, one must question the significance of a mere steward requiring an announcement for one's presence. The palace maid's demeanor was decidedly arrogant, offering no respect whatsoever. My subordinate is merely inexperienced. I beg your pardon on their behalf, Xing Bang replied, albeit perplexed by the circumstances. The palace maid's audacity suggested she had considerable backing. Enough pleasantries, accompany me at once. She commanded. What business do you have? I must request clarity, for as a mere steward, I cannot abandon my post without cause. Xing Bang countered, wishing to avoid conflict yet unwilling to comply blindly, especially given her haughty disposition. Is your reasoning so sound that you dare to challenge me? I am a handmaiden to the Grand Princess, and her summons necessitates your presence. Does that suffice? The palace maid, while aware of propriety, maintained her insolent attitude. Very well. Lead the way, esteemed lady, Xing Bang conceded, despite his confusion over the Grand Princess, wondering what connection could exist between her and a lowly eunuch like himself. Reluctantly, he followed her, allowing her arrogance to prevail. Follow me, she instructed, turning on her slender waist as she walked ahead. Xing Bang contemplated taking advantage of her distraction to knock her down. Beautiful figure, Meng Yudi, age, 22, identity, handmaiden to the Grand Princess, charm, 93, max, 100. Strength, 7th level foundation, affinity progress, 1, gain, 1 experience point hour. Her unpleasant demeanor made it fortunate that her affinity was not at an outright 0. Yet, the issue lay in her exquisite grace. If the handmaidens around the Grand Princess were so striking, one could only imagine the princess herself. Once recorded in the Fenghua Baojian, escape from her influence seemed inevitable. Esteemed lady, if the Grand Princess has specific instructions, it would suffice to convey them without necessitating my presence in person, Xing Bang suggested, believing a dialogue would be more beneficial. Moreover, the journey to the inner palace would be lengthy, and such a one-sided trek would become tedious. There is a reason for your summons. Simply follow me. Are you afraid? Meng Yudi did not glance back. Fear is not the issue. I have been diligent in my duties at the steward's quarters, and I believe the Grand Princess has no reason to hold grievances against a mere eunuch. My curiosity is piqued, and I find myself both honored and astonished. Humph, you are quite eloquent for a humble eunuch. Meng Yudi did not harbor any disdain for Xing Bang. In fact, upon encountering him, she felt a flicker of admiration. However, as she was tasked with a mission, she could not afford to provoke the wrath of the Crown Princess and thus refrained from displaying any favorable demeanor. Thank you for your kind words, dear sister. Might I request a gentle reminder to prevent any unintentional offense to the Crown Princess? Such an act would be a grave transgression indeed. Nevertheless, Xing Bang had already sensed that trouble loomed on the horizon, though he remained oblivious to the specifics. Rest assured, before you meet the Crown Princess, I shall ensure you are thoroughly enlightened. Do not inquire further. Simply follow my lead, and we shall arrive shortly. Xing Bang was increasingly aware that something was amiss. Chapter 74. Meng Yudi, you underestimate me. Xing Bang had already sensed that this seemed like a conspiracy. What could the eldest princess possibly want with him that required a face-to-face meeting? This was far too unusual. Fortunately, Meng Yudi was no match for him. Otherwise, he might have been slightly concerned. Before long, Meng Yudi came to a halt in front of the Qingyang Hall. Xing Bang wondered, was she really going inside? The old eunuch Wu Jing had once told him about this place. It was where the emperor sought respite from the summer heat. The reason it was situated near the Yiyu court, somewhat removed from the inner palace, was for the emperor's convenience in summoning the more alluring female prisoners held there. In essence, the Qingliang Hall was where the emperor indulged in fleeting pleasures whenever melancholy struck, a fleeting novelty, one might say. The crucial detail was that Wu Jing had explicitly warned him no one was permitted to enter the Qingyang Hall without the emperor's express permission or his own. It was worth noting that Wan Yinran's residence was not far from here, though, before she could ever receive the Emperor's favor, she had already become Xing Bang's woman. To his surprise, Meng Yuti stepped inside. She turned back, noticing his hesitation. "What are you standing around for? Come in, sister. I'm well aware of this place. No one enters without imperial decree." Xing Bang suspected a trap. Was she luring him into some scheme? "Everyone knows that," Meng Yuti replied coolly. "But my mistress, the eldest princess, is an exception. She may enter at will. This place is quiet. She often practices her swordplay here." "Didn't he, you know?" Xing Bang shook his head. This humble servant was unaware. "So, the eldest princess is inside now?" Meng Yuti smirked. "What else did you think? Aside from His Majesty's rare visits, this place is deserted year-round. If the princess weren't here, would you and I be meeting for a tryst? I wouldn't mind." "What did you say?" Xing Bang had muttered the words under his breath. But Meng Yuti's sharp hearing caught them. She shot him a glare. "And nothing. Only that. A beauty like you, sister. Ethereal as a celestial maiden. Who wouldn't admire you? Naturally, even this lowly one is no exception. Though such thoughts are but dreams. Forgive my impertinence." Since she had already heard, there was no point in denial. Flattery wouldn't kill him, would it? Indeed, women thrived on such praise. Meng Yuti didn't seem truly angered, merely rolling her eyes. "Enough idle chatter. Get inside." "Sister, are you certain I'm allowed? This is no jest. One misstep could cost me my head. Then you'd lose an admirer. You, get in here now, or I'll strangle you where you stand." Meng Yuti was exasperated. Who knew this little eunuch could be so silver-tongued? Strangely enough, his words were rather pleasing. Very well. At least now Xing Bang was certain this wasn't some elaborate trap. After all, even an invincible man must bide his time and grow in secret. With a resolute heart, Xing Bang stepped inside, knowing he could not evade his fate. Perhaps it was not entirely a misfortune, for he bore no grudge against the esteemed princess. Truly, this place was fit for an emperor. It revealed a hidden paradise. Before him lay a grand artificial lake, adjacent to a magnificent hall, likely the leisure retreat of the imperial father. Strangely, not a soul was in sight. Once his strength had burgeoned, he could secretly bring his sister here for a delightful excursion, promising an experience unlike any other, indulging in the emperor's pleasures within the grand hall. Dream Yuti led Xing Bang directly to the lakeside, aptly named the Cool Palace, where the air grew refreshingly crisp as they approached the water. On hot days, this hall indeed provided a perfect refuge from the heat. The lake stretched endlessly, its depths unknown. As Xing Bang pondered the whereabouts of the princess, who was said to be practicing swordplay within the hall, he saw no trace of her. He chose to remain observant, confident in his newfound strength. Without uttering a word, Dream Yuti guided him to a pavilion near the lake, where a small boat awaited by the water's edge. "This shall suffice," she declared, standing at the water's brink, her dress billowing in the gentle breeze, resembling a celestial being. "Sister, are we to wait for the princess here?" Xing Bang queried, perplexed and somewhat irked by the uncertainty of their purpose, wishing instead that he could simply enjoy a rendezvous with Dream Yuti. "To be frank, the princess is not here. She remains within the palace, and it is I who brought you here," Dream Yuti revealed, inhaling the refreshing air with delight. "It has been long since my last visit. The atmosphere is truly invigorating. The princess is absent, so what purpose do I serve here? Surely, you do not mean to take me on an outing?" Xing Bang remained bewildered, noticing Dream Yuti's calm demeanor as she seemed to lose herself in the scenery. Turning to him, she teased, "You think rather fancifully, do you not? However, you ought to express your gratitude to me for bringing you to this place. Without my intervention, you would never have set foot here. Therefore, when I make my move shortly, do not hold it against me." "What? You intend to strike me?" he exclaimed, as Dream Yuti clenched her fist, adopting a stance of readiness. "Wait, sister, even if you plan to harm me, surely there must be a reason?" His mind raced with a torrent of thoughts. Yet he remained composed, knowing that subduing Dream Yuti would be a trivial matter, provided he clarified whether the princess had indeed sent her. "I would never kill you. But a sound thrashing is undoubtedly inescapable. To be honest, you are quite handsome," she remarked playfully. "Rest assured, I will leave you looking like a pig's head." "Sister, surely there is a reason behind your actions. Please elucidate. If I have offended you in any way, I would accept my fate without complaint, even if I am beaten to the point of being unrecognizable to my own mother." Xing Bang wore an expression of helplessness, realizing that she intended to strike first and ask questions later. Confronted with such an unpredictable character and a willful, unreasonable young woman, Were there still any laws to adhere to? I simply shall not divulge anything. You must figure it out on your own, she declared. Sister, should you continue to act so recklessly, I cannot allow you to strike me without cause. If I inadvertently retaliate and cause you harm, do not weep. Xing Bang resigned herself to the situation, recognizing that the girl was resolute in her silence. Unable to tolerate further antics, she decided to confront her right then and there. Knowing that no one would intervene, giggling uncontrollably, Meng Yuti erupted into laughter, her entire being shaking with mirth. Harm me? You audacious little eunuch truly amuses me. You have no idea how many I have slain while following the princess in the southern territories. With that, Meng Yuti let out a chapter 75. You, a mere eunuch, are truly repulsive. Alas, this little vixen, Dream Rain Butterfly, is quick to strike. Having resolved to confront her, I cannot simply stand by and absorb her blows. Her speed is commendable. Had she been up against an ordinary person, she would have landed a hit. However, Xing Bang is no ordinary individual, and his prowess surpasses hers significantly. To him, her punches resemble those of a mere child, easily evaded with a deft sidestep. Dream Rain Butterfly's strike missed its mark, and instead of continuing her assault, she wore a look of astonishment. You are a martial artist, she exclaimed. With a slight smile, Xing Bang replied. Do you still intend to fight? How can a newly entered eunuch possess such skills? Her surprise deepened. It was evident that she had underestimated him. A newly arrived eunuch could not possibly attain such mastery, even with guidance after entering the palace. It is implausible for a genius to surpass her abilities in such a short time. Perhaps you should reconsider your own predicament, he suggested. Are you truly going to kill me to silence me? Realizing the implications of his words, Dream Rain Butterfly understood her previous question was redundant. This man clearly harbored secrets he wished to conceal. Not necessarily, Xing Bang replied with a knowing smile. What do you intend to do? Dream Rain Butterfly, a seasoned warrior on the battlefield, exuded a certain aura. She knew that in this secluded location, her cries for help would likely go unheard, and escape was nearly impossible. She had chosen this place, hoping that if she were to fight, no one would witness her struggle against Xing Bang. To ensure a permanent solution, the most effective course of action would be to eliminate you. However, given your enchanting beauty, I would not simply dispose of you without consideration. Surely, you understand. To speak candidly, I genuinely wish to keep you around. Tell me, what might compel you to be utterly devoted to me? Humph. I never anticipated you to be such a lustful eunuch. However, you're mistaken. I, Dream Rain Butterfly, am not one to cower before death. Nor will I submit to humiliation. If it comes to it, I would rather take my own life than grant you the satisfaction. Dream Rain Butterfly quickly grasped his meaning. His gaze left little room for misinterpretation. Xing Bang chuckled softly. You think you can intimidate me? Today, dear sister, I shall enlighten you. Should you choose to end your life, I shall not interfere. But once you have departed this world, it will no longer be in your hands. Tell me, are you afraid? Indeed, Dream Rain Butterfly's eyes widened in terror. Are you even human? Her scalp prickled with dread. The revelation was utterly unexpected and unlike anything she had ever heard. The very thought filled her with humiliation, prompting her to dismiss any notions of surrender. What does it matter whether one is human or ghost? Moreover, I have not provoked you. It is you who boldly brought me here. At this juncture, I am quite curious about how I have managed to offend you or the princess. To this day, Xing Bang remains perplexed by this entire situation. Undoubtedly, you have entangled us, yet I shall refrain from disclosing the details. However, I must remind you that should any harm befall me, do you truly believe the princess would let you off the hook? This presents quite a conundrum. Although I possess no solid evidence, the suspicion certainly falls heavily upon me. Nevertheless, if I were to release you, would I not be the one to suffer misfortune? Xing Bang feigned a hint of concern. For such an obvious truth should not elude him, yet he was confident that such a scenario would not transpire. He was merely engaged in psychological warfare at this point. I harbor no significant malice towards you. I merely intended to teach you a lesson. The princess values talent and is not devoid of alternatives. If you were to align yourself with her, I assure you that I would keep your transgressions confidential, and we could potentially become good friends in the future. Meng Yuti discerned that Xing Bang was not entirely without reservations and was attempting to sow discord. Your proposition is intriguing, however. I must correct you. Let us not wait for a future friendship. Why not become friends today? Xing Bang smiled slightly, opting not to engage in further banter. Prioritizing the matter at hand, for this was fundamentally a matter of principle. Very well, as long as we reach an agreement. We can indeed become friends at this very moment. and I shall promptly take you to meet the princess." Meng Yuti evidently did not fully grasp the underlying implications of Xing Bang's words. However, Xing Bang did not require her immediate understanding. It sufficed that she would eventually come to a profound realization and be steadfastly loyal. This would yield the best outcome, allowing her to connect with the princess. Of course, this approach may not be the most prudent, yet he was unwilling to play the fool, enduring a beating before gradually ingratiating himself. It seemed wiser to seize the day rather than postpone. Boarding the train before purchasing a ticket hardly seemed a flaw for the protagonist, did it? All right. My demands are rather simple. Observe how splendid the scenery is here, devoid of interruptions. Let us engage in a meaningful dialogue to foster our relationship. Once we have developed a deeper understanding of one another, does it not make more sense to discuss collaboration? With that, Xing Bang approached Meng Yuti with a cheerful demeanor. What do you intend to do? Xing Bang's gaze was lecherous, and instinctively, Meng Yuti's innate sensitivity kicked in, prompting her to be on guard. Naturally, I intend to pursue what I desire. What else could it be? I have made my intentions clear. Should you stubbornly resist and test when Xing Bang said to take advantage while it's still warm, she immediately understood. However, she never expected this audacious eunuch to be so brazenly shameless. How utterly repulsive. Have you even tasted it before? Stay away if you come any closer. I'll jump in. Meng Yuti retreated step by step until she reached the lakeshore, with nowhere left to go but into the water. Xing Bang paid no heed. Taunting her with a smirk, "Go ahead and jump. Drenched and dripping, wouldn't you look even more captivating? Don't worry, with me here, you want to drown. Don't push me, I'll really do it." Half of Meng Yuti's foot already hovered over the water's edge. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined encountering such a scoundrel, and of all people, a eunuch. Jump, hurry up. If you don't, I might just give you a little push. Chapter 76. You, carry me to the water's edge. What do you truly desire? Meng Yuti thought. Realizing that even if she became drenched like a drowned rat, escape was futile, and she indeed harbored a certain fear of water. Well then, let us see how cooperative you can be, Xing Bang said with a smile, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Meng Yuti had long discerned his ulterior motives. Yet it seemed she had no alternatives. Running was not an option, and she was no match for him in a confrontation. Resignation set in after all. What harm could a mere eunuch inflict? With a soft exhale, she resolved to acquiesce. Am I handsome? Meng Yuti furrowed her brow, clearly taken aback. Yet her instinct compelled her to speak the truth, perhaps as a means of self-assessment. He was indeed striking and dignified. Not only in the palace, but even among the multitude she had encountered, few could rival him. Xing Bang chuckled, urging her to provide a succinct answer rather than rambling on. I speak nothing but the truth. Meng Yuti found herself at a loss for words. Incredulous at his audacity. Do you like me? A hint of affection exists. This candid admission escaped her lips. After all, who could remain unmoved by such a dashing figure? Since you harbor feelings, I shall reluctantly allow you to win my affection, Meng Yuti thought to herself. Xing Bang's expression darkened slightly. Does the prospect of a great fortune leave you feeling disadvantaged? Very well. As long as it pleases you, I shall accompany you. Meng Yuti felt a surge of indignation. Who was truly at a disadvantage here? Such a straightforward principle expressed so pompously, how could one possess such brazen shamelessness? Fine, I shall heed your words. Can we establish some terms? Meng Yuti had acclimated to the atmosphere, no longer fixating on the process. Come, let us speak in the hall. As they conversed, Xing Bang wrapped an arm around her slender waist, noting her delicate form, which was pleasing to him. He did not favor overly robust women. Upon entering the hall, he casually leaned against a corner pillar and gestured for Meng Yuti to sit beside him, unceremoniously placing his leg over hers. Having stood for quite some time, his legs had grown numb. By the way, I have no connection with your esteemed princess. Why have you suddenly come to trouble me? Your Lady Rome, the wet nurse of the princess, was insulted by you, and thus the princess, feeling humiliated, sent me to teach you a lesson that you might remember in the future. So it was that old witch, Rome. Xing Bang scoffed. This wretched woman should be prepared for consequences. Upon my return, I shall deal with her decisively. Do you have any objections? None. Meng Yuti did not hesitate. She was hardly in a position to voice dissent, and her sentiments toward Rome were not deeply rooted. Her anger was merely in defense of the princess's honor. Xing Bang chose not to elaborate further on Rome, for if she chose to disregard her own well-being, she could hardly blame him for being ruthless. As for how to explain to the princess, once dream rain butterfly is subdued, she will naturally find a reason to cover it up. Well, if you do not require my assistance, I shall take my leave. Xing Bang picked up Dream Rain Butterfly's undergarment, merely tending to his own affairs, before carelessly tossing it back in front of her. I do not need your support. But are you truly leaving so brazenly? Even though Dream Rain Butterfly possessed a resilient spirit, she remained a flesh and blood woman, and a flicker of disappointment lingered within her. Did we not agree beforehand? I have done what I ought to. Since you have chosen not to silence me, this is how matters stand. I believe there is no need for further elaboration. You may report back to your princess while I return to deal with Rong Momo. As for whether we shall meet again or rekindle our past, let fate take its course. Though Xing Bang's words were somewhat heartless, they inadvertently left a glimmer of hope in her heart, reconciling once more. A woman's sensitivity would surely hold on to such a phrase. Are you not afraid I will return and disclose your actions to the princess? Dream Rain Butterfly was utterly perplexed by the man before her. How he could treat such significant matters with such nonchalance. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. His very words indicated that he would not speak of it. Do you believe simply because I say you should not report it, you will heed my words? It seems our bond is not yet so profound. At best, we have mutually inflicted wounds upon one another. Since I have chosen to spare you, I shall honor my promise. As for your intentions, I cannot control them. So why must I plead with you to smooth over matters? Having said his piece, Xing Bang turned to leave. Feeling that all that needed to be expressed had been conveyed, it was now up to her to ponder over it at her own pace. He trusted she would come to understand. Stop right there. Dream Rain Butterfly's voice, laced with indignation and a hint of melancholy, called out from behind. What is it? Do you require my assistance in dressing, or perhaps a farewell escort? Xing Bang turned back, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. Observing the disheveled and weary visage of Dream Rain Butterfly stirred a pang of sympathy within him, for she was indeed a genuine beauty. However, this was not a time for softness. You, carry me to the water's edge, Dream Rain Butterfly implored, a delicate expression gracing her face as she lightly bit her crimson lip. Chapter 77, Dreaming of Butterfly Rain. No man is worthy. What do you intend to do? Xing Bang perceived that she would not act recklessly, yet he retorted impulsively. You've reduced me to this state. Is it not permissible for me to cleanse myself by the water's edge? Myd yearned to grasp his arm and sink her teeth into it. Feeling as though she bore the weight of a grand transgression, entirely self-inflicted. How could she not feel a twinge of injustice? Moreover, it was still broad daylight, and she hadn't even donned her disheveled attire. And what of her intimate undergarment? Scoundrel, vile scoundrel. The more she contemplated, the angrier she grew, especially at his apparent indifference. Very well. Xing Bang strode over and lifted Myd into his arms. Why do you not evade or utter a word? In her fury, Myd bit down on Xing Bang's neck without a second thought. Yet, he didn't even flinch. Her surprise caused her to release her grip, though a trace of blood still emerged. Is it not normal for a woman to exhibit a bit of temper? As a man, I shall not hold it against you. A bite or two cannot slay me. Xing Bang spoke with a rugged demeanor, though it didn't hurt. His physique was indeed sturdier than most. Myd paused. Did you truly express concern for me, feeling remorse? A flicker of warmth ignited within her, as she had a fondness for men of valor. In this regard, he stirred something profound within her, even inspiring admiration. Xing Bang exhaled softly. This is merely my honest sentiment. Besides, as the saying goes, a night as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Myd's lips moved, as if she wished to speak. But upon gazing at Xing Bang, she held her tongue. At that moment, they arrived at the water's edge. Just place me in the water. Then turn around. You are not permitted to peek. Very well. Xing Bang acquiesced, setting Myd down by the water and turning his back. He also placed her clothing nearby to dry. Do not leave. We shall speak once I am ready. Myd called after Xing Bang's retreating figure, her concern surfacing that he might depart unexpectedly. His indifference was truly enigmatic to her. Listening to the cascading water behind her, Xing Bang felt an urge to join in the swim, having yet to experience the water. It must be said, Myd was indeed invigorating. Am I to become pregnant? As Myd immersed herself in the refreshing water, this thought crossed her mind, sending shivers down her spine, prompting her to take the matter more seriously. She endeavored to erase deeper imprints. After some time, with the sound of water subsiding, Xing Bang broke the silence. Would you like my assistance? No, do not turn around. After soaking in the cool water, Myd felt her mind clear and her strength renewed, secretly channeling her energy to expedite the evaporation of the water on her body. A little while later, fully dressed, Myd approached Xing Bang, declaring, We are ready to depart. Xing Bang cast a glance at her, then instinctively turned back to look again. The ground lay barren, devoid of any objects. Could it be that the soiled undergarment had been donned once more? What are you looking at? I tossed it into the water. Meng Yuti blurted out, only to realize that she had inadvertently confessed. Truly, she was still rather naive in this regard. What did you throw into the water? Do you want me to retrieve it for you? Xing Bang suppressed a laugh, fully aware that it had undoubtedly ended up on her person, though she feigned embarrassment. After all, it was her personal belonging, not something to be carelessly discarded, especially considering the possibility that it bore her scent, evoking memories of her. Could it be so? Retrieve it yourself, Meng Yuti exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with shame. Why bring that up? It's infuriating. We are civilized individuals. After all, there is no need for such coarse language. Xing Bang was far from angry. Instead, he found her words endearing, a reflection of a spirited woman. The essence of culture remains ever potent. Meng Yuti scoffed. Now you speak of civility? Just moments ago, while striking me in the pavilion, you were spewing foul language. So you wish to expose my flaws, do you? If that's the case, we must have a proper discussion, Xing Bang replied. It merely illustrates that the depth of Chinese characters is profound. You simply have not taken the time to appreciate it. Next time, I shall delve deeply into this matter with you. You be silent. Let us consider this issue settled. Meng Yuti's expression tightened as she retorted, recalling more than she intended, which was not her original intent. What a scoundrel you are, with your myriad of clever tricks and reasoning. Xing Bang merely shook his head, choosing not to engage further. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady, and one's strength should be wielded wisely. The two soon exited the cool pavilion. Are you certain you wish to eliminate Mama Roan? Meng Yuti inquired just as Xing Bang was about to turn away. Without a hint of hesitation, he replied. A vile old hag like her is a menace to society. I cannot allow her to remain. Humph, and yet you do not even bother to ask for her name. Truly, men are all the same. My name is Meng Yuti, you scoundrel. We shall see how this unfolds. With that, Meng Yuti turned on her heel in a huff. Xing Bang could only manage a wry smile. I am aware. You simply do not realize that I know. If you have the ability, do not inform me. He thought, do not accuse me of pretentiousness. I merely possess a modicum of skill in managing women. Returning to the punishment chamber, he went directly to the drying yard. After surveying the area and finding no sign of the old woman, he casually grabbed a female prisoner and inquired, Where is Mama Roan? The prisoner quickly responded respectfully. In answer to your question, Mama Roan is resting in her quarters. Take me to her. The prisoner calm Xing Bang let out a cold snort. Had I not calm? How would I have known the extent of your usual tyranny, daring to break my rules? Sir, I am old now. Please show some mercy for the sake of the eldest princess, pleaded Matron Roan, who, failing in her duties, now resorted to invoking the princess's name, a matter that could be deemed either grave or trivial. Xing Bang ignored her and instead addressed the convict woman who had guided him and still lingered at the door. Listen, from this moment onward, you shall take over Matron Roan's duties. This wretched servant is lazy, ignorant of rules, and even dares to drag the eldest princess into her insolent tongue. You first give her 50 heavy slaps and teach that foul mouth of hers a proper lesson. Yes, many thanks for your grace, master. Henceforth, this lowly convict shall obey your every command without fail. The woman had never imagined that merely guiding the way would lead to such fortune. Matron Roan had often tormented her, hurling insults like harlot and wanton wench. Now, at last, she could vent her long-suppressed fury. Help! Someone, help me! Matron Roan suddenly began screaming for rescue. Chapter 78. The beautiful heroine Li Lizzie at Gongquan Palace. A stunning woman was practicing swordplay in the courtyard. This woman was none other than Princess Li Lizzie, truly a name that befits her, possessing an innate beauty that could captivate a nation. As she was yet unmarried, she resided in the palace, excelling in both literary and martial pursuits, and was greatly favored and esteemed by the current emperor. Today, she had just returned from quelling the rebellion in the southern borders. Not only did she hold immense prestige among the southern army defending the borders, but she was also a figure that instilled terror in the enemy nation of Nanchu, for with Li Lizzie present, her power surpassed that of 100,000 troops. This time, when the Nanchu army invaded the borders, she managed to defeat them decisively and restore peace in less than 15 days. After returning to the palace, Meng Yuti saw Li Lizzie practicing her swordplay in the courtyard and chose not to interrupt, instead standing quietly to observe. After a while, Meng Yuti felt a dull ache in her body and hoped that the princess would finish soon. As she yearned to report the matters at hand and then return to her chambers to rest, hoping to not arouse any suspicion in the princess. Yuti, how did the task go? Did you give that little eunuch a thorough beating? Although I am not particularly fond of that wet nurse. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. That little eunuch has shown blatant disrespect towards me. Lizzie's approach to matters was always unconventional, preferring to resolve issues directly when possible. Meng Yuti sighed in relief and quickly approached Lizzie, bowing respectfully, but before she could report, Yuti, what is the matter? Why do you seem so light on your feet? Surely dealing with a mere eunuch could not have exhausted you to this extent? Lizzie scrutinized Meng Yuti with a furrowed brow. Replying to the princess, I inadvertently twisted my waist earlier, and it aches a bit. Meng Yuti thought to herself, lamenting her clumsiness, as her efforts to appear normal had not gone unnoticed by the princess. How foolish of me. I must be more careful next time. Lizzie did not press further, being a woman of iron will and unrestrained spirit. And having never experienced the complexities of romantic entanglements, she could not fathom that her close maid might have encountered trouble in broad daylight. Meng Yuti exhaled quietly, offering a slight smile in acceptance of Lizzie's reprimand. Princess, I have dealt with that little eunuch, however. There is a matter for which I must request the princess's punishment. Do not hesitate. Speak freely about whatever it is. Lizzie seated herself upon a stone chair beside a stone table, gesturing for Meng Yuti to sit as well. This simple exchange revealed that despite Meng Yuti's status as a maid, the bond between her and Lizzie was exceptionally close, akin to that of sisters. After all, they had fought side by side on the battlefield, and although their titles suggested a master-servant relationship, their feelings were far more profound, especially since Meng Yuti had been by Lizzie's side since childhood. Princess, I have investigated the matter in the detention chamber. The truth is not as Nanny Roan claimed. She was committing misdeeds under your name there. When I went to see her, she was even gossiping about you with her acquaintances, accusing you of being heartless for abandoning her to suffer in the detention chamber. Naturally, I couldn't tolerate this. As you know, Nanny Roan's tongue is truly venomous. In my anger, I accidentally struck her dead. Meng Yuti had already planned this on the way. That villain seemed the type to act on her words, and she would surely have killed Nanny Roan upon returning. Besides, the death of a maid in the detention chamber is hardly unusual. As for Nanny Roan, given her acrimonious and harsh nature, I, the princess, had already shown her considerable leniency. If she's dead, then so be it. She had tarnished my reputation enough. Lizzie's expression remained unmoved. Having witnessed so much death, she felt little sentiment over such matters. Thank you for your understanding, princess. Meng Yuti knew this was a trivial matter, which was why she hadn't objected when Xing Bang suggested eliminating Nanny Roan. Moreover, she had always despised that woman, who had even punished her harshly as a child. Enough of this. There is another matter troubling me now. This morning, when I went to pay respects to His Majesty, he mentioned personally selecting a husband for me to marry, so that I may focus on domestic duties. His intention is clear. He no longer wishes for me to be involved in military affairs. Lizzie took a sip of tea, her brow furrowed with worry. Princess, His Majesty has been concerned about your marriage since 6 years ago. Yet all these years, you've remained unwed. Why are you so distressed this time? Meng Yuti knew Lizzie best. The proud and lofty eldest princess disdained ordinary men, preferring to remain unmarried rather than settle for anyone, no matter how powerful. Political alliances held no sway over her. Lizzie shook her head. This time is different. I can no longer refuse. Besides, His Majesty has long been wary of me, with his failing health and the crown prince still young. After all, I am not truly of the Li family, merely an adopted daughter. Lizzie's father was one of the 4 entitled kings, the Prince of Jinan, who died in battle when she was very young. Her mother, consumed by grief, soon followed. The emperor then took Lizzie in as his adopted daughter, while the title of Prince of Jinan passed to her younger brother, now a mere boy of 12. Given the Prince of Jinan's immense prestige, Lizzie had long assisted her brother in managing the southern frontier's military affairs. Hence, her current agitation, for in the ruthless world of royalty, the ailing emperor would never permit her to retain military power. Only by marrying her off to a chosen husband and confining her to domestic life could he rest easy. In that case, princess, from today onward, His Majesty will likely no longer permit you to return to the border, will he? Indeed. The matter was discussed today. My brother is no longer a child and should learn to stand on his own, especially with so many capable generals to advise him. Lizzie trusted Meng Yuti implicitly, hence her willingness to confide everything. Indeed, after this battle, Nanshu will undoubtedly hesitate to invade again for a considerable time, and the southern borders shall enjoy tranquility. Thus, enough, you die. There is no need to continue. Regardless of the circumstances, we must remain loyal to His Majesty. Remember, do not utter any disrespectful remarks henceforth. Li Lizzie understood that Meng Yuti was about to speak ill of the emperor and quickly signaled her to refrain from further comments. Your Highness, do not be overly troubled. His Majesty has yet to issue any decree. Since it is unavoidable, you should at least choose someone more to your liking. Li Lizzie sighed. In all these years, I have not encountered anyone who stirs my heart. Among the nobility in the capital, there are but a limited number of eligible young men. How can one possibly find true affection? Alas, marrying has become a necessity, and it matters little whom I wed. Yet, it will merely be a marriage in name. Your Highness, do not think so. It is indeed pitiable to be alone and destitute. After being thrust into such a situation, Meng Yuti found that her perspective had subtly shifted. Chapter 79. An encounter with acquaintances. As the scene unfolded, Rong Mama sensed that matters were turning dire. In a moment of desperation, she attempted to flee through the door, yet Xing Bang was unwilling to grant her such an opportunity. He struck her forcefully from behind. With a muffled groan, Rong Mama collided with the wall, collapsing onto the ground. The woman standing at the doorway, a condemned sinner, hurriedly turned Rong Mama over and checked for signs of life. My lord, she has fainted. Well, now we need not worry about her escaping. 50 resounding slaps, none will be spared. How she was struck is of no concern to me, Xing Bang remarked as he stepped outside. The sinner nodded in acknowledgement and then commanded, Stop dawdling. Come, support her. I shall administer 30 strikes first, and then you shall take over with the remainder. Soon. The sound of slaps echoed through the room. A smirk crept onto Xing Bang's lips. Rong Mama had often used her influence to bully others. Her reputation as foul as refuse. The two harbored grievances, and this was their chance to retaliate. Moments later, a voice from within exclaimed, She seems to be dead. The sinner then emerged to report, and Xing Bang merely cast a glance. It was hardly surprising. That previous strike had likely shattered her internal organs. She had collapsed against the wall before she could even wail. And her endurance was a testament to Xing Bang's restraint in not wishing for her immediate demise. How deep is your enmity with Rong Mama that you would strike her to such an extent? Upon hearing this, both women instantly fell to their knees in panic. My lord, we may have struck a bit too hard, but who knew that Rong Mama was so fragile? You must advocate for us. The sinner accompanying Xing Bang, a perceptive individual, dared not suggest that they had acted solely on his orders. Very well, the matter stands as it is. I shall shoulder the responsibility for you. Considering you both acted under my instruction, Xing Bang reassured them. He had no intention of making things difficult for them. He merely wished to prevent this elderly woman from spreading gossip, and now these two would undoubtedly keep the affair to themselves. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. They exclaimed in unison, their heads bowing fervently. Rise now. From this day forth, you shall jointly manage this sunroom. Should any issues arise, seek me at the torture chamber, and I shall advocate for you. Both men were in their early 30s, especially the woman leading Xing Bang, whose voluptuous figure left no doubt that she was a capable wet nurse. However, Bai Rushuang didn't seem to lack milk. It was merely tradition to hire a wet nurse upon a childless birth. Upon returning to the Baosher office, Xing Bang found Fiki, Fingjiao, and Li Shaoan idly chatting. In his previous life, women confined like this would have gone mad from boredom. Within these walls, without duties, there was little amusement beyond the trivialities of sleep. His return at least enlivened the atmosphere, offering more topics for conversation. If I get the chance, I'll introduce Mahjong to them. It might add some diversion. The idle talk continued until nearly noon when Xing Bang had some pastries brought in. In the palace, midday wasn't the main meal. Breakfast aligned with the imperial consort's habits, usually around mid-morning, followed by dinner between 5 and 6 in the evening. Lunch was merely light refreshments and soup. Just then, Xing Bang spotted Meng Yuti approaching through the door and stepped outside to meet her. Yuti, what brings you here again? Unwelcome, am I? Who'd he bother with this wretched place if not for business? She pursed her lips in feigned displeasure, though inwardly pleased he remembered her name, and said it so warmly. Xing Bang smiled. Nonsense. How could the presence of such a beauty not bring honor to my humble abode? Now that sounds like proper talk. Well, aren't you going to invite me in for tea? Or are you hiding some fair maiden inside? Her gaze flicked past him. There are women inside, but no intention to hide them. Didn't I come out to greet you? He had no real secrets left from her, nothing greater than his own identity. As if I believe you. With that, she strode inside. Fengyi? And this must be Fengjiao. Why are you here? Sister Yuti, Fengyi's eyes welled up as if seeing kin. Xing Bang had expected them to know each other, let alone so well, particularly he Fingyi and Mang Yudi. Filthy, the princess knows of your family's troubles. Though there's little she can do. But never mind that. You and Feng Jiao being safe is a blessing in misfortune. The elder princess will be overjoyed. Yudi's own eyes glistened with sympathy. The elder princess just returned to court, Xing Bang mused. The sixth prince's schemes were discreet. She likely remains unaware. He Fingyi and he Feng Jiao nodded solemnly. It's all right, Fingyi. Speak freely if you have something to say. He Fingyi appeared to have something to express. Yet she first cast a demure glance at Xing Bang. Sister Yudi, did the princess send you here? Under the arrangements of Lord Xing. Fingyi and I have already met with our aunt, who is now aware of everything. No, the princess has been summoned to the palace by His Majesty again. I have come to discuss other matters with Lord Xing. As for your aunt, it is not my place to comment. I trust the princess is well informed. After speaking, Mang Yudi turned her gaze back to Xing Bang. Lord Xing, your efforts in this matter are greatly appreciated. The princess will surely be grateful to you. It's nothing. Just a trivial matter. Besides, Sister Yudi has always treated me rather well, so there is really nothing more to say. Xing Bang found the title of Lord Xing rather awkward, yet it was indeed fortuitous. It seemed that the relationship between the princess and Lady Feng was quite extraordinary. The world felt exceedingly small. It was as if, amidst this conversation, they had all become akin to family. Chapter 80. What does the genius imply? Mang Yudi cast a discreet glance at Xing Bang, capable of discerning underlying meanings. She thought to herself, at least you possess a semblance of conscience. Having bestowed upon you the most precious of treasures, how could one treat you poorly? Yet, you incorrigible rogue, I still find you odious, truly. You take advantage and then feign innocence. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she turned her gaze towards Li Xiaowan. Upon entering, she realized this young lady was indeed quite enchanting. It was evident that this scoundrel had a hidden gem, and his discerning eye indeed attracted beauties. Who might this young lady be? Oh, hello, sister. I am Li Xiaowan, the one residing in this tumultuous abode, currently attending to Brother Bang's daily needs. Li Xiaowan replied with utmost politeness. However, Xing Bang had already perceived a flicker of suspicion in Mang Yudi's expression. He understood the subtle intricacies of a woman's thoughts. Thanks to Ne Gongshui's teachings, Li Xiaowan exhibited remarkable decorum at crucial moments, although her affectionate address of Brother Bang felt a tad too intimate. Yet, it was hardly her fault. Since she had come under his wing, her sensibilities had indeed sharpened considerably. Nonetheless, Mang Yudi did not display any overt anger. For Li Xiaowan's innocent appearance was such that any woman would find her endearing. All right, Xiaowan, you have been cooped up in here for quite some time. Why not take your two sisters outside for some fresh air? Xing Bang pondered that it would be best to have a private conversation with Mang Yudi. Surely, she wished to share some whispered thoughts with him. Li Xiaowan obediently agreed, and the He sisters followed suit, departing the room. Who would have thought that Lord Xing is quite fortunate in matters of romance? As for Li Xiaowan, let us be candid. Did you ever take advantage of the situation with the He sisters, Fingyi and Feng Jiao? My dear sister, do you truly perceive me as such a scoundrel? Xing Bang found himself at a loss for words. He prided himself on his principles and generally refrained from coercing a woman's will. Is that not so? Humph. One might say you are quite brazen, and yet, the crown princess almost discerned our little secret. Ah, our circumstances are somewhat exceptional. Besides, it was not I who instigated. I am, in fact, a rather gentle soul. Seeing Mang Yudi's face flushed with a mix of shyness and slight indignation, Xing Bang felt a thrill of excitement. Now, answer my question. Did you, or did you not? And if you dare deceive me, you shall regret it. I swear. Neither Fingyi nor Feng Jiao have been compromised, nor has Xiaowan. I promise. Xing Bang unleashed his ultimate gambit. Noting the noticeable relaxation in Mang Yudi's demeanor, his tactic was evidently effective. Humph. Even if that is the case, Li Xiaowan shares a special bond with you. How could you bear to deceive such an adorable girl? Xing Bang's expression darkened. You are crossing the line. At critical moments, a man must exhibit a certain authority before a woman, otherwise, the little wife may rebel. Is it not akin to a meal, where the wife bears the brunt of the punishment? You, scolding me again. I have not even mentioned your faults. Could you not show me a touch of tenderness? I have been thinking of you, hurrying over as soon as the crown princess entered the palace. Dream Yudai indeed felt a twinge of guilt, though the reason eluded her. She harbored a certain trepidation towards Xing Bang. Subconsciously, she yearned for his gentleness, even contemplating whether her own assertiveness might be perceived as a lack of tenderness. If only he could treat her well, she mused. Wouldn't she be willing to amend her ways? Such thoughts coursed through her mind, making her feel as though she had transformed into something formidable within mere moments. Yet, an inexplicable hunger gnawed at her, a sensation beyond her control. Enough of these baseless worries, she thought. Still, she appreciated his consideration. Xing Bang was indeed a master in the realm of romance, well-versed in the intricacies of a woman's heart, possessing an arsenal of methods to charm. To win a woman's affections was not merely a matter of brute force. Even the heavens exhibit gentleness at times. There were moments that demanded tenderness, a need to master the delicate nuances of a woman's emotions. What became of Granny Wrong? Dream You Die had evidently ceased to dwell on such matters. I dispatched her with a single strike. Her remains will be dealt with shortly. I have already informed the princess, explaining that Granny Wrong met her end by my inadvertent hand. However, the princess, well aware of her character, bore no grudge. Though Dream You Die considered Xing Bang to be a man of his word, she felt a compulsion to see him in person for reassurance. Truth be told, she was eager to meet him. By the way, You Die, the princess and Madame Fong Hua share a rather unusual bond, don't they? Naturally. Do you suppose the princess would be irked enough to send a young eunuch merely because of Granny Wrong's affairs? The main issue was the news that reached the palace regarding the He family. She nearly disregarded everything to visit Madame Fong Hua in this tumultuous place. It was through my persistent counsel that she ultimately refrained. Thus her ire was redirected towards you, leading me to come and reprimand you. Without hesitation, Dream You Die recounted the events. Xing Bang smirked. If I were truly to be thoroughly beaten by you, I would be even more wrong than Doi. Dream You Die rolled her eyes. What grievances do you have? Your predecessor, Su Guang, always turned a blind eye, yet you came perilously close to taking her life. Su Guang, that scoundrel, cannot be compared to me. His indulgence of Granny Wrong's bad habits was his folly. How could my fiery temper? Xing Bang stifled a laugh. Following his transformation, his capacity for comprehension had become remarkably agile. However, all I can offer you, aside from mere stimulation, are numerous unforeseen surprises. You, wicked one, dare to toy with me. In a moment of embarrassment and desperation, Meng Yudi seized a handful of Xing Bang's waist with considerable force. Ouch, biting is permissible. But I cannot endure this. You must refrain from such pinches in the future. Should you do so again, I shall interpret it as an implicit suggestion, and I will not be kind. Xing Bang was subtly laying the groundwork, suggesting to me in a manner that was difficult to articulate. Meng Yudi let out a soft huff, releasing her grip. Who would ever think of suggesting anything to you? After that, she said nothing more and departed in a huff. In the imperial kitchen, the long banquet table was laden with an array of delicacies and exquisite pastries. And at the head sat the casually dressed Emperor Yao Tai, Li Xian, in a vibrant yellow robe. To his left was the recently summoned Li Lizzie, while opposite them sat the 8-year-old crown prince Lu Hui. Only the three of them were present. Not even a single eunuch remained to attend. Chapter 81. The pensive young prince, my dear. Today there are no outsiders. It is simply our family enjoying a humble meal together. I am your elder, so please, do not hold back. Speak freely about whatever is on your mind. And you, Huier, do not restrain yourself in front of your father. I know you are delighted to see your cousin, so today I shall indulge you. After we finish dining, you may let your cousin accompany you in some merriment. Lu Xian said with a warm smile, his paternal demeanor softening the imperial authority he usually wielded. Thank you, father. The crown prince Lu Hui's face lit up with joy as he mischievously grinned at Li Lizzie, his excitement palpable. Crown prince, do take your time, there is no rush. Li Lizzie urged. And you, dear cousin, do eat more. You seem to have lost weight during your time away. At merely 8 years old, Lu Hui felt a newfound freedom with his father's permission. Eagerly, he thought of finishing his meal so he could frolic with Li Lizzie, relishing every moment spent in her company. Li Lizzie, while not appearing noticeably thinner, still looked as lovely as ever. She too hurried to finish, longing for some private time together, mindful of the decorum required in her father's presence. Observing the two, Lu Xian remained silent, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It was not long before he tactfully excused himself, leaving the young ones to their own devices. Cousin, I am full. Let us go play. Lu Hui could no longer contain his excitement and swiftly rose to his feet. Huier, you are now the crown prince. You must learn to be patient. Li Lizzie chided gently as she too stood. Lu Hui simply smiled innocently, taking her hand as they exited the imperial kitchen and made their way to the rear garden. Cousin, I wish you could take me beyond the palace walls for horseback riding and hunting. There is little entertainment here, and it feels stifling, he lamented. Huier, I fear that may not be possible for now. Once I have completed my current duties, I promise to take you out to play, all right? Lu Hui soon grew bored of wandering and settled down in a pavilion. Cousin, what is the benefit of being the crown prince if I cannot choose what I want to do? How can you harbor such thoughts? The strict expectations placed upon you now are to prepare you for a future as a great emperor. Do you not wish to be a wise and virtuous ruler? As Lu Hui sat, the innocence of childhood faded from his face, replaced by a mature melancholy. This transformation tugged at Li Lizi's heart, prompting her to console him. Having watched Lu Hui grow, she held a deep affection for her younger cousin, unwilling to see him harmed. She believed firmly that he was the most suitable candidate for the throne, especially considering the temperament of the sixth prince, who was far less capable. Though she kept certain thoughts to herself, she was acutely aware of the political landscape and was resolute in her commitment to protect Lu Hui, prepared to stand by him in critical moments. Sister Ji, Huier aspires to be a benevolent emperor, wishing for all the common folk to live prosperous lives. Yet, the burden of becoming that emperor weighs heavily upon him. Many heartfelt sentiments remain unexpressed, and the trials of being the crown prince are truly arduous. As Lu Hui spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he began to weep. Li Lizi felt a pang in her heart, realizing the extent of the grievances that must linger within this child. Overcome with compassion, she embraced Lu Hui tenderly. Huier, you can share any of your troubles with me. It pains me to see you like this. Huier wept even louder at her words, prompting Li Lizi to join him in their shared sorrow, the two siblings weeping together. After a considerable time, as Li Lizi wiped away Lu Hui's tears, she comforted him, saying, "Enough now, Huier. Do not cry. You are the crown prince of Diyao and will one day be our emperor. You must be strong. Nothing should deter you. And you must not allow those with ulterior motives to revel in your misfortunes." Lu Hui nodded through his tears, struggling to compose himself as he dried his eyes. "Sister Ji, please do not worry. I feel much better." Li Lizi gently acknowledged this and inquired, "Huier, what troubles your heart so deeply? Perhaps I can offer you some counsel." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Hui replied softly, "Sister Ji, I miss my mother. I know she is confined by Father Emperor, and I understand his reasons." "Huier, who has informed you of this?" Li Lizi was taken aback, aware that such matters were strictly forbidden for the crown prince to know, with severe penalties for anyone who dared to divulge them. Given Lu Hui's tender age of merely 8, it was unimaginable that the emperor would permit him knowledge of such circumstances. Lu Hui shook his head. "No one has mentioned it to me. I deduced it myself from ancient texts, perhaps due to my youth. Huier, do not let your imagination run wild. Focus on your studies and grow strong. I assure you that your mother will be well. The emperor's decision to keep you apart is for your own good." Li Lizi felt her heart ache anew, admiring Lu Hui's wisdom and maturity, while simultaneously lamenting that if only he were not born into royal lineage, he might be spared such burdens and anguish. Yet, fate often eludes our control. "Sister Ji, do you have a way for me to see my mother?" Lu Hui expressed his deepest desire, longing for his mother. "I cannot promise you that at this moment, but I will seek a solution," Li Lizi thought, realizing that this astute prince might sense the truth. She decided to be as vague as possible, knowing that her own wish to visit Lady Fanghua had been stifled by fear of the emperor's suspicion. To allow the crown prince to visit would be even more perilous. If the emperor learned of such a visit, the consequences would fall solely upon Lady Fanghua, worsening her predicament. Lu Hui blinked her large eyes and inquired, "Sister Ji, please tell me the truth. Is my mother safe and sound? Why would you harbor such thoughts?" "Huier?" Li Lizi responded, increasingly perplexed. This little one was indeed more astute than many adults, her questions remarkably incisive. "I have learned about the matters concerning my uncle's family, and I am genuinely worried that my mother may also be implicated. Sister Ji, please do not deceive me. I merely wish to know if my mother is truly unharmed. No one had disclosed any information to me. I inadvertently overheard it. Although I have refrained from speaking about it, I endure nightmares every night, as my mother expressed her immense suffering and distress." Indeed, Lu Hui had overheard the conversation within this imperial garden, where two young eunuchs had been engaging in hushed discussions that she unwittingly caught wind of. Chapter 82. Woman? Again. A sword at her neck, Huier, you are still young, and there are many matters that I cannot divulge to you. However, rest assured that your elder sister will do everything in her power to prevent any distress from befalling you. Li Lizi truly felt a pang of compassion for the 8-year-old prince, as she herself had lost her loving parents at that tender age, thus understanding the myriad grievances and helplessness that burden a young soul. Regarding the affairs of the He family, her heart was heavy with sorrow, a lineage of loyal generals, extinguished overnight due to accusations of treason. The sovereign commands the subjects to perish, and the subjects must comply when one wishes to cast blame. There is no lack of pretext. Lizzie was acutely aware that the charges against the He family were entirely unfounded, merely a means for His Majesty to eliminate powerful relatives threatening the prince. It was indeed heart-wrenching. Even the mere thought sent chills through her. Yet, she could not voice her thoughts. "All right, sister, I believe you." Lu Hui nodded, the melancholy on her face lifting considerably. Subsequently, Lizzie took her to another place to ease her mind. Taya Hall. "Dabin, my health declines with each passing day. Before my demise, I must eliminate all hidden dangers and obstacles for the prince." Lu Xian reclined on the soft couch, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. After a couple of coughs, he addressed Chao Jingchun, who was massaging his shoulders. "Your Majesty, this old servant will exert every effort to dispel the poison of witchcraft that afflicts you." "Dabin, I know of your unwavering loyalty. However, even the 4 esteemed elders of the royal court, united, have been unable to break the curse that binds me. Initially, I believed it to be the work of a great sorcerer from Miao territory. But you are aware that such forbidden arts can only be wielded by individuals of divine prowess. It is truly unfathomable. Thus, I harbor no expectations for miraculous occurrences. I merely hope that the 4 elders can expend their energy to prolong my days a little longer." Lu Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. "Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, this old servant still believes that you will surely be favored by the heavens. Take care of your health." Chao Jingchun, too, felt a lack of confidence. A decade passed. The Miao sorcerers had been nearly obliterated, leaving no trace of their kind. Thus, he could only offer comforting words to the emperor he had watched grow. Lu Xian waved his hand. "Enough of this talk. I have a matter upon which I wish to hear your thoughts. After much contemplation, I have decided that Lizzie, with her lofty aspirations, has yet to find a suitor at such an age. I have resolved that I must witness her wed. Although she has superficially acquiesced, I understand her reluctance. Rather than allow this to linger, I would prefer to fulfill my previous intention of betrothing Lizzie to the prince. In retrospect, this seems to be the most favorable outcome." Chao Jingchun was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood the emperor's intent. The eldest princess, endowed with beauty and intelligence, would undoubtedly become a virtuous consort to His Highness. The crown prince is merely 8 years old this year, while the grand princess has already reached the age of 23. The disparity in their ages is not of great concern. However, it will likely take at least another 5 years for His Highness to fully mature. Lu Xian smiled faintly and remarked, "Daban, your considerations are quite thorough. Yet, this is not an issue. I am well aware of the circumstances. The reason I did not bestow the Lu surname upon Li Ji back then was precisely due to this consideration. I had intended for her to marry into the royal family. However, the current situation is unique, and marrying the crown prince is indeed the optimal choice. Your Majesty, based on age, it seems that the 6th prince would be a more suitable match. I understand your concerns. If I were in better health, this matter could be reconsidered, but under the present circumstances, Li Ji must not marry Jinger. This matter should remain confidential for the time being. I will handle it appropriately in due course." In the deep of night, Xing Bang still resided in the same room as before, accompanied by Bai Rushuang. After a harrowing ordeal, Xing Bang felt the urge to relieve himself and stepped outside, as he was unaccustomed to using a chamber pot indoors. The garden's vegetable patch provided a more convenient option. Waste not, want not. As he shivered in the cool night air, trousers still unfastened, a sudden flash of cold steel pressed against his neck. By heavens, an assassin! He realized with alarm that he had been completely oblivious. "Take me to Lady Fenghua's chamber, or I shall take your life this very instant." The voice of a woman pierced the silence. Xing Bang hastily adjusted his trousers, not daring to turn around, and quickly assured her, "Fear not, valiant lady, I shall not move a muscle or raise my voice. I will lead you to Lady Fenghua's chamber at once." She seemed unfazed by the fact that he was caught in such an undignified position. The woman retracted her sword and motioned for him to lead the way. A true master indeed, she made no threats about what would happen should he dare to flee. As Xing Bang turned, he caught a glimpse of her, clad in black, her features shrouded, yet her figure was undeniably remarkable. Celestial insight, transcending the ordinary, 6th layer. Good heavens, she is indeed a formidable opponent. No wonder she could approach me silently without my awareness. There was no recourse. Their realms were vastly disparate. In the martial hierarchy, body refinement, solidification, comprehension of the profound, unblocking of the veins, transcendence from the ordinary, separation of the divine, true immortal, golden immortal. He was at the 4th layer of comprehension of the profound, 2 major realms above. Moreover, as one ascends the ranks, even the slightest miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, the treasured mirror of elegance remained silent. Without prior acquaintance, it was impossible to ascertain whether she could be recorded within. Who could be seeking Lady Fanghua at such an hour? Xing Bang had initially considered feigning familiarity with Lady Fanghua, but reconsidered. What if she were an assassin? Better to bide his time and assess the situation. Before long, Xing Bang led the woman to Lady Fanghua's door, where he forcefully broke the iron chain securing it. Lady Fanghua, a light sleeper, awoke as they entered. Who goes there? The room was cloaked in darkness, preventing Lady Fanghua from discerning the identities of her intruders. Fear not. Madam, it is I, Xiao Bangzi. Madame Fanghua remained silent, having keenly sensed the unusual tone in Xing Bang's voice. She also noticed another shadow and felt reassured by Xing Bang's presence, choosing to remain mute due to her lack of understanding of the situation. Go, light the candle. The woman spoke up, prompting Madame Fanghua to furrow her brow at the familiar sound. Xing Bang skillfully lit the candle and stood beside her. At this moment, Madame Fanghua clearly saw the woman in black and inquired, "Who are you? Your voice sounds somewhat familiar." The woman in black promptly removed the mask obscuring her face, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage. Xing Bang was taken aback by the sight, and Fanghua Baojian immediately reacted. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful and possessed an exceptional aura. Should she not be included, Xing Bang would not hesitate to unsubscribe. Madame Fanghua's expression was one of astonishment, her lips trembling as she struggled to find her words. Her eyes instantly glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 83. A Peerless Beauty with Astonishing Charm of 98. Li Ji, what brings you here? After a brief moment of exhilaration, Lady Fanghua still couldn't suppress her astonishment as she uttered the woman's name. Beauty, Li Lizzie. Age, 23. Status, eldest princess, emperor's adopted daughter. Charm, 98. Max 100. Strength, transcendent realm. 6th layer friendship progress. 1 reward, 1 experience point per hour. Good heavens, no wonder her beauty was so breathtaking. She was a top-tier beauty with a charm of 98. Those missing 2 points merely proved that perfection was unattainable. After all, who could reach a full 100 except perhaps the wives of our dashing readers? My lady, it's me. Li Ji, I've come to see you. Tears shimmered in Li Lizzie's eyes as she stepped forward slowly. Li Ji, come, sit down. Let me take a good look at you. Though Lady Fanghua was only a few years older than Li Lizzie, she had practically raised her since childhood. In private, they disregarded formalities, behaving more like sisters than anything else. Instead of sitting, Li Lizzie glanced at Xing Bang. My lady, this young eunuch, does he seem familiar to you? Originally, Li Lizzie had planned to dispose of Xing Bang, her guide, immediately after meeting Lady Fanghua. Xing Bang remained silent, but he was already certain of his safety. Lady Fanghua understood Li Lizzie's implication all too well and quickly waved her hand. Li Ji, rest assured. Xiao Bangzi is absolutely trustworthy. Without him, you might never have seen me again. Besides, I've even taken him as my sworn younger brother. Li Lizzie clicked her tongue and studied Xing Bang for a moment before relenting. Very well. Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Given his current relationship with Lady Fanghua, calling her auntie wouldn't be too much of a stretch. Lady Fanghua exhaled discreetly in relief before continuing. Xiao Bangzi, you may leave us now. Xing Bang nodded gracefully. As you wish, elder sister. Enjoy your conversation. With Lady Fanghua's approval, Xing Bang turned and departed, leaving Li Lizzie utterly bewildered. This strikingly handsome young eunuch had somehow earned the favor of the esteemed Lady Fanghua. He must possess some extraordinary talent, otherwise, such a thing would be unimaginable. Li Lizzie didn't dwell on it. She had indeed overlooked the way Xing Bang relieved himself, though perhaps it simply hadn't crossed her mind yet. Once outside, Xing Bang returned directly to his courtyard. Bai Rushuang was likely worried about him by now. Moreover, he understood Lady Fanghua's intentions. She probably didn't want Li Lizzie to know too much. Still, with Lady Fanghua as the intermediary, he and the eldest princess were bound to share countless connections in the future. For now, it could be said they were already indirectly on the same boat. Li Ji, I'm overjoyed to see you, but you really shouldn't have come, especially in the dead of night. If anyone were to discover you, His Majesty would surely grow suspicious. Ever since learning that only a handful of women remained from her family, Lady Fanghua had severed all affection for her imperial husband. Naturally, she had become even more cautious than before. Li Lizzie sat down, grasping Madame Fanghua's hand, and upon observing her countenance, her heart ached. Madam, you have endured so much. Madame Fanghua offered a faint smile, responding, "Lizzie, you need not worry about me. In truth, I am quite well. Furthermore, I am no longer merely a madam, but rather he Fanghua, the mother of the crown prince. From now on, let us return to our childhood ways. You may simply call me sister." "Very well, Sister Fanghua," Lizzie replied. "I have long wished to visit you, yet I have held back. Today, upon entering the palace, I encountered the crown prince, who expressed his deep longing for you, which caused me great distress. Thus, I seized the night to come and see you. I was unaware of your circumstances here. And now that I see you are well, I can reassure him during our next meeting." Fearing that Madame Fanghua might worry, Lizzie refrained from mentioning the crown prince's situation. Indeed, upon hearing this, Madame Fanghua could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face in anguish. "Huier, my poor Huier. Sister Fanghua, please do not be too sorrowful. The crown prince is quite sensible, far more mature than his peers. I may not leave the palace again after this visit. So rest assured, I shall take good care of him." Lizzie hurriedly consoled the emotionally distressed Madame Fanghua. As the bond between mother and child is a poignant source of heartache, Madame Fanghua wiped her tears away, saying, "I know Huier's temperament. He keeps everything bottled up inside. It pains my heart to think of the burdens he bears at such a tender age of 8. Yet, this is his destiny. As a mother, I miss him dearly. And knowing you are there to look after him brings me solace. Sister, you need not worry. I shall be there for him. As for the crown prince, I am not overly concerned. The emperor's actions are all for his sake, and the empress is unlikely to create any significant disturbances. As long as we remain vigilant, the crown prince will be safe. My current worry is you, dear sister. I fear that the emperor may act unpredictably one day." Lizzie was acutely aware of the complexities of their situation, and the thought of such an outcome was unbearable. She could not face the father she had called by that title for years if such a tragedy were to unfold. Deep down, she was resolute in her desire to protect those she held most dear. Madame Fanghua let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging, "This is fate. However, Lizzie, you need not worry. I shall not resign myself to this. Besides, I believe the emperor will not act against me anytime soon. I still have ample time ahead." "Sister, what do you mean?" Although Lizzie grasped part of the sentiment, she remained uncertain of Madame Fanghua's specific intentions. "Enough, Lizzie. You have been out for quite some time. It is best you return to the palace. Here, I have Xing Bang to look after me, so there is no cause for concern. If anything arises, I will have him convey messages on my behalf. The Baoshishi is now in his hands." Madame Fanghua did not wish to elaborate further. She alone understood that Xing Bang would not neglect her and that their bond was one of utmost intimacy, founded on trust and reliance. "Is he the steward of this Baoshishi?" Lizzie observed the unwavering confidence of Madame Fanghua and refrained from further inquiries. In that moment, a memory surfaced. She had recently summoned Meng Yudi to teach that miserly man a lesson. After all that effort, it seemed rather coincidental that she had inadvertently targeted him. It served him right for his misfortune, wandering about at such an ungodly hour. Madame Fanghua nodded, urging her to return swiftly and to heed her words. Just as Lizzie began to grasp something significant, her thoughts were interrupted. She exchanged pleasantries with Madame Fanghua before taking her leave. As for the broken chain, that young man would undoubtedly take care of it. Once outside, Lizzie wrapped herself securely and prepared to depart. However, as she passed the small courtyard, another thought crossed her mind. Hadn't she instructed Yudi to give that young man a thorough beating? Yet, he bore no signs of injury whatsoever. Chapter 84, The Sunflower Manual? One must not act recklessly. Lizzie merely paused briefly as she passed through the small courtyard before swiftly leaving. Since Madame Fanghua had deemed this little fellow reliable, there was no reason for her to dwell on it. It would be absurd to confront him with the question of why he had not been harmed. She was not one to engage in such trivialities. Meanwhile, Xing Bang, who had been intently observing the outside through the window, felt a slight smile curl at the corners of his lips upon witnessing a fleeting shadow. Realizing that Lizzie had departed, he remained uncertain whether she would return to the courtyard, but the thought of her absence might lead to a precarious situation. Now, he could finally rest easy outside. Returning to his bed, he heard a delicate voice softly murmur, followed by a voluptuous figure entwining herself around him. The following morning, at Gongquan Palace. "Yudi, you must tell me honestly, is there something you are concealing from me?" Lizzie had returned late the previous night and, having endured a restless night, could no longer contain her curiosity as she questioned Yudi the moment morning arrived. It was indeed quite peculiar. "What could I possibly be hiding? Your Highness, what troubles you?" Yudi was unaware of Li Lizzie's clandestine visit to the secret chamber. Last night, I went to visit Madame Fanghua in the secret chamber. Li Lizzie pondered for a moment, realizing that since she had already been, there was no point in beating around the bush. Ah, Your Highness, you truly went? Yudi asked in astonishment, not dwelling on why Li Lizzie hadn't informed her. She understood that the princess had likely gone in secret to avoid any interference. She began to contemplate the implications of Li Lizzie's inquiry. Indeed, I did. By sheer coincidence, I encountered that little scoundrel from the secret chamber. Ah, Your Highness, how could you possibly run into him at such an hour? Yudi was once again taken aback, realizing that this development might lead to unintended revelations. What a coincidence it was indeed. I chanced upon him and observed that his handsome visage bore not a single mark of injury, yet he returned and deceived me. Now, do not evade the truth. What is the nature of your relationship with him? Your Highness, I never intended to deceive you very well. I shall speak plainly. I have developed a certain fondness for that young eunuch. You remarked upon his striking features. I could not bring myself to harm him, especially since I had learned that the incident was not his fault. Yudi, realizing the truth could no longer be hidden, decided to confess, but resolutely chose not to reveal the matter of her losing her virtue, for it pertained to the life and reputation of that scoundrel. Oh, so that explains your earlier lethargy. It appears you have been bewitched by infatuation. Your taste is rather discerning. He is indeed quite handsome, alas. He is but a eunuch. Li Lizzie had encountered many handsome individuals, yet when she first laid eyes on Xing Bang, she felt an inexplicable allure emanating from him, though she could not precisely articulate its nature. Moreover, with Madame Fanghua's endorsement, her heart was unguarded, rendering him all the more appealing in her sight. Princess, I assure you, my intentions are entirely innocent. I merely harbor a sense of admiration. There is no need for further elaboration at our age. Such sentiments are quite natural. Are they not? Should the right opportunity present itself, I would indeed take it upon myself to ensure you find a suitable consort, to see you wed in splendid fashion. Oh, dear princess, do not jest with me. As long as you remain unwed, I shall remain in the same predicament. Meng Yudi felt a quiet sigh of relief within, grateful that the princess did not delve into deeper considerations. Li Lizzie truly had not contemplated further implications. Subconsciously, she understood that the harem consisted solely of women and eunuchs. Moreover, Madame Fanghua had declared him a most reliable individual, which alleviated any potential turmoil in her heart. Of course, Li Lizzie held a deep trust in Meng Yudi. Her inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity. Let us cease this discussion for the time being. Additionally, I find that young Xing Bang possesses a certain cleverness. You may engage with him in the future. Yes, princess. Meng Yudi was quite aware of her princess's intentions. Having encountered that scoundrel in the dead of night without any untoward actions, she could surmise some information. At the very least, it was not a nefarious affair. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. After a night of cultivation, Xing Bang naturally returned by Rua Shuang to her quarters before dawn. Her longing for a child was palpable, and Xing Bang was exceedingly gentle. With time on his hands, Xing Bang began to consolidate his experiences to enhance his cultivation. He had yet to utilize the 10 consecutive draws awarded by Meng Yudi. 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Acquired skill, Sunflower Manual. Ding. Gained 5,000 experience points. Ding. Gained 10,000 experience points. Ding. Acquired skill, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Xing Bang initially assumed it was a celestial martial arts version of the Sunflower Manual, only to find those 8 characters glaringly inscribed on the first page. Nevertheless, this was a precious treasure for a eunuch. Perfectly, he intended to have Xiaoxi practice the Sunflower Manual, as he needed to gradually cultivate his own influence. As for the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens, Xing Bang planned for Bai Rua Shuang to undertake its training, for he intended to send her out of the palace to raise children. Moreover, after their recent dual cultivation, she had accumulated considerable energy within her, akin to a spiritual elixir for enhancing cultivation, necessitating prompt foundational refinement. Dual cultivation indeed surpassed several months of solitary practice. With elevated cultivation, he could find peace of mind. As for Madame Fanghua, she would never resort to a life of survival outside the palace. For now, she had her protection, thus the urgency for cultivation was alleviated. In total, he had drawn 80,000 experience points. Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness. Level 4, 0160000. Yield, 4,000 experience points per quarter hour. Over the past few days, he had engaged in significant cultivation, accruing 32,000 experience points per hour, totaling 360,000 experience points. Experience balance, 454000. It was indeed gratifying to amass such a sum. Preparing to elevate his cultivation. Expending 50,000 experience points, his cultivation advanced from the 4th level of Wuxian, 050,000, to the 5th level of Wuxian, 060,000. Expending 90,000 experience points, his strength rose from the 8th level of Wuxian, 090,000, to the 9th level of Wuxian, 0200,000. A major breakthrough was imminent, yet the required experience had doubled once more. Remaining experience, 104,000. He could only continue accumulating more before attempting the next breakthrough to the Tongqiao realm. Having settled these matters, Xing Bang proceeded to Bai Rushuang's quarters, urging her to diligently practice her cultivation techniques. Without properly channeling the energy within her body, he feared she might suffer dire consequences. Naturally, Bai Rushuang accepted with radiant delight, her adoration so overwhelming that she nearly rewarded Xing Bang once more. However, daylight still lingered. Composure was necessary, lest they indulge in reckless folly. Chapter 85, The Sixth Prince's Summons for Amusement in the Taiha Hall. Deban inquired, "Your Majesty, has there been any recent news regarding Jinger?" Upon receiving the report, he relayed, "Your Majesty, just now a messenger from the Ministry of Revenue came to inform that the Sixth Prince has summoned the young eunuch known as Xiao Bangzi once again." "Oh, that is the extravagant young man whom the Sixth Prince promoted last time," Chao Jingchun remarked, noticing the furrowed brow of Emperor Li Xian. He quickly elaborated, understanding that the emperor, burdened with myriad state affairs, could hardly remember a nameless eunuch. Xing Bang had just returned from Bai Rushuang and was called to the Grand Hall of the Ministry of Revenue by a companion of the Sixth Prince, Lu Jing. It was no surprise that this capricious and infatuated prince would inquire about the affairs of Lady Fanghua. Naturally, Xing Bang deferred, suggesting that he should continue to wait. Since the Sixth Prince's last visit to the extravagant residence, Emperor Li Xian had instructed Chao Zhenchun to closely monitor his movements. In the sprawling imperial palace, no whisper escaped Chao Zhenchun's keen ears. "This wayward son truly gives me no peace." The emperor lamented. How is it that the empress, with her overwhelming influence in the harem, fails to properly discipline this unruly child? She indulges and shields him so blindly. When the day comes that he truly crosses the line, I shall. Emperor Li Xian's countenance darkened, anger boiling within him. The matter concerning Lady Fanghua was like a thorn in his side, and he longed to strike down this foolish son. Yet, thankfully, it was merely the initial signs of trouble, and no grievous actions had yet transpired. Of course, the emperor was aware that the Sixth Prince had privately retained several female relatives of the He family. Even if this unworthy son had taken an interest in them, the emperor chose to remain oblivious, fearing that this scoundrel might harbor ill intentions. Chao Zhenchun discerned the emperor's concerns, recognizing the weight of his worries. The empress, with her absolute power in the palace, turned a blind eye, while the father, the current chancellor, held vast connections. And the Xiao clan had been a prominent family since the founding of the dynasty. The intricate web of relationships meant that a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Your Majesty, do not let your worries consume you. You must prioritize your health. As long as you remain in the palace, no great upheaval can arise, he advised. Ah, Deban, only you truly understand my thoughts. Chao Jingchun, ever prudent, refrained from meddling in the emperor's familial matters, yet he adeptly grasped the sentiments of his sovereign. His position, maintained through decades of favor, was no small feat, and his loyalty to the emperor, whom he had served since childhood, was unwavering. Your Majesty, burdened with state and familial affairs. It pains me to see you troubled, he said, as he approached from behind to massage the emperor's shoulders and ease his tension. I understand these matters well, yet my health leaves much to be desired. I only hope that the four elders, on their journey to the East Sea, will procure the elixir I seek. I ask for little. If I could have 3 to 5 more years, I would be content. Your Majesty, the four elders are akin to living deities, the very foundation of our great Yao. The East Sea not only harbors precious medicinal herbs but also numerous wondrous beasts. I firmly believe that this time, the elders will return with treasures in hand. Upon hearing Chao Jingchun's words, the expression on Emperor Tai's face brightened considerably. If he could truly extend his lifespan, many matters would not be as burdensome as they currently are. Ah, Deban, let us hope so. Alas, in recent days, as I observe the Crown Prince, I find myself reminiscing about Fanghua. In comparison to the Empress, I have indeed wronged her terribly. Upon hearing this, Chao Zhenchun furrowed his brow, seemingly detecting the underlying meaning in the words. Your Majesty, there is no need for self-reproach. As the sovereign of the realm, you must consider the greater good. I firmly believe that no matter how you treat Lady Fanghua, she would not truly hold any resentment against you. Your words bring me great comfort, the emperor sighed. Exhaling deeply as he gently closed his eyes, Chao Zhenchun grasped the situation, contemplating that it seemed matters might soon take a different turn. In the Xiaofu, the main hall. After Xingtong had found it difficult to evade his responsibilities and suggested a prolonged consideration, the sixth Prince Lu Jing felt a wave of disappointment and annoyance, leading him to once again indulge in drink with Xingtong to alleviate his spirits. Your Highness, I advise you to approach this matter with caution. Should it reach the Emperor's ears, it could lead to significant trouble. Let me be frank with you, little stick. This prince is not foolish in the slightest. My decision to keep the He sisters here is surely known to Father. The reason I dare to proceed is that I trust Father will not concern himself with such trivialities. After all, they are merely women. What chaos could possibly arise? Even if I were to bring them all into my residence, it would cause no issue whatsoever. After a few drinks, the sixth prince wore a brazen expression. Look at your audacity. If it weren't for the presence of an empress, you would have likely met with dire consequences for your intentions towards Lady Fanghua. Xingtong could not help but silently curse under his breath. Despite his myriad concerns, he had no choice but to face the situation head-on. Nonetheless, he understood that as long as the Empress remained, this reckless youth would refrain from overtly crossing any boundaries, for the Emperor would likely not take action against him. This understanding had solidified in Xingtong's mind since the incident when Lady Fanghua performed a dance in the violent chamber. Thus, this realization only emboldened Lu Jing to entertain dangerous notions. Fortunately, he was not entirely reckless. At least, he still held the reins of the situation for now. Without a solid plan, it was best to keep him dangling for the time being. Your Highness, even so, you must not act with undue haste. It is wise to remain discreet. Rest assured, I will devise a foolproof strategy and will ensure that you are duly informed. Please, Your Highness, from this moment on, it would be prudent to temper your actions and divert attention elsewhere. Xingtong had come to understand that the sixth prince had mistakenly regarded himself as a savior in this situation, rendering his words ultimately ineffective. The sixth prince, Lu Jing, took a sip of wine, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He remarked, Little Bangzi, I understand that your intentions for me are sincere, and your words bear some truth. However, you must realize that I find myself in a precarious situation, akin to riding a tiger from which I cannot dismount. I feel as though I am ensnared in a spell, unable to find peace, eating poorly and sleeping even worse. Thus, I can only drown my sorrows in drink. My prince, it would be wise to maintain your composure and adjust your mindset. Are you not aware that good things often come after trials? If something is easily obtained, it is unlikely to be of the highest quality. Xing Bang was rendered speechless. This sixth prince was indeed gravely afflicted, suffering deeply from the machinations of the treacherous Chao. Very well, little Bangzi, I shall heed your counsel, but you must provide me with some ideas for entertainment to divert my attention. I must remind you, however, that matters concerning beautiful women are out of the question. Should I desire such, I would not require your assistance. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, as long as he complied. It would be manageable, for he possessed several millennia of wisdom beyond Lu Jing's years. Rest assured, my prince, I shall swiftly devise amusements that you have never encountered before. Chapter 86. The Emergence of Mahjong, a Unique Prelude. Very well, I shall await with keen anticipation. As long as it brings joy to your highness, I shall comply with your every arrangement. The sixth prince has always been a source of amusement, yet the novelty has long since waned. However, upon hearing Xing Bang's proposal, his interest is sparked anew. He is curious to discover what delights might be unfamiliar to him. When one cannot pursue their desires, time truly drags on like an eternity. Rest assured, your highness, I have long since devised a plan. I merely need to return and craft the toys. At this same hour tomorrow, I shall return to accompany you in merriment. Xing Bang has long contemplated creating some diversions to pass the time, and this opportunity serves him well. Very well. I shall take my leave for now. I look forward to seeing what rare curiosities you will conjure. With that, the sixth prince raised his cup in a toast to Xing Bang. Indeed, your highness, I shall return to prepare forthwith. Off you go then. The sixth prince waved his hand, and Xing Bang turned to depart. Upon returning to the workshop, Xing Bang wasted no time summoning several eunuchs to gather bamboo from the drying area, intending to craft a basic set of mahjong. The eunuchs, having never encountered such a concept, complied with his request to create uniform blocks. Subsequently, he sketched all the tile designs on paper, instructing them to carve accordingly. The workshop was abundant in pigments, and once carved, the tiles could be painted. Xing Bang merely aimed to produce a rudimentary prototype. Its appearance and texture would undoubtedly be rough. He believed that once the sixth prince enjoyed the game, he could then suggest crafting a more refined set from jade. It would not be long before mahjong, this newfound amusement, spread throughout the realm of Dayo. In the evening, at by Ruo Shuang's suggestion, Xing Bang summoned Nangong Shui, and the three journeyed together once more. The two had grown significantly closer, and their adventure was far more vibrant than the last. This time, Bai Ruo Shuang's wish was fulfilled. She had successfully conceived, and the pages of Fenghua Baojian shifted to reflect this change, now including a section for offspring. Beauty, by Ruo Shuang. Age, 35. Identity, consort. Rank, beauty. Strength, first level solidification charm, 92-3. Enhanced temperament, max value, 100. Affection progress, 100 earnings, 100 experience points time. Offspring, currently gestating, sword Dao sacred body, a gifted physique for sword cultivation, destined to attract a spiritual sword at birth. Xing Bang could only exclaim, goodness, this child, even before birth, is already fated to stand at the pinnacle of power. Bai Ruo Shuang had made considerable strides in her cultivation, and her overall allure had correspondingly increased. No wonder she appeared even more captivating. Though she bore a child, the existence of Fenghua Baojian must remain a closely guarded secret. His extraordinary technique could yield precise results. Perhaps it is best to defer such discussions for a few more days. Xing Bang has indeed embraced fatherhood. And with the remarkable prowess of his first child, one cannot help but wonder what extraordinary qualities the subsequent offspring may possess. The anticipation is palpable. The following day, armed with the meticulously crafted mahjong, Xing Bang made his way to the Xiaofu Palace. The sixth prince, Lu Jing, arrived punctually, as expected. Little Bangzi, come quickly. Allow this prince to behold what peculiar trinket you have brought. Your Highness, permit me to provide a brief explanation of the gameplay first. Once Xing Bang arranged the mahjong on the table, he elucidated the rules succinctly. The sixth prince displayed commendable understanding, quickly grasping the essence of the game. However, after handling the bamboo tiles for a brief moment, he furrowed his brow and remarked, Little Bangzi, while this contraption seems rather intriguing, it appears rather meager. Should word get out that this prince engages with bamboo objects, it would surely invite ridicule. I envision this game exquisitely crafted from ivory, jade, or agate. That would elevate its appeal. Xing Bang smiled knowingly, acknowledging the prince's sentiments. Indeed, Your Highness, but I thought it prudent to first present it to you. If you find it entertaining, we can certainly have it refined later. The sixth prince nodded, appreciating the novelty of the game. This does hold promise. I desire a set crafted from various materials. Very well, Little Bangzi, let us commence our game. It is called mahjong, correct? Yes, Your Highness, it requires 4 players. So we must find 2 more participants. Finding individuals may prove challenging, yet I believe a touch of excitement would enhance the experience. Your Highness, you are truly astute. Xing Bang replied with a faint smile, leaning in to whisper a few words in the sixth prince's ear. Haha, Little Bangzi, your ideas are indeed entertaining. It would be rather lackluster for this prince to simply pay you to play. The sixth prince's spirits soared immediately. Xiaoduzi fetched 2 clever-looking palace maids, ones who possessed both charm and grace. Yes, Your Highness. Xiaoduzi appeared bewildered, having stood by for a while without comprehending the nature of the exchange between his master and Little Bangzi. Before long, Xiaoduzi returned, leading 2 palace maids. Surely, the palace is never in want of women. The sixth prince assessed the 2 maids and nodded approvingly. Splendid. Let us not delay any further. Xing Bang observed the maids. Noting Xiaoduzi's discerning eye, the 2 young maids were indeed quite captivating. Thus, the sixth prince, Xing Bang, and the 2 lovely palace maids gathered around the table. Xing Bang took the opportunity to elaborate on the rules and gameplay in greater detail. Do you both comprehend? Your Highness, we understand. The 2 maids nodded, somewhat perplexed but eager. Xing Bang smiled reassuringly. Fear not. As long as you grasp the general concept, it suffices. This is merely a game, and you may inquire about anything you find unclear. You will become familiar with it after a few rounds. Understood. The 2 maids replied, appearing significantly more at ease now. The sixth prince chuckled mischievously. Now let me announce the penalty for losing. If Little Bangzi or I lose, we'll drink 3 cups of wine. But if you too lose, you must remove one piece of clothing. His laughter echoed through the chamber, thoroughly amused by this ingenious idea. The two palace maids instantly flushed crimson, yet dared not protest, only nodding meekly in acquiescence. Excellent, the prince exclaimed with sparkling eyes, his excitement barely contained. Let the game commence. I shall cast the dice first. Under Xing Bang's guidance, the three novices fumbled awkwardly with their playing cards. The rules were deliberately simple. Any accidental discard could lead to instant defeat, ensuring the maids would soon. The first round progressed slowly, culminating in the predictable outcome Xing Bang had foreseen. One maid inadvertently provided the winning tile to the prince. Victory is mine, the prince crowed triumphantly. Now, my dear, don't keep us waiting. He pointed gleefully at the defeated maid, his mirth unrestrained. Why, your highness, the maid stammered, her cheeks burning with mortification. If I remove my outer garment, I'll be. Her voice trailed off in embarrassed hesitation. Chapter 87, The Dragon's Gallbladder. A glimmer of hope. What is this? Hurry up. You two foolish girls have no idea how fortunate you are to experience such an exquisite game before anyone else. Follow the rules at once. I care not for your excuses. A bet is a bet, and debts must be paid. Now, shuffle the tiles. Let us continue. Laughter filled the air. This is truly delightful. Little Xing, you are indeed my lucky charm. By spreading this marvelous game, I may well leave a legacy for the ages. The second round concluded swiftly. Once again, the sixth prince, Lu Jing, emerged victorious. And once again, it was the same palace maid who lost. Unskilled and overwhelmed by nerves, defeat was inevitable. Your highness, please spare this humble servant. If not, I shall drink 3 cups of wine as penalty. The maid trembled, dreading further losses. Impossible. My rules are not to be broken on a whim. If you refuse, 20 lashes shall be your fate, and I shall summon another more obedient in your stead. Lu Jing, intoxicated by his own amusement, would not relent. The maid swallowed hard. Then, we continue. But your highness, if I lose again, what shall be my punishment? Without stakes, how can the game proceed? Do not spoil my merriment. Play on. Should you lose once more, I shall devise a fitting penalty. With a dismissive wave, Lu Jing commanded the tiles to be shuffled anew. The next round began. Xing Bang nearly laughed aloud. The same maid lost yet again. Now, the spectacle would truly unfold. Lu Jing grinned with wicked delight. What punishment shall I bestow upon you this time? In the end, both maids were thoroughly defeated. Enough for today. Next time, I shall conceive an even more entertaining penalty. With spirits high, Lu Jing naturally indulged in a feast. Yet, unlike his usual drunken revelry, he dismissed the maids early after their dance, then departed with Xiao Dizzy. Bamboo tiles in hand, Xing Bang understood his intent. Undoubtedly, the prince sought skilled craftsmen to refine the tiles further before flaunting them before his dissolute companions. He couldn't help but admire the sixth prince's restraint. Despite the maid's allure, Lu Jing had not entertained a single improper thought. Truly, though a scoundrel in many ways, the man was a romantic at heart. Days passed without summons. Lu Jing did not return to the palace for within mere days. His fervent promotion had spread mahjong like wildfire among the capital's nobility. Every detail of his initial game with Xing Bang, his recent exploits, reached the emperor's ears without fail. Yet when Lu Xian heard the reports, far from anger, a peculiar satisfaction settled within him. Lu Jing, as a leisurely prince, serves as a considerable source of solace for his father, the emperor. After Lu Jing's antics, Lu Xian began to ponder whether the absurd incident involving Lady Fang was a deliberate act orchestrated by the empress to humiliate her. In short, this series of events led Lu Xian to feel a sense of relief regarding his wayward son, even wishing he would remain in such a state indefinitely. During these days, Xing Bang, naturally idling away her time, devoted herself to cultivation. She also informed by Ru Shuang of her pregnancy. The child, possessing a unique constitution, had already induced signs of morning sickness, and by Ru Shuang within a mere 10 days, instilling in her an unwavering belief in her condition. Once a mother, she became notably cautious and meticulous, a quality that Xing Bang could fully understand as characteristic of a good mother. In the Taiha Hall, Lu Xian was engrossed in reviewing memorials when Qiao Zhengshun rushed in, flustered. Before he even approached, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, joyous news, joyous news. Pray tell, what has elicited such exuberance from you? I have never witnessed you in such a state," Lu Xian inquired, his curiosity piqued. And he felt a sense of shared joy within himself. "Your Majesty, the 4 elders have returned to the palace, and they have procured the inner dan of a millennium-old dragon. They intend to use it as a medicinal catalyst to concoct elixirs for you. Chao Jingchun reported breathlessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian stood up in excitement, exclaiming, "Then it seems I have hope for longevity, at the very least. I need not worry about my life in the near term." With tears of joy, Chao Jingchun added, "Indeed, Your Majesty, I am overwhelmed with happiness. Congratulations. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor, for countless ages." Chapter 88, The Queen with a Hidden Agenda in the Shining Palace. Empress Xiao sat alone in the flower hall, devoid of even a single attending maid. Her brow furrowed, she exhibited an air of discontent. At that moment, the chief eunuch Li Lianying returned from outside the palace. Noticing his mistress's troubled demeanor, he inquired, "Your Highness, what weighs upon your mind to render you so pensive?" Empress Xiao, upon recognizing Li Lianying, sighed and replied, "Who else could be the source of my vexation but that unambitious son of mine? Your Highness, the sixth prince is exceptionally intelligent. He is merely indulging in frivolity at present. If I may be so bold, is it the recent antics of the sixth prince that have caused such distress throughout the capital? He shows no desire for progress, spending his days in reckless abandon. This has caused me no small amount of worry. What good is it to gain His Majesty's favor if, in the end, he is merely a languid prince? I cannot place my hopes for the latter part of my life upon him. Your Highness, I beg to differ. The sixth prince's behavior is, in fact, indicative of his cleverness. Consider the recent incident involving Lady Feng Hua. His Majesty is undoubtedly aware, yet he refrains from action out of caution, wishing to avoid further complications. The sixth prince's current conduct might alleviate the Emperor's suspicions. Spare me your attempts at consolation. I am all too aware of my son's true character. It is likely nothing more than thoughtless revelry, devoid of any ulterior motives." Though she spoke thus, Empress Xiao felt a measure of relief. What mother does not wish for her son to achieve greatness and to excel in all endeavors? She sincerely hoped that her son, whom she had fretted over, might indeed grow as Li Lianying suggested. "My lady, the sixth prince is still young. The road ahead is long. Patience is a virtue you should embrace. After all, it is important to protect your own health. Excessive worry can be detrimental. By the way, Li Gonggong, do you know who taught Jingo that peculiar game he has taken to?" Empress Xiao asked, having forgotten the name, only recalling it to be something unfamiliar. "Replying to Your Highness, that game is called Mahjong. I have discovered that it was presented to the sixth prince by a certain young man from the Bureau of Revenue." Of course, Li Lianying was aware of the details of how it was played that day in the Xiaofu, though he deemed it unnecessary to mention. If that is the case, I understand better now, for he is one of our own. It appears this young man possesses some cunning. I shall seek an opportunity to meet with him privately. If he can offer some guidance to Jinger, it would certainly ease my concerns. Your Highness speaks wisely. Wu Jing holds the young man in high regard. However, in recent days, the Bureau of Revenue has been rather quiet, hence there has been little mention of him. Empress Xiao did not pursue the matter further, but hesitated momentarily before suddenly asking, "Oh, by the way, I noticed you returned in quite a flurry. Is there something you wish to report to me?" Upon hearing this, Li Lianying stepped forward and whispered, "Your Highness, the Prime Minister has delivered a confidential letter for you. My father must have something of utmost importance to convey." Xiaoho furrowed her brow slightly, then rose and walked directly into the inner palace, with Li Lianying closely following. Upon entering the royal chamber, Li Lianying swiftly produced a sealed letter from her waist. Xiaoho took the letter without hesitation, opened it, and after reading, her expression grew somewhat solemn. Li Lianying, having already grasped the situation, brought forth a candle, and Xiaoho promptly set the letter alight, incinerating it. "Li Gonggong, have you heard about the 4 esteemed elders who recently traveled to the eastern shores?" "Alas, this old servant is unaware," Li Lianying replied decisively, shaking her head, fully aware that something significant must have transpired. "Indeed, those 4 were akin to celestial beings. However, my father has received word of this matter, and the 4 elders have procured the inner core of a millennia-old dragon from the eastern sea." Upon hearing this, Li Lianying's admiration for the Prime Minister deepened, revealing truths even beyond her prior understanding. With a furrowed brow, she questioned, could it be that the 4 elders intend to concoct some elixir of longevity for His Majesty? This was an easily conceived notion, especially considering the rarity of the dragon's inner core. Only the 4 elders, united, possessed the strength to vanquish such a formidable beast. She remained unaware of how many seasons these 4 immortal beings had safeguarded the Great Zhou. Indeed, the efficacy of the dragon's inner core is beyond measure. And I need not elaborate. My father fears that regardless of whether His Majesty's health is fully restored or if he merely possesses 3 to 5 more years of life, Our situation could become untenable. What directive does the Prime Minister have? Li Lianying, deeply entrenched in the matter, quickly grasped the stakes involved. Xiaohou tightened her brows. Her gaze fixed sharply on the palace gates as she stated, "My father's concerns are entirely valid. Should His Majesty recover from this critical condition, it is highly likely that he will rekindle old affections and, for the sake of the Crown Prince, may very well release that wretched Feng Hua. Should this occur, she would stand in direct opposition to me within the harem. Though the He family's power has waned, the Long Princess Li Lizzie remains, the true commander of the Jun Nanwang's forces. So, what does my father imply? Do you understand?" Xiaohou did not articulate her thoughts explicitly, trusting that Li Lianying would discern the underlying meaning. "This old servant comprehends. It may indeed be time for Wu Jing to brave the flames for your highness." Li Lianying's gaze was resolute as she spoke with unwavering conviction, to avoid any leaks that might alert our adversaries. "It is prudent to wait a few days until we ascertain the recovery of His Majesty before making any decisive moves. Nevertheless, you may instruct Wu Jing to begin preparations. How this matter unfolds will be entirely within his purview, without the need for my approval." "Understood, Your Highness. This old servant will comply," Li Lianying affirmed. Xiaohou let out a breath, settled down to sip her tea, and seemed to ponder something anew. She murmured to herself, "The Emperor is intent on hastening the marriage of that young lady, Li Shi, yet I wonder if he has reached a decision." The old servant, Li Lianying, interjected, "Your Highness, based on my understanding of the eldest princess, I fear that none of the esteemed young gentlemen from the noble families in the capital would catch her eye. Otherwise, she would not have remained a spinster for so long." Xiaohou, lost in thought, reflected, "Previously, I had not considered this much, but now, upon my father's reminder, I believe it would be quite a splendid choice to request the Emperor to betroth Li Ji to Jing Heir." Chapter 89. The Queen's illness. The words of Her Majesty resonate profoundly. If we could win over the Crown Princess, the 200,000 troops of the southern town would indeed be at our disposal. With the presence of the minister in the capital, it would truly be like adding wings to a tiger. Li Lianying perceptively grasped the thoughts of his sovereign. "Li Gonggong, relay the message. I am unwell." Xiaohou, a woman of swift action, understood that once a plan was conceived, it must be executed without delay, especially as we find ourselves at a critical juncture. "I comprehend, Your Highness," Li Lianying acknowledged with a knowing nod. In the Taiha Hall, the Emperor was informed, "Your Majesty, the Queen has suddenly fallen ill, and it appears to be quite severe. She is bedridden." The slightest disturbance in the inner palace is promptly reported to Chao Zhenchun, especially concerning the Queen's health. Lu Xian furrowed his brow. Though he spoke not, he suspected it might be a matter of the heart. "Very well, let us proceed to Shouning Palace. After all, she is the Queen. Whether the ailment is genuine or not, it would be remiss not to visit her, especially as it has been quite some time since he last graced Shouning Palace." Chao Zhengchun's timely report served as a reminder to Lu Xian, prompting immediate preparations. In Shouning Palace, Li Lianying conveyed, "Your Majesty, the Emperor is on his way." Upon receiving Lu Xian's impending arrival, she hurried to inform the ailing Xiaohou, who lay upon her bed feigning illness. "Ah, I did not expect His Majesty to arrive so swiftly. It has been ages since he last visited Shouning Palace. Had it not been for Jing Er's matter, I would have taken more care in my appearance." With that, Xiaohou sprang to the dressing table, intentionally disheveling her hair further, adjusting her expression to suit the occasion. Feigning illness is indeed an art. However, for a queen well-versed in the intrigues of the palace, it is hardly a challenge. After all, the Emperor's concern for her ailment may not be as profound as it seems. The bond of marriage pales in comparison to the weight of sovereign power. Thus, she felt no guilt in employing her wiles against him. His Majesty approaches. Even before Lu Xian arrived, Chao Zhenchun's voice echoed through the chamber. Li Lianying awaited outside, bowing as he announced, "This humble servant greets Your Majesty." "Rise," Lu Xian gestured. Striding directly into the chamber, Chao Zhenchun and Li Lianying followed closely behind. "Your Majesty, your condition appears grave. You must take your medicine," Lu Xian stated as he entered. Witnessing Xiaohou's eager attempt to rise, "Your Majesty, there is no need for formalities. Please, lie down," he urged, hastening to her side, while a nearby maid swiftly supported the swaying Xiaohou. "Cough, Your Majesty, forgive my frailty. My health has failed me." "Not at all." As he spoke, Lu Xian settled himself beside her and symbolically patted the back of her hand. Turning to Li Lianying, he inquired, "What has befallen the Queen? Why does she appear so weakened? Has the imperial physician been summoned?" "Your Majesty, The imperial physician has already visited and indicated that the empress's excessive liver fire and emotional distress are the causes of her ailment. The physician assured that there are no significant issues, and with proper care for a few days, she will recover. However, the empress finds it unbearable to consume the medicine, which has truly distressed me, the old servant, to no end. Li Lianying reported with utmost respect. Empress, regardless of the circumstances, medicine must be taken. Whatever troubles you have, please drink this bowl of medicine first. Your Majesty, Xiaoho's eyes immediately welled with tears, her voice choked with emotion, yet she still nodded in acquiescence. The maid quickly assisted Xiaoho, gently guiding her to drink the medicine, before taking the bowl and withdrawing respectfully. Chao Zhengchun and Li Lianying, understanding the situation, also took their leave. Empress, what weighs upon your heart? Your Majesty, Jinger has been mischievous and unable to alleviate your worries. I often find myself restless and anxious. Recently, I heard he has taken to some frivolous pastime called mahjong, which has stirred much gossip in the capital. It truly pains my heart. This child has caused me so much sorrow. Xiaoho's face was clouded with worry, expressing her genuine feelings, undeniably for her unaccomplished son. Empress, do not be overly troubled. Although Jingo has a mischievous nature, he is inherently good. With my guidance and training in the future, he will surely improve. Lucien is not devoid of compassion. After all, he is your own flesh and blood. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoho felt a stir of emotion within. It seemed that His Majesty bore no anger towards Jingo's antics, which was indeed a relief, yet it served as a bitter irony for her. As the legitimate second son, he could do as he pleased as long as he did not commit treason. She felt a pang of frustration. It appeared that her son was of little consequence in His Majesty's eyes, who was wholly focused on the crown prince. Thank you, Your Majesty. I hope Jinger can comprehend your earnest intentions and mend his ways to engage in more honorable pursuits. Though Xiaoho held many grievances within, she could only conceal them in her heart. Empress, focus on your recovery. In due course, I shall summon Jingo to admonish him properly. Your Majesty, I have one matter I wish to request your guidance on. Noticing Lu Xian preparing to take his leave, Xiaoho hastily shifted to the main issue. Speak freely, Empress. I shall consider any matter within my power seriously. Your Majesty, Jingo has reached the age for marriage, and I have long been concerned about this. However, he has stubbornly refused to consider any suitable match. Only recently have I come to realize that he is fond of that girl, Li Ji. Lucien immediately furrowed his brow. Xiaoho continued, this truly surprises me. While I have a great fondness for Li Ji, I had not contemplated this avenue. Trusting in your judgment. However, now that Jingo has expressed such an inclination, I believe it is quite fitting, with Li Ji by his side to guide him. I am confident Jingo will soon return to the right path, alleviating your concerns. For that, I seek nothing more. The Empress speaks with some wisdom, and I too have considered this. However, you are aware of Li Ji's temperament. Jingo's feelings alone do not grant me the authority to decide, nor would I wish to impose upon her. Lucien had long contemplated this matter and resolutely dismissed it. Such an occurrence must never transpire. Your Majesty, regardless of any shortcomings, Jinger is still your biological son. While Lizzie is the eldest princess, she is ultimately but an adopted daughter, and at the end of the day, merely a subject of the royal family. Jingo taking her as his consort would not besmirch her in the slightest. Upon hearing this, Empress Xiao felt a profound discomfort. No matter how delicately it was phrased, it implied that her son was unworthy of Lizzie. Your Majesty, such remarks are somewhat excessive. How would Lizzie feel if she were to overhear this? Lucien let out a cold snort. Your Majesty, I harbor no ulterior motives. I am well aware that Lizzie has yet to find someone she truly admires, regardless of her feelings towards Jinger. Does not his status sufficiently reflect the royal family's favor towards her? Empress Xiao thought to herself that since the conversation had reached this point, she might as well speak plainly. Chapter 90. What are you implying? Xiaoho's insinuation was clear, since Lizzie had no suitor and wished to marry soon. Could there be anyone more suitable than my Jinger? Your Majesty, concerning Lizzie's marriage, I have my own views. You need not concern yourself. Lucien understood Xiaoho's meaning well. Her reasoning was indeed sound. However, he had already devised his own plans and had no intention of disclosing them at this moment. He decided to assert the Emperor's authority directly. Your Majesty, I am the Empress. Is Lizzie's marriage not a matter of the inner court? If your Majesty has any intentions, please speak plainly, and I shall comply. Xiaoho was determined for her son, and although she had not uttered anything improper, she could still depose me as Empress. At worst, you simply need not visit Shining Palace in the future. Furthermore, What significance would a visit hold? Lu Xian understood. Feigning illness was a ruse. But inciting his anger was genuine, yet he found himself utterly powerless against her. Empress, do you imply that I must bestow Lizzie upon Jinger? I would not dare. She protested. I merely find it perplexing. To anyone's eyes, this appears to be a most fitting match. Yet why does your majesty refuse it? Xiaohou was steadfast in her belief that she had made no errors. Refusing to provide a satisfactory answer was her way of holding her ground. A fine match indeed. I must inquire, Empress, do you harbor no selfish motives at all? I would not deceive your majesty. I confess I do have personal desires, but they stem solely from a mother's wish for her son to prosper. Lu Xian let out a bitter smile. Empress, you have truly opened my eyes today. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. As an emperor, even if he harbored doubts, some things were best left unspoken. Your majesty, please forgive me. I beg you to understand my plight, if I am to be pitied. As she spoke, Xiaohou covered her face and began to weep. Very well, Empress. This is not a trivial matter. Allow me to contemplate it carefully. Lu Xian, recalling his late eldest son, felt a pang in his heart. He had cherished that son dearly, and had he lived, many troubles might have been avoided. Thank you for your understanding, your majesty. Xiaohou realized she could no longer press the issue. Attaining this uncertain result was already quite an achievement, and she was somewhat satisfied. Thus, the hope for Jinger to wed that girl Lizzie had grown considerably. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. I shall return to the palace now. Empress, please rest well. Your majesty. Safe travels. Lu Xian seized the opportunity to depart, while Xiaohou felt a lingering resentment. To tire so soon after such a brief conversation was truly. Despite her outward strength, she remained a normal woman, and at that, one in the prime of her youth. Though feigning illness, the physician had diagnosed her correctly. Excessive liver fire and pent-up emotions. Alas, I must not dwell on this. At that moment, Li Lianying approached with a cup of jasmine tea. Xiaohou, feeling quite parched, lifted it and drank deeply, savoring the refreshing taste. Her Majesty did not consent to Jinger's matter, and I truly cannot fathom what thoughts lie within His Majesty's mind. However, this time I have pressed His Majesty quite severely. So surely this matter will soon come to light. His Majesty has always been inherently suspicious, and under the current circumstances, it is indeed difficult to grasp his true intentions. Li Lianying also shook his head in uncertainty. I refuse to believe that anyone in this realm, apart from the Crown Prince, could rival my Jinger in noble status. Wait, could it be that His Majesty intends to make Princess Lizzie the Crown Princess? Empress Xiao inadvertently mentioned the Crown Prince when this thought suddenly struck her. Well, though the Crown Prince is only 8 years old, now that your Majesty mentions it, it is not entirely impossible. After all, if the eldest princess were to become the Crown Princess, the Crown Prince's position would be further solidified. Li Lianying's mind raced swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, Empress Xiao exhaled deeply and said, upon reflection, His Majesty's hesitation likely stems from this very consideration. I understand now, His Majesty is indeed painstakingly thoughtful, securing for the Crown Prince a final guardian. Li Lianying observed Empress Xiao deep in thought and remained silently by her side, not daring to disturb her. Eunuchly, you must immediately and discreetly visit the Punishment Bureau. Inform Wu Jing as originally planned. Meanwhile, after leaving Shining Palace, Lu Xian was also unsettled, pondering this matter. Grand Companion, I can wait no longer. Summon Lizzie at once. I must settle the matter between her and the Crown Prince. Having deliberated the entire journey, Lu Xian had firmly resolved upon this course of action, further strengthening his conviction. At once, Your Majesty. This old servant shall personally attend to it. Chao Zhencheng grasped the gravity of the situation and understood its immense significance. In the Punishment Bureau, within Lady Fenghua's chamber. Sister, how did you end up here as well? All this time, and that scoundrel never once told me. Bai Rushuang pinched Xing Bang fiercely before tearfully embracing Lady Fenghua. Though older in age, Bai Rushuang addressed her as sister in accordance with palace protocol. As Lady Fenghua held a higher rank, do not blame him. It was I who forbade him from telling you. I did not wish for you to fret over my affairs. Lady Fenghua seemed to comprehend Xing Bang's intentions perfectly. The two had shared a deep bond during their time in the palace, and after such a prolonged separation, they finally parted with a knowing smile. Xing Bang had also planned to send Bai Rushuang out of the palace, hence arranging this meeting between them. See how well I have cared for Rushuang? Have I not fulfilled your earnest trust? Sister, look at this rogue, truly shameless, boasting after taking advantage. Bai Rushuang shot Xing Bang a glare. Lady Fenghua smiled faintly. Rushuang, Seeing you like this brings me great joy. To be honest, I am somewhat envious of you. Bai Rushuang naturally understood Lady Fenghua's sorrows. Unlike herself, Lady Fenghua was not free of attachments. With her homeland already fallen, Xing Bang was now her sole remaining pillar of support. Without further words, Bai Rushuang simply patted Lady Fenghua's hand in silent comfort. After leaving the palace, embrace a fulfilling life. With him by your side, solitude will be a thing of the past. Madame Fenghua cast a glance at Bai Rushuang's belly, then turned to Xing Bang, continuing, with him around, you need not worry about me. I am confident we shall meet again. Oh dear, this little romance is rather stirring. From the gaze of a certain enchanting beauty, I discern a lingering attachment. Xing Bang teased with a hearty laugh, soon feeling a pinch at his waist, showing no inclination to evade it. Why does he relish such torment? Madame Fenghua, with a playful smile, jested with Bai Rushuang. Ah, you have truly changed. Your countenance is replete with happiness. You've become quite the little woman. Xing Bang chuckled and wrapped his arm around Madame Fenghua's slender waist, pondering. Should I interpret this as a subtle hint from you? Chapter 91. Li Jiji receives the Emperor's decree in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Li Jiji bowed and greeted. Your Majesty. Rise. Lu Xian replied, observing her demeanor with a slight furrow of his brow. It seemed that the young lady bore some discontent, for she had grown distant, even omitting the customary address of Father Emperor. However, he did not dwell on it too much, recognizing her feelings were not without reason, as she was, after all, not his biological child. Father Emperor, Li Jiji felt a profound discomfort, not solely regarding her own marriage, but also the matters involving Madame Fenghua and the Crown Prince, as well as the affairs of the He family. This turmoil had fostered a significant emotional distance between her and the father who had raised her for so many years. She felt she had acted inappropriately, yet found no need to elaborate. Enough, Jiji. I understand your thoughts. I have been troubled by your matters for days. Today, I wish to discuss this with you sincerely. Please, speak, Father Emperor. Upon returning to the palace, Li Jiji sensed the gravity of the situation, eager for a resolution, as the ambiguity of the days prior had become quite unbearable. Lu Xian sighed. I am aware of your lofty aspirations. You disdain those who do not meet your standards. However, you are a woman, and while I desire to provide you with a satisfactory future, you are not an ordinary girl. Many of my decisions are beyond my control. I hope you can empathize with my position. Father Emperor, I understand your concerns. Regardless of your decisions, I shall obey. Li Jiji had reconciled with this notion. Since she had no affections to bind her, it would be prudent to accept the arrangements. Should she insist on her own whims, she risked not only her happiness but potentially greater calamities. Jiji, I am pleased you think this way. Over the years, I have sometimes indulged your caprices out of goodwill. But circumstances have changed. I am no longer youthful, and my health is waning, as you can see. Therefore, I must expedite the arrangements for your future, lest I face a restless end. Father Emperor, I comprehend fully. Please, command me. As she observed Lu Xian's reddened eyes, a pang of sorrow struck her heart. After all, who among mortals is devoid of sentiment? Very well, Jiji. Listen closely. I have decided to betroth you to the Crown Prince. At these words, Li Jiji was taken aback, her mind racing through countless possibilities, even considering the sixth prince, yet this was an outcome she had never envisaged. Father Emperor, oh no. The Crown Prince is but 8 years old. Jiji, I am aware of your affection for the Crown Prince. You have always regarded him as a younger brother. However, I can only entrust him to you with peace of mind. Do you understand? But, Li Jiji furrowed her brow, grasping the intent behind her father's words. Yet the notion felt exceedingly awkward. I had already contemplated this matter, yet I wish to reflect further. However, I shall be candid with you. Today, the Empress advised me to betroth you to Jinger, which is why I am hastily finalizing this matter. Only in this way will the Empress remain silent. Father, I shall comply with your arrangements. Li Lizzie pondered for a moment. With the conversation having reached this point, she was acutely aware of the implications, and there was no room for hesitation. Moreover, she had no affection for Lu Jing whatsoever. Very well, I shall obey the imperial decree. After all, my intention has always been to protect the Crown Prince, and perhaps this is my destiny. Excellent, splendid. At tomorrow's morning court, I shall publicly announce this decision and instruct the Ministry of Rights to expedite preparations for the announcement to the realm. Lu Xian felt a weight lift from his heart, believing that none among the court would voice opposition. However, Father, is this not somewhat unjust to the Crown Prince? After all, he is but 8 years old. In certain matters, Li Lizzie, having made her decision, would not waver. The obedient and understanding crown prince would certainly acquiesce. Yet she could not shake an uneasy feeling, fearing that he might one day regret this arrangement. Lucien smiled gently. Lizzie, you need not worry. I believe that when Huija matures, he will be grateful for my decision today. Though he is merely 8 years old, this child possesses exceptional wisdom and strong convictions. Shall I summon him now to inquire his thoughts directly? No, father. Li Lizzie quickly waved her hand, feeling uncomfortable at the idea of discussing such matters in front of a mere child. In that case, it is settled. Yes, father. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Lucien, visibly pleased, waved her off, and Li Lizzie departed. She felt a sense of relief, free from the burdens of these concerns. Thankfully, this was merely a betrothal. The actual wedding would not take place for at least 5 years, when the crown prince reaches the age of 13. What events may unfold in the future remains uncertain. Well, I suddenly feel a bit fatigued. I shall return to my chamber now. Bai Rushuang chuckled lightly, preparing to turn away. Madame Fanghua shot a glance at Xing Bang. You truly? How can this be allowed? What? Am I not permitted? Xing Bang teasingly tugged her back. Well, we should at least wait until evening. Xing Bang observed Bai Rushuang's graceful departure. Are you truly leaving? Did you hear what your sister Fanghua just mentioned? Bai Rushuang turned her head, giggling. You only wish for delightful outcomes. Xing Bang pouted and playfully pinched her on the rear. All right. Let us each return to our respective homes and find our mothers. How rude. It is broad daylight. Hurry and go back. Madame Fanghua instinctively gasped and shot a glare at Xing Bang. Sister, I shall take my leave now. When that day arrives, we shall have a proper conversation throughout the night. Despite the playful banter, Bai Rushuang was not without discretion. She understood the importance of maintaining propriety in certain matters. She was acutely aware of Madame Fanghua's predicament, yet she knew that no amount of persuasion would compel her to leave this place. All she could do was silently pray for peace. Xing Bang bestowed a kiss on Madame Fanghua's cheek before escorting Bai Rushuang back to her quarters and then returned to the bustling office. Soon, Bai Rushuang would be sent out of the palace, and caution was paramount during such times. Brother Bang, you're back. I've already grasped the nuances of mahjong with sisters Fiki and Fingjiao. Will you play around with us? Very well. Let me assess the skills you three have honed over the past half a day, Xing Bang replied, making himself comfortable. Initially, the idea of creating mahjong was conceived as a means of amusement, so it was only natural that he would impart his knowledge to them at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 92. What are you doing, you mischievous girl? However, while playing is indeed enjoyable, it must come with some stakes. Otherwise, this amusement loses its charm. And your engagement in the game would lack sincerity. Do you understand? Very well, but what shall we use as stakes? Li Xiaowan initially clapped her hands in excitement. But the next moment, she was at a loss, unable to think of what to use as stakes. Let me ponder. Xing Bang stroked her chin, finding this quite a conundrum. She had hoped to replicate the last instance where they lost their garments. Yet it was evident that such behavior was inappropriate in front of the three of them. She must maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Nevertheless, it was no great loss. Opportunities would arise when the time was right. How about this? We wager neither gold nor silver, but rather the truth or a dare. The loser can choose either one, and the winner will pose the question. If it is a self-drawn victory, the winner asks all three losers. Have you understood? An idea sparked in Xing Bang's mind, and she considered this to be a relatively meaningful twist. The three girls had certainly never played such a game before. But upon hearing the proposal, they readily agreed. For them, who found themselves rather bored, this was undoubtedly a delightful prospect, igniting their curiosity immensely. All right, let us commence. Playing a little mahjong during work hours does not constitute a breach of law, does it? They rolled the dice and drew their tiles. The three young ladies were quite earnest in their learning and swiftly became quite adept. In the first round, Xing Bang was dealt an exceptional hand and quickly won with a self-drawn victory. It seemed that her thoughts manifested into reality. She had initially hoped for a self-drawn win, ensuring all three young ladies would lose, thereby preventing any notion of them sulking or refusing to play. Well then, you three have lost, and each shall face a consequence. Fengyi, being the eldest, shall begin with you. Truth or dare? I shall choose truth. Fengyi, somewhat perplexed, opted for truth. Understanding the surface meaning but unsure of what circumstances might arise in this inaugural game. Instinctively, she felt that a dare might present a greater challenge. Do you have someone you admire? This. A girl who is yet to be betrothed is being asked such questions? Fengyi's cheeks flushed, utterly taken aback. After all, games are for enjoyment. To play merrily, one must shed unnecessary constraints, yet honesty is paramount. One must not deceive, for falsehoods may indeed manifest, and moreover, no one would mock you for your truth. Xing Bang exchanged a knowing glance. Anticipating such a reaction, she deliberately chose the most sensitive topic, serving as a precautionary measure for Li Xiaowan and He Fengxiao. However, aside from He Fengyi's nervousness, He Fengxiao's face had turned pale with anxiety, while Li Xiaowan, whose thoughts were innocent and playful, was not nervous but rather thrilled, finding the situation quite entertaining, possibly because she harbored no secrets whatsoever. My father once arranged a marriage for me, but due to unforeseen family circumstances, it has since fallen through. Have you met your fiancé? No. Xing Bang thought the same, though he was somewhat curious, so he followed up with another question. How can you call someone your beloved when you've never even met them? But I have no one else. It's not that I must speak the truth, but I thought once I'm betrothed to someone, I must remain loyal to my husband's family for life. Doesn't that make him my one and only beloved? Though now, it's impossible. I just wanted to speak honestly, afraid it might actually come true. He Fengyi finished speaking, then seemed to realize her words might be inappropriate, and quickly added, I mean, just in case. Xing Bang's earlier mix of intimidation and bluffing had worked. She was now afraid her own fabricated words might manifest. The implication was clear. She feared she might never find her true beloved in the future. All right, Figgy. A bit reluctant, but sincere enough. You pass. Instantly. He Fengyi exhaled in relief. Fengjiao, your turn. What will you choose? I'll choose Dare. He Fengyi was the gentler type, appearing even more nervous than her sister. She chose the Dare, likely because the truth was too difficult and embarrassing to voice. What she didn't know was that Xing Bang had no intention of asking the same question. How could I let you take a real risk? Let me think. All right, come sit on my lap for a while. But men and women should not touch casually. He Fengjiao's face flushed crimson, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, her head bowed so low it nearly disappeared. It's just a game, no deliberate torment. A dare should have some challenge, after all. Unless you'd prefer to repeat what your sister just said? Since it's your first time playing, I won't make it too hard. Just sit for a moment, symbolically. Then, I'll try. After an internal struggle, He Fengjiao finally agreed. As a young lady from a respectable family, she had given her word before the game, and now had to honor it, no matter how mortifying. Blushing furiously, she lowered her gaze and slowly approached Xing Bang. Took a deep breath, and then gingerly sat down. Wait, is this girl closing her eyes? Already unsteady, she nearly slid right off his knee and onto the floor. But Xing Bang was no ordinary man. Swift as lightning, he wrapped an arm around her waist. You. He Fengjiao felt the firm grip at her waist, and her mind instantly buzzed with static. Xing Bang merely smiled, wasting no time in steadying her before helping her back up. Trembling slightly, He Fengjiao hurriedly retreated to her seat. These He sisters, quite the pair. Finally my turn. This feels so exciting. Li Xiaowan stared at Xing Bang, her eyes practically urging him. Ask me already. Truth or dare? Xing Bang nearly laughed at her eager expression. Dare. Xiaowan, why did you choose dare? Because it sounds way more fun. She answered without hesitation, as if she had already made up her mind. Then come here and give me a kiss. Xing Bang pondered that he could not possibly choose to embrace her again. Such a simple option would likely not satisfy the spirited young lady. Very well. Li Xiaowan stood up, readily agreeing with a cheerful smile as she approached Xing Bang. She exhibited none of the shyness or bashfulness characteristic of the He sisters. Could this be what they call the fearless ignorance of youth? Suddenly, memories of Li Xiaodao and Zhao Linger surfaced. Nevertheless, Li Xiaowan was indeed as pure and innocent as Zhao Linger, albeit considerably older. Brother Bang, where shall I kiss you? Upon reaching Xing Bang, Li Xiaowan paused, unsure of her next move. You have the freedom to choose. Kiss wherever you wish. All right, Brother Bang, then I shall begin. Xing Bang was enveloped by a delightful fragrance, followed by an exquisite sweetness akin to spring water. Li Xiaowan, you mischievous girl, what are you doing? At that moment, a melodious voice from outside interrupted the tranquility of the room. Chapter 93. Indeed, women are swayed by flattery. Xing Bang's head buzzed with disbelief. Was it really this klitsch? The person who had arrived was none other than Li Xiaowan's fiery mother, Nangong Shui. Nangong Shui, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Are you looking for me, or for Xiaowan? Xing Bang turned to glance around, only to discover that the mischievous girl, Li Xiaowan, had vanished. Upon hearing Nangong Shui's voice, she reacted instinctively, leaping away as if a mouse had encountered a cat. You little brat, stand right there. At that moment, Li Xiaowan had already dashed back into the house like a flash. Nan Gongshui glanced at the He sisters, then shot a glare at Xing Bang, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Fili, Finjiao, our fun ends here for today. Rest assured, I will ensure you have your chance for revenge. With that, Xing Bang hurriedly chased after her. Sister, do you think this Li Gonggong is deliberately taking advantage of us? Whether she is intentionally profiting from us is uncertain. But one thing is clear. We have suffered a significant loss. She has escaped. After Xing Bang left, the two sisters murmured in unison. Nan Gongshui, slow down. It's not as you think. No need to explain. I know your little tricks all too well. Don't follow me, or I might just retaliate. Nan Gongshui shrugged off Xing Bang's hand and continued walking furiously, showing no signs of stopping. Come, strike me a few times to vent your anger. You think I wouldn't dare? Nan Gongshui halted, raising her hand, and Xing Bang instinctively leaned forward, presenting her face. She glanced around, hesitated, then retracted her hand and sprinted back to her room. Xing Bang chuckled to herself. No matter how furious she was, she still understood the importance of preserving face for her man. Upon entering her room, Nan Gongshui turned her back to Xing Bang. Nan Gongshui, don't be angry. We were merely having fun. Who knew that Xiaowan would be so playful? I thought a little peck on the cheek wouldn't matter, but she took it too far. To be honest, even if you hadn't come, I was already planning to give Xiaowan a lesson. Ugh, this is infuriating. Xing Bang stood before Nan Gongshui, observing her rising and falling demeanor, clearly filled with anger. All right, don't be upset. I didn't do anything serious. It was merely childish play. Let go of me. If Xiaowan is clueless, can't you be more considerate? It's clearly your fault, you rogue. Nan Gongshui pushed away Xing Bang's hand that was resting on her waist, filled with reproach, though some words remained unspoken. Terms like ill-intention seemed inappropriate, after all. He was still her man, the one she cherished. To say such things would be akin to berating herself for being blind. Nan Gongshui, I swear on my conscience. I am truly innocent. I had no such intentions. Even if you permitted it, I would still weigh my actions, wouldn't I? You, Nan Gongshui, at a loss for words, resorted to pinching Xing Bang to express her displeasure. I was merely using a metaphor. Come now, do not be angry. Let us calm down. Is this how one employs metaphors? Wanner is still just a child. I cannot permit you to lead her astray. Very well. Shall I regard her as a child henceforth? Your words make it sound as if I am the most notorious villain in the world. How could Xing Bang fail to comprehend Nan Gongshui's feelings? He ought to be more restrained in the future. Truth be told, he harbors no malevolent thoughts towards the innocent and endearing Li Xiaowan. She is simply a mischievous child, albeit a rather innocent one. I never said such a thing. I'll let you finish your sentence. Well then, I am no longer angry. It was entirely a misunderstanding. Seeing that Nan Gongshui had calmed down, Xing Bang pulled her closer into his embrace. What nonsense. If I catch you leading Wanner astray again, I shall make you a true eunuch. Heavens, truly, the hearts of women are the most venomous. But if I were to become a eunuch, I wonder if you would weep bitterly. If you were so inclined, we may certainly give it a try. Let us give it a try then. Do you think I am easily frightened? Indeed. It seems that women require a bit of coaxing. Xing Bang, understanding that Nan Gongshui had already calmed down, without further ado, swept her into his arms. You wicked scoundrel, release me at once. What are your intentions? You have spoken the truth. You are indeed what you claim to be. Are you not afraid of Wanna coming over? That would be splendid. It would provide a perfect opportunity to educate the child. As night fell, the tempest had subsided. Under the weight of her own guilt, Li Xiaowan would be too apprehensive to approach. Yet, under Nan Gongshui's urging, she insisted that Xing Bang return to check on matters. Upon returning to the tumultuous office, Brother Bang, where have you been for so long? Ah, your mother was genuinely upset this time. I merely went to persuade her. So, is my mother all right now? She won't come to scold me, will she? Li Xiaowan hastily set down the mahjong tiles and instinctively glanced outside. Xing Bang chuckled knowingly. My dear girl, your heart is truly expansive. He Finyi and her sister had long since abandoned the mahjong before them, and upon hearing Xing Bang's words, their faces turned a shade of crimson. You ran away, leaving us with thoughts of revenge. Li Xiaowan candidly voiced the sentiments of the group. What? Do you three intend to engage in a night battle? Oh dear. I almost forgot the matter at hand. A messenger from Lord Wu came earlier, requesting your presence for a drink, stating he would wait for you no matter how late it became. Li Xiaowan's face brightened, but she quickly smacked her forehead. Wu Jing? What could this old eunuch want with me, and why is he being so courteous? Very well, you may continue your mahjong studies. when I find the time. I shall certainly grant you the opportunity to fulfill your wishes. Hee, that would be splendid. Just as Xing Bang prepared to turn away, he paused and turned back. By the way, Xiaowan, I forgot to mention, your mother is no longer angry, so you need not worry about her scolding you. However, she did instruct me to ensure that I speak to you thoroughly on her behalf. Li Xiaowan stuck out her tongue and murmured softly, what is there to discuss? Aren't we merely indulging a little? Sister Feng Jiao even sat on my lap. Xiaowan, why are you dragging me into this? Sister Feng Jiao, how about I mention it to Brother Bang and include you in our conversation? At least we would have company. Feng Jiao. Xing Bang chuckled and quickened his pace towards the medical office. To be honest, he no longer held the same trepidation towards Wu Jing as he once did. After the demise of Xiao Yozi, a rather dull-witted chubby fellow had taken his place. It is evident that this old eunuch had deliberately chosen not to surround himself with sharp minds. Upon Xing Bang's arrival, Wu Jing immediately stood up, his politeness bordering on the peculiar. Little Bangzy, please take your seat. We have been awaiting your presence. Xing Bang glanced at the sumptuous spread of food and drink and smiled faintly. Wu Gonggong, what momentous occasion are you celebrating today? Little Bangzy, it's not our family celebration, but rather, it is your good fortune that has brought such a feast, courtesy of Her Majesty the Empress. Me? Surely, Wu Gonggong is jesting. Xing Bang responded with a hint of confusion. Our family does not jest. Do you recall the gift you presented to the sixth prince a while back, the so-called mahjong? You are not an outsider. At the very least, the sixth prince is no longer causing a stir in the palace, and I hear His Majesty is quite pleased. Would you not consider that a merit? Xing Bang cleared his throat. I merely acted to alleviate the concerns of my lord. I did not think too much of it. Very well, no need for further pleasantries. Let us raise a glass in your honor. You are too kind, Gonggong. Allow me to toast you. Xing Bang lifted his cup, clinking it with Wu Jing's, and then drank it down in one gulp. The chubby fellow hurriedly poured wine for Wu Jing first, then filled Xing Bang's cup. Xing Bang cast an intentional glance at the chubby fellow. If he were not overly cautious, this lad might soon be in serious trouble. His arrival had been brief, and discussing such intimate topics in his presence was not a good omen. As the wine flowed, Wu Jing remarked, Little Bangzy, since you entered the palace and arrived at this point, how do you feel our family has treated you? Gonggong has shown me immense kindness, a debt I shall never forget in my lifetime. Finally, they were getting to the crux of the matter. It was unlikely this was merely an invitation to drink. Wu Jing raised his cup again, clinking it with Xing Bang's. Well, since that is the case, let us speak plainly. The adage to train soldiers for 1,000 days for a single moment of use holds true. The favors we have received ultimately stem from Her Majesty the Empress. Now, the Empress has entrusted us with a most significant task. Should we succeed, we shall be hailed as great benefactors to Her Majesty and the sixth prince. As for me, being of advanced age, I do not concern myself with accolades. I seek only to repay the Empress's grace. However, you, Little Bangzy, are destined for a bright and prosperous future. Gonggong, I understand all this. Please speak directly about the matter at hand. Xing Bang saw no reason to hesitate or decline. Whatever the matter, he would first agree before addressing it further. Good. Straightforwardness is commendable. I knew you were a person of substance. With that, Wu Jing raised his cup once more, toasting Xing Bang again. Little Stick, our family wishes for you to persuade Madame Fanghua to take her own life. Grandfather, you cannot be serious? Xing Bang was taken aback, never anticipating that the Empress would take such a perilous gamble on Madame Fanghua's life. The plump youth, startled, dropped the wine jug, shattering it upon the ground, and hurriedly attempted to gather the fragments. There is no need to clean up. Simply fetch a new wine jug. He was instructed. Yes, grandfather. Before the plump youth could reach the doorway, Wu Jing swiftly approached from behind and delivered a sharp blow to the back of his head. With a thud, the youth collapsed, having met his untimely demise. Little Stick, you are aware that we not only detest disobedient servants, but we also have a strong aversion to clumsy oafs. Wu Jing remarked without casting a glance at the fallen youth, returning to his seat with a tone that seemed to jest. A clever ploy, indeed. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Yet, at this moment, Xing Bang harbored no fear of Wu Jing. He was entirely capable of ending Wu Jing's life without a hint of pressure. However, unless absolutely necessary, he could not eliminate him just yet, for that would render him the prime suspect. Nevertheless, Little Stick, you need not be afraid. We know you are an intelligent individual and have always been unwaveringly loyal. We are confident you will not disappoint us. Grandfather, if you have any commands, I shall bravely face any peril. However, to speak candidly, Madame Fanghua, being the esteemed mother of the crown prince, holds a prestigious position. If she were to die mysteriously, there would undoubtedly be a vigorous investigation. As for my life, it is of little worth, but if my actions were to implicate the empress, I would be unable to rest in peace. Xing Bang contemplated stalling Wu Jing while seeking clarity on the matter. Wu Jing nodded. Since you became a nobleman, it seems you have indeed matured. The principles you speak of are well understood by me as well. However, the empress comprehends these matters even more deeply. Having made such a resolute decision, she must be fully prepared. Therefore, refrain from overthinking, trust in the empress's judgment, and have faith that she will do everything in her power to protect us. Then, grandfather, as I lack experience in these affairs, I humbly request your guidance to prevent any missteps. Xing Bang inwardly cursed Wu Jing, regarding him as a crafty old fox. For he offered no further explanations, leaving Xing Bang cornered with his single statement. Wu Jing smirked. This is simple. You should enlist 2 helpers from the Violent Bureau. You know how to handle them, do you not? Then simply hang Madame Fanghua in her chamber. Let me tell you a harsh truth. Do you think His Majesty sent Madame Fanghua here with the intention of allowing her to leave alive? It is merely a matter of time. What a farce. They truly viewed me as cannon fodder. The scheme was well crafted, effectively placing the burden entirely upon me while I would have to deal with the 2 accomplices as well. Very clever. Should anything go awry, I would simply watch the conclusion unfold. Thus, I shall heed your instructions, grandfather. Good. I shall grant you 2 days, little stick. Remember this, in such a grave matter. If Madame Fanghua does not perish, we shall both meet our end together. Wu Jing patted Xing Bang's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Damn it. I truly wish I could strike you down right now for your arrogance. Rest assured, I understand. Well, let us not dwell on that any longer. Come. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight. By the way, the 2 young ladies from the He family that the 6th prince instructed you to bring back will be awarded to you by the empress once the task is accomplished. Furthermore, a grand residence will be bestowed upon you outside the palace, elevating you to the status of a true master. Wu Jing embellished his words with exaggerated enthusiasm. Upon reflection, it is indeed plausible that an ordinary eunuch might devote himself wholeheartedly to such endeavors. However, your calculations are flawed. I am not an ordinary individual. To utilize you? I appreciate your kind intentions, and I shall certainly strive diligently for the empress. Just wait and see. I shall exert all my strength. Very well, let us drink. After consuming several more cups, Xing Bang pretended to be intoxicated and took his leave. Yet, upon reaching the courtyard, he did not depart, but instead concealed himself nearby. If I were to eliminate this old eunuch, Wu Jing, at this juncture, it would likely come as a surprise to him that I possess the capability to do so. Nevertheless, he would undoubtedly suspect a connection with Madame Fanghua, especially if news were to leak out. In that case, I would need to act preemptively and eliminate Wu Jing, for Madame Fanghua has the support of Princess Li Lizzie. Xing Bang pondered in the shadows, contemplating whether to strike now. If I do not act now, I will have no explanation in 2 days. Wu Jing will undoubtedly seek to silence me, and I would still have to eliminate him then, resulting in a similar outcome, perhaps with even greater risk. Chapter 94. Meng Yudi's early morning visit finally, Xing Bang lingered a while longer. Seeing the lights in Wu Jing's quarters extinguished, he pondered and decided to return for now. Best to wait a little longer. 2 days, who knows what might change. If all else fails, I'll just have to eliminate that old eunuch Wu Jing. Dare to lay hands on my woman, and death will be your only reward. Passing by Lady Fanghua's chamber, Xing Bang brought her back to his courtyard. Keeping her in his own quarters felt far safer. What has gotten into you today? Do you find my room too shabby? Heh, judging by your tone, if I didn't come for you tonight, you'd surely hold a grudge. Pa. As if I couldn't live without you, by the way. Sister, care to guess why I returned so late? What happened? Lady Fanghua nestled in Xing Bang's arms. He saw no reason to hide the truth from her. She was no fragile, helpless woman. On the contrary, she was strong-willed and decisive. He hadn't mentioned it earlier to avoid souring the mood, but now, as they lay together, he shared it as pillow talk. That old bastard Wu Jing received an order from the empress demanding that Xing Bang playfully squeezed Lady Fanghua. Something must have happened in the palace. Otherwise, the empress wouldn't act so recklessly. His Majesty might eventually decree my death, but he would never tolerate such an outrage. He'd investigate thoroughly. I thought the same. Giving me only 2 days clearly means she wants no delays. Xing Bang couldn't help but admire Lady Fanghua's composure. Perhaps enduring so much had tempered her spirit, making her even stronger. But as for what exactly occurred, I've no idea. Ever since was named crown prince, the empress has wished nothing but ill upon us. Ah, sister, I truly envy a life of quiet simplicity now. Still, she has handed this matter to you. If you fail, she won't spare you. Since things have come to this, we can't just sit idle. The only way forward is for you to find a way tomorrow to relay this news to Lizzie. She might know something, and she'd surely lend your aid. Lady Fanghua pressed her face tightly against Xing Bang's chest, understanding now why he had brought her here. This man genuinely cherished her, and warmth flooded her heart. She would never allow any harm to befall him. Very well, we'll do as you say. No matter what, we share joy and sorrow alike. And I swear, no one will lay a finger on my woman. Lady Fanghua melted into his embrace with tender surrender. The next morning before dawn had fully broken, Meng Yuti arrived at the prison office seeking Xing Bang. After Lizzie's audience with the emperor the previous day, she had agonized over whether to inform Lady Fanghua. Only late into the night had she resolved to send Meng Yuti at first light. Regardless of how shocking the news might be, the truth could no longer be avoided. Xing Bang had already returned Lady Fanghua to her quarters and was washing up when little Jinzi hurried in to announce the visitor. Having learned his lesson, the boy now obeyed Meng Yuti's instructions without a word of excess. Why did you come so early? Could it be that you miss me? Meng Yuti was not waiting for Xing Bang at the bustling office, but rather had chosen a serene spot to deliberately avoid crowds. Of course not. What are you thinking? Meng Yuti mused to herself. Do you think I'm foolish? What could I possibly do here so early in the morning? If you truly wished for my company, considering your early arrival, I might accompany you to the Cool Breeze Pavilion for some morning exercises. How naive of you. It's all your fault. Even the princess has begun to doubt me, and I nearly let the truth slip. Oh dear, look at you. I completely forgot the important matters at hand. Now, speaking of the Cool Breeze Pavilion, I inexplicably feel a sense of trepidation. To be honest, your timing is perfect. Even if you hadn't come, I would have found a way to meet with the eldest princess. Have you encountered some trouble? Otherwise, I should take you there now. A hint of concern suddenly crossed Meng Yuti's face. Since you are here, I need not go any longer. It's best to avoid any complications. Please tell me. What brings you here? Oh, I see. Yesterday, His Majesty summoned the princess and intends to betroth her to the crown prince. By now, the emperor will likely announce this during court, and it will soon spread throughout the palace after dawn. What? If I recall correctly, the crown prince is only 8 years old this year. Xing Bang was somewhat taken aback, setting aside other matters. This would mean becoming the daughter-in-law of Lady Fanghua. What kind of situation is this? Even a melodrama wouldn't dare to portray such a plot twist. The princess did not elaborate, merely stating that Lady Fanghua would comprehend the underlying implications. Being as astute as you are, I'm sure you can figure it out too. All I know is that, with this development, your princess will undoubtedly suffer a great injustice. There is no way to reconcile that. What do you mean? You. Meng Yuti was momentarily taken aback, but upon deeper reflection, her anger caused her to stomp her foot. Must you bring such alarming news so early in the morning? Xing Bang smiled slightly. I am simply too honest, always inclined to speak the unvarnished truth. A roll of the eyes. By the way, the princess also instructed that yesterday, the empress sought the emperor's permission to betroth the princess to the sixth prince. Humph. What a ridiculous ambition. Meng Yuti clenched her silver teeth, her expression one of disdain as she spoke the latter half. Xing Bang shook his head. Even calling the sixth prince a waste would be an understatement. However, instinctively, he sensed that this news was of great significance. This implies that the empress should remain unaware of this information. Presumably, she does not know yet, but after the morning court, she will surely find out. I came to inform you of this. What is your matter? Xing Bang remained silent, leaning closer to whisper a few words in Meng Yuti's ear. What? This is serious. I must hurry back to inform the eldest princess. Meng Yuti exclaimed in shock, and as she spoke, she was ready to leave. Do not rush. For this matter has been entrusted to me, and there is no immediate urgency. Allow me to consolidate these two issues and clarify them. Thus, Yuti, you should return and inform the Grand Princess of this situation. Moreover, it is imperative that you advise her against acting impulsively. The Empress, having chosen to act prematurely without knowledge of the final outcome, must have reasons unknown to us. It would be prudent for the Grand Princess to conduct a discreet investigation. The Emperor will undoubtedly bestow even greater favor upon the Grand Princess than before, as Madame Fanghua is the mother of the Crown Prince. At this juncture, even if the Grand Princess speaks a few words in favor of Madame Fanghua, it is unlikely that the Emperor would hold her accountable, should he disagree. After careful consideration, Xing Bang reflected that although these two matters are not directly linked, they must inherently bear some connection. Ming Yuti furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Are you suggesting that the Grand Princess should plead for the Crown Prince and his mother to be reunited, thereby securing Madame Fanghua's release? Chapter 95. Li Lizzie acts according to plan. Such words must never be uttered, for they would have the opposite effect. Consider. It is tantamount to using this matter to coerce His Majesty. Enough of your cryptic hints. This significant affair has already caused quite a stir. The princess can indeed. Xing Bang whispered fervently into Ming Yuti's ear. Very well, I shall take my leave. Yet, there remains time for a little more amusement. Observing Ming Yuti's reluctance to part, Xing Bang scoffed. Humph, who is so eager to play with you? After Ming Yuti departed, Xing Bang instructed the kitchen to prepare some porridge, then made his way to Madame Fanghua's quarters. She had not yet succumbed to slumber. As soon as he pushed the door open, she awakened. Since you are awake, you might as well enjoy a nourishing breakfast, he suggested. Madame Fanghua smiled warmly, sitting up. After a night of restlessness, she was indeed quite hungry. She then took the bowl of porridge and sat beside Xing Bang, eating with a blissful expression. Is it delicious? Need you even ask? Do you not see who has brought it? That is indeed true, but how does it compare to my culinary skills? You are truly insufferable. Must you always tease me while I am trying to eat? Madame Fanghua shot a playful glare at Xing Bang, yet continued to sip her porridge with grace. In no time, she had emptied the bowl. She then took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Xing Bang chuckled. I simply adore watching you eat. Just then, he felt a sharp pinch at his waist. He laughed heartily. Only you, dear sister, can see through my antics effortlessly. You are quite something. After a sleepless night, you still possess such vigor for banter. Madame Fanghua smiled gently, her heart brimming with joy. Oh, by the way, your early visit must pertain to some matter? Indeed, it concerns a momentous occasion. I wondered why I heard the magpies chattering so merrily this morning, after much thought. It turns out you are to become a prospective mother-in-law. Naturally, I rushed over to extend my congratulations. This fragrant rice porridge serves as my gift. Such nonsense. I suspect your mischievous spirit has resurfaced. Madame Fanghua entwined her arm with Xing Bang's, believing he was jesting. Earlier, the butterfly from the princess's side came by. Can you guess who your future daughter-in-law is? Ah, you are not jesting, are you? Is this true? Madame Fanghua's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her gaze fixed on Xing Bang in disbelief. Of course it is true. If I were to lie, let me be punished with an hour of push-ups. Very well. My dear brother, cease your antics and reveal the truth. Madame Fanghua smiled alluringly. You are such a scoundrel. Absolutely true. Xing Bang lightly patted her hand, speaking with earnestness. And your future daughter-in-law is none other than the princess herself. Surprised, are you? Indeed, this is quite astonishing. Madame Fanghua was utterly convinced. For she knew Xing Bang would not jest about such matters, especially one concerning Li Lizzie. However, it is not entirely surprising that His Majesty has taken such actions. After all, for the court and the crown prince, this remains the most prudent choice. Personally, I find solace in this matter. Madame Fanghua is undoubtedly aware of the deeper implications and holds a profound affection for Li Lizzie. Her absence is somewhat alleviated by the knowledge that someone is there to care for her son, allowing her to rest easy. Yet, it is indeed perplexing that the Empress chose this moment to intervene. I find joy in this development, and as for the Empress, with you around, I harbor no fears. As she spoke, Madame Fanghua tilted her neck slightly, resting against Xing Bang's shoulder. In the Taya Hall, Lu Xian had just concluded the morning court session and was now sipping tea and enjoying some snacks in the imperial study. The matter concerning the crown prince and Li Lizzie had already been announced throughout the court. Although the Empress's father, Prime Minister Shao, expressed some reservations, he refrained from further objections upon witnessing the emperor's decisive authority. Naturally, the other ministers remained silent, as there was nothing that contravened ancestral laws. Moreover, the Ministry of Rites had already been tasked with arranging the engagement ceremony to be celebrated throughout the land. Your Majesty, the princess has requested an audience and is awaiting at the palace gates. Let her in at once. It is fortuitous that the crown prince is also present. Lu Xian had frequently allowed Lu Hui to attend court and partake in governance, especially on such significant occasions where the main characters could not possibly be absent. Although 8-year-old Lu Hui was still innocent regarding matters of marriage, he felt a fondness for Li Lizzie and thus was quite pleased. Soon, Li Lizzie entered. Lu Hui greeted her with his usual smile, but she appeared somewhat uneasy. From that moment on, this 8-year-old child became her nominal little husband, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xian invited Lu Hui and Li Lizzie to take their seats. With a gentle smile, Lu Xian initiated the conversation. Lizzie, I have not seen Huier this joyful in quite some time, which reassures me that my decision is indeed the right one. What do you think, Huier? I like Sister Lizzie. When I grow up, I will certainly protect Sister Lizzie well. Lu Xian chuckled heartily, feeling gratified at his son's emotional intelligence at such a young age, believing it would serve him well in governance. Li Lizzie's cheeks flushed slightly, and she refrained from speaking further, surprised that her first declaration of affection in life came from this innocent little boy. Lu Xian observed this with delight and asked, Lizzie, did you come here for a specific reason? Not particularly, just to pay my respects to Father Emperor. Lizzie, your hesitation is unlike your usual demeanor. There are no outsiders here. Feel free to speak frankly. Whatever is within my power, I shall surely fulfill your wishes, Lu Xian reassured her. After decades of ruling, how could Li Lizzie's demeanor escape his keen perception, even on this day of great joy? Indeed, Lu Xian ascended to the throne at a tender age, with the Empress Dowager wielding power that led to the dominance of the maternal relatives. Even as he reached adulthood, he was unable to grasp authority fully. It was only through the support and coordination of the Shao family that he managed to eliminate this significant threat. Thus, the events that transpired in his life were not to be repeated in the life of his own son. Therefore, as his health deteriorated, he reluctantly sent the virtuous and exemplary Lady Feng Hua to the violent chamber. Nothing escapes the notice of the emperor, and Lady Li Ji had heard of a particular matter that troubled her greatly, prompting her to rush to the court. In retrospect, it may not have been an extraordinary issue. Lady Li Ji was known for her decisive actions. Had she not prepared beforehand, her approach would indeed have been somewhat challenging. Lu Xian furrowed his brow and said, Li Ji, regardless of the matter, speak it to me. Chapter 96. The Emperor consents to visit Lady Feng Hua. Princess Li Lizzie cast a meaningful glance at Crown Prince Lu Hui. Lu Xian understood immediately and remarked, Lizzie, the Crown Prince is no longer a child. Whatever the matter may be, it would do him good to listen. As the future sovereign of this empire, there is nothing he cannot endure. Your Majesty, Lizzie began, I have heard that several women from the He family survived the ordeal. Moreover, Feng Yi and Feng Jiao are currently confined in the Baoshe. As you know, I spent much of my childhood in the He household and was quite close to those two sisters. To hear of their plight now, it grieves me deeply. Having spoken her mind, Li Lizzie felt a weight lift from her chest. Keeping silent had been unbearable. Within the young Crown Prince Lu Hui's heart, turmoil stirred. Though aware of the He family's downfall, learning that his cousin still lived and that his mother, Lady Feng Hua, was imprisoned in the Baoshe, pierced him with sorrow. His eyes reddened. Perhaps it was his advancing years, or perhaps paternal affection, but Lu Xian felt a pang of remorse. The truth behind the He family's fate was no secret to him. Yet, an emperor could never err. Sacrificing a single family for the stability of the realm was but a trivial necessity. Lu Xian maintained his solemn composure. Of course, he knew of the 6th Prince Lu Jing's concealment of female prisoners, and the 2 sent to the Baoshe. Though suspicion and anger gnawed at him, he had chosen, for now, to turn a blind eye. What angered him most was the implication of Lu Jing's potential treachery. Yet, the prince's conduct today had somewhat eased his mind, and he resolved to feign ignorance. But now that Li Lizzie had raised the issue, he could no longer avoid it. Lizzie, I am not entirely unaware of this matter, the emperor admitted. Considering Jing's youth, I assumed his interest in the He women stemmed from personal sentiment, perhaps not entirely ill-intentioned. Thus, I refrained from pressing the matter. But now that you bring it up, do you suspect something untoward? Your Majesty, the women themselves are of little consequence. I understand your mercy may have played a part. What I fail to comprehend is why Feng Yi and Feng Ji were sent to that place. Unless, Li Lizzie bit back the words ulterior motives. Though she cared little for sparing Lu Jing's dignity, she could not disregard the emperor's, for flawed as he was, the prince remained his son. In truth, Lizzie had known of the sisters' fate for some time. Acting on Xing Bang's counsel, she now wielded the matter as leverage. You suspect they were deliberately taken to Feng Hua. Lu Xian grasped her implication at once. Such possibilities had not escaped him. He had simply not focused on them. Now, it seemed plausible that Lu Jing, under the Empress's influence, had orchestrated the sisters' transfer to torment Feng Hua with the news, perhaps even to extract unforeseen gains. The deduction was flawless, precisely the narrative Xing Bang sought to guide. However, it is unfortunate that Zhao's mother and son have become collateral damage. For the situation is not as it seems. Li Ji also speculated similarly, which is why she felt a profound sorrow. After all, the lady is the biological mother of the crown prince, and such a revelation would naturally bring her grief. With this additional blow, how could she possibly endure? Humph. This ungrateful child dares to be so audacious. Lucien was quite angered. Just as Lady Fanghua had analyzed, I could execute my own woman. Yet if anyone else dared to entertain any nefarious thoughts, would that not imply they are usurping my authority? What difference would that make from rebellion? Father, please quell your anger. For now, this is merely speculation. Without evidence, we cannot wrongfully accuse the sixth prince, Li Lizzie hastily implored Lucien. It was not that Xing Bang desired any harm to the sixth prince. The crux of the matter lay elsewhere. I am untroubled. Jinger is merely a bit playful. I understand the situation clearly, Lucien thought, though his mind was not as at ease as he professed. Revisiting this matter rekindled his earlier suspicions. But family disgrace should not be aired publicly. Your Majesty, I have not come today to discern right from wrong regarding this matter, but rather to earnestly request your permission to keep the two girls, Feng Yi and Feng Jiao, by my side, in hopes of alleviating some burdens for you and the crown prince in the future. I am aware of those two girls. Given your earnestness, I grant your request. Let them accompany you and be well trained under your guidance. After all, you are to visit the Biaoshi, and I know of your deep bond with Lady Fanghua. Very well, I shall allow you to meet her as well. Lucien, ever astute, had long known of Li Lizzie's desire to see Fanghua. Yet she had been too apprehensive to voice it. In the past, such a request would have been denied, but the circumstances had changed. Not only was there sufficient justification, but she was soon to be the crown princess, thus necessitating a more considerate approach. Thank you, father. Li Lizzie felt a surge of joy within her heart, also acknowledging that the young eunuch truly possessed remarkable acumen. Despite being in a precarious situation, he had managed to navigate this intricate matter with such precision. Naturally, the young eunuch she referred to as Xing Bang, who had been contemplating this situation, and with the information Li Lizzie had provided early that morning, he quickly unraveled the complexities at play. At that moment, Crown Prince Lu Hui suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and implored, Father, I too deeply miss Mother. I earnestly request your permission to visit her alongside Sister Lizzie, even if it is merely to catch a glimpse from outside. It would be a small gesture of filial piety on my part. Li Lizzie felt a pang in her heart, her eyes misting with emotion. Seeing Lu Hui's genuine sincerity towards his mother, Lucien could not help but feel fondness for his son, moved by such filial devotion. Huio, I recognize your filial heart, and it brings me great comfort. Rise, let us speak further. Lu Hui complied, understanding that matters such as this could not be resolved through mere pleas. Lucien, though touched, began to reconsider the propriety of the situation. My royal son, as the crown prince of this dynasty, your every move is under the watchful eyes of all subjects. How could you venture to such a place? Even you, Li Ji, must not make your visit known. Father, I beseech you once more. My heart truly yearns for my mother. Father, the crown prince is but 8 years old, though wise and magnanimous beyond his years. Li Ji finds his plight unbearably sorrowful. I implore you to permit him to accompany me. Li Lizzie had not considered the implications. Her heart ached solely for this 8-year-old prince, whose spirit was both tender and unyielding. Lucien sighed deeply. Very well, Huir, your father grants your request. However, you must still refrain from visiting the prison quarters. Chapter 97. Feng Jiao, shall I assist you in completing this? Your Majesty, what do you mean by? Rest assured, Lizzie. Have I ever gone back on my word? Very well, it has been a long time since I last visited the Qingyang Palace. Tomorrow, I shall take Huir there for a few days of quiet reading. Thank you, father. Lu Hui's face lit up with joy. This meant he could spend more time with his mother, and his father would be there as well. Lucien observed his son's expression with a gentle smile before turning to Chao Zhengchun beside him. Grand Steward, this matter is settled. Make the necessary arrangements. As you command. Your Majesty, this old servant shall see to it immediately. Li Lizzie was also overjoyed. With this, the Empress would not dare act rashly, at least for now. Father, regarding today, should Lizzie send someone to the Baosher office? After all, the conditions there are rather harsh. No matter what, Lady Fanghua is the crown prince's mother. It would be improper for her to appear before your Majesty in such a state. Reasonable. I grant your request. You may handle this matter. Lucien agreed without hesitation. Since he had already conceded, this small request to tidy up was hardly excessive. Moreover, he longed to see the once glamorous and noble Lady Fanghua again. Understood, father. Lizzie shall attend to it at once. With that, Li Lizzie took her leave and departed the imperial study. Lucien shook his head with an amused smile. That decisive and swift nature, That is the true essence of Lizzie. Cunning palace. Your Majesty, the eldest princess has left the imperial study. This old servant has also arranged for close surveillance of her every move. From the moment Lizzie entered the imperial study to her departure, Empress Xiao was fully aware of her movements. Not even a whisper of their conversation was overheard. Empress Xiao was deeply displeased. The news that Lucien had betrothed Lizzie to the crown prince had infuriated her to the point of near explosion, yet she could do nothing about it. None. Whatever they discussed must have been of great importance. Even the tea was personally served by Chao Zhenchun. Li Lianying wore a bitter expression. The spies they had planted had never managed to obtain any significant information. Has eunuch Wu sent word yet? All arrangements have been made. Within 2 days, Lady Fenghua will be dead. Good. Very good. Once Lady Fenghua is dead, you must personally oversee the cleanup. Leave no traces behind. Empress Xiao exhaled in quiet relief. At last, something had gone her way. The news of Lizzie's betrothal to the crown prince had only deepened her hatred for Lady Fenghua, so much so that she wished she could strangle the woman herself. Your Majesty need not worry. This old servant shall ensure everything is handled flawlessly. About your office, with nothing else to occupy them. And under Li Xiaowan's insistent demands for revenge, the four of them resumed their game of mahjong. Though He Fengyi and her sister were more reserved, their competitive spirit was unmistakable. Xing Bang decided to observe how the 3 girls would fare against each other. He planned to go easy on them, so long as he didn't lose. Against these novices, victory was practically assured. In the first round, He Fengyi played into Li Xiaowan's hand, granting the latter a win. The young girl was ecstatic. Hee, Sister Fengyi, truth or dare? Truth. To be honest, He Fengyi was genuinely apprehensive about that wild child Li Xiaowan. Too timid to choose truth or dare, lest she be subjected to some mortifying ordeal. Xing Bang observed with keen interest, finding this far more entertaining than posing questions himself. Fengyi Jijia, do you sleep with clothes on? Li Xiaowan had pondered for quite some time. Had she opted for a dare, she would have devised something truly mischievous. Well, sometimes not. He Fengyi was at a loss for words. Who would have thought this girl would deliberate so long only to ask something so trivial? The game continued, all 3 relying purely on luck, and in the second round, He Fengyi emerged victorious while He Fengyi faltered again. Haha, Philly, you better step up your game. At this rate, all your secrets will be laid bare. Now, Fengjiao, let me warn you, don't go easy on your sister too obviously. Xing Bang preemptively cautioned, genuinely curious to see what questions might pass between the sisters. He Fengyi pursed her lips, equally unwilling to lose. He Fengjiao gave a soft hum of acknowledgement before asking, truth or dare? Dare. He Fengyi thought to herself, no more secrets. Besides, with their prior agreement, how much trouble could her own sister possibly stir up? He Fengjiao furrowed her delicate brows, deep in thought, yet struggling to conceive a suitable challenge. Fengjiao, here's a suggestion. It's just a game, after all. Anything goes. Do whatever brings you satisfaction. Xing Bang, noticing her prolonged deliberation, offered a gentle prompt. He Fengjiao blinked. Then, let my sister call me Jieja once. Fengjiao, I genuinely couldn't think of anything else. Not only was He Fengyi stunned, even Xing Bang hadn't anticipated such a request, perhaps influenced by his words, or perhaps revealing her true sentiments after all. He Fengjiao had never held the same standing in the family as her sister. Fine, Jijia. Reluctantly, He Fengyi called out. A faint blush colored Fengjiao's cheeks as she emitted another soft hum. Evidently, that single address had brought her immense satisfaction. The third round proved even more intriguing. After 2 consecutive losses, He Fengyi finally triumphed, only for He Fengjiao to falter this time. Truth or dare? At last, He Fengyi felt vindicated, exhaling inwardly in relief. Another loss would have been unbearable. Dare. Very well. Just like Shawan yesterday, kiss eunuchly. Good heavens, this was outright retaliation for the earlier Jieja incident. Xing Bang smirked wryly. Never had he imagined becoming collateral damage in their sibling rivalry. Jieja, you. He Fengjiao's face flushed crimson. She had witnessed precisely how Li Xiaowan had kissed him. Her first kiss would be lost just like that. Mimi, it's just a game, nothing serious. Besides, eunuch Li is quite handsome. It's hardly a hardship. He Fengyi, naturally more vivacious, seemed to have grown increasingly spirited as they became better acquainted. He Fengjiao, feeling helpless, reluctantly approached Xing Bang, yet hesitated, for she could not muster the audacity to embrace him as Li Xiaowan had done so freely. This game is indeed quite amusing. Li Xiaowan, with her naive innocence, clapped her hands in delight. Sister Fengjiao, why are you not moving? Just do it like I did yesterday. I must tell you, Brother Bang smells absolutely delightful. Noticing that He Fengjiao remained motionless for quite some time, Li Xiaowan anxiously began to offer suggestions. Xing Bang, too, found himself at a loss for words. Having her serve as his secretary was no small feat. She truly had the best interests of her boss at heart. He Fengjiao felt her cheeks flush. How could she not be aware of the unique fragrance emanating from Xing Bang, which made her heart race? Yet, she could not compare to the boldness of this young girl. Observing the situation, Xing Bang rose to his feet and, with a smile, said, Fengjiao, shall I assist you in completing this? Chapter 98. An Unexpected Harvest. He Fengjiao trembled slightly, her nerves instantly tautening. If you don't speak, I'll take it as consent. Don't worry, this is actually quite a simple adventure. Without another word, Xing Bang wrapped an arm around her slender waist and kissed her. Sweet, the fragrance of youth. He Fengjiao's mind short-circuited, her breath hitching. However, Xing Bang soon released her. Lingering would have been shameless. Yet the girl had unconsciously parted her lips. How utterly adorable! He Fengjiao exhaled shakily, then lowered her head and hurried back to her seat. He Fengjiao, unnoticed, felt an odd stirring in her heart. The scene had seemed so tender, and this eunuch appeared so gentle. Fengjiao, isn't my Bangji wonderful? Li Xiaowan giggled, ever eager to flatter Xing Bang. That carefree girl, how effortlessly endearing she was. He Fengjiao's heart pounded too fiercely to respond. Soon, another round ended. This time, He Fengjiao won again, while Li Xiaowan lost. Xing Bang laughed heartily. This was the best outcome. Reciprocity was only proper. Truth or dare? Truth. Li Xiaowan instinctively glanced at the door before choosing without hesitation. She dreaded another dare involving Bang Ji. The thought alone left her unsettled. You're still young, yet there. Did your mother use some secret remedy? Where? What do you mean? Li Xiaowan blinked in confusion. Xing Bang, of course, understood instantly. Good heavens. What an unexpected revelation. He couldn't help but admire his own decision just now. His gaze flickered to He Fengjiao. Her figure was perfectly proportioned and full, hardly something to be insecure about. Could there be more to it? Truly perplexing. Yet Li Xiaowan, young as she was, possessed a certain advantage over He Fengjiao. Perhaps it was simply a woman's nature, envy at play. He Fengjiao's cheeks flushed as she pointed at Li Xiaowan. Truthfully, she had been curious, especially after meeting Nangong Shui. Li Xiaowan glanced down, then giggled. Oh, you mean this? I never really paid attention. There is no secret remedy, it just happened naturally. My mother, she clapped a hand over her mouth, nearly speaking carelessly again. If her mother found out, she'd surely scold her for being thoughtless. Oh, I see. It's nothing, just idle curiosity. He Fengjiao offered an awkward smile. Fengjiao, since you brought it up, I'll tell you, try not to wear clothes when you sleep. That's what I do, and even Bang Ji says it's not a bad habit. Oh, I'll keep that in mind. He Fengjiao's face burned even hotter, but she took the advice to heart. Perhaps she'd try it herself. Xiaowan, you're truly good to Bang Ji, thinking of me and everything. Xing Bang could only sigh inwardly. This girl wore her heart on her sleeve, utterly guileless, speaking whatever crossed her mind. Li Xiaowan playfully stuck out her tongue. Brother Bang, you are so formidable, how can we ever win against you? She chuckled. Oh, are you implying that you'd like me to intentionally lose to you? With a dreamy smile, Li Xiaowan mused. Well, since we've been at this for a while and still haven't caught you, I suppose I could grant you all a single chance. What do you say? Great, great. He Fengjiao nodded in agreement, and in an instant, 3 votes were secured. All right then, you 3 discuss who will go first. Xiaowan, you're clever. You should ask first. Yes, Xiaowan, I haven't thought of anything yet. All right, I'll take the lead. Li Xiaowan was quite unreserved. Truth or dare? Hee Xiaowan. What do you want me to choose? Hee, I want you to pick truth. Xing Bang furrowed his brow. Could this girl have some mischievous plan in mind? Nevertheless, he acquiesced. I'll ask then. So, Brother Bang, do you have a fondness for my mother? Goodness, no wonder his right eyelid was twitching. This girl truly dared to ask. Xiaowan, aren't you afraid of your mother finding out? It's just a game. Besides, none of you can speak carelessly. Fengjiao and Fengjiao were equally astonished, both casting inquisitive glances at Xing Bang, eager to learn the answer. Especially Fengjiao, who thought to herself that Nangong Shui was as beautiful and graceful as her aunt, Madame Fenghua. Surely, any man would be drawn to her. Indeed. Li Xiaowan beamed with a victorious smile. I knew it. My mother is so beautiful. Seriously, why even ask? You little imp, if your mother finds out, she'll probably take me down too. Xing Bang was utterly speechless. All right, let us welcome the next dreamer. This time, He Fengjiao didn't hold back and began to question Xing Bang. Fully, I'm impartial. You can express your desires and choose how you'd like me to respond. Truth, please. Xing Bang smiled gently. But think carefully before you ask. Yifeng frowned, pondering for quite some time, then blushed slightly as she softly said, forget it. I really can't think of a question. I'll pass. Oh dear, Sister Fiki, it's such a rare opportunity. How can you give up? Before we started, you were so adamant about participating. Why back out now? Surely you can think of a question. Li Xiaowan's expression was one of regret and confusion, secretly wishing to take the opportunity for herself. I truly can't think of anything to ask. Xing Bang recognized her hesitation and suggested, how about we switch to a dare instead? Yifeng nodded, thought for a moment, and then shyly murmured, they all say you smell delightful. I would like you to give me a hug. With that, she lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. That's simple enough. No problem at all. Xing Bang approached Yifeng directly, wrapping her in his embrace, and softly whispered in her ear, is this all right? Yifeng pressed her lips together in silence, then shyly bit her lip and murmured, well, I find it a bit embarrassing to say. Xing Bang could easily comprehend her feelings. It was evident that she wished to explore this further, perhaps feeling a sense of loss and discomfort within. My goodness, I have unwittingly become a giant panda. Fugi. I believe I am beginning to understand your intentions. Do you wish to? Upon hearing this, Yifeng simply responded with a soft Well then. The thought remained unspoken. However, there was nothing wrong with this. It was perfectly acceptable to leave things unsaid, a mere hint sufficing. Xing Bang released Yifeng, feeling a surge of frustration at the situation. Chapter 99, What if one gets drunk? Without another word, he leaned in and kissed her. Yifeng instinctively wrapped her arms around Xing Bang's neck. It seemed the girl was genuinely moved, lingering in the embrace without pulling away. Might as well play the role of a professor for once. Li Xiaowan and Yifeng both widened their eyes. Were they perhaps feeling a twinge of envy? Only after Yifeng was nearly breathless did Xing Bang finally release her. Sister, are you all right? Yifeng, who had first-hand experience, quickly asked with concern. If this was what helping others felt like, he'd gladly take a trainload more. Xing Bang smiled faintly. All right, Feng Jiao, you're the last one. After this, the game ends. Truth. Before Xing Bang could even speak, the three women had already set the stage. Who wouldn't want their fair share? Xing Bang chuckled. Fine, no favoritism. Ask away. Can a eunuch marry? Why ask that? Do you want to marry me? Xing Bang was taken aback. This wasn't a question from the game. Perhaps what she truly meant was, would you ever marry? But that was merely his speculation. He couldn't turn it back on her, so he opted for a teasing response instead. Given the subtle shift in his relationship with the sisters, he no longer felt restrained. They'd likely take it in stride. I couldn't think of anything else, so I just asked randomly. Oh, I see. But the question is too broad. It's not just about me. You can ask something else. Then, would you ever marry? Just as Xing Bang had guessed, Yifeng Jiao's true intention surfaced. Of course, he answered honestly. How they interpreted it wasn't a matter for today. The answer was obvious. Even if he were a eunuch, he'd find a way to marry. Why hold back? Happiness was the priority. I know. Yifeng Jiao nodded. Her cheeks flushed. It was hard to tell if she was pleased with the answer, but she must have been. Otherwise, why ask? All right, consider this a perfect ending. Everyone satisfied? So satisfied. That was so much fun. Li Xiaowan beamed. Yifeng and Yifeng were more subdued, merely nodding. No words were needed. They were undoubtedly thrilled. They likely had expected such an outcome beforehand. Then, Xing Bang sat aside to sip his tea while the sisters dutifully tidied the mahjong tiles. Li Xiaowan glanced between them before joining in. Just then, Meng Yudi entered the courtyard, followed by two eunuchs carrying a chest, which they brought straight into the room. You two may leave. The eunuchs set the chest down and withdrew. What treasures are inside? Could this be a gift for me? Xing Bang was inwardly certain that his scheme had succeeded, yet the sight of someone carrying a large box still took him by surprise. Wishful thinking. I'm parched. Meng Yudi made no pretense of courtesy as she seated herself beside Xing Bang, eyeing his teacup. Is this hot tea? Cold water. What, can't handle chilled drinks these days? I don't like cold beverages, she retorted with an unamused glare. Ah, understood. Sister Yudi, let me fetch you a fresh cup. Xing Bang glanced outside. No need. It's already here. Indeed, Xiao Jinzi had already entered with a fresh pot of tea, presenting it directly to Meng Yudi. He dared not neglect this formidable lady again. This lad's grown quite sharp, Xing Bang remarked with a chuckle. Master Xing, shall this servant fetch you a fresh cup as well? Xing Bang waved him off, laughing. No need. Just ensure this esteemed lady is well attended. Understood. This servant shall withdraw unless summoned. With that, Xiao Jinzi tactfully excused himself. You've trained this little eunuch rather well, haven't you? Ming Yudi remarked. My lady, he has always been quick-witted. So you're implying my temper was too harsh last time? She pouted, visibly displeased. Xing Bang laughed, gesturing to the tea. Drink it while it's hot. TCH. Ming Yudi rolled her eyes before taking a few sips. What's in the box? Clothing and jewelry, sent by the princess for Lady Fenghua. Xing Bang was stunned. This was beyond his expectations. The princess didn't anticipate it either, but it aligns even more perfectly with the original plan. His Majesty intends to bring the Crown Prince to Qingyang Palace tomorrow, and has summoned Lady Fenghua to attend. Now that is indeed a pleasant surprise. Xing Bang's initial scheme had merely relied on Li Lizi's open visit to Lady Fenghua, knowing the news would reach the Empress and thus deter any rash actions. But this outcome surpassed all concerns. The Empress would surely be further intimidated, and any opportunity for mischief would vanish. Later, the princess will also send imperial delicacies. Fengjiao, Futi, and Xiaowan, you may accompany Lady Fenghua in celebration. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Li Xiaowan giggled, tugging at Ming Yudi's sleeve. Thank you, Sister Yudi. What a feast awaits us. Though Xing Bang occasionally indulged them with finer meals, their usual provisions were meager compared to imperial cuisine. He recognized Li Lizi's thoughtfulness. Sending imperial dishes was likely her idea. The livelier Lady Fenghua's quarters became, the better, even if Emperor Lucien took notice. Such trivialities would hardly warrant reproach. Ah, what a pity, I shan't partake in such delicacies. Meng Yudi scoffed. What business does a grown man have joining in? Xing Bang smirked playfully. Precisely why I can join, for I am no grown man. You were never truly. Dream Yudi felt a flush creep across her cheeks, realizing she had inadvertently let something slip. However, apart from Xing Bang, none of the others seemed to take notice. Xing Bang chuckled heartily, choosing to say nothing more. If they were alone, he might have taken the opportunity to teach Dream Yudi a lesson. But wait, perhaps that wouldn't be appropriate. Sister Yudi, can't my brother Bang join us? It would undoubtedly be far more entertaining with him around. Oh, my little one knows how to show concern for me. Dream Yudi rolled her eyes once more, had there not been others present. Her hand would likely have found its way to someone's waist to deliver a pinch. She then turned to Li Xiaowan, offering a faint smile. I was merely jesting. Your brother Bang is indeed a great contributor. How could we possibly do without him? The princess has specifically arranged several jars of fine wine for him to indulge in tonight. Xing Bang laughed heartily and playfully remarked, what if he drinks too much? Chapter 100, the first time it's so lively. Meng Yudi chuckled lightly, declaring that it was quite manageable, as there were methods to sober someone up. So, does that mean you will be staying here tonight? Who is staying here? I mean, are you going to join us for dinner? Xing Bang smiled knowingly. Others might not grasp the nuance, but Ming Yudi understood perfectly well, rolling her eyes at him. Although the current circumstances were inconvenient, the prospect of spending time alone with this mischievous fellow delighted her immensely. She had just begun to comprehend this when she remembered, oh, by the way, Feng Jiao, Feng Yi, I have splendid news. The princess has obtained His Majesty's consent for you to remain by her side. Later, when the festivities commence, join me to return to the palace. Ah, leaving? What? Feng Yi, you don't truly find this place agreeable, do you? No, not at all. I was merely taken aback. Feng Yi hastily waved her hand, having momentarily lost her composure. That's good to hear. Ming Yudi felt a twinge of guilt. Why had she grown so sensitive and somewhat insecure? She constantly felt a sense of uncertainty around this mischievous man. It was quite vexing. Yet she was unable to rein in her emotions. I believe I can fetch Madame Fenghua. Please wait here. I shall go myself. The evening banquet would naturally be held in the Baoshe residence. As the master of the Baoshe, he was required to be present, and there would be no objections from the old eunuch Wu Jing. Soon, Xing Bang arrived at Madame Fenghua's chamber and recounted the entire situation. My dear brother, thank you. I am truly overjoyed. At last, I can meet Huier. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Thank you, dear brother. That is more than enough. With a soft chuckle, Madame Fenghua remarked, you are really quite irreverent at times. Where is the irreverence? I have no faults at all. You are merely overthinking. He retorted, you rascal. Madame Fenghua rolled her eyes before continuing. Let Ruo Shuang join us as well. Today is rather special, and there is nothing inappropriate about it. You two are as close as sisters, with no issues whatsoever, and later, I shall introduce you to another sister. Naturally, our beloved Xue will be perfectly fine with this. The three wives shall meet formally. You little master of the Baoshe, You truly have not wasted your title. Enchanting Palace. Your Highness. Things may not bode well. After the eldest princess left His Majesty, she dispatched someone to deliver items to the Baosher residence. Such a grand display surely indicates His Majesty's tacit approval. Crash. Empress Xiao could no longer contain her inner fury, shattering the teacup beside her on the floor. Exclaiming furiously, "Incompetence! A bunch of useless fools. Can no one gather any information on this matter? Your Highness, please calm down. The situation at Taiya Hall. Enough. I do not wish to hear any more excuses. Given the current state of affairs, what shall we do now?" Empress Zhao's expression was one of palpable annoyance. The relentless string of misfortunes left her seething with frustration. Let Wu Jing handle it first. No. Go tell Wu Jing that this palace does not wish to see that wretched Feng Hua survive the night. Empress Xiao, upon realizing her plans might be thwarted, grew even more furious. That Feng Hua, even in such a state, dares to oppose me. Your Majesty, you mustn't. The Emperor's stance toward Lady Feng Hua remains unclear. It's far too risky to act now. Moreover, we cannot yet determine whether this incident is mere coincidence. Li Lianying immediately knelt in protest. Empress Xiao closed her eyes, her expression filled with resignation, exhaling deeply. She didn't need Li Lianying's earnest persuasion. She understood the stakes perfectly. Yet, she simply couldn't swallow her pride. Fine, make the arrangements. But keep a close watch on the prison quarters and that girl Lizzie. At the first opportunity, eliminate that wretched Lady Feng Hua. In the end, reason prevailed over Empress Zhao's fury. Your Majesty, rest assured, this old servant will see to it immediately. Prison quarters. The imperial kitchen had delivered over 100 dishes. Though Princess Li Lizzie hadn't arrived in person, the eldest princess had certainly spared no effort. Xing Bang couldn't help but admire her. Li Lizzie was a woman of true character. What a lively gathering. This is a first. Present were Lady Feng Hua, Bai Rushuang, Nagong Shuath, Li Xiaowan, Meng Yudi, He Fiki, and He Fingjiao, 7 stunning beauties, with Xing Bang making the 8th. They sat around an octagonal table, though naturally, not all dishes could fit. Following Lady Feng Hua's suggestion, Xing Bang distributed some to the eunuchs Xiao Jinzi and Xiao Shizi. This is the grace of a true noblewoman, flawless in every way. As for that old scoundrel Wu Jing, not a single scrap for him. Still, Xing Bang wasn't reckless. He had Xiao Jinzi inform Wu Jing beforehand. The rest was between Wu Jing and the Empress to decide. With the eldest princess ordering a banquet within the prison quarters, Xing Bang, as the prison warden, naturally had to play host. Wu Jing wouldn't be foolish enough to intrude. This was all above board. Besides, he'd never imagined that Xing Bang now ruled these quarters like an emperor. My lady, as the highest ranking here, how shall we commence this feast? Today, there is no lady. Aside from Yudi, the rest of us seem to fall under your jurisdiction, warden. You should preside. Lady Feng Hua, ever perceptive, gracefully deferred to Xing Bang, ensuring harmony among the group, each woman harboring her own unspoken thoughts about him. Their silence spoke volumes, an unspoken understanding. Xing Bang chuckled. Well now, seems I'm the only man at this table. Perfect. Brother Bang always has the best ideas. This will be fun. Indeed, the most ardent admirer of Xing Bang, Li Xiaowan, was the first to voice her thoughts. Nagong Shui cast a glance at her daughter, remaining silent. That mischievous girl, as if only she could discern the truth. Yet, it was Li Xiaowan who possessed the discerning eye. This was the first encounter for Madame Feng Hua with Li Xiaowan, yet she was quite fond of her, finding an instant rapport with Nagong Shui. The convergence of beauty and beauty is, after all, a testament to mutual admiration. That impish girl, it seems, is blissfully untroubled. Mother. Look at you. Speaking of others. Li Xiaowan pouted, her adorable, aggrieved expression eliciting laughter from everyone, instantly lifting the atmosphere. Xing Bang chuckled heartily, in my opinion. This ambience is rather delightful. Everyone should express themselves freely, just like Xiaowan.